cosmic light. I'm holding all my silhouette kites. I let the moon dip into my sight, into my skin, into my limbs, and through the rims. Doesn't need to be the craziest stitch. Maybe meditating in the center of a dish. People spend the time dip, gotta reach for the tip.
It's a Saturday night, making some moves, keeping the groove that I wanna spend some time with. Saturday night, under the moon, we do what we do. Gonna party till the sun comes up. Saturday night.
I'm Chef Rush, and today is Getting Baked with Rush. I'm joined today by my sous chef, Chad B. Birchall. Yeah, so Chad, what we're doing today is actually making some banana bread.
Just quickly, Chef, if you could we just go over all the ingredients quite fire here in terms of what it is and how much of it requires? Give me a bang, bang.
Brown sugar, 1 cup. Mascarpone, 3 1/4. Baking powder, like 1 tablespoon. Flour, 188. Butter, 4 tablespoons, 2 eggs, 4 bananas, and a bit of salt to go on top.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, chef.
Now these are a little too normal looking. They should look a bit worse.
A bit more ripe of the banana.
Yeah, a bit like grimy. You want
Hold
a
on,
nice
chef. Rush,
grimy
let me
one.
just wash my hands here. I want to make sure that they're well and truly clean.
Personally, I think this is an absolute waste of.
It's a Saturday night, making some moves, deep in the groove. And I wanna spend some time with you. Saturday night, under the moon, we do what we do. Gonna party till the sun comes up. Leave all your troubles at home. You know the night is young, and you're not alone. The lights of the city will carry you away. So many dreams, so many hopes, so many plans, let 'em go. It's Saturday night, making some moves, deep in the groove. And I wanna spend some time with you. Saturday night, under the moon, we do what we do. Gonna party till the sun comes up. I can't fight a girl. I just wanna dance with you. And I can't help it now. I'm intoxicated by the groove.
Saturday night, it's shining like a cosmic light. I'm holding all my silhouette kites. I let the moon dip into my sight, into my skin, into my limbs, and through the rims. Doesn't need to be the craziest stitch. Maybe meditating in the center of a dish. People spend the time diff, gotta reach for the tip.
It's a Saturday night, making some moves, deep in the groove. And I wanna spend some time with you. Saturday night, under the moon, we do what we do. Gonna party till the sun comes up. Saturday night, Saturday night.
Lovely. Cool. This is a bit of a throwback to Katowice 2018. Because Golden, you were part of the winning team, one of probably I would say the biggest underdog story we've seen at Katowice. I'd also heard rumors that team weren't even practicing before you came into the event. Is that actually true?
Yeah, so what happened was that behind the scenes, there was talks of making roster changes, and I was part of that, so I didn't know. So it was after Star Ladder in Kiev. That tournament was really bad, and they decided to bench me. The thing about no practice, it had a meaning behind it. I didn't know at the time. Maybe coming into Katowice was more of there's no pressure. I did still, like, for me it was just another tournament that I have to give it my all, and it was one of the biggest tournaments, my first time playing Katowice.
Do you remember the first time you stepped out on stage and what that felt like?
Yeah, I actually told the guys today, it's unreal when you step in and see the audience, but when you go like further in, like semis and the final, the atmosphere is immense. Like, there's so much, and you get overwhelmed. Inferno was going to be 50-50, and Train, also the last map, it was also a bit 50-50, but we just managed to beat them in that. On Train, I have to mention this because this is one of the best performances of Flusha. He was insane. Like, the stuff that was going on, the stuff he did at the moment, I could not comprehend what just happened. Like,
really?
Yeah, like the 2v5. And then there was 1v2. That was one of the craziest things, because I had to ask them after, like, do you remember when you played that 1v2? In my head, it's like, Gordon was defusing, but then he, like, fake stepped, or he didn't show himself again in lower. And I was like, why did you do that? He said he wouldn't stick it. And he just had a feeling.
Was there a call that you remember making that you were like, this is game changing?
I have to say no. I don't recall anything, but I think I called pretty well. Very good, actually, I would say, on overpass.
Like, did it actually feel real that you could be lifting the trophy at any point in that grand final when you knew you were facing FaZe on stage? You know, you said about your history against them. Did you actually feel like we can do this at any point?
Yes, because I got the confidence from the guys who were, veterans. A lot of Swedish players see themselves very, very good, and we have ego at very early stages. So we had a lot of ego. We have to think that we are better, because if you go in scared in any sport or in anything you do, that would just create doubt, make you hesitant in very pressured situations. I went in thinking that we would win. Can
you walk me through the final moments of training?
Well, the last round I remember, because I was in an alley. I was just crawling into a small space and just waiting, because we had one guy coming behind them. I was telling myself just think, just focus, because just focus on your crosshair, whatever comes in, just focus on that, because we were CT and I was just, turtling in a small corner, just waiting for I think was Flusha coming top and killing two guys. I was just waiting for that. When we won, I think I remember who am I going, like, after I take off my headset, who am I going to hug, or what am I doing? And I just grabbed this nearest me was the coach, and I just grabbed and hugged him. And then obviously I think I got a tear or two when we won, so I was really, really happy.
How heavy is the trophy?
It was pretty heavy. I mean, it was pretty heavy for me. I'm not that big, so it's like it was as big as me almost. So, yeah.
What happened with the team after?
So what happened with the team after was that we went to WSG in China, and we won that as well. So we won the 2 tournaments in a row. But then the night I was traveling to China for that tournament, news broke out. There was a leak that I was going to get benched.
Oh, wow.
Same day. So I went to WSG knowing there was going to be changes. But after we won the WSG, same night, the team kind of gathered in the lobby, and I was in my room, and they told me to come down. And they told me that we were not going to make any changes. And then that's where I tweeted, I stay. Just I stay, dot. So, yeah.
And finally, where does the Katowice trophy rank in terms of your career?
Katowice is the number 1. So yeah, definitely number one.
Thank you so much for having a little bit of deep dive into history. Very excited to see what you're going to do with Saul this tournament.
Thank you.
First time hearing or seeing Snow was probably 2 to 3 years ago. I saw some tweets come out of his gameplay and how young this kid was and the type of organizations that he was getting signed to. And to see young prospects, people who are growing up with the game and flourishing at such a young age, I think it was an interesting storyline. So I actually started following him on Twitter a couple years ago, and now he's playing for Pain.
When it comes to the way he likes to express himself during games and how he likes to shout out and things like that, he probably was dreaming of playing those kind of games. You know, he was playing at his home on his own computer, having to develop himself as a player every day. I think it's completely normal for him to behave like that, because he must keep the fun as long as he can.
Eu sei que o pessoal compara eu com o Donk gritando, mas eu não dou trash talk, eu só apenas grito pra hypar meus companheiros, pra se a gente tiver uma situação difícil no jogo, se a gente ganha um round, eu vou lá e boto meus companheiros pra cima. E eu também me sinto muito melhor gritando, sinto que eu jogo melhor gritando, e é isso.
It's an expression of yourself, and you want to be having fun. And if that's how he's having fun, if that's how he's pumping himself up, pumping his teammates up, why not? I think it's great to get loud. I think it's awesome to be in their face. And if you're going to unravel some softies out there, whether it's players on the other side or people on the forums at home, make more noise.
I would say from my experience that it's actually beneficial to him to be playing with Brazilians. I think there's a cultural difference, both in the way people play Counter-Strike and also in the way they behave outside the server. Maybe if he goes international too fast, I don't know exactly how it would be, because I have been playing for international teams already. I have seen some other players, and there is a big cultural impact that happens, the difference, there's some clashes. So for him to develop himself as a player and have some good leadership with him, I know he's playing with Big Zero, he has been developing a lot of talents before, so he's doing super well with him. So I think he's in good hands, and I think having someone like Big Zero to help him shape his first years of Counter-Strike is going to help him a lot.
Eu cresci assistindo no cenário brasileiro o Coldzera, eu gostava muito dos highlights dele, dos momentos de clutch, ele jogava muito bem. E no cenário internacional, eu sempre gostei de assistir o Donk, porque eu acho a movimentação dele muito boa e a mira dele é muito, muito boa. E sempre aprendo muitas coisas assistindo a tela dele.
If I had to compare Snowz to someone from the past, it's very difficult because many years ago, we'd probably remember of some younger players that started doing super well. And I think on my mind, I remember FNX, for example. FNX, since he was 15, 16, he was already playing the best teams in Brazil. He won the first title international-wise in 2006. But you know, if Pain is able to win like a Rio, for example, like that, he's not too far away from FNX. He might not be on the FNX level yet, but who knows? So maybe he can even surpass him.
Eu gostaria de jogar, se fosse para escolher um jogador para jogar no mesmo time, seria o Monese, porque ele é bem jovem, com certeza ia aprender bastante coisas com ele, e ele é muito bom, assim, de skill, e seria ele.
I think with the modern day Counter-Strike players, for them just playing online CS, you know, late into their quote unquote online careers, that's not great. The adjustment to LAN is important. So the fact that he's been able to play LANs from such a young age, I think gives him a bit of an advantage over some of these other guys.
He's playing some roles that are very difficult to play on Pain. And at first, when I saw that they put him on those roles, I was kind of interested to see how he'd do. Like he's playing B on Dust 2, for example. There's a lot of sites where you have to hold on. A lot of times you have to decide things for yourself. So it's very cool to see him developing those things. And I think I can't really say which role is going to be best for him. I think it's the ones that he likes the most and probably the ones that the team needs from him the most. And as a young guy, I know that he's probably very willing to learn a lot of new things and be the best player he can be for the team.
Quando eu vim aqui e tava apenas torcendo, tudo que eu tô vivendo agora era apenas um sonho. E agora eu tô vivendo o que eu sempre sonhei, com meus companheiros de time, sempre, todos os dias, realizando mais um sonho. E agora o maior sonho é ir pra arena e jogar em frente à torcida.
ESL presents the ESL Pro League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, EHL, Kadia, 1xBet, Nor.
Come play with us.
He wants to win right here, right now. It's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot.
What map would you remove for cash? I would remove Dogshit Anubis.
Anubis. I think Anubis. Inferno.
Train. I didn't like Train too much, so Train.
Mirage.
Mirage. Yeah, Mirage.
Mirage.
That's 2.
Those 2.
Yeah. That's the 2. That's the 2. Fuck, that's the 2.
I'll go with this 2 as well. I'd go Overpass before, but and maybe Vertigo after, but those maps are already removed, so I'll go with this 2.
If there's one thing we've learned this season is G means business. Speaking of business, we got plenty of that to deliver to you here at ESL's Pro League in the 21st season even. Jason, Hugo, Mr. Slind.
Hello.
Yanko.
What's up?
Welcome back, gents.
Hey, guys.
Hi.
Hey.
Hello.
What's up, Slen?
3-0. What a run.
Indeed.
Yeah, you're out here celebrating with us now.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here with you guys today and to be trio. So yeah.
Hell yeah.
It's a nice feeling, definitely.
Yeah.
Have you ever played an official on Cash?
Nope, I did not.
Okay, perfect.
Well, this is a perfect time to talk about all of that. Obviously, we just looked at Cash, what it looks like now, not even versus what it looked like before. But where does it implement itself? How does it play? We don't know. These are the big questions. And I know you've played on Cash a couple of officials.
Yeah.
Definitely you.
Oh, hell yeah.
Maybe even you.
Not officials.
Huh. Well, even I've played an official on Cash, so there's that.
You did wreck Roka that one time, Trace. I remember that.
Smoked him up. But anyway, that's not here. It's not now. We're talking about Cash, and obviously with the new, not a new map, but a map potentially being around the map pool, it begs a couple questions. A, what do we remove for Cash? We just heard a lot of Anubis chap.
Can I get on it with a realist take first?
Oh, I hate your takes, but yes.
Yeah, it's not going in the map pool. Definitely 0%. Never going to go in the map pool. Probably never going to see it. They won't sell it. It feels like Valve. I mean, I'm just guessing, right? But it seems like Valve want to own their maps. They bought Anubis. They made Ancient. They want to own their maps. I don't know if this is going to be sold. Unless it's sold, it's not going to go in the map pool.
Why wouldn't they sell it?
Volcano maybe doesn't want to get rid of it, Yanko. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is.
To just be able to do what with it on his own.
Well, hold on. Let me stop you right there, because in terms of like
they're gonna buy it,
legendary
and put it in the vault and make sure no one ever plays it.
I hope they sell it. I hope we get it in the map pool, but I don't think we will.
You guys cool?
Yeah.
All right, legendary gatekeeper over there alongside of Harry. We do have Rushley over at the computers as well. We're gonna take a look at what is Cash, gentlemen. What are you doing over there?
We've been taking a look at the map, running around. Rush has got some util he wants to show off. Rush has been cooking.
I'm kind of annoyed Harry's finding util in the 10 seconds he's been on the map.
Oh, that was a hot one.
Annoying.
You gotta press the button.
I pressed it. What button are you pressing? Harry, you show your little stuff that you came up
Here, I'll
with.
tell you what. I'll walk right over there and give
No, wait. So you guys want to start with any areas you're curious about? Because look at this.
Is this double mic? Is this
Look at
double
how
mic?
lovely this is.
Testing.
There you go. I
hear me
hear
on
you
this?
now. Yeah.
Well, as I was saying, Harry and I have just been looking at some stuff. You know, Harry's having a little run around here. Harry, what's your first
look at
impressions,
this.
bro? What
This
do you
is
think?
so one of the things I'm really liking.
Do they hear me? Yeah. Can you show me the wallbang, guys? I heard there's a new one.
Oh,
wallbang. Go on the B site, Rush. You can wallbang up highway into A with an AK.
Up highway into A.
Through that
through
wall.
this?
Through this. You can hit the A site. Have you got no clip on? There I saw a clip. You can kill a guy on A site with AK.
That's
Rush,
very nice.
come over here in game.
Crazy.
Yeah, all right. Hang on, mate.
You
Get in there, Rush.
Yeah.
Get over
Get
it.
in there, Rush.
I've got a little
Kill him,
mic in my
Harry.
hands.
Okay.
See me? You see me? Yes. Oh,
Oh,
I'm dying,
that is
I'm dying.
coming through.
Don't kill me.
Wait,
Don't
can we
kill me.
change to Rush?
Don't kill me.
Look at that.
It is hurting me.
That's crazy.
That's a nice little spam.
Oh, don't kill him, though.
He's so low on
Slen,
health.
since we didn't get to hear from you during that little interview thing, what map would you take out for Cash?
Well, that's a good question.
What's your
'cause I
least
think
favorite map?
Least favorite? At the moment, maybe Anubis.
You're an Anubis hater as well.
Yeah.
Why does everyone hate Anubis?
Everyone's changed.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know. That map is just weird, you know. It's
CT side's awkward.
Such T-sided map,
Yeah.
you know, and like it's hard to do things on CT side as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it needs some change at least.
Okay.
One of the things that's kind of blowing me away right now, just from walking around and the time that I've been looking around, is how, like, firstly, okay, the DNA of Cash is still very much there, right? But also, it's so gorgeous. And I know this is about more than just superficial stuff, Rush, but man, I love what they've done with some of the lighting, these little glow sticks littered all around the map. The water all has this gorgeous inbuilt reflections. Now, things are pretty standard in terms of, you know, the map feels like the cache we left behind.
Yes, and it doesn't look as hard to spot people as maybe like the secondary version we had. I mean, I have a nice clip of someone hiding here with a green skin back in the day. If you peek the corner on here, a guy played here and I could not see him at all. So it looks like visibility will be.
Yeah, no, visibility does seem good. Also, a few of these little cubbies have like, wait, where's the
If you stand in the barrel, do you get burned?
If we come
You do,
over,
yes.
Rush,
If I do
come
that,
over
I
here.
die, and I don't know what happens then.
Rush, come over to me on A.
PC
If we could
crash.
watch Rush's camera, he's the guy on 8 health. I'm going to stand here, right? Because this little corner, which is over towards Forklift, people used to, you know, love fighting this. And maybe they dash in close. But look, now there's this fire barrel, right? So if I'm moving around here, Rush, go in main. I want to see if you can see the shadow from like the other side.
No,
like
not really, not really.
Because it feels like you can from my POV.
Oh, kind of, yeah, a little bit. Yeah. You can even see it on the forklift a little bit.
Box, you could see it.
Yeah, you
So
can kind of see.
so there are like little hints you can get for these really powerful angles now.
There's one forklift.
Thanks to the lighting.
Is there a storm?
Yeah. Harry, could you show me the middle of the map? Because that's where the most of the action takes place. I want to see what's changed.
Well, so a huge notable omission. Remember
there was a little scaffolding.
There was the window that got added in, and I hated the window. And I know it has its defenders, but I hated the window. Now it's just this hole, you can't get up there.
Just throw some
Instead,
stuff.
you're like, dude, like, look at how pretty this is. It doesn't even feel like Counter-Strike. Like I'm playing DayZ.
You're playing real life, Harry.
What do you guys think about the simple graffiti? It has been removed.
Oh, yes. I mean,
that is. Oh,
I'm always torn on this stuff because it is a new map, you know, it is CS2 as well. I mean, I think it's cool to keep it, don't get me wrong. Even if it wasn't the exact same thing, just like something hidden somewhere would be a nice little
I think, Rush, you can agree with me that if, in fact, it was caught live by the observer, it would have stayed.
Yeah, probably. It would have been more iconic, I think.
been as epic.
Yes.
Because it was missed. You know, imagine how crazy the crowd would have gotten in that arena.
Oh, my Lord. I mean, you hit it on the replay, right? So,
Wow.
could you
You'd
imagine?
hate to be the guy that misses that.
Yes. Yeah, well, you know.
I tell you what,
some
the stained
people,
glass
you know.
windows look beautiful on this map.
The windows?
I'm really no, the stained glass. Turn around. Turn around. Look at the there it is.
So outside of just looks, if we could change to my POV, I'm the one flying around. Look at this. Look at how open all of this B site is. You can get nades through all of these.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
It's ESL Pro League. It's NiGa and it's Lear. Of course, win over Mindfreak yesterday, but still losses to NRG and MIBR. Now, you guys are very strong in Dust 2. We haven't seen much Dust 2. How are you guys looking at expanding that map pool?
Yeah, we're feeling comfortable on this map. If you talk about match against Mindfreak, there was some mistakes and miscommunication, but it was all under control, and I was confident that we're going to win this map, and I'm confident in this map again today against Heroic.
And in terms of Mindfreak, they were pretty comfortable coming into that match. I think they had a bit more hope in terms of they felt maybe you guys are not as prepared as a lot of kind of those tier 2 teams that are starting to push up and have success. Did you feel like you guys were prepared going into that?
We're preparing for every team as usual. We don't have like, oh, it's Mindfreak, we can prepare less or something like that. No, we're preparing for every team, and we were ready to play against them. So it doesn't matter who you're playing against. Every time you're fighting for your maximum.
And in terms of Heroic, you guys have seen success against them. Obviously, they've went through some lineup changes recently. They've been trying to find their own form, but needless to say, this is a team that's beatable, right?
Sure, there is no one team that we cannot beat, you know. And the Heroic, it's time for revenge, because it's Angal Trio. They beat us when we won LAN tournament in Serbia 3 times in a row, and it's time to take revenge. And of course, it's going to be an interesting game, because I'm going to play against Nir. He's a great person, good player, and it's going to be interesting to be sure.
Good luck.
Thank you.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
Time for some revenge, apparently now. I mean, yeah, I'm here for that. I am here for that. Indeed, these guys will know each other very, very well. They will have played an awful lot in the past, so I think this is going to be kind of a banger matchup, and it does come as a surprise, I think, to see these two teams battling for elimination, actually. You know, the fact that we're not going to see a clean heroic get through. I think a lot of people have been behind them in particular, but NiGa, given the crop of other teams that are here in stage 1, we also probably would have expected them to, be battling for a qualification spot sooner rather than later. So it's a pretty tough game in that sense that these guys end up here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this though. I do think this is quite an interesting game just because, they'll know everything you need to know about a player like Tanea, right? But at the same time, Tanea will be able to get insights and gimmicks into what sort of NiGa like to do. And there's a world in which that could actually start to develop a little bit of an interesting game here. We could look in towards sort of this mental game that starts to be played, not even just in terms of the mechanics, but it's breaking each other down. And I'm interested to see how Zwei will fare up against this sort of level, and so how he should do against Tanea. Of course, Zwei being the sort of man to replace, previous top riflers and take similar sort of positions to what Tanea likes to do. Of course, he came in sort of post Flammis, but they have very similar roles in terms of what they're expected to do in the server, especially on those T sides as well. So I'm looking forward to see how the youngster can fare up against Tanea, who's got a lot more experience, but obviously a lot of that being within the tier 2 that Zwei is just starting to get. They've played quite a lot in the past, but it's mainly always been sort of heroic, or this core of heroic, who've ended up coming out on top. So we'll take a look at some pious to kickstart things for us. And do you know what? Honestly, not too bad, but I don't know about you, Scrib. I'm still looking for just, the some pious of old, just a little bit more out of him.
Yeah, there was definitely a time, I think, wasn't there, on Ents in particular, where this guy was really impressing and starting to move up the ranks in terms of the conversation of who the stronger AWPers are coming into CS2. And he definitely looked the best on that Falcons team that he played in. But in the same vein, I don't know if that's just because they give a lot of resources across something like this. You can see not bad in terms of the results, to be fair. I do like to take it way back to indeed the Movistar Riders and what he was able to do for that team. And I think certainly they dropped off pretty hard. They were still knocking on the door of tier 2 and whatnot, but once they lost him, they did indeed have a downturn. So I think he's had his impact for sure in the teams that he's played for, but it's maybe lacking a little bit. It could be part of, what Saul's trying to do here with the system. It could be part of where his game's just gone in recent months, but he's certainly not as explosive as maybe kind of the Iberian Counter-Strike trained him to be.
Yeah, I just want to see a little bit more out of him, honestly. I mean, for some bias, he's doing a good job and a solid job, but it's just about, we know this guy can be one of the best AWPers in the world, and we saw it. Even when he was dropped from Falcons, everyone was kind of saying, like, what are they doing? Like, he's being your best player. So we're still looking for that level of impact. It still feels like the moment when we talk about heroic, we talk about the impact of Tanea more than we talk about, oh, they've got some pious here. So that's sort of what I'm looking at. I just want to see that extra 10% out for him. But even still, what we're getting at the moment, 1.14 across the tournament so far, it's pretty solid. You'll take that every day of the week. But Heroic are looking to push further in towards the tournament. They're a side who sort of should be going towards stage 2. And the fact that they find themselves 1 and 2, I think is at least a little bit alarming for me. I thought worst case scenario, 3-1 for Heroic, coast through stage 1, lock themselves in towards stage 2, but now they're going to have to go through a bit of the gauntlet here in what is this tougher end of the Swiss stage, right? Going 1 and 2, have to win out here, then going towards the next and face off against what is a pretty difficult 2 and 2 side. All things considered, but you look towards some of their losses, Saw and 3D Max, both of which should have been beatable, and well, if they can't capitalize, of course, that's why they find themselves here. We're running through some NiGa highlights on the flip side. Now, they beat Mindfreak in this matchup as expected, but prior to that, losses to MIBR, which I think is fair enough, but NRG did feel like a bit of a shock. NRG played quite well, and I'll give them credit where it's due. The Americans actually stepped up in quite a big way, but it should have been a win for NiGa in terms of, I think NRG are still trying to find their footing, and NiGa at one point were a very dominant tier 2 side, obviously showed why they're not so much anymore.
Yeah, and I mean, although Lear is very much business as usual, we spoke to him yesterday, he's obviously just given an interview there as well and seems very calm. For sure. I think the way Dust 2 went down is not really a good mark for them, you know what I mean? I don't know that there's been vast improvements. There's still vulnerabilities in places. They were in a position early on that map to sort of close things out, and we were like, okay, maybe they will just completely trounce this 2-0, get it done cleanly, no problems. And then it comes very, very close on Dust 2, actually. And in a way, I have to argue Mindfreak may well have lost it themselves rather than NiGa turning it around. You remember the super low buy that NiGa were able to convert. So, you know, I think that this is a team that is going through a few changes. You sort of stick into the region, and it can be a bit tough, right, to try and find these players and get them experience. And we do see when people play in studio, on LAN, that kind of thing, yes, they've got the individual prowess that turns a lot of heads online, but can they keep it together in those big games? Can they figure out a way back into the matchup? Not always the case, as NiGa are kind of proving. We've got the veto here. We do have that Dust 2 pick coming out from NiGa. Mirage for Heroic, and then we end up on Train. So I'd like to get there. I'd like to see a Train finally, please.
Genuinely, this could be a series in which Train is probably not maybe expected, I think is the wrong word, but this feels like it has 3 maps written all over, right? I feel like this is a side where both teams are struggling a little bit, and it could actually bring something to the table. Okay, they're Dust 2 coming in to open things up. It's a very good map for NiGa. It's probably the only good map they really have, if we're being completely frank. Mirage on the flip side, very good map for Heroic, their best map in the pool, and it's a little bit of a punish over towards NiGa. So both of those are expected to go to the way that they've been picked. So that leaves Train, of course, as a decider, and that could be quite interesting. Both sides have played it a little bit. NiGa played it 3 times, I've won none of them. Heroic played it 2 times and won none of them. So who knows? Who knows? I mean, yeah, it's an interesting one. I actually genuinely think that Train could be required here, though. I really feel like Dust 2 and Mirage should just go the way they're picked in NiGa and Heroic respectively. But when you look at any puggy maps like this, like your Dust 2s, your Mirages, your Infernos, because they're maps that most people know, there's very little new things to see on it. All it takes is 1 or 2 players to pop off, and it's that man's on the left-hand side to near. If he pops off, it could be difficult for NiGa to deal with him. So we'll have to wait and see. But looks like we're getting live. Let's get on the way in towards our first map of the day here on the B-Stream. Welcome in. And there, of course, joined by Scriv. And it's Heroic NiGa to kickstart things. Heroic starting on that CT side, NiGa on the T side.
Yeah, I do like it. We saw in the interview the revenge arc, right? These guys played each other a fair bit last year. Kind of the 2 IT teams, at least the core of Heroic, of course, playing for Sangal, and they were really the teams to watch. Kind of both teams being invited to this particular Pro League is off the back of Sangal coming first and then NiGa coming second in ECL. So that was kind of the tale whenever they met. It was more Sangal with the victories. So see whether that is the case here today. A knockout game, of course. Looking good to get into the A-bomb site. Plant going to come in. It is this 3 versus 3, but a big head found by Risky Bob. I might just change the tides, and they may be calling to save, or is it just a reposition towards short here? It looks like a reposition all the same. Doesn't look like a great one. This is not a good situation to be in.
No, tough predicament. No kit. So I don't know how we're going to make this one stick. Tanir's going to hit some shots, and my God, does he? Why? Gets deleted, swing and a ding, but another find is hold on to one man Lear, tapping away through that smoke. It's Tanir to drop him. We just don't have time, though. If we had a kit, we might have tempted fate with that defuse. It will be NiGa winning the round, but my oh my. Heroic showing they've got a good couple of individuals. That was not a bad attempt at the retake. All it was down to was timing. So, a shaky start in both regards here, but I think both sides can take some positives from that. Bomb plant, round 1, great for NiGa, and you can see what it means as well. Look at that, Risky Bob getting loud. But on the flip side for Heroic, they've proved that they can go toe-to-toe, right? That they do have the individuals to win out raw aim duels. And probably hence why they've gone for a 4 spy. We got a FAMAS, an M4, double deagle, and a 5-7 for Youngster to round it out.
So a bit of the history, I think, of these teams, again, continues to be interesting. I do like NiGa as a project, you know what I mean? They're sort of what we're all about when you've got these like tier 2 teams trying to build up and survive and whatnot. NiGa have been around for such a long time, you know, outliving like Hellraisers.
Yeah, it's true.
And people like this that were at the same sort of time as them, but they also don't really make changes until like a big opportunity comes along to sell off that player and kind of better their career. So there's a lot of like, I think, low budget projects that could really learn how to run things. Because around the time that NiGa were coming up, you know, there's so many teams that just don't exist anymore that like were chopping and changing players way too much, and you know, no real stability and whatnot.
And I think it's spot on. I think NiGa, they've been around for absolutely ages, longer than I've been kind of casting in the industry, right? And I think they've always been a side who have been actually relatively scary in their own regards. And when you see teams like NiGa as well, I do wonder, just in general, are they sort of profitable, right? That's what obviously what a lot of teams are looking and aiming towards, right? Profitability. And I wonder, you know, because they've made some decent transfers and selling some decent players in the past. So potentially, right? Couple of good sponsors.
Yeah, I mean, I think so.
I don't know as well if they're one of those ones that are owned as well by like a, you know, like an ex-player type vibe, and it's that kind of community style. Those orgs are normally feel, you know, they feel quite good to be a part of. Or bar OG.
Well, you know, the OG hate just out of nowhere.
They've had a rough time of it. Let's not beat around the bush, but.
Yeah, it's true, but I think they're also moneyballing things out there. You have to respect it to a certain degree.
Yeah, sure.
Heavy God, their most recent piece of real estate that's moved on quite.
It's gotten better than Nip, right? So,
well,
it's a win.
You know, yeah, and I think Nip are a bit more. OG have never really been solidly committed to, you know what I mean, like get the checkbook out, spend loads of money, whatever. They're obviously trying
to Dota, right? That's where they're from.
Have a presence. You what? Sorry.
Are they Dota? Is that what they're like? Where they come from?
Yeah, I believe so. I think they're a bit of a dynasty in Dota. But then I don't know. Not really heard their name come up in Dota conversations.
Yeah, I do not follow Dota.
I will hold my hands up before, you know, I get people angry at me or whatever for fake news. I'm not the biggest Dota knower.
He likes League.
A little bit.
Chat, let him have it. He likes League.
Hey, listen, mate. I like playing League. We have actually recently just quit League. I'd like, you know,
nice.
honor.
Oh, you're moving up in the world. This is
let the record show.
Big steps.
Yeah, but it's probably like it's like smoking, mate. It's like the 8th time that I've quit League. You know what I mean? Over the past decade.
Yeah,
so
that's fair enough.
I'll probably be back in some capacity, but I think I'm just a bit too old now. You know what I mean? Like when I was 18, 19, you could maybe get through it.
Yeah.
And thrive in the toxicity or whatever to try and rank up. But I've never been very good at League. You know, I've not hit high heights in CS, but I'd say I got like to a decent level for a regular player. In League, I've always been fair to crap. You know what I mean? Like
fair.
Gold, getting gold is an achievement for me, and that's like not even halfway up the ranks, really.
Right.
So, you know.
All right. Fair enough. Deep nade towards long here. Actually, I was playing a little bit of an aggro angle, but I think now we've lost long control and pit. It's probably not worth the risks on Pius. Getting spammed upon a little bit. Well, a decent amount of damage, but not enough to worry him with the AWP, that is. He'll continue scoping round. Or second flash. He avoids both quite well, in all fairness. Exiled will be flashed in, but Risky Bob wasn't caught by it. Brilliant swing and a fine Leah. What is that? Looks like A site's open, and it looks like Heroic are saving NiGa. About to be 4-0 up.
Kind of ridiculous. A pretty crazy round for sure. Wow. Yeah, just flying in. It was a great flash towards short. I do like the play from Heroic, but unfortunately just too many bodies around the corner. Not everybody blinded up. So this is looking good for NiGa, rolling through some pretty early motions, but just making it look easy. Heads falling and rolling. Yeah, I mean, that's it there. His teammates were blinded, but he was just on the anti-flash corner.
That Lear swing. Pretty special, that one. My oh my, NiGa. Shocking us a little bit, has to be said. I didn't expect this. I really thought Heroic would be the side to kind of come out the gates earlier. Heroic are normally a side that start really strong as well into matchups and maps specifically, and are able to really kind of find their form. And yeah, not seeing any of that right now. Slow start and an early pause here. So getting on the mic, understandably, he needs to steady this ship. We've got to get, I think, into this series as early as the NiGa are a side that can actually be quite difficult to deal with when they start snowballing, and that's sort of what we're seeing at the moment.
I do have it on good authority here as well. Apparently OG are not great in Dota at the moment either.
Is Twitch chat come to save us?
Yeah. This is probably why we don't see them get the checkbook out as much, just because it's dangerous.
Right.
Yeah, maybe they are the NIP of Dota.
Oh, you hate to see it. You really hate to see it.
Well, maybe I'm just saying that. I don't know if that's a good equivalency, but we'll find out, I suppose. Yeah, a legendary organization, but just not quite hitting.
X-Loud.
You know.
Good start. Needed that opening kill for Heroic. You get one, you get out. Even though he's basically 1 foot in the grave, I think you can be pretty happy with this. I do wonder how things change for Heroic off the back of that pause. And I wouldn't mind seeing, as you just seen there, like a little bit more of this proactivity type thing on the CT side. It's always, for me, a really good indicator of how confident a team feels on Dust 2, is how aggro they like to get on their CT side, and how much they're willing to fight and take map control and make the T side feel uncomfortable. Double stack car, one window. Heroic are really reading the B play here. This could be an absolute slaughter. In comes the util, both playing anti. Youngster up close as well, and behind that car for the first. Trying to get the player jumping up B way, they expect the second. So Tanir delivers, missed shot with the AWP, and that is the round. Khan, no chance in hell. What a read by Heroic. I think all credits have to go towards LNZ for that one. Mid-round calls 3 players to stack up B. Super well played.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of the time going for that kind of a risk is not going to pay off, but this car setup in particular, I don't even know that I'm pretty sure he got banged instantly. Actually, the mid player didn't really need him, but the old classic of 2 players in the same spot. Immediate timeout comes in from NiGa though. We are really not messing around here today. They absolutely look set to take this one all the way down to the wire. Revenge arc, bit of rivalry between these 2 cores squads, but of course tournament life on the line as well, and you have to be very, very present these next couple of days. This is not a 2-2 game, right? Yeah. It's not a one and done and then you're back in. These are guys that are having to roll it back with 2 wins in a row, you know, and that 2-2 bracket, if you get there, is going to be pretty scary as well. There's a few teams that have maybe surprised us and let us down and whatnot that are not close to qualification themselves.
Some bias, spotted one. It'll break open, just spots ahead. But not enough. Oh, gets a tag on towards Risky Bob there with Tanir on the secondary AWP. Unconfirmed damage, but good damage all the same. You'll take it.
Oh, yikes. Sumpire's totally caught off. A-bomb side looks pretty vulnerable then. LNZ surely going to go down. Trying to slow things down, but unfortunately just too much, you know, and they're caught off the whole time there. So, unlucky. Heroic right back to saving. NiGa right back to winning. Not really the best.
Yeah, this map is not looking great for Heroic. They really do not feel on their game right now, and it's starting. You know, we've had, I think it's safe to say, quite a few series that have been a bit of a dud, right? You know, kind of done and dusted from the first few rounds. We know who's going to win. There's no real conversation points. This one felt like it actually had the idea about being relatively competitive, the storylines behind it as well, with, of course, Tanir at one's point playing with these guys, and you know, they know each other very well, and they've obviously played against each other so many times too, but right now, Heroic yet to start. Today will save the AWP. He's given that luxury, at least for now. They're going for a late tunnels push, though. He's in window, and he will just about tuck his head on off, so he's okay. AWP kept in play. Fist bumps all around. NiGa, loving life.
Who do you think has, like, the best name in this game?
Risky Bob's camera on up there, I reckon.
Risky Bob is up there, right?
I do.
Ask that, I don't know.
Yeah, I'd love to ask him where's that name from? Risky Bob. I don't know.
Yeah, not just a regular Bob, because that would still be good. A risky Bob.
Bob would also be like a pretty sick name if you just called Bob and you're like a tier 1 pro player. That'd be pretty based.
No relation to your actual.
Yeah. Just like super wrong. I feel like youngsters pretty good for like you know, like kind of like the TikTok kids and that, you know, like replacing like
sure.
You know,
I think
the A's with the X and stuff. That's like very like rappers like doing that kind of thing.
Oh yeah. You know, but like when he's playing on NIP in 10 years time.
Oh yeah.
With the older 31-year-old pros, and he's just called youngster. It's like, I don't know if that's still. He's gonna have to change it at some point, isn't he? Like to old man or whatever, you know, to kind of keep up.
Keep up with the times. There's a bit around here, potentially. 2 remaining for Heroic, but we've got for NiGa, I say, but we've got Heroic who had left the B site and they're now pulling their way back over. LNZ is mid-rounder for Youngster to take a bit of control here, and that would be the right call. This nade could be chunky. It does go a little short, though. A nice shot from Risky Bob. 2 versus 2. Hang on a moment. Something's brewing here. LNZ waiting for a moment to pounce. He can't capitalize on the kill. Molly over to try and deny the plant. I don't know if it'll even spread enough, and it won't. So now we're retaking the B site, which is statistically one of the hardest sites to retake. In a 2 versus 2, a lot of people tagged, a lot of damage dealt, and questions about where they are. Nade and a flash, may I say, to give them space in the door. He's not peeking. Risky Bob playing for the swing, and he hits the shot. No way is this round going to be converted for NiGa. A tag on towards Sumpires as well. Oh, Sumpires! How has he transferred that? He's got a kit, and I'm pretty sure he's got time. Oh my god, he's bailed out Heroic from a dicey spot with a ridiculous spray down.
You can't be serious. And look at him. He's just
nonchalant.
It's like, yeah, whatever, man. You know. Just another day at the office. But yeah, I mean, should have been there round. This is the thing. One of my favorite things, I don't know if lots of teams do it, but one of the earlier insights that I got into like how teams work and whatnot was from Josh Steele Nissan, actually, and James IRL when they were. Well, you know, he's working the event. He's working the event. But they were, you know, the two of them, James IRL coaching Ghost. They were the brain behind it, and they had a little thing within the team that they would do after a round or say after a round, which is NGE, which means not good enough. And I think that round is an example of that from Heroic, right? Yes, they won, but they got a triple kill to kick it off. It should not be coming down to a 1v1. So, yeah, still work to be done, for sure, on that Heroic side, and they've also got to close the gap. So, no celebrations just yet. Oh, I like this. However, some bias gets flattened, so it was a cool idea. Just doesn't quite work.
An opener as well, on towards Sumpire. So off the back of a nice moment, he's immediately put in the ground again, has to watch on the sidelines. It's maybe a slightly tilting one to lose for NiGa because it was in your grasp. But I think if you're level-headed about it, it's kind of coming back on what we were saying. That never should have been their round anyway. So the fact they even got close to it is testament to how solid they're playing. And it doesn't feel like they've been tilted. They come straight back in towards this next round and opening kill, pump the brakes, get a bit of control, and now start spacing their way out towards long. Flash will come over, does nothing because no one was peeking from the NiGa. And in comes the Yuto. I mean, A-side's open here. This is going to be a bit of a dicey retake. And you've got Lear on the lurk. Timing could be everything. Hits a shot. And he gets out. I love that.
Oh, another as well. It's got to be the round, probably. Lear's won it out by himself. Bro, wow. They're already dead. They're already dead. Stop beating them, you know? God damn. LNZ, nothing he can do either, so yeah, this is rough. Heroic with an individual kind of move, then the clutch, but they just cannot string any together, it seems. NiGa, as you say, don't let it get to them, right? The fact that they lose that round, they're like, all right, it's cool, we brought it close, we're keeping it competitive every single moment. How do we feel about that boost on the Xbox smoke or whatever was going on in that last... I don't know that I've ever really seen that.
Unorthodox.
Bit funky.
Wait, hang on. 5-7 up close. This is my gun. Come on. No! I keep trying to say the best bang for your buck gun, but if it doesn't get a kill, it doesn't help. So, the pistol round shut down. Yeah, I don't mind that boost, you know. I like when I just see things that are a little bit unorthodox, a little bit new. X-Fouled. Toying his wire a little bit there, and he's had a bit of a slow start to the game, unfortunately, the youngster. We had a, you know, in the interview yesterday, we had a bit of a question with Lear talking about Zwei, and he said that, you know, he's got a lot to do to work on, but, you know, he really believes he can be, you know, like a top tier 1 player, and apparently so do a lot of other people. Monacy, Dunk, so... You know, he's been touted in a very high regard, but I don't know about you, I haven't quite seen it just yet. I always do my sort of like top 5 bold predictions on my players to watch that aren't tier 1 just yet, but I think can be. And he was, when I did my shortlist about tail end of last year coming into January, he was in that list. I think he was somewhere around like 3 or 4. And having casted the NiGa quite a lot over the span of the last couple of months, I've actually moved them out of the top 5 and just put them as sort of an honorable mention so far. I still need to record that video, but at the moment, I don't know, I just haven't seen enough that like makes me convinced on like the eye test. It's just because it always seems like he doesn't play to maybe expectations. I don't know if that's the right way of putting it.
Well, obviously you get like a high standard set. And we talked about this, I think the first time we casted them, didn't we, the other day, when it's like the past couple that we've had, we've been right about. Yeah. Monacy gets picked up for big money and he's sick. Donk gets picked up or moved up onto Spirit main team. Everyone's saying he's going to be like incredible, unbelievably good, and we're right, you know?
Yeah.
So we're also maybe in a little bit of like, it'd be similar for the sporting brains out there to like the hot hand fallacy, right? Where the next one we call, we got to be right about, you know? The next one that you hear where it's like, oh yeah, Zwei, and there's a lot of tier 2 guys actually, especially I think Trav was pretty up on Zwei when he joined the team, one of the first out of us to cast him and whatnot, and he must have farmed or whatever. And unfortunately, I don't think he's quite hitting in the same way.
Agreed, yeah.
He'd probably go back to the online games, probably go back to the tier 2 games and still look pretty good and the best player on NiGa. But when it comes to playing at LAN at the moment, it does seem he's having a few jitters, which is also fine. He's still very young and he could still pop off in the next couple of years, but he's not quite, like I say, hitting in that same way that Monacy or Donk does. And, you know, he might not be in that GOAT contention conversation immediately like they were, right? I still think he's going to be good. I still think give it some time. Yeah, and that's also completely fine.
Right, you know, we've got to give it the benefit of the doubt. Back in towards this one. Taneer's up close. Xanta going to clear him. Good work. Youngster's still somewhere back sight, and he gets one. And another as well. He's running low on ammo, so he just needs to tap away. He pulls out the reload, but he opts for the pistol, and that'll cost him his life. 2 versus 2 with 40 seconds. Flash comes over. I'm going to get this bomb down. We've had a retake on this site already once before, not too long ago. This time it's a double tunnels play for Heroic as they wrap in the backlines, and this is being held for the AK Xanta was having a little look in. They might send LNZ first and hope that we see a bit of a Sunbias miracle once again, but there's information gained. Molly down to force him off the angle. He's spamming through the smoke, but it's Sunbias is all at range. Time ticking though, we gotta go. They flood out towards the side, can't. Nade will land right at his toes, and he'll get cleaned up. What a round, and what a retake.
Youngster in particular, bro, really, really good stuff from him. I see one that we got thrown in was Jim Fat from Mouse NXT.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat said that he's also worked out pretty well. I'd still maybe go on to argue not quite at the same level.
Do you reckon?
Really?
I would say
he's potentially just outside of the bracket. But
I wouldn't say like
still
he's
not quite
GOAT material, but he also doesn't play those roles. Like, you know, he's like, you know,
this is true.
In terms of like supporting anchor, that kind of vibe, right? He's like a young kid who's come from an academy league straight to tier 1 and won multiple tier 1 trophies, including the most recent one. Like, I don't know, dude. I for me, that is a stark success. Like, I think that is one of the most successful kind of like, you know, online to tier 1 jump ups we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely in the conversation. I just don't think he's like at the top of the conversation in the same way, you know, Monacy and Donkwa. I mean, the thing is as well with like, you could look at Monacy if we're really going to microscope it. He's maybe not won as many trophies as his like eye test and the hype behind him and, you know, all that kind of stuff, especially last year when people had him in the #1 spot.
True.
So it's like, how do you really quantify it? Is it just the way they look and play, or is it sort of like you're saying as well, where they come from and what they do for the team? Like,
yeah, I think for his roles, I would actually say like if we do like role specific, I'd actually make the argument that like Yimfat is at that level. Like 3 major trophies, 4 of you include Betboom Datcher, but 2 pro leagues and a Cluj. And for his role with a young team, I don't know, man. I'd give him his respects. Like, you know. Maybe Zershan, you can make that argument because of the roles he plays, right? But I think for the impact Yimmy has, I'm also a fan, so who knows?
Yeah, it's all, I think it's just one of like my
and also
kind of shadow box things around.
Zawari in chat's put a pretty good thing. He was literally voted 2nd best anchor in the entire world last year. I think that's a pretty. I don't know. For me, that's got to be justified as he's made it.
Yeah, well, it's definitely making it, but like, would you, in your mind and in your categorization of players, does he fit into that same bracket of discovered, picked up, and, you know, playing to like, not just a world-class level, but like some of the best in the world? I think it's definitely in there. I'm slowly kind of convincing myself.
Yeah,
you know,
I would say of all the talent that's come through, I think he's easily top 5, is how I put it.
Okay, sure.
Like, of all the, like, you know, young, all these persons sort of discovered, I would say he's top 5, is sort of how I would put it. That is a swing. He'll find a kill. Tanir will as well. 3 versus 2, developed pretty quickly. We're trying to escape in the smoke here, Tanir. Xanta was in hot pursuit. This is a, you know, weird sort of force round that actually has looked like he's going to give a bit of something towards Heroic. I don't know. Sunbias, yeah, I'm going to say if Linus doesn't catch him, Sunbias will. So it's Khan left all alone. Bomb on his back in a 1 versus 3. But make that a 1 versus 2 now as well. Smoke down towards doors. That'll give him the cross if he wants to. He's trying to catch the spam. Is it a tap or is it a stick? It's a stick, and that'll cost him his life. And that'll be the round, and that'll be the half. 8-4, NiGa. Honestly, a really, really good start coming through for them. You know, for NiGa, we had question marks about them so far in this tournament and how far they go. And this is not a bad start to their map pick. Dusty looking very clean, 8-4.
Yeah, Heroic just can't keep that all-important consistency. We talk about it a lot, but I think it is, you know, very much an important part of the game, and they just never really had a solid presence. But again, they hit that sort of bare minimum. We've got both teams NiGa are going to be quite happy, of course, but we do have Heroic that are like, okay, at least we're still in the conversation and competing here. Should be able, with a pistol, to close that gap, so on and so on. But NiGa's pick of Dust 2 working out pretty nicely here. We'll see you in a few.
As he turns it, Ice headshot.
Alrighty, welcome back in. Second half about to get underway, and it's honestly it's NiGa out the gates who have been looking absolutely fantastic. 8-4 is the spot that they are in. But even what we've seen from Heroic, the rounds they've been taking, one of which required some pious in a masterful 1v2 clutch. Another one was a 2v2 that felt like it really could have very easily fallen flat. So I don't think Heroic have convinced themselves just yet that they are in this game. They're competitive right now. But a pistol round, that might just do it. NiGa now on towards our CT side. T side is generally what teams prefer on Dust 2. The start, though, is not good. Tanir gets caught by Zwei, who wants to stick around for more. Has to pull off a reload, and Xanta overextends. It's still a little bit of chaos in the server, and Zwei gets caught in 2 mines. So Youngster will capitalize upon it. 2 versus 2.
Yeah, it feels like there should have been more kills almost with how much fighting was going down. So the fact we're in a 2 versus 2 is messing with my brain. Lear's here early. Can't stop them moving in, but that bomb is a little late. Smoke comes down eventually, trying to block it, get ahead of it. Is indeed Khan. Again, no shots landing here. Such a weird pistol. They're on top of each other. That is not ideal. Lear with the big find. It's the Glock out for Youngster as he runs low on ammo. Going to go in for that hold. They're looking to 2-man swing in. He just about gets the bomb down and gets around the corner. Resets the game to try and find the heads. Not going to happen in the end, but he is awfully, awfully close. Still a huge one for NiGa, and you can see what it means and what they're going to be able to do with it now.
Yeah, that is honestly massive. It's good that we get to see you know, like a bomb blow come out, because that could allow Heroic to force buy right back in if they want to, but they needed a pistol. They just needed to alleviate a lot of the pressure here. And that'll make things a lot harder. Well done, my Khan, out of the tail end. Nice as well. That's what we like to hear. Celebrations coming through, and NiGa getting fired up, and deservedly so. They are 5 rounds up on Heroic right now. I don't think many of you at home would have been expecting this one. Yes, it is the NiGa's map pick, but Heroic always would come in as the overall series favourites. Not playing like it right now. Zwei to start catching Youngster. That's one of the few premium guns already down and dropped. A smoke will come through, but actually a smoke that Risky Bob can play around.
Oh. X-Cloud. Just got to watch himself. Trying to get that upgrade, of course. Spam's pretty good here. AK trying to return it. Not quite going to happen. I was going to say this is dangerous because Risky Bob was low on ammo. I think he needed to sneak in a reload there to just give the full cover. Sight gets overwhelmed pretty easily. And with this AK in business, I think you start to worry, don't you? B-bomb sight, infamously hard to retake, of course. There is a kit. There's a flash. That's really about all they've got. Leah reveals himself. Who goes in first is always the conversation on a B retake. Not gonna happen. Goodness me. Some Pius doesn't even realize he got that frag. And Khan has to back off. So kind of a mess there from NiGa. They had 2 on the site. It felt like they were in a good spot.
It's true. It's honestly a good response, and Heroic, they needed it. It's one where we can talk about how, sure, it's all well and good getting the pistol, right? But the force buy makes a lot more sense, I think, in the sense, because now we can start spiraling forward. And we should expect the force buy to come back in response from NiGa. They're in double eco. Their economy is still a little bit worse for wear in this next round, so you may just want to try and do anything you can to support this one save rifle, but at least can have a conversation before they get there. Box on the mic. This is their second, a third, may I say, for NiGa. Timeout, previous one in round 10, so all timeouts have been called, despite actually having quite an extensive lead as well. But an MR12, it's so feeble. It can so quickly be eradicated. So I understand this thought process here of where you want to just rein things in a little bit. As a just in case. Heroic are not a bad spot, though. If they can get this next round, money gets broken, and then we can start talking about them spiraling and closing out on that deficit very, very rapidly.
You know, my question, I just thought, like, thinking of things to talk about. What happened to Season? Where did that map go?
I think it was kind of terrible, I think, if I'm right in saying.
I think you might be right that it's like it was in
bad.
And then like even in comp, right?
Yeah.
You know, pro play a little bit in some leagues, I think. And then Valve just kind of got rid of it. And I think everyone was happy that they got rid of it.
Yeah, I agree. There's a very quick B execute here. My Heroic flying in towards the site. I mean, there's no questions about it. Xanta just left to save an AK if he can. It should be okay to do so. He was spotted in towards top of short, but I don't know if actually he's going to get cleared this late in the round. And I think they might give him the respect to keep hold of that. They don't have a lot of long-term econ themselves. Oh, well. 9-6, and with that being a force by obviously an eco in towards the next round here, Heroic can make this a 2-round game. 2-round game basically locks it in place that it's 1 gun round the difference.
Curious to see what NiGa have got in store. I think a weird kind of game state that they find themselves in. This gap closes a bit quicker than they would expect or like. Ooh, nice nade. Keen dink here could make all the difference. Khan just makes it around that corner. We are in for another B stack and another classic. As soon as a team goes in for a stack, there'll be no one here. So Round probably swings the way of Heroic pretty easily, youngster. Spots all the info, so they'll feel safer about their A hit in just a moment here. A couple kills coming round as well, so probably see the AK start to think about saving now.
Yeah, I think it's just the right way to go about it. Can't gonna get caught on the retreat. You got an AK, you got a 5-7, keep hold of them here. Bomb will go down, round will be 1. Like we said, 2-round game. And this is, you know, from what was a really dominant sort of half, and how things were kind of kick-started, and NiGa building up such a strong gap over Heroic. It's now a 1-gun round being the difference. This very feeble position that they're in is probably actually really concerning for them. And now no more timeouts either. It's going to make things considerably harder. It's just a really awkward spot that NiGa sort of put themselves into. I'd say at least with an AK save, it's something to work with. Don't know if we've got enough here for an AWP to be dropped over towards Khans. They might have to just play 4 rifles for this NiGa side, but they're in a bit of a predicament. Heroic are very quickly closing down the gap, and it's the same thing where, you know, NiGa, even if they were to find a 10th here, yes, it'd be good, but it wouldn't affect the money over towards Heroic. They'd rebuy back in, no issues. On the flip side, Heroic find that 8th here, money's broken, game's tied up, and with how momentum's feeling, you'd argue it should go the way of Heroic. Shot was close there. That's why he gets across.
Just about. Pretty big round here. I think this one could decide things, honestly. Heroic have got so much momentum at the moment, looking pretty dangerous. It's just going to be a straight up B execute, so no messing around, no giving the game away though, importantly. Zvire's just left in a raw aim duel situation. He finds 2. It's Bob through the smoke. No risks here today as he will just spam away and find a frag. 4 versus 2 before the bomb's even gone down.
Molly airburst there as well. Alright, saying, I think an airburst because it landed on X-Floud's head. So, doesn't happen all too often. Swinging a 5 from him, a trade comes through short. 1 versus 3, some Pious. I don't know if he'd expect all the way from spawn. And he won't. Xanta gets in behind. NiGa needed that round. And not only did they need it, they needed it as cleanly as that as well. An AWP for Khan to be picked up. A double AK and 3 staying alive. So important for them. My God. That is a massive, massive round to be taking. And once again, alleviates a bit of this pressure that felt like it was building up. A really decent shutdown towards B. Ektor had to get both on that window swing. And the fact that he doesn't probably kills them. Yes, Leah. That's what we want to hear. They're feeling it again. Good. That's what we need. That's when NiGa feel like they do their best work. When they get fired up, loose style of Counter-Strike, Leah losing his mind with the war cries. I'm back to believing.
Yeah.
The doubts are gone.
Vibes CS, bro.
That's
Vibes.
tier 2 EU in a nutshell.
Well, it is. It is indeed. Especially with these, you know, CIS regen.
Yeah, yeah.
I think they just go crazy. Yeah. Dangerous territory here. Heroic take a timeout. They're going to have to bounce back. They've done decently well. I wouldn't say it's amazing. I wouldn't say it's death-defying quite yet. Not their map pick necessarily, all this kind of stuff, but you want to be winning every map, every game you play. It has to be the mindset, particularly when you are at this stage of risk. It could all blow up in your face in just a couple hours' time.
Some Pious waiting for a swing. Waiting for somebody to push those tunnels. XR gonna pop Linus over. There's no one there. Minute to work with. They really do like this B site, Heroic, and I mean it makes sense if you can get a post plant, but getting out in itself is Always the easiest. Oh, risky Bob. Oh, that spam is brutal. Youngster was just trying to, well, risk it himself by pushing the smoke. It'll cost him, but then Leah gets caught by an X-Fouled lurk. Speaking of lurks, Xanta's push long. What is happening in this round? Flank upon flank, and they're now going to go back towards A.
Yeah, kind of a crazy turn of affairs. What we're going to see here, folks. Oh, the tag could make a difference. Can they deal with Khan trying to just sort of smoke him off? But he's still pretty confident to go rolling in. Timing is nasty. Ooh, near up close. Oh my goodness. Crazy AWP work from Khan there to hold on to that A side.
Santa's happy. He's really making sure. Yeah, and Leah expressing his gratitude. Khan has stepped up in a humongous way backside there. First, as that smoke, he used the gap to find that short player here, and then jumping up on the box. It's a quick shot. It's not an easy shot towards Tanir as well. Super well played. Look at this. Santa's just really expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much. You've bailed us out. 11-7, 2 rounds away now for NiGa. And it looks like Heroic are running out of ideas. A very quick mid to B split, but risky Bob finds the first, Y with the second. Can't nail it behind though. So a quick little trade here, and B side's open.
They just saving? Or is, yeah,
I don't even actually blame them here. They haven't got a lot of economy. I don't, like, you know, retaking the B site, it's brutal, dude.
And you're so far away, right? They're going to have, like, hardly any
How would you fix that? What are the... I know, obviously, this is something that Sponge has brought up before about Dust 2 in particular. Like, first of all, you shouldn't be able to save on the site. That's a given, right? That shouldn't be the case, but... I was trying to brainstorm, how do you make the B site a little bit more retakeable? And I don't know what you'd even do. It'd probably have to be something to do with the doors.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely changed when they flipped the doors. That small little change, I think, just gives a bit more vision to a CT side. If they get there in good time, like if they know it's going to be a B hit or whatever, they can do a bit more with it. I think, obviously, in this case, they were just really far away. I'm not sure. I think it would just need, like, a bit of a restructure. I think it's like the tunnel area.
Yeah,
maybe open the tunnels a bit further back or something. Like, don't make it quite as long. And then it just gives you more space to work with when you come out on the retake. You don't have this... It's the car area, isn't it, that I think it just makes it quite hard to full clear. Basically means that, you know, your tunnel guy, you either just leave him to do his own thing or don't even send anyone tunnels on a retake.
Look at this.
Maybe get rid of, like, back plat, you know?
One dumpster separates Tanir and Xanta. I don't know if they'll know about each other. Some bias definitely doesn't. And Tanir couldn't trade immediately to Xanta. I don't know if he realizes Tanir's even here. They snuck past. There was a barrage of smoke, so the molly will come down. Now they'll know. Tanir is low. He's trying to get support from LMZ, and he does. Oh my god, it was such a weird start to that round. But at least they bought time for...
Xanta needed to trade that one.
Yeah, they bought time for the rotation. Risky Bob anti-flash. FAMAS up close. FAMAS 1.5. Orb swing and a miss. And Khan... Oh no, he hits one mess up, but he gets out. And that's all that matters. This is absolute chaos here. Flash over. Khan will reposition now to try and catch them on the run. Cross. And the shot breaks open the smoke. What is happening here? And a late push. And no! Why? What are we doing? What are we doing? That's probably costing the round. I think Khan's just got to save.
Yeah, I mean, he's way too low to move in there by himself. Oh, God, that is awful. Awful to watch. I mean, it's max range. It's dangerous. He's kind of played it sort of correctly. I mean, just shoot him in the head. Take your time. But, you know, he's bursting it down. He's not just spraying and praying. Yeah, I think that's kind of how I would feel after that one as well. Yikes. That is a big yikes.
That's so tilting. That's so tilting.
Yeah.
I know, it's moments like that where it comes back to this narrative we brought about, you know, Donk and Monacy have given this guy kind of the number one, and I'm just not convinced. And that looked like it was nerves more than anything.
Yeah.
He was well off.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
He's not looking at you, mate. He's not looking at you. Just take your time, and I think that's it. Like, you get in this, as you say, slightly nervy, on edge kind of play style that it's like, as soon as you see an enemy, you got to shoot at him and, you know, he's going to kill me. You get like very panicked, and you have to be calm in these moments. You have to be not panicking, basically. And I think he doesn't quite have that, does he?
Yeah, I just didn't have probably the confidence to back himself. That's just brutal. I mean, it is a tilting one without a shadow of a doubt. He's not on a bad map, in all fairness. 12 and 15 is not terrible, especially if you win. It'll be ultimately sort of who cares, but some bias. Creeping his way. Oh, both spotted each other, and I think quite smartly so. The pistol's waiting for them to get a little closer. Utal over, but it's just a massacre. Nice shot by Khan, but a lot more that needs to be done by the AWP here. And they might just completely pull away and go towards B.
Yeah, just ignore him. Do you see the big news of the day, bro? You see the big news? Roy has retired.
I did. Honestly, fair play. You know, he's had a good career. It was good timing. He's also joined. He's become an agent now, like a talent partnerships manager, an agent.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, it's a good time. It was like 30 something. So,
he also started very late. That's the kind of cool story with Roy, is that,
like Jax, for example, right?
Going pro until 25.
Yeah, Jack's another one like that. One of the few rare ones who weren't, I guess, like, you know, grinding when they were kind of kids and essentially had all the free time. But yeah, good career, honestly. I think for when he started and what he was able to achieve, and being a bit of a journeyman, but also like very important for his domestic scene too. So
I might be able to unmute him now on Twitter. I think I had him muted for a while because, you know, he used to post the smiley face like, I think like a 10-year-old.
Yes, yeah. I do.
It was funny like once, and then when he just made it his whole like brand, I was like, right, this guy's getting muted, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I just don't want to see that on my timeline.
Gotta go. Yeah, that's fair enough. We're in a one-round game here. Round number 22, 11-10 still. Double stack short. X-Floud here is going to molly up close. That flash was absolutely sumptuous from Xanta. Not a damn thing X-Floud could do there. Brutal timing, because it's just as he's pushing a little further forward to bang that molly off the window, and he gets caught by the flash. But an opening kill for NiGa. Get this round, you get 12, you put the pressure on Heroic. If you're able to go a map up in the series, who knows? Some Pious creeping round. Oh my god, flashback, or a smoke mass that comes over. Khan might just play full contact here. I don't know, are they going to clear him? Not effectively. Spots the bomb, gets the second. Khan, beautiful pistol pulled out, and he gets to the Portalier. That is huge. Lost. Man of some Pious already tagged in that pit, and his nade breaks it open, which potentially could have cost him his life. But surely, yeah, he knows there is zero chance he is saving this AWP. Glock pulled out. He's trying to fight up around it as well, but he's being flanked. This one is done. It's the NiGa map point on their map pick. And he will go down in the end. And obviously, you know, a good choice to drop the AWP, because I'm pretty sure they can't afford one at all. I think they've only got about $3.5 grand or so to work with. So I think that's a very smart decision.
Yeah, in isolation. Just unfortunate, really, you know, first guy's playing anti-flash. They're not quite sure what they're going to do. That is the risk of contacting up. And they just were not ready for the car guy. So, you know, if there's no on car, I think it's quite a nice play. They are way ahead of that smoke that got thrown. They could have been the ones doing the catching off, but not the case today. Wide swing comes in. Are you serious? So we're both set up for that as well. That's just crazy. That is just crazy. Zwei gets the double, and certainly he's been under the microscope in this series. We've been talking about him a lot. Maybe, just maybe, he's had the impact when it matters.
True. That's a very nice double to step up with, and a good trade to keep numbers in favour 4 versus 3. I mean, obviously he's tagged down low. 1 minute 10 to get this final round. Lear going to play up close. We've still got this double play in tunnels. I don't love the idea about pushing because that gives some Pius the chance to isolate fights. Now we're back into a different spot. They could be going back towards B, and that would be the right call. Khan going to try and go through mid. The flash! Does it work? It does. It's just about on towards Linus. The spam nearly got something behind it. Now Zwei, as the smoke comes down towards door, he's alone here, and he will get nailed. Swing and a miss from Khan. 1 versus 2 for Xanta. To win this map, for NiGa, he's going to try and creep through the smoke. No, he opts against it, opting for a window play. And another smoke comes down. Xanta moves his way forward, spots one, but he can't deliver. Heroic, secure an 11th. And we need the full 24 rounds to decide this.
Hey, I am happy, bro. This is probably the first map and series that we're getting that feels like the stakes are being answered to. You know, we've had some very one-sided affairs on our shifts. Deserving of an overtime. Plenty of clutches, plenty of really nice post-plant moments. Feels like whenever Heroic get into that B bomb site, they're winning the round, right? Maybe that's something that they tap into. Oh, man, look at the buy, bro. It is awful for NiGa. Surely an overtime here.
I think for me, the one thing that I'll come back to is that idea to push tunnels at that point. Just why? I don't get why you needed to. Your numbers advantage in a 2-2 split. All you had to do was sit back there. And I know I mentioned earlier, but I like when teams do things a little bit kind of proactive, but I just felt like it wasn't worth the risk because the guy pushing is the guy with full HP and you're leaving Zwei with 35 HP alone on the site. And obviously it wasn't going to work out for him. So it's difficult, man. Tough predicament. Zwei going to drop a smoke. I'm obviously going to give away his position. Yeah, he was, unfortunately, always dead in that spot. Linus, fine for him. On towards Lear. X-File going to drop Risky Bob. This round is done. Overtime required. Running a gun for Xanta is not going to amount to anything. And a flawless round to close it out. Overtime required here. And NiGa have really let this game, this map, slip away from their grasp.
Not a good look. They started off so very well. Their pick going swimmingly. And now anything but, sir. I think it makes the conversation very, very interesting indeed. And particularly if this carries on and Heroic are able to take things, then they've got Mirage coming up next, right? So NiGa, for all their vibes Counter-Strike, and they were looking good, looking happy. Plenty of clutch moments went their way in the first half, right? They're going to need this, I think. It will knock them for 6 if things slip through their fingers.
Xanta gets caught. Start things off. Not what you want to see. Linus has managed to tuck himself. He actually gets back out over towards tunnels. That's probably the safer spot to be in. Oh, Khan was going aggro there, and it felt like he had the right idea. I think it's nailed by X-Cloud. A swing and a hit as well on towards Lear. Util and Handle cost him his life, but this round should be done here. It's a 2 versus 4. Zwei spots and drops one in towards it. Oh my god, he might get another, but his crosshair goes wayward. And leaves Risky Bob all alone. 1 versus 3. They only know of 2 as well. He still feels like there's a late lurk brewing somewhere. Finds one. Hang on a second. Finds a second. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh my god, missed shot with the AWP. Oh no. No way is Risky Bob going to pull this off. 1 versus 3. Pulls out the pistol. Oh, and he dances round the site. How have Heroic let that round slip? What are we doing, boys? Why is the Bricks player not peeking? Why have we fought like that? 1v1 in a 3v1, and you've gifted it over to Big Man Bob.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it is a yikes. It is a yikes. The late peak from some pious and then missing the shot. You know what I mean? I think as soon as this player goes down, you've got to peek it. You've got to peek it, especially if your teammate is hiding and then he pops up. There should be a coordinated move there. He can't even believe it. Liz like, no way. Really? Oh my goodness. That is, yeah, incredible scenes, and surely got to give NiGa the boost that they were looking for. They've been very flat for quite a few rounds. Happy to be in the overtime, it feels like, you know, with how regulation was going. But a clutch like that could turn the tides. You don't have a lot of time to readjust, right, when you're in the OT.
Wow. After losing a round like that for Heroic, I wonder how tilted they're going to feel. Oh, they're looking like they want to go quick B. Oh, it does work. They should never have got away with that. I know the flash was decent, but it should have been an easy one. Xanta gets one, drops a smoke. That's going to actually probably make his life quite difficult to deal with. Oh, I say, because Khan spots just a pixel above that smoke, and it's enough. So now they know Xanta's somewhere in this pit, and they're just waiting to avoid him. Khan's obviously... Oh my god, he's also in the open himself, and he gets caught. Youngster gonna hit both. Lovely little double.
Yeah, that's a good way to answer back. Keep the round alive. Svai, I think, may well have been heard here. He's probably expecting them to be further up long than this, but he still wins the fights. Some Pious with another miss. Keep track of those. I'm sure Twitch chat's having a field day right now on these some Pious misses. He does indeed take the frag eventually. It's AWP v AWP, Risky Bob. And yet another clutch against some Pious as the final player that he's got to find. So, yeah, this one could be just as big as the last. Oh, the molly. Dangerous game. Sun Pious, though, ready on the corner. Doesn't matter. Keeps his cool this time around and will clutch it up. So here we are. Big rounds being secured by both sides.
Risky. Pardon the pun. Because Bob was still alive and kicking. But honestly, it was a very scrappy and weird round, wasn't it? And with those missed shots, it kind of comes back to the point that we've spoken about a bit, Scriv, where we said, I'm still not seeing that, you know, extra cutting edge out of some Pious. Yes, his stats aren't bad, but I feel like I just want a little bit more. Well, at least we're a tied square. He does the one job required of him there, win out that 1 versus 1. Boosted up here by Khan. Oh, it gets close, but not good enough.
Oh, yikes. Youngster struggling. First kill going to go the way of NiGa. So what do we have here? What is the response from Heroic to try and give them that 1 round advantage? Flash comes over. Lear is unbothered. Just a casual drop into CT. So they'll give the control up, but no kills coming back for Heroic yet.
Start playing up close. Flash over. They're a little bit worried about that mid play, understandably. But now they've got enough resources in that direction. Double push long, one of which being the AWP. They gonna come over. That does a real decent amount of damage, softening them up quite nicely. Leah, how does he get out? Had no right to do so, but Zwei in the corner, he delivers on towards Exxon. AWP on sight. Khan nails the shot as Tania gets deleted, and same situation for Alenzi. It's NiGa who take a lead at the half, 14-13. What a game we are getting here. NiGa just doing enough to stay out of arm's reach.
Yeah, just about. I mean, this is what happens. The shift of momentum is always inevitable. Such a big clutch, though, in from Risky Bob. May well be the moment we look back to, right, on this map as the keen turning point. So we'll see a swap up here. Oh, Risky Bob. Press mouse 1, my guy. He just never did, you know? I think there was a pretty decent window there for him to just randomly fire off a shot and get a kill.
The same vein that NiGa were doing here. Heroic now going for a tunnels push. But there isn't anybody there for them to meet, bar Zwei holding outside of tunnels itself. And Youngster just not going to clear this. That's a crazy angle to hold, but the fact that it works, a lot of credit. NiGa have read into that. I think obviously a lot has to be credit given towards Leah to understand that this is a possibility. There's a double bomb here. Shot by Tobias, gets both. Oh, the collat on towards Xanta and Risky Bob and LNZ up close. That gets the bomb, that gets the round, surely. 2 versus 4.
Yeah, you would say surely. But never over until it's over. Zwei looking to battle back. Another missed AWP shot. Always seems to be a pretty bad omen in these clutch situations. It is just getting that bomb back, though, as you kind of allude to, that's going to be the problem. Counting down the bullets. Catching them on the reloads. Get the bomb. Yep. Only 20-ish seconds or so to get this going, so they have to make a decision on what they want to do and where they want to go. They really do not have a lot of time, and I think Heroic are starting to figure that out, so they're moving away, looking to defend the bomb sites themselves. 9 seconds to get this plant in. Like, the guy with the bomb has to be just bomb out on the site, going for it. It's into the 1 versus 1, though. Can't quite make it up, unfortunately. Zwei, loses his head, but I don't think he had time. It was right on the wire. Either way, well played in the end, because that did get a bit close for a 2.
Yeah, it got a little hairy for a second there, honestly. But, that matters. Round 1 for Heroic. It should have been one off the back of that collat alone, but the fact that it got close, it still gives us credit to NiGa, who are still remaining very, very decent in their own regard. All right, and LNZ letting them know as well. So Bias to catch Zwei, to open things up. He's picked up his individual form a little bit, the youngster, but you have to watch on from the side into round number 29. 14 all. This game still feels so difficult to predict. Every time an advantage is there, it just feels like it never gets capitalized upon.
Yeah, the fatigue setting in of being on a map like Dust 2 as well for so long.
Yeah.
I think you are going to start to get a little bored of the tedium. You know, we like Dust 2, it's a classic map, but it functions very, 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 very similar almost every single round. There's only really 2 or 3 variations of a T-side round, to be honest.
Leah, trying to get out towards mid. Molly boxes up close. Oh, he did spot the shoulder, but he was in 2 minds about committing, and Molotov makes the decision for him. So Pie's falling back on towards long corner, and he'll realize there's something brewing up towards Cat. And Molly CT and a shallow smoke behind it as well. They're trying to boost up. But Sunpie's in position, everything. We've got 20 seconds. We've got to go, boys. They've got to try and get the AWP off the angle, and they can't. So Sunpius nails the first as Xanta gets caught on the cross. They will be given the luxury of the site, but this post-spawn is not easy. 5 versus 3. Nade overlands directly at the feet of Khan. This round is got to be won 9 times out of 10 by Heroic, unless they grossly misplay this situation. It looks like it'll be LNZ first to fight. Khan on the angle himself. Flash comes over, trying to give LNZ a bit of space to work with. Shot hit by Risky Bob and Lear. Hang on a moment. A lot of damage dealt. 10 points of HP between 2 of their players. But they're fighting and they're losing. That's a 5 versus 3 loss with 2 players on single-digit points of HP. Heroic, what are we doing?
I was going to say 5v3, but none of them went short at all. So they're all coming in from like super hard angles. The post plant is set up perfectly. There's no threat from the side. It's just straight up fights, straight up headshots. All right. Leah still feeling it, even though we are deep into the game. Nice and vocal. No idea what he said, but, you know, I'm sure it was something slightly rude, like, you're bad, you know?
right? But still a real tough predicament. 15-14. Map point again, NiGa. A nice nade to start it off as Xanta gets caught for half.
Some Pius on the angle. Yeah, thinks better of it, and he would be correct. That nade would have eaten him alive. What are we thinking? Is it another overtime? Or can NiGa get it done here and now?
I don't know. In terms of my thinking, I'm just looking at this round brewing and saying, it's not a good start, youngsters. He somehow actually avoided the molly spread. Uh-oh. He's got damage on towards the third as well. He finally gets clotheslined. Uh-oh, 2 versus 3. But look at the HP of NiGa. Still a chance here for Heroic. Molly gets extinguished by a smoke that was left lingering from earlier. That makes this 2v3 all the more harder. They're all shelled up on the site. Some Pius with an AWP on a retake's difficult. LNZ's got the kit. They can't spot anything. No information. There's the first. Trying to get the second, but can't. Will support. AWP through the window is not good enough. 16-14. NiGa take map 1. And actually one of the best maps we have seen so far at Pro League.
Yeah, I mean, monstrous from them for sure. Really, really keen start to the game. They did fall off. They were ebbing and flowing, and it just about swung back in their favor at the right time. Heroic, meanwhile, commiserations to them. So much work put in, I think, to run it back, and it just wasn't quite happening. I don't know. A couple moments where they lacked a bit of the coordination, losing out some individual fights in the early stages. It's always tough. It's always very, very tough, but I think they will be kicking themselves. That 5v3 right at the end as well, you know, is just one of those rounds that happens in overtime. You're probably going to have a round like that in a game. You hope that maybe it comes a bit earlier or when you're in the lead and it doesn't matter so much. But yeah, difficult to be on the end of. And Mirage, their pick up next. It's just a question of how they're going to deal with things.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I don't know. For Heroic, it's very tilting to lose a map like that, especially because when they do the demo review at a later state, or when they, even now in this sort of 10 to 15 minute break, they're probably just going to be sitting back and saying to themselves a little bit of like, I'm like, how did we actually lose that? Some of the rounds that they've lost. And I think especially when they go back and realize the fights they were taking and the way they were taking them as well, like that 5v3 in the overtime, I think it's a really good example. No short presence, as you mentioned. I mean, that's where the textbook mistakes are being made there. And these are errors that, aside of Heroic stature, should not be making. So 16-14, a fantastic result for NiGa to kickstart this series, but man alive, I don't know, you've got to look at Heroic and ask a lot of questions. This is a side that actually have had some incredible series so far this year. We think about, you know, the Astralis one, right? You know, to qualify for IM Dallas 2-0, dominant form, but it was online. On LAN here, they look really shaky.
Yeah, they're just not able to find that same kind of level. And I mean, this is the thing, you're pulling up a core that did look good last year and were, as we mentioned a couple of times on that map, sort of the kings of tier 2, but they still have a lot of learning on the job, right? And I think that's the difficult thing. This is a matchup that's one of their rivalries. These are players that maybe get in their heads or are very used to the way they play. So some of their cheesier rounds, some of their sneakier moves, you know, NiGa are going to be ready for it. And then it's frustrating that it's like, that usually works. That usually gives us an in to a bomb site or whatever. And these guys were just ready. You know, that round, it was like 12-10, I think. And we just had like 2 guys swinging tunnels and NiGa had 2 guys sat there ready for it. That to me speaks to like they know what Heroic like doing. They know that Heroic have got that in the back pocket kind of round, and they were very, very ready for it. So, you know, you have to just push that out of your mind and be like, right, that round didn't work, move on to the next one. And that is something that, you know, maybe Carrigan and his boys can do pretty well. But when you are this young team, young IGL and whatnot, it's a lot harder to sort of move on into the next round.
Yeah,
right?
I think a lot of credit has to be given towards the preparation execution, right? I think it was just fantastic for NiGa. Like you mentioned, they just had good ideas of what was going to happen. And if things get a little dicey, what do Heroic like to default to? Well, it seems like contact B plays is what we're going for. And we're happy to fight. If you want to give us Angels, we'll give you Angels. And yeah, it took a little while for like Zwei to come online, but they gave him so many opportunities to come online. That's not what you want to do. This is a guy who's touted as one of the next up players, right? So don't give these guys opportunities. Like Risky Bob's 1v3, I think is probably the most egregious round of all of them. For mine, you know, it kills the first guy coming out of window. Brick's play doesn't peak for whatever reason. And then you've got an AWP alone backside who misses an open, you know, a sitter of a shot. That for me is one of the worst rounds I've seen so far this tournament. That was absolutely killer. But we're going to have to see whether this can be, I guess, fixed heading in towards the second map. I don't know, right? I feel like tilt might be a bit of a factor. Fatigue's also played in as well. But we're going to have to wait and see. We're going to throw this one to a little bit of a break, ladies and gents. We'll be back very, very soon. Mirage coming up next.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
Gentlemen, welcome to Season 19 of ESL Pro League. First rule of Pro League is you do not talk about Pro League. Second rule of Pro League is you do not talk about Pro League. Third rule, someone yells stop, loses their voice, taps out, the cast is over. Rule number 4, maximum 3 to a cast. Fifth rule, 2 maps at a time, fellas. Sixth rule, there will be no breaks. There will be no sleep. The Counter-Strike network never stops. Seventh rule, overtime will go as long as it has to. And the 8th and final rule, if this is your first season of ESL Pro League, you have to cast.
It doesn't matter about the clock. There's 35 seconds left on the clock. Robson's at 1 and 3. He's on the flank. Vitaly at the side.
This kid from work, Harry, couldn't remember whether you told him to smoke Ticket or Jungle, but Harry was a god for an hour when he casted. Sometimes, all you could hear were the loud, booming sounds of yelling, or the wet choke when someone whiffed and sprayed.
Stop!
You weren't alive anywhere like you were there, but Pro League only exists in the hours between when Pro League starts and ends. Even if I could tell someone they had a good cast, I wouldn't be talking to the same man. Who you were in Pro League is not who you were outside of it. A guy came to Malta for the first time. He could cast a few rounds at most. After a few weeks, he was the last one off.
If you could cast with any talent, who would you cast with? Active or retired? Doesn't matter. Who'd be good? Pansy. You? Sado. I'd cast with Sado Kist.
I definitely have recoil.
1 HP guy.
Well.
And they under you.
On the deagle now?
Yeah.
But you need to be... You have skins, René.
One down.
Trying to shoot the glass too.
Top right, guys. I fell down.
I'm dead. Yes. Oh. Yeah, yeah.
Oh! Sit down, oops. Bottom right.
Kurwa.
Sit down, boy! No, like, this is too retarded. We need to do... Under me.
Okay! Most accurate no-scope you have ever seen. I don't know.
Of course, you're cheating.
Oh, I'm not cheating.
Of course, he will give you something with luck to win it. Down this bot. He's going up. He thinks like I don't see it. What do you mean, Nico?
No.
Who's waiting? Wait, one is slower than.
Oh. Now it's
Easy win. Good shit.
Anytime you call my number, feel like say I chop piloto. Anytime you hit the lampa, I'ma show my dark on Jojo. Anytime you call my number, feel like say I chop piloto. Anytime you hit the banker, I'ma show my dark on Jojo.
What's up, guys? I had to go and brush my hair after that one now. I'm not going to lie to you. It was looking a little crazy afterwards because I was just head and hands so much, like an unbelievable matchup so far. But we're moving into the second map, and I think that it could heat up once again, right? And over time for Dust 2, it was very deserving, especially after that second half and just how unpredictable it became. And now we move on to Mirage, which is a pick of Heroic. It is one of, if not their best map. And I mean, it's not awful for NiGa, but it does feel like it's come through as a bit of a punish.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like this is a map in which should set us up for that third map, that decider of Train. But you never know, right? We'll have to wait and see. But there was one man for me who went, in particular, very missing over towards Heroic. A name that I felt like I don't know if I even uttered, really, as the game went live. And that was Tanir. We did not see him at all. 14 and 19 for him. One of the very rare bad maps and against players that he knows all too well. So it was probably, you know, the game plan by NiGa, part and parcel of making him feel uncomfortable, and it worked well. So now we head in towards Mirage. And coming back to an earlier point that I brought up in the pre-show, the one thing that I always worry about a little bit is when you have maps like your Dust 2s, like your Mirages, even maybe like your Infernos as well, because they're maps that everybody knows and nearly everybody plays as well. All it takes is a few people to pop off or somebody to have a bad game, i.e. like Tanir going completely missing there in Dust 2, and things can go awry. And I think that's where maybe NiGa might actually still have a chance at the 2-0 here, as wild as it is to say. Heroic needs to be very careful. I feel like, NiGa, this is probably one of the best we've seen NiGa actually all 2025. They actually look fired up. They look confident in their game plan. Leah's calling a really, really good game of Counter-Strike right now, and the individuals are stepping up around him. In particular, Risky Bob, Clutches Galore, Khan, ever present with an AWP. I'm quite excited to see whether NiGa can bring this towards Mirage and say, all right, this is a map we'll know all too well from our FPL pugs. I mean, Xanta's number 1 in FPL right now, so he'll know it very well. I'm sure it's played 70% of the time. And let's see if it's enough. NiGa going to be starting, of course, on that CT side. It's Heroic who start on the T side. And NiGa are one map away from eliminating Heroic from Pro League in stage 1, no less.
I think you sum it up quite well, though. I think they want this on the NiGa side. The revenge arc is what Leah gave us, and it's exactly what we've been getting thus far, delivering in a massive way. Xanta overwhelmed. It was 4 on A. They were expecting an A hit. Heroic mix things up and go B with a pretty keen take. This is going to be tough for NiGa to get back in, but not if you've got Svi hitting shots like that. Flank is coming round. It's super, super, super late here. The rest of the team's already in the bomb site itself, so see what happens when that activates. The answer is not very much. Vi comes around with another. We got a smoke onto the bomb, but they never get near it. Heroic will secure.
Yeah, nice work. Nice work. Heroic start well out the gates, flying into fights, and again, sort of, I think, igniting a little bit of that inner belief that, all right, Dust 2 fell apart, and it was maybe sort of even like our fault, but we do have the ability to change things in towards this one. And all right, they're getting fired up early. Maybe a little too early to get overly fired up. Let's not kind of chickens before they hatch. But a 1-0 start for Heroic is good. Gamble stack for NiGa on the CT side. Just going to hope they go back towards B.
Is Mirage maybe the map that needs removing? Like for
I don't know. The one thing
we talk about this quite a lot, but
I mean, this is a good proposition for yourself, for everyone at home watching as well. We'll have a look at the Twitch chat. You can let us know if one map was going to be removed in replacement for Cash. What map do you think it would be? Now, if it was me, I'm saying Inferno.
Okay.
That's mine I'm getting rid of. I actually think Mirage basically can't get removed for one reason in particular, which is just the fact that it's so popular in, MM and Premiere and things like that, you can't make all our decisions based off the competitive scene. But at the same time, I think this has been an argument that basically nobody can dispute, is that actually Mirage produces some of the best maps at Tier 1. It has been the case for a while. A lot of bangers have come from Tier 1. on Mirage. So I actually think, you know, people can hate on Mirage just because it's been around for a while, but I always think it's in vain. I just don't ever think that map will be touched, unfortunately. But Inferno though, that one can go to hell. Fuck that.
I think Mirage as well. Hey, yo, that's a reference.
I hate that map.
You've hit a reference, mate. You've done a little play on words also. But yeah, I mean, Mirage is like, you know, varied enough that it's interesting, but not so varied that it's random. Been around long enough that, you know, as we like to say, as a going line, pretty much everybody can play it. So therefore, it's never a done deal, right? It's not a map that you come into where it's like, right, these guys can't play Ancient very well. It's probably over before it's even really going to get going. Mirage always has that underlying chance. Speaking of, xFloud given a chance across to Heroic here. Pretty crisp to open things up. Zvi gets into the mixture, but will get dropped quite quickly. We got another crazy guy in the form of Khan, and we're 1v1. What is going on here? You spoke about Pugs and some of the NiGa guys being quite high up. This was the guy.
Yeah,
FPL
one in the world right
number
now.
one. Yeah, we're going to find out whether he can put his money where his mouth is, I suppose. He is low HP. He's got that kit, but he really does just have to get the drop on Sun Pius, who's playing the obvious angle at the end of the day. Not really all that much in it. Santa does not fancy his chances here. He knows it's going to be tough in the straight-up 1v1. Sun Pius tries to drop him, can't quite land the shot. But second time of asking, he does well enough. So, Heroic looking good here as they get their 3 in a row.
They're playing relentlessly quick here, Heroic, and I really like how aggressive they are. I mean, xFloud in particular, this second reactive shot there is so well done. And they need that. They need to kind of keep setting the tone and keep playing with the pace a little bit and continue to make NiGa feel uncomfortable. They're not on easy side to sort of get off their game a little bit. And as we saw that in Towards Dust 2, NiGa so far are struggling. One player in towards mid. Can't. In that smoke. A couple of running pop shots as he gets out. Hoping for a bit of good fortune. It won't be the case.
But yeah, I'd to bring it back, I'd be down to agree with you, I think. Inferno probably.
I think Inferno's so boring. Like, you know, like... Yeah. You got to blame Jame a little bit. I think he's got to take some of the fault.
It's possible.
You know what I mean? But...
Me personally,
also,
like
I would say Dust 2's up there as well. I can't lie. I wasn't happy that map got brought back.
It's just a bit too recent. It's also like... Yeah. You know, it's in the DNA of Counter-Strike. I think Inferno's also in that argument for sure, but then maybe so was Overpass, and that just randomly got removed. So, you know, we're never really 100% sure. But Inferno does feel like the consensus, right? I think high-level players, mid-level players, pro players, whatever, don't really enjoy the map so much. I don't really see it. For me, it's a bit of a classic, but that's only because, like, the only maps I've ever really played heavily are like Inferno and Cash.
Sure.
Never really got into the rest of the field to that high kind of level. You know, back in the day, you just queue the one map and try and get global.
That was new to me.
Yeah, fair. I know Vertigo, the Vertiglobals were pretty strong, especially before they changed the map and like brought in an active map pool and everything. People just playing the old Vertigo. But yeah, I think Inferno, wherever I look, wherever I turn, it does seem like people don't really enjoy it anymore, particularly into CS2. I think with the removal of skyboxes, it's made a big old difference to the rotation of nades and predicting executes and whatnot.
Drop my hot take, actually. My hot take is I actually don't think Cash should come back. So first of all, and this is something that Hugo touched on, for those who are watching right at the start of the show, I don't think Cash will come back. I've been saying this a lot for a while now to people. Valve, so when Anubis was added into the pool, it was not owned by Valve initially, but it was added into the competitive map pool. And I'm sure all of you at home remember when Anubis had those clipping issues where there was like invisible walls that nades are bouncing off and stuff like that. Anyway, it took longer to fix because Valve didn't own the map. It had to be fixed by the map creator or whatever, right? So hence why Valve changed their thing of any maps that are in the comp pool they have to own. Hence why they paid for it, right? And then obviously all came out. I don't think Cash will ever be sold. FM Pone and Volcano and all the rest. Volcano, by the way, who is a Valorant map creator, the Valorant map creator now. So that, I don't know if that, you know, changes things at all. But I don't know if they'll sell it. They've always said in the past that they don't need to sell it. They always want to own it. So my hot take is actually, I think we should get a new map. That's why map core is the thing. And I'll come back to that point in a minute, because there's a round brewing here. Tanae's found to iron towards mid. I thought it was going to be a pretty simple shutdown by NiGa, but with Khan being low, there's maybe a little bit of a chance here. Youngsters in the backlines too. Oh my god, this is a very weird one. Youngsters trying to, I think maybe you just pull them back over towards B. Xanta's close enough here, and there's a CT player, a Khan, who finds that kill. So it's all down to Xanta in this first engagement. Can he catch the bomb? He can't. So that's a guarantee to go down at the very least. Winning the round, however, a different story, and Xanta will see him off. An AK to be upgraded, the round to be won by NiGa, and they're first on the board.
Risky swing. Risky swing to go in there, to be honest, but
not quite Bob.
Yeah, not quite on the levels of Bob. Risky Xanta. I mean, that doesn't sound so bad. It's quite a long name.
Yeah.
It sounds okay.
Yeah, so come back to my hot take. I don't think they should bring Cash back in. I think they should put a new map in. That's why we've got map core. That's why we've got people who professionally kind of vote on it and make them. And I would like to see something new. CS is a new game. We don't have to keep bringing back the old. Don't bring back Cobble. Don't bring back Cash. Bring something new. It's a new game. Let's have new maps. Let's keep.
I mean, I definitely agree for like Premiere and whatnot, but I do think it should be, you know, on the menu, and I can queue it like for MM or whatever. Like, I understand in Premiere, but and you have those MM maps. They're not going to need as much work. They're not going to need as much attention to detail or whatever. So they potentially don't need to own it, right? Surely they can just add it in if it's cool with the creators of Cash to do so. Because I just feel like we should allow casual players and whatnot to just hop in and be like, yeah, I want to play Cash today. I don't care about, I just want to play the map and have some fun, you know? So hopefully it gets added back in and it's nice and accessible in some way. Oof. Unlucky, Heroic right back in. This is looking like the start of Dust 2, but this time it's the Heroic story. Yeah. NiGa, I have to be slightly worried here.
Zawuri in chat's brought up a pretty good point, and he said, you know, why would FM Pone spend 2 years remaking the map and then not want to get paid for his work and make the map available to the community? So it's not that FM Pone doesn't want to get paid. He just doesn't want to sell the rights to it. He wants to always own it, or at least what he said in the past. But he said to Valve, you know, put it in. I'm happy for you to put it in the map pool, but I'm not going to let you own it. Whereas if the map's going to be in the competitive pool, Valve want to own it, so it's who breaks first, and I just don't think it will be FM Pone from at least what I've sort of heard in the past, right? He wants to always own that map, and Valve always want to own the map if it's in the comp pool. So I think there's a good chance it could come in towards your MMs and be like, you know, like Basalt is in a way. It's never going to be in your competitive map pool, but you can play it casually, that kind of vibe, right? Might be one of those, but
if it's a bit buggy, who cares at the end? You know, if it takes
Basalt's
a bit of time,
buggy as hell.
get them pushed, like it doesn't really matter. It's a for fun map, which this is something that I think we forget, that the vast majority of people that play the game, I think, are not great at it and are more like for fun gamers, just, you know, playing a couple games, having a few brewskis after work or whatever. Which is obviously, it can be a bit foreign to guys like you and me, because I think even playing at a mid-level or whatever, every game that I'm playing, I'm like, I want to win. Winning is fun. That's what I'm here for. Whereas I think some people are perfectly happy just sort of running around, goofing about, buying auto shotguns, you know, and just having a good time with their friends.
Yeah, it's true. It is very, very true. Pretty wild shot by Tanae there as well, has to be said, on that smoke, but Heroic continued to look very, very good. And hence why we were saying, maybe not in the way that we thought it was going to be, but they should take their own map picks and they should be able to head in towards that third map, the Cider of Train, which would be cool. First time we get to catch Train here on the B stream for Pro League. But a 6-1 start. I mean, this is lights out right now. A lot to like coming through from Heroic. And everyone looking online what, you want to be seeing. Tanir, he's only like 3 kills off his entire score for Dust 2, including the overtime. We'll see.
Yeah.
If you guys want to check it out, I will shout out Mapcore one time. It's got there's some cool maps in there. If you want to, I had to run around on a few as well, and some of them are pretty interesting. So who knows? One of them actually could be in the map pool in the future. I know Anubis came from Mapcore as well. I'm not 100% sure if Ancient was one of them as well, but I know Anubis did come, or at least was in Mapcore at one point. Quite a few of the pros as well, when they asked them at the start of the day what map would they get rid of for cash, they actually did say Anubis. They're not a fan of the...
Yeah, kind of
surprisingly, actually. I thought Anubis seemed like a map that we just see get played all the time. So
also
assumption was that most people just liked it, but apparently not.
And it's kind of, I don't know, it's moving up my rankings a little bit in terms of to watch.
Yeah.
I think I can definitely agree with what some of them were saying, that in terms of like the feel and the flow of the map, it is very different from the rest of the field. You know what I mean? Like it feels like a slightly different version of Counter-Strike for sure. So that's maybe just part of it, is that when you play Anubis, you have to readjust and get ready for an Anubis map as compared to going from Dust 2 to Mirage like we are. Youngster, pretty nice catch. Could make a difference here. Bomb site looks vulnerable. Get that plant in. Just need 1 kill for us before the retake gets going. That's what Youngster's looking for. He's up against the AWP. Of all things, god damn, that's quick round the corner. Some Pious drops the head of another. Oh no. NiGa, it's fallen apart. 4 versus 3, and they've not even found 1 in this retake situation. Risky Bob now spotted. Heroic are just absolutely in the flow. Back with a vengeance. Lovely double swing to close out the round. And they are flying here on Mirage.
And in the same way as well that NiGa were winning out all the close rounds, all the rounds that felt like there was maybe a question about them, it's the exact opposite is now happening. Heroic are winning everything. That is a ridiculous shot from Youngster. It looked insane from Khan's POV. It was actually even better from Youngster's. Just a preemptive one-tap around that corner. 7-1. Ironic as well as I'm wearing a Brazil shirt, but Heroic are loving life. Low-ish buy, an AWP in play, but MP9 557 Deagle behind it. And they are trying to get out. They have a good understanding. There's at least somebody towards Underwood, and that'll be the case. 5-7 will get a kill. There is a gun to be worked with there, but Risky Bob sticking with the 5-7, and on the swing gets caught out by Xloud. Last man Akani might just hit the AWP.
Oh! Alright, now he has to move to save. He's got the smoke down. Just waiting for the spray to come, but there is no spray. It will be the save. He had to battle his way out, but indeed you are correct that he moves to take the AWP into the next. I mean, it's just not looking good here, is it, right? This is the one thing. Heroic, we're getting the odd round on Dust 2 to just keep them in the conversation. But this seems to be getting away from them on that NiGa end. Just 1 round. Never going to be enough.
You'll save the AWP, at least. No one's close enough to be able to catch him on the way out. Heroic are so simply just waltzing through this for the pause to be called here. Nice couple of consolation kills. That's all they really were. It's just so easy for Heroic. At first, it looked like B-side was a real vulnerability out towards NiGa, but we've seen them continue to test A and continue to not really falter in any way. And this is now a side of NiGa who've gone considerably quieter compared to how they were at the start of this map and obviously in towards that first. So their second time out called. It's brutal. I don't even really know what they can do differently. They are just missing their shots. They are losing head-to-heads. They are struggling in the aim duels, and this is the Heroic that we expected, honestly. Not only in this sort of matchup, but actually in this tournament, and this feels like the first time we've actually seen it.
NiGa have to deliver here. Getting out of hand, getting to that territory of unrecoverable. X-Floud nice and confident. That's the kind of the thing as well, I think, from Heroic here, is they are just playing a bit more carefree, a bit looser, not quite as rigid, and it is really working nicely. Going with those instinctive plays and trying to make it work. However, X-Floud maybe biting off a bit more than he can chew. Trade is there and is quite nice. Risky Bob on the secondary AWP. Finds one. Second player melts. This is somewhat of a mess from Heroic. Suddenly Pius is alone against the world. Not doing a bad job. Give me one more and we'll absolutely start to believe it. He's going to fake things out, try and draw them in, but he's just not ready for that flank. Too zoned in on the one player, unfortunately.
Finally, a good round, though. It all starts with Risky Bob just trying to slow them down. He does a lot of damage with the util, which stops them just being able to barrel out in towards B. And this is what Heroic are continuously trying to do, which is these quick plays, flying into fights, and just continue putting so much pressure on the NiGa. And this time, they finally get shut down because it actually felt like the NiGa were ready for it. It's better. It gives us maybe something to work with. So a lot more that needs to be done to convince us for sure, but making 8-4 of this, it might be the case. Why? 2 quick shots for him, looking for a 30. He will be stopped there. But it's all down to one man. Pius needs an ace clutch in this one. And he's tucked in towards Delphan. We'll get the second. Knows where the third is. Oh my god, through the nade. Pius. All right. Nice couple of shots from him, or 3 in total, but it's still the round for NiGa.
He is banging here. He's looking really good. Pius is that player that we've highlighted as well, maybe in a slightly negative way. Actually brought him to light at the start of the show. He's looked good, then he's looked kind of weak. His level of consistency is certainly lacking on this team, but we're getting the best of him on this map for sure. Although, that being said, 4 0 impact kills in the past couple of rounds. To be fair, you know, that's where I would type nice exits in the chat after we win the round. After, of course, being the first guy that dies in the round. You know,
and bottom of the scoreboard, it's got to be done.
Yeah, that's when it's the ultimate.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it is. Yeah, you are psychological warfare at that point.
Yeah.
You know.
I have a keybind on X, which just says next round. And there was a point where I would hit it subconsciously when I get a kill. That's just like as a part of movement. It was pretty tilting. That's a great shot by Pius, but actually arguably an even better response by Khan. Both orbs have been actually really shining. Khan, for me, especially in 2025, it actually looked a little... I don't know, maybe just not to the level that I want out of him, but my god, he's actually looked alright in towards today. Early nade is good. Xanta gonna get into backside. Oh, shot on towards Youngster. Or misses it on the second. The Mac 10 putting pressure on, but it's not enough. Xanta and Khan lock it up on B. And finally, a bit of consistency out for NiGa late in towards the half. And I think they've recovered enough, Scrib, that we can maybe sit here and say, there's a chance.
Hey, just about, yeah, just about. As soon as I questioned them and said, hey, where are the rounds? This is looking scary. Can they get that 8-4? They absolutely do. 3 in a row is going to give them a nice bit of energy to work with. We, of course, go into the half time. Everybody's got the sheets out, talking things over, getting ready to go for the pistol. I think that was the big thing that saved NiGa on Dust 2, is the fact that they picked up the pistol, they converted it, they had such a cushion of rounds to work with. So Heroic will be absolutely looking to do the same here now. But a game on our hands, knockout on the line, and both teams playing like their lives depend on it. We're going to take a break. We'll see you in a few. What is up, gamers? Welcome back. Counter-Strike continues here. Will the tournament continue for Heroic? Is the big question. NiGa, they want to say no, but it's not the loudest or most convincing no at the minute. We've got Lear with plenty of energy, but the rest of the team needs to pick it up ever so slightly. The big man Zwei has come alive into this map. Maybe they can rely on him on this here T side. Keeping it simple with the A execute.
Alrighty. What have we got? LNZ just tapping through that smoke, trying to find something. X-Floud. Whew, gonna get caught by Khan. It's a really nice shot, has to be said. We've now got a great amount of control towards the A site. With this bomb going down too, NiGa are starting this half quick. They've got a fire lit under them. That's a great flash. And oh my god, a perfect swing. Zwei, Risky Bob, and Xanta. Lear just got the easiest 4 assists of his life.
Whenever I do something like that, it is the exact opposite that happens. My entire team gets melted by one guy in CT. Yeah, I mean, damn. What can you do about that, really? You just get outgunned, out-gamed. The flash, plus the Glock, is pretty deadly.
Swinging towards mid. We're going to get a lot of control here early. Of course, it's a force buy for Heroic. I don't love the force buys. I'll keep mentioning it. I'm not a fan of force buys on the CT side when you lose the pistol. You're not bringing a lot to the table here, Heroic. If they lose this round, not only do NiGa get the 6th, but they get gifted the 7th, and that could be the beginning of the end. How Tanir's not been punishing towards out of there, I do not know. They're giving more damage over as well as they tick in the molly. They might swing on towards him. Why are we swinging an MP9? Boys, what are we doing? Tanir's been given so much here, and Khan still not traded. He's in a similar spot. Finally, he goes down, but my god, it should not have taken 3 separate players to take him down. And now there's a big flank brewing as X-Files push mid.
That is a bit more like it from the NiGa MM arc. X-Files not going to be scared of this smoke, is he? B-bomb site. It's where we're ending up. Oh, not good. They needed that first kill. They needed to not get stuck. And unfortunately, that's what happens. Pistols win it out. NiGa. It's a yikes. It is a yikes.
Yeah, honestly, that was brutal. That was really tough to watch. It all comes down to this ladder fight. I mean, they know there's MP9 there, and they just keep pushing it. I know you don't want to completely leave a position unchecked, but I knew he was there, and I thought there was better ways to try and make him feel uncomfortable. But Tanir gets away with way too much. That very quickly probably slims down the chances of getting back in towards this game. You find the force buy behind it. We're loving life. We're talking about comeback absolutely on. LNZ. Oh, gets both. Looking for a 30. Can't quite get it. But Tanir's close enough that he should be able to do so. At the very least, he'll go down. 2 versus 3. No upgrades picked up just yet. We're just trying to get this bomb down, honestly, but it's still stuck in apartments. He's waiting to catch people coming out a window. And he can't hit the shot. AK pulled out. Khan needs a 1v2, and he can't get it. He was stuck in 2 minds of how to fight. And it will be seen off by Heroic. A bit of a sigh of relief, but honestly, Scribdash should probably see the map in their favor now.
Yeah, I mean, you would think so. Things looking very, very good. We expected 3 maps out of this. We kind of wanted the train as well to just get some more reps out of it. Hell of a run back will be required for NiGa. 11 rounds, definitely got to happen here. I think this would be probably the lowest buy win that we've seen all tournament long.
All Glocks, 1 Deagle. Bit of a mid play here. Some Pius just keeping an eye on lower. You've got the AK as well at window, but the MP9 up close. Getting 3. Simple shutdown. Very easy. Bit of damage, but it doesn't make too much of a difference. This one feels like it is just us biding time before we get to that 3rd map, which I'm looking forward to. Train will be a very interesting one as both sides are yet to pick up a win. Somebody's going to break that. NiGa 0-3, Heroic 0-2. So as a decider, rather than it being a bit of a handshake in a bad way, it's more so that both sides have kind of sucked on it a little bit. So it could be a real brawl, really ugly, really funny. We'll see. Out towards A. The loss to Ra here for NiGa. You lose this gun round, and that is basically it.
Looking good. Man advantage initially. Have to hold on to it. LNZ as well is just playing the patience game, fully selling his teammates down the river. Swings in off the flash. They're not quite committed enough. And yeah, that is unfortunate. It's the right idea, but maybe thought they were in a bit deeper or indeed moving forwards. Not the case. Some Pius dropping 1 here. He's got a chance. He does have one of the chances. 1 bullet onto Xanta is all that's required. He cancels the plant as well. Hadn't quite noticed that. I thought it had been completed personally, but not the case. So it does actually make the situation quite strange.
Some Pius creeping around as well. 40 seconds. Bomb is spotted. Oh, he can't hit the 1 bullet. He just needed 1 onto Xanta. MP9 at range. Not good enough. NiGa survive for now. Still a lot more that needs to be done before we get to a point of being convinced. But better than nothing. Maybe a chance. Maybe a world. And a timeout will be called. Second one here by Heroic. 2 of which, of course, have also been called by NiGa earlier in this game. But we are running out of chances. Something's got to give soon.
I feel like, you know, I want to break in to a little bit of the mailbag. I'm not too sure. I'm still, we got to speak to the boss, mate. We got to speak to the boss.
Yeah, I'm not on it, so I can't even read it.
Not getting the direct emails at this point. And I think we are meant to be in there. So, you know, I'm sure I spelled my email correctly, but EPL mailbag at efg.gg, of course. If you want to send something in for the B stream, you know, make the subject for the eyes of the B stream only. No A stream viewers here. Something like that.
Yeah, we'll read some mail. If there's some good mail.
Yeah, if it's there, bro. If it's there, I'm into it. I read pretty good sometimes, you know. Uh-oh. LNZ, though, plays his part pretty perfectly. What? How did he end up behind? Oh, my goodness. Okay, well, NiGa gave themselves the briefest of lifelines, and they don't know how to swim, don't know how to even grab the rubber dinghy. What are those things called? What are the... You know what I'm talking about? It's not a rubber... That's like a boat. What's the, like, little circle lifesaver thing?
Floaty?
Maybe. I'm sure it's got like a specific... Obviously, you got life jacket. I could have gone with that. But that's not the image I had in my mind. It's like, you know those little... I don't think we have them as much in the UK, but those circle things that are like
shit.
Yeah. They're attached to like the rope, and you like throw them in, and the idea is the guy who's sinking, drowning, grabs onto the. Are they just called lifesavers? I swear they're called something.
Oh, if you're thinking, I
easy
think
to understand.
There's one right outside my apartment. I should go and have a look.
BRB, make it quick.
Yeah, 1 sec. Let me just go downstairs. 12-6 though.
Here we go. Life preserver. Life preserver.
Really? Okay, I've never heard that.
Leave that guy in the chat. I think that's what the Americans call him.
Life ring kind of seems like
everyone's typing raft. No, I don't mean. I mean, they maybe given themselves a life raft. Sure, that's pretty good. We might have a few casters in the chat, few future casters in the chat.
Life raft.
I know what a raft is, guys. Don't worry.
Raft, small boat.
Like makeshift, I guess.
Life
is
buoy?
One of the.
Yeah, our boys want to let you have at sea to like. I don't actually even know why they have
like little markers for boats, aren't they? Like so.
Yeah, but like, what is it marking? It's like how deep it is. Is that what it is? Like how deep? Like it's not like shallow.
Kind of like
don't come in.
Yeah, probably right.
Yeah,
something like that.
That makes sense.
See, there you go. In America, they are lifesavers. So, bada bing. I was there, kind of.
Really?
I don't know, mate. We don't call them candy.
Candy, yeah. That's a self-report right there where you're from. So opening kill was good for X-Cloud, but he gets responded upon by Leah in what potentially could be the final round here. Who knows? Khan misses the shot onto Tanir. Leah is trying to single-handedly pull this team, back in towards this game. A double from him already. With the bombs on Risky Bob, and he should get caught here. He will. That's gotta be it, surely. Yes, youngsters alone to a technicality, but how in God's name do they actually get past here? They're gonna try and go up on high. He'll spot them out as well. Youngster might have just won this alone. 13th is brewing. A swing again. Leah needing an ace clutch, and he's doing his damnedest right now. He might
very,
actually have a
very
chance,
surprising to see.
honestly. Tanir's half
maybe.
HP, He's got 40 seconds. It's just about enough time to maybe do something.
He's going to be making a lot of noise on the way in, though. It looks like he's opted for B. Tanir is here, off angle, but he's low. So, if Leah peeks into this cleanly, which he won't, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, Tanir was ready for him. 13-6. Really surprising. NiGa just never get going. A small resurgence at the end of that first half with 3 in a row, but that is all they are able to get. And now we maybe worry a little bit. The Dust 2, exciting and fun, but it was also very, very close. So now I think we potentially start to give Heroic the benefit of the doubt and give them the flowers of this series so far, because of the fact that they bring opponent's map pick that's a home map very close, and then their own pick super clean. Don't know what to make of Train, right? When it talks about statistics and what to expect, it's still early enough that there's going to be a random element there, but ultimately the Heroic squad have done really well there to bounce back after that heartbreaking first map.
They have. Fair play to them as well, right? And I think for NiGa, there just wasn't enough in that. You could see they were very checked out, mentally looking a little spaced in terms of some of the fights they were taking. It was an awkward one to watch, and I think where credit has to be given is Heroic were able to continuously overcome all the adversities that were put in front of them. And, we get what we want. I think as casters, and I hope as spectators at home as well, we get to see Train coming up next. I think we're quite excited for this. Train still being this newer map back in towards the competitive map pool. We haven't seen loads of it yet, so I'm looking forward to seeing what Train can be like with these two sides, especially considering, both of them have yet to pick up a win on it in the few times they've played it, so both are probably expected to be a little rough around the edges, which at the same time can be quite funny. So I'm looking forward to Train, right? I think this could offer up something, but I think he's spot on, right? I think you've probably got to start to lean quite heavily Heroic's way now when you can say Dusty was close and Heroic actually should have closed out that map and they didn't, so they'll be kicking themselves for that. And then you dominate your own map pick of Mirage and you're heading in towards Train, which both of you sort of don't like in a way. Probably the expectations that Heroic do take a lot of the favor now heading into this.
Yeah, for sure. And that's maybe the way I would have leaned at the start of the day, to be honest with you. I just think that Heroic have that sort of extra layer of depth at the moment as a team. This feels like more of an outlying performance, the fact that they are battling for survival potentially a bit earlier than we would have expected, as you've sort of said, and I think perfectly summed up, like 3-1 is a scoreline that you might expect from them in a Swiss stage of this caliber. So yeah, I do think that for me, I am on their side, but NiGa, again, this whole revenge arc, they definitely wanted it on that first map, and it felt like they were maybe going to give us a game all series long. I don't quite know what to make of the drop-off. So yeah, there are definite issues on the NiGa side of things. Vi is missing on that first map. Maybe they close it out much easier with him. Then into the second map, I think he does come alive. And yeah, you just don't really know what to make of some of the individuals on this NiGa team. And they still play a bit too tier 2, a bit too young team, a bit too mixy. And how much of that are they going to be able to bring and capitalize on into this third map now for their tournament life now?
Yeah, we'll have to see. We're going to throw this on to a little bit of a break, ladies and gents. So when we are back, Train is up next. So sit tight. We've got a banger to close out this series to see who we have to say goodbye to.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice, from the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch ESL Pro League while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! Hey! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Jason Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Jason Rogan Experience.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogan podcast by night.
All right, Shush. It's great having you here on the show. Interesting times going on right now over in the Danish Counter-Strike world, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of things happening.
Yeah, it's been a little crazy.
Yeah.
The Danish Counter-Strike dynasty is just collapsing in front of our very eyes, which is insane to think about. You guys were once at the top of the world. Nobody could touch any of you. The Strawless era, best team of all time. Heroic coming out of the online era. I was talking to one of my friends, Dr. Graham Huncock, PhD. He works at the intersection of ancient history and Counter-Strike. Super interesting and fascinating stuff that he's coming up with. And one of the things he sent me was this list of like these, of like the traits, of like the things that occur when a civilization collapses. And like one of them, foreign invasions and mass migrations of people leaving. So you guys have had, obviously, Heroic has just been completely invaded. You guys are now an international roster. We've seen, Danish players leaving Danish teams, blame F now on Fnatic with internet. Like, you guys can't keep anyone at home. Another one, institutional unemployment that kind of comes in, where just players can't seem to get comfortable. We still have Config out there in the wild. He's not on a team. Nobody's grabbing him. You got Zipex, who, like, one of the greatest clutch players of all time. He had to just go be an assistant coach. He couldn't even find a job as a player anymore. I think one day we're going to look back on Danish Counter-Strike falling apart the same way we look at the collapse of Rome. Just like peak civilization, and they just lose it all. But I hope maybe you can turn the fortunes around.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogan podcast by night. Grim, what's your problem, Grim?
Привет, правее чуть-чуть.
Стреляй.
He's in phase for 3 days.
Francesco Tosti of Counter-Strike.
Rest on the shoulders of one man.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Dori has visa issue. She can make it.
Donk? There's can be on the walls.
I am Chad Birchall, and I see a whole squad of my countrymen here, in defiance.
But I knew I loved every minute I was on the computer playing. And that's when CSGO came out. Got completely hooked again.
Talk about it, Talk about a superstar! Talk about
But not everyone on HRTV is a 20 years old virgin.
Yeah, I'm an 18-year-old one.
Expected.
Право, право, да стой, да, нет, он далеко, просто...
We have to go to Device. I don't want to hear about fucking Device.
Choose your fighter. Player 1. Player 2.
And now here, you know, you always have to respect your teammates' communication and trust it. And of course, they are saying he's in con.
The adrenaline and the nerves just coursing through your veins.
my love is spinning round. Feels like I'm in the clouds, yeah. Your red dress in a crowd.
I just had a thought now. Is this our first street mapper that we've done?
It is.
It's our first street mapper. I think it might be, bro. I like casting Counter-Strike. So when they give us a chance to cast Counter-Strike, I'm happy, you know?
We've had a lot of stomps, right? We had a lot of one-sided games. I mean, it's part and parcel of, unfortunately, when you cast the Aussie teams, they're not doing a lot. You know, you hate to say it, but they had a couple of maps where they were okay, but not winning any maps. Let's put it that way, right? Because they didn't win any maps. They went 0-2 all the way through, 0-6 in total. So, you know, and we were on a lot of those Aussie games. So it's what happens. But what we do get now is a 3-mapper. Not only just a 3-mapper as well, we get a train to decide things here. And of course, for those who may be just joining us midway through the series, the age stream is just finished, so you may be popping over for some more Counter-Strike. We have a 3-mapper, but it's for elimination. Loser of this, essentially now just a train best of 1. That's it. You know what I mean? That is game set right there, and they're on the first flight home.
Yeah, for sure. You do not want to be taking the L here for today. That is for damn sure. And again, the big conversation around this one is it just feels a little premature for probably both of these teams. That being said, as we talked about with the O3s, someone's got to be here. Someone's got to have it happen to them. And it's sort of the beauty of the Swiss stage, right? I think it creeps up on you from time to time when you're like, right, you get that first win and then drop the next 2. And it's like, oh, damn, actually, wait a minute. We're going to get knocked out of the tournament. You know, you think about future problems and leave them to your future self. Whereas, of course, if you're in that double elimination kind of system, GSL kind of system, the stakes are always mattering in Swiss. It is a different headspace that you have to be in. And again, for these young teams who maybe look at a Swiss system and feel like it's a bit safer because they're used to playing them online and there's so many chances and, you know, so many games that you can play, they have to be careful of a Swiss system. And yeah, the elimination, it can creep up on you. I do believe we should be about ready to get into things here. Train underway. Yes, sir. I'm happy. I think this might be like my first train cast. I'm not going to lie. Maybe second?
Really?
Potentially. I think maybe second, actually. I seem to be coming back into a train cast that I had a little bit ago, maybe last week. Either way, we're going to see how this one goes down.
I've done a solid amount, I would say, at this point, and the best team I've actually seen on train so far, who I have casted, has been Paravision. So, honestly, really these two sides can top it. It was a bit of a weird fight towards our side. Some Pius will eventually drop Leia. Risky Bob also going to get caught as they're trying to get out. I don't think XR realized his leg was poking out there, giving away his position, so he'll get caught. Xanta finds Youngster. We're in a 2 versus 2. Very quickly, this becomes a little weird. It's just that lack of bomb.
Yeah.
Which makes everything significantly harder.
How do you group up? How do you come together?
Could just get it and go B, though.
True. I do like it a little in the fact that they just abandon the bomb, but also it does maybe give him a bit too much respect.
He might just commit through the smoke. I mean, with where some Bias is playing, it's not going to work, at least initially. Oh my god, it's so dicey. Right in front of each other, 20 seconds. He's committing towards A. Now knows where he is as well. Got to go quick. You don't want to buy time for LNZ to rotate over, but Sampius will win it out. Second of the round. Heroic start well, and they needed that.
Yeah, they did indeed. It's a solid showing, but pistols can often be a place in which you re-find yourself. Not going to happen for NiGa. Needs to be a very different team. Yeah, they are, bro. They're feeling it. They're feeling it. I will say some Pius, you know, for a medallion man, Spanish, you know, you usually expect them to be kind of out there, and he's pretty stoic, you know.
It's true. It is true. But he's also like, you know, he's an esports player in a way. Some of them are actually quite, you know, introverted too. Maybe it's like
true.
The introverted side is a little bit stronger than the Spanish flair, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe. Can't gonna get
internal battle.
Yeah. Internal strife within Mr. Alvaro himself. But an opener for the Famis on towards Khan. Youngster, of course, has been caught by his wise Deagle. They want to pop towards B. It's only the IGL of LNZ here to try and stop them. So they actually should be able to get a bomb plant here, especially in timing, because they have dropped down. Unfortunately, LNZ turned away at the worst possible moment. Bomb goes down. But he'll be gifted one to start things off. Spots a second. Oh, he's going to get double dinked as well. He's been glocked at range. Now, that is very awkward indeed. So I should tick in the flames, and he will. And it's all down to Xanta. A Glock as well for him. Should be literally impossible. And some bias will make sure of that. But honestly, a bomb plant and a couple of kills, I don't think NiGa are too upset about that.
No, not at all. It is that kind of bare minimum satisfaction. So things look pretty good within the context of the round, and the context of the expense. So we'll see here. We'll see. I think this next round will be a big one, and then we might break into the mailbag a little bit. We've been sent a few across once the action lulls, but these early rounds, pretty important to just get a taste of how things will go.
Yeah, we'll wait until we get to like attack pause or a tech pause. Hopefully not a tech pause, but you never know. Or a full eco, something of the sort. Then we can crack into them. You're right, for now, these rounds are super important. First gun round out for NiGa. Tanir trying to fight around that main smoke, and it works well for the first. The molly at the toes of Xfile. He'll get dinked as well. This is such a scrappy fight in main. Nades are raining down. Xfile has somehow got out alive, but not for much longer. A wild fight, but only a kill apiece to open things up.
Yeah, it feels like there should have been more out of it. But not what happens. Leah on the opposite side of the map to the rest of his team, so he is potentially looking to be a bit of a nuisance. It has slowed way down. NiGa looking for an entry opportunity, of course. Youngster got to be careful on this timing. In between these angles, gets good, but can't quite net the frag. Leah, meanwhile, trying to be the player to just keep them in things. A weird split situation here. There's CTs everywhere as well. They've not really confirmed the bomb. What is going on? I mean, Tanir's in behind there. Some Pius gets taken down. Youngsters completely rotated around through B. It's just a very strange game state, and his patience pays off. Youngster catches Vi, it's all on Khan. And the CTs being everywhere seems to have worked very nicely for Heroic. This surely should close out now. Khan just hides inside the smoke. Few Hail Marys and hoping that a miracle comes his way. Tap onto the bomb. Oh, headshot on the first. Just banking on the fact that that other guy is not on the bomb quite yet. 10-second timer has gone, and he's clutched it up just by way of patience.
Beautiful. Honestly, so well done there right at the end. He was so much in these sort of two minds, right? He didn't exactly know how to go about it, or, you know, do I fight when there's been a tap on towards the bomb, or since I've killed one, do I just commit and hope that nobody else is here? And thankfully, he made the right choice. NiGa needed that round. It's that shot on Tanir which locks it in place. And unfortunately, there's nothing Youngster could have done. Beautiful. NiGa needed that. They'll get it. Of course, buy back out for Heroic, but LNZ will be required to bring an MP9. So if they were to go towards B, which he's been anchoring, especially any fights at range, she'll be at a little bit of a lesser position. So he's holding for this Ivy push too. So Youngster, as long as he doesn't overextend, he'll be fine. If he continues pushing, which he's done a couple of times already, this could get a little dicey.
So I do want to break in. Well, maybe not do the whole thing. We got like a question coming in. Let's go with Buttermilk CS, which is certainly an interesting name. Would you agree that G2 is an NA team after IEM Dallas 2024? And then comments about NACS is dead, but we won IEM Dallas, basically.
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought so. The thing is as well, it's like Stewie is from NA, sure, but is he intrinsically in the depths of like tier 2 NA at the moment? Not really.
Oh.
You know what I mean? So it's like he kind of just comes out of nowhere, does indeed play well, but it doesn't feel like he's in the heart of NACS at the moment.
I'm going to come back to this at a later date because there's an insane round brewing here. 2v4 turned into a 2 versus 2. It started so well for Heroic, and they've actually let it slip by overfighting. They dropped the bomb as well. And xCloud, he doesn't even realize it, but he's getting flanked right now. If Richie Bob can just buy a bit of time, who cares? Rip ahead. Smoke goes down, plant backside with 15 seconds left on the clock, and LNZ with an MP9 now upgraded to an AK, but he's taken a lot of damage in that fight with his MP9. I cannot believe it. 1 versus 2. LNZ, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think he might just give this one up.
He's too low.
Brutal. What a round to throw away there. That is a tough one.
Yeah. Yeah. NiGa looking good, I think, is one of the worries here on the Heroic side, who started well, tried to keep it together. They lose out a clutch, and then they lose out not necessarily a thrown round, but an unlikely round, let's say. And it is going to suck. It is going to hit. So I think we might need an early timeout here from Heroic to just recenter. Oh, what's that music? Is that timeout music? I think that might be timeout music.
Talking. You are the prophet.
Wait a minute. Oh my goodness. Listen, it's almost like I talk about Counter-Strike for a living, you know? I know these players. I'm in their heads. And that's maybe why they're, facing elimination, because they've let me into their heads.
It's honestly, though, I do think you're spot on. This is a very good time to make this call. You've now getting a bit of understanding of what NiGa are trying to do on your T side, and you're starting to at least develop what are their defaults, what are their tendencies, what are their habits, and how can we now punish them ourselves. And I don't think NiGa, there's too much that they need to converse about. I think they're actually in a pretty solid spot, all in all. But for them, they'll use that timeout gladly and just say, all right, good work, boys. We're back into this now. Let's start chaining this into a lead. Double nades over to catch the cross towards E-Box, and it will do a pretty considerable amount of damage towards xCloud. One thing with that attack pause, it does ice out NiGa just a little bit after 2 big rounds won. Khan wanted to fire. Scout of some pious is there to try and fare up. It's not the easiest sort of weapon to work, but probably one of the few spots where you can find a bit of form.
See whether it keeps brewing here, of course. Kind of waiting for this lull in play, just to get the chit chat going. EPL mailbag at efg.gg.
Yeah,
which is
some stuff.
It's a lot to say. I'm not gonna lie. Like, my brain does not like that at all. Got to put
a lot of G's in that.
Yeah, the EPL and EFG have got to go in the right place, and then it is like 3 G's in a row. Yeah.
40 seconds. A B hit brewing, but xCloud, a big flank brewing too. Oh no! No! Oh, that was ugly. There's a second man here, and it's Tanir, who also gets caught in the same exact vein. LNZ with that AK will at least do something. But Bomb can now cross. Bomb can go down. That's not something they can stop. LNZ trying to creep his way up. He misses the shot. Youngster outrange of an MP9. 2 versus 2. He's trying to jump shot a little bit of tag on towards lane. We don't need to peek now. Play around this smoke and utilize it to your advantage. 1 man of the scout and a 1 versus 2. They're both tagged, so it's not impossible. There's plenty of time on that bomb. Scout pulled out again. Where is he? Trying to find him around. Thomas with the pistol pulled out. He was so damn close going up on the ladder. But you hate to see it. NiGa survivor scare.
Just a little bit of utility in there, right? So that they could flush out a position or smoke off a choke point, something like that. Would have really made a difference. The amount of damage done by those low buy weapons cannot be understated. They just couldn't find their way in, could not find the path. We have another timeout from Heroic.
Yeah, they're really nervy early here, aren't they?
It's pretty crazy. I mean, they took a timeout before that one, and now they're taking another timeout, man. I mean, it's unprecedented. It's really not heard of. And this is an eco again. So, you know, like a financially disadvantageous position at the very least. So, you know, it's like, what are we cooking? It better be good. It better be good. I tell you what.
That is, that's tough. That is seriously tough. I mean, who knows what Heroic are discussing in this? You know, it would be lovely if we could get the look in towards the comms. Obviously, understandable why we can't, but 2 back-to-back like that. Pop flash gonna come through. Anti wasn't being played there, so down will go Leah. But the response is good. And that's the 2 guns, or the 2 better investments, one of which being that M4 lying on the ground, which was maybe the chant in this one. Some Pious, his back is betraying him. He's trying to spam through that brick wall. That's asking a lot. And Xanta will clean up X-Rad. Lost man. LNZ, they've got to know he's the B anchor at this point as well. And now they know where he is. Swing and a find by Xanta. Good work. Messy opening fight, but a good recovery.
A decent find indeed. Well, let's see, man. This is a really, really big round on the horizon, I think. Heroic have got to have presence here. But it's a dangerous, dangerous conversation. The double timeout stack. You feel like both the timeouts, maybe not entirely talking about this round, but a large part of it, maybe an old recenter. There's a pretty good video out there if you guys want to catch it, that Ash released maybe a week ago now, talking about timeouts and sort of what they're for and some of the misconceptions, so on and so on.
Yeah.
It maybe does feel like that first timeout is like a mental one where Saul's just like, relax, calm down, comms not good, whatever. And then the second one that comes in is a little more of a tactical conversation.
Yeah. We have to do this. This is what we're looking to do towards this next round. This has got to be cleaned up. That kind of feeling. Smoke comes down. Deep Ivy smoke. That's a relatively new one. That was not used as much in some of the earlier train games when people were limit testing the map a little bit. But it's a very interesting one, but some passage just plays in front of it. Simple. And of course, you can use that smoke to get in, get out. So catches swipe, falls away. And it's the one downside of that smoke that's thrown there. It's good if nobody's already pushed forward, but if they are, like Sampius was, it's the easiest way to get out of dodge. Tania will catch Xanta too. That makes it all the more easier. A shot through the smoke is close, but they're down to 2 now. NiGa might just save.
Yeah, I mean, what else are you going to do with the round, really? So that is certainly one way to send the message. Picks across the board. I see all the little X's are in very, very different locations. So, yeah, initial fights go heavily the way of Heroic. Nothing NiGa can do to answer. They'll just have to go into the next one. But that being said, money's not great now. Minimum loss bonus for some of these players, and they are really worse for wear.
Okay. Yeah, NiGa, that was a tough one to let slip. A lot of fights that just fall very, very flat, very, very quickly. Okay, a pause this time called by NiGa, so a lot of early tag pauses. And, you know, this will happen, right? When we see a series like this where it's elimination on the line and we've gone to a third map and you've both had your problems on a third map as well, I can understand why they're really trying to get as much control in this early part. And you've touched on NiGa, don't have a lot working in terms of the funds. The Eagle Tech 9 double AK AWP is what we're working with here. It's workable, but at the same time, it can be very awkward. Kong gonna get run boost early. Might be a quick peek Ivy, which I can get behind. He's got the drop.
Not as much action at the start of this round compared to the previous. Really no moves panning out just yet. And NiGa are patiently waiting for something to come their way, I think is what we're looking at. So Heroic have definitely put the fear into them after the last round going so very well. I quite like the little kind of office that's in the way.
Yeah.
Towards heaven, instead of like having it as a completely open channel. I think that does change the dynamic a bit on that beat.
Yeah, I agree.
Which was notoriously just impossible to get into sometimes.
True. We're under a minute now. It's a pop towards B that is being set up in a sense, right? They're trying to bait out a bit of a heroic utility. What a shot by Zwei. Oh my god, that was huge. The bomb's not towards B, but they're trying to bait out that that's where they're going. They might even now be going for a late commit. Oh, Leah! 2 huge shots. He'll go down through the smoke, but my god, he's done wonderful work. X-Foul is in that con smoke and very riskily is being played up close there by a risky bomb, pushing through. No way, I can't commit. X-Foul couldn't get the shot. Moving around, the bomb will go down. It's LNZ left with it all to do. And they will know that he's this B-rotate. NiGa, how have they survived this round? It's Khan who goes down first. Still plenty of time for LNZ, but he's got 2 more to find. 1 E-box, 1 up close. Risky bomb. Beautiful work. I cannot believe NiGa have walked away with that.
Yeah, a mental round once again. Seems like we're getting quite a lot of those in this series. The unbelievable moments. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. But, you know, it's kind of what makes Train a bit fun. Very, very open spaces where many fights can go down. Not super long range, but long range enough. Be careful there. You might need a new chair, and you get a check in the mail for that. But you can see the Heroic boys not too happy about the way things are panning out. Feels like we've just not had any downtime here either, right? Buy after buy after buy.
Non-stop, isn't it? My god, what a game though. What a game. X-Loud. Gonna try and join up with LNZ. Right call. Brewing for a B hit. They faked it and then went A last time. This time they're Util's coming down, they're committing. And there's no one really close enough in rotations to help these two. So even if one of them falls, it could be wraps on the lockdown. That's not a good start. LNZ gonna get clipped by Lear. Head to head with the IGLs. Oh my god, he gets bailed out. Xanta. What coverage from him from the heavens. And that's probably got to be the round saved, especially now with some Pius going down.
Yep, definitely looks that way. Ooh, Tanir should hold then. So they'll get their guns, but it is going to be low money in the next round. Whether they want to work around it, do some drops or whatever, I'm not sure. I would imagine it's an eco or potentially small half buy around these 2 saved M4s.
Survive, okay. NiGa 6-3. Heroic are running out of time. Oh my god. This is a wild round again, like we've been talking about, where it feels like there has been no rest for the wicked in these sort of scenarios. Another pause. The final one as well for Heroic. We're only 9 rounds through this game and they're going to call all 3. So it is actually, you know, everything has been weighed up in this first half, and it's a Heroic side who have gone very muted now.
All right, while we're in the timeout, I got a big question for you now,
Sure.
in from my man Josh K, and this was to the EPL mailbag. He said, just curious, so as though it's popped into his head about 5 minutes ago, If you guys got sent back to the Dark Ages with an Apache attack helicopter and crew of teammates, how many kingdoms do you think you'd be able to conquer?
All of them.
Yeah, probably all of them. Tell me how they deal with an Apache attack helicopter. So long, the only threat would be running out of like fuel,
ammo, right? But what I'm saying though is like, I don't even know if I need to fight because I just tell them I'm God. You know what I mean? Or like, I am,
this is smart.
I am an alien or something, right? And they'll just believe. You know what I mean? I know it. Like they'll believe me. So I'll just say, yeah, I'm an alien. I've come from a different planet, and like I'm come here to rule, and you guys have got to like, you know, obey me basically. And they'll be like, all right, sound like, you know, and then there'll be like one person early doors who really like questions it. It's like, no, actually, I refuse, and I'll just shoot them with the Apache helicopter. Like, nah, fair enough. Like he wasn't lying. That's my thought process there.
I think lined up and hit the nail on the head. I think you've hit the nail on the head. For
it's actually it's like a propaganda war more so than like a. You know, like a real war. You know what I mean?
You probably have to fight like one. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
they were pretty into God at that point. So if you come along, you know, beware the false prophets and all that kind of stuff, and you're like, I am alien God man or whatever.
Yeah.
They'd probably be like, right, well, he might be right, but whatever religious text we follow says that we have to try and kill this guy.
Yeah, all I need to do is
get to the end of that.
Write a religious text of my own and be like, no, this was hidden, guys. Like,
oh, goodness. Now you're getting quite deep, mate. You could potentially turn history around completely.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And then be like, no, this is actually right. It says like Neo and the Apache helicopter is God. And, that's what you got to kind of go with. So
yeah,
that's probably where I would lean, I think. But who knows? 6-4, NiGa. 2-round buffer. Can they get a lead? Confirmed in towards that second half. That's the main thing they're vying for here. 2 Galils to work with. Tanir on a flank. Xanta is briefly holding, but not well enough. Tanir gets both. This is something that Heroic have been doing quite a lot, pushing through Pot Dog. And again, they get away with it. LNZ will fall, so there's space down towards B, and a very early plant can come through. So that's at least something to work with. But means Dwight's all alone in this endeavor.
Yeah, bro.
Got a late load towards A, which is being held. Oh, Risky Bob, he needed that kill. Absolutely, the fact that he doesn't get it feels like it should be done here. Zwei, 1 point of HP, and somehow survives, and A going off in front of him. It's all on Leah. It's all on the IGL. Smoke down on top of the bomb. They're expecting a ramp play. Youngster will get caught. Oh my god, it's Scrappy. Zwei against Tanir. They were both low, but he just didn't expect Tanir in the smoke, and they've got just enough time for the defuse. It's close, but it's Heroic's round.
I mean, that is very close. 4v2, right? Could easily have been snatched away. Thought he was maybe still on the bomb. It's unlucky because Tanir was very, very killable. It's kind of the flank, though, that goes quite well for Heroic. The fact that they were ready. Such a weird post plant for a second there, where it's like one guy on the bomb, one guy way back in halls, one guy over on A, not really doing anything. So very, very strange for a second there. They're really using all these timeouts, man. Neither team has got any timeouts for next half.
It is actually wild. All 6 tactical timeouts used in the first half. My, oh my. I don't know, man. It's a big final round, because if the NiGa are somehow able to squeeze us over the line, having a lead on the T side of train is so damn important, and honestly could be the difference maker. They're going quick towards A. They might just commit out here. Molotov down. The flash onto Exile is good, but he somehow stays alive and he gets one before he falls. Tanir backside. He'll get caught and cleared. Good work by Xanta. There's an upgrade to be picked up as well if they need. Bomb will go down. 3 versus 4. Make that 2, may I say. But Senpai's is basically dead. Everything trying to be done by Youngster here.
He gets one on the backside. Upgrades himself to that AK. He's also got the kit, so yeah, really important that he just gets kills and stays alive. No one was peeking him or giving him anything. Xanta, with the crazy off angle, gets it done. It's a 7-5. It's NiGa to take the lead after what looked to me a very, very weak start. They've done well here to recover the situation and take a lead. Moving into the second half there now.
Yeah, I'll have to say. I think for Heroic, they feel probably a little bit dejected, I think it's safe to say. Some of the ways in which these rounds have gone, but also the overall feeling right now. NiGa, if they can get a pistol round, that might be it. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, there's no more attack timeouts heading into the second half. All 6 have been used in this first half. Next time we get attack timeouts into overtime if we get there. We'll have to wait and see. We'll go first on to a little bit of a break. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back. Second half coming up in our third map. It's Train, of course. It's NiGa with an ever so slight lead, but a really, really dicey first half from both sides. A lot of mistakes being made, a lot of ups and downs, and that slim lead by NiGa is everything right now. If they can get a pistol around here, genuinely it could be the beginning of the end for Heroic. Not only in this series, but in this tournament.
Yes, it all comes down to this. The stakes don't really get much higher in the early stage of a tournament, right? And I think in a way for teams like this as well that are trying to place themselves in the world of Counter-Strike, you need to be surviving and getting deep into the tournament. Going out early is not what you want. Youngster can't land those shots in the end. It was looking good for a moment, but he just could not find the head. LNZ is trying to survive things, and it's not going to happen. NiGa find the pistol, and it is big. It is big. It's going to put them in a fantastic position now.
This is a war cry that Leah was doing yesterday.
Yeah,
and it worked yesterday, and who knows? It might work out here and now, but that is such a big round to be taken for NiGa, honestly. Look at them getting fired up. You love to see it, dude. Honestly, that's such an important round for NiGa to get. Extend the lead to 3. Should honestly be made 4 as well. There isn't a buy for Heroic to work with. 1 Deagle for Youngster and a few Glocks. This should be a 9-5. 9-5 is a tough score to recover from.
Yeah, just handing it across. Maybe if they can drop one of these rifles, they'd be pretty happy. Svi knows that. He hears a Deagle ringing off. The initial fight doesn't go his way, so he doesn't take that repeak. Yeah, there ain't no discipline like a third map elimination game, right?
True.
You would definitely see first game of the tournament. He's probably having a cheeky repeak on that one, isn't he? But not here.
Yeah, not at the moment. Not with everything that's been brewing in this series. Under a minute now. 50 seconds to work with his. Looks like Heroic want to go for a late play towards B. There's 2 players here to meet them. 1 holding the heaven. It's Xanta at range and Khan up close. You've got Yuto, a need to bound out if needed. But this is all about getting a plan, basically. And honestly, with them flying out, they should be fine. Oh, I'd say that. No way. The bomb actually does get past the M4, but not past Khan. On site, Famas. He wants the kills as well. I don't blame him. But it's Risky Bob who steals it away at the end. Big one to take. And the fact that they just do it effortlessly.
Very, very vocal at the moment. Talking things away, talking things through. Just a couple more, and I mean, this next round could be the defining one, to be honest with you. If they deny a bomb plant here, they probably get themselves an 11th pretty easily. So, it is nasty. It is a lot of pressure. Decent nade damage to kick things off.
Calm. Gonna play up close. He saw that spam but doesn't want to test it. I think that's the right way to go about it. Extraordinary damage dealt on towards him could be pretty important. This gun round actually feels like it genuinely could be everything for Heroic. You lose this gun round and that might be it. NiGa finding a 10th, potentially even 11th as well, with economy being shattered. With a scoreline of 9-5, if economy continues being a little rough, generally you could have only 2 proper gun rounds for Heroic on the C side. That is a difficult predicament for them, and it's an absolutely excellent smoke. Risky Bob going to play up close to the MP9, but honestly, the timing of that smoke could not have been better. Look where he is. Prime position for 2. Nearly the 3rd as well, and it will be settled by Zwei, who swings for more, and he finds more as well. Zwei shut it down. What a hold towards A. Risky Bob sets the tone, and Zwei will see it over the line. Oh my god, Heroic. We could be saying goodbye to them. 1-3 at Pro League at this rate.
Yeah, a team that had a lot of excitement behind them coming together last time out at Pro League. You may well argue they performed a bit better than this, so
I love it.
Feeling good about it. They are feeling good about it.
G has had a lot of, limelight for being like a fun character, but I gotta throw Leah in the mixer as well, dude. Both series, today and yesterday, when they're winning, oh my god, he's a fun guy to watch. The war cries, the celebrations, the high fives. I mean, he seems like a really cool dude. He seems like one of those dudes like you'd like to get a beer with.
Sure, I could see it. He might go a little wacky though. I reckon he'd
good. That's what I do when he
take you to some crazy places.
That's what
do you know what I mean? It'd be like a Wednesday. You've got work tomorrow, and he doesn't care. Like he just
this place closes at 4, by the way. Not too late. You're like, sorry?
Yeah. 3 beers on every order. As soon as you finish, it's like all your beers are paid for, but
But they only serve IPAs from like the most remote region or something.
Oh, sure. You're just going to be drinking so many of them.
Yeah.
Courtesy of Leah.
Oh, hang on. Tanir gets the first. LNZ gets the second. Bomb goes down. Oh, Xflow deletes the AWP. How is this the round that Heroic are winning? 2 versus 5. It should be done already.
Yeah, it can happen. The game of Counter-Strike can get away from you from time to time. The Pistols have closed the gap. So many to look at. Youngster trades instantly. I think they were on their way to save there anyway.
Wow.
And there isn't a life left in the old dog yet.
Oh, wow. Of all the rounds to be seen over the line, the weird scrappy force hitting towards B, where they've struggled to go towards B.
Oh my goodness.
No idea what he said, but...
Yeah, calm down.
Yeah. You're still 4 rounds down. A lot of work to be done.
Bro.
A lot of work to be done. Double volleys, risky Bob. Oh my god, yeah, he struggled to get on the ladder. Oh my god, what a shot. Some players actually tagged him as well, but risky Bob, nice little angle. LNZ will eat a grenade. Xanta's only got a 5-7, but he was nearly gifted a free fight at close range there. So a lot of early damage dealt. And another tag.
Oh no.
That comes through, this time on towards Xflow.
I don't like it. It's not looking good. The vibrations are off here. Execute gonna come in, so they'll just rely on the process and on the plan. Maybe jumping over that bullet there. Khan caught. He will go down, but the damage that's been done is so substantial. Look at all the assists that come in. Tanir is caught out in the open. He will fall, and NiGa right back to their winning ways.
Oh my. Time is running out to get in towards this game. That's brutal. And especially you just win a round and you just find a bit of form. And then immediately it gets sort of thrown back in your face like that. That is brutal. That's gonna hurt.
Hey, listen, man. It's what we always say. Those low-buy rounds are hard to replicate.
True.
And that's exactly the plague that becomes Heroic. Trying to go for an early pick. Nothing presenting. Xflow eating a nade to kick things off.
All right, so smoke down, double smokes down, in fact. One from the T side, one from the CT. (11-6), and a near full buy. A little bit of money left over for Tanir and Youngster just in case, but they're playing to win, not for overtime. It all comes down to this as it's eerily quiet for Heroic. And it looks like they want to pop towards A.
45 seconds. The first bit of utility will rein in. Some pious catches Lear on that advanced position. Advanced defense. Vi has to fight and will be traded instantly. Risky Bob is the man in behind enemy lines here. They're unexpectant of him. Bomb has been spilled. They have to pick that up. And in comes Risky Bob. No plan for you. Oh, it's just one, though. So they will do enough to trade him down. Should be able to get the bomb planted. Trying to go towards B. It doesn't matter in the end as the kill comes in. I was going to say it might be a bit close for the B plant, but either way, they win the round.
I like that idea, though, of, you know, let's assume they have enough time of pulling away over towards B, but leaving a lurker towards A to catch rotations. But that was a very scrappy round. I actually think Heroic win that round on utility. Their smokes and flashes were excellent to give them a lot of space. Risky Bob, he very easily actually could have got 2 there. Maybe even got the guy off the bomb first and not the planter, but he was coming out of the smoke. He had no idea where he was. And it happens. Flashbangs. Oh my god. Zwei with a scout. Looking to try and connect on towards Tanir. Not to happen. LNZ going to find Xanta. It's carnage. These rounds are quick. And as NiGa have gone for a force, they need to make this one stick.
It's true, man. This gap's going to close fast if you're not careful. Oh, Leah. It's a good spot. Don't overuse it. Oh, he's going in too deep. Too deep. We liked where he was at for a moment there, but he'll give them a kill. And with that, probably the round going to be slowly but surely secured. Xfloud with the sense of timing. Moves away from the 5-7. Oh, yeah, he has. Yeah, onto an AK. Could be...
Who knows? Ah, never mind.
Well, still, who knows?
Oh, true.
No, never mind.
Yeah, I mean, I just felt like a 1v4 swinging out of main felt a little unlikely, a little hopeful, but heroic. That's a big round to take because that was a force buy for NiGa. That means they're left with nothing in this one. It was just relentlessly quick once again. And you see some of the errors that plague a side like the mid, like the overfights and the pushing angles that we don't need to. It's one of those where, unfortunately, that is the difference between like a tier 2 side and maybe even just like a tier 1.5 side, as we would sort of generally lump heroic in with being in that tier 1.5. NiGa more tier 2. Just these tendencies to always want to fight and these over rotations or overplays of the angles that they have. So low buy here. We've gamble stacked over towards B, but heroic are taking Ivy control.
Got sent a picture of a cat. Do you like cats?
Don't mind them. I'm more of a dog man, though, I would gotta say.
I don't have too much knowledge of cats, unfortunately.
It was a cool looking cat, though.
Yeah, he's a little goofy looking guy for sure. So
yeah,
thank you for the cat. Anyone else with cats in chat, maybe send it through. And a little fun fact, I guess. The one about this cat is that he doesn't like fish, apparently, which apparently, I guess doesn't make sense. That is fair. They are famous for liking tuna and whatnot.
Yeah.
So, but not everyone does, mate. Not everyone does. I'm sure you might have a food that everyone else is a big fan of. I remember one guy at uni, I don't know why this has just popped into my head, but he didn't like fizzy drinks, like at all. Like, none of them. Not just,
really?
Oh, I don't like Coke, I prefer Pepsi. He just could not handle the like, I guess, carbonation of the drink.
Yeah.
Which made it very interesting. The drinking culture at English universities is quite big. So that also spread to like beer. You know what I mean? Because there's a bit of like fizz to beer as well. So this was a guy that was like, I'll just drink vodka and water. And it's like, interesting.
Wow, that's
very
rank.
Interesting. Yeah.
That is rank. I recently found, I didn't actually know this was a thing, but there's like a kind of like a brewery near me, and they do still cider, and it's actually pretty good. Honestly, one of them I just had like tasted like Ribena, so
there you go.
Pretty good. LNZ.
If only that was around while I was at uni, this guy would have been slightly less
loving it.
Strange. Yeah.
Lear finds Tania. He's got a good idea there's someone else around here because it was LNZ, you got the kill. It's just about where is he? Oh, Lear gonna get dinked. That makes his life a lot harder. Khan, how's your swing? Great. It's actually perfect because he doesn't take even a single point of damage. 11-9 on the score line, but man advantage for NiGa. They're back into the buy and they're back making it stick.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be absolutely heartbreaking if Heroic cannot take this at least the distance. What do they do here? I mean, this is kind of the chat that's going down at the moment. I'm sure it's like, do we want to move forward for this? Do we want to save and just try the RNG angle in the next round? Leah with the T-Molly. Slightly scarier than the CT Molly, for sure. But all the same, it's well-timed and they don't fancy the push.
Time taking 30 seconds. We gotta go. Now or never, boys. Leah back sight but low. He might just want to buy time. Actually, even let them out a little bit. Because of how low he is. Just stay alive if you can. He can't. gets caught. Molotov will make life very difficult. X-Filed is tucked in a difficult angle to clear, and Sumpires is hitting shots. Zweig's left all alone. Now the time to prove your mettle, youngster. What have you got for us? 1 versus 3. Knows where the AWP is. Knows there was one back site. It's about figuring out where is X-Filed. Oh my god, it's right on the edge. Yeah, he can't see him because of the smoke. We can because of the X-ray. When internally you scream and shoot. His crosshair was on. That's why he might just be pulling away though. No fights are being given over to him. That is heroic. Surviving from a man disadvantage, and they will be getting their way up to double digits. Fair play. Youngster. Oh my god, he gets the kill as well. Makes it even worse for Young Zwei.
Yeah, not good. Not good. Heroic. Well played to them, to be honest, right? The B hit just did not look like it was going to happen. I saw that Molotov come in. I was like, okay, we should be ready for this. But it falls apart massively. Big Sumpires moment. And the half by here. So it's going to be 11-11. It's going to be all 24 required. And maybe just a few more here as well now.
Oh, well. We've already had, you know, a close game and overtime in map 1s and oh my god, if you got the second behind it, I might have started to believe. Molotov will deny what these pistols can do. Need behind it, bomb to go down. Risky Bob, a lot of damage taken to him with the CZ, the IKEA builder gun. So I don't know if I believe it's not a gun I really love to see used as Lear gets caught picking up the scout. It should be done here. Tanir's lurking in the smoke. His nade might even just get the kill itself. As Zwei pushes through. Risky Bob swinging a find. But it won't deny, I don't think, anyway, this round here. It shouldn't. And Sumpires make sure of that.
All right, here we go. Do or die for both of these teams. Quite literally, not just in the series, but in the tournament. Can they keep it together? So far, so good. Heroic have actually done a very good job. It felt like they had maybe again let things slip at the very final moment, but their composure, given the fact that we have no damn timeouts left for either team, has looked pretty good. A bounce back required. They answer that call. NiGa looking to stop them. Oh no, Trace has followed. X-Filed was on, but he was 1 bullet here, 2 bullets there, and just, you know, change it up. The angle's a bit too much. NiGa don't call off the push, however. They get that first frag, but they move in and throw away the advantage.
Youngster might push to smoke it. Only thing is, would he have heard the steps of Xanta? Surely he has. If Xanta's patient, it could be a kill opening up as a freebie, basically, to him specifically. But Xanta's pulled away. So Youngster gets in the back lines. Oh my god, this is all won or lost here by Youngster. And what a check. Because Xanta, same time, has found a kill. Can't, holding with the AWP, but he gets gifted one over. How is this round falling apart? Heroic 3 versus 4 in their favor. And now 1 versus 3 for the AWP with Sumpires, who gets nailed by Zwei. Map, series, survival point for NiGa.
Crazy. I think we've had quite a few rounds. You say, you know, how has it happened? I think we've said that quite a few times, haven't we? Really had that sort of sentiment within a good number of these train rounds that it's like, what is going on? You know, the pushes, the advantages. It does look very, very messy. So many open fights being taken by both teams. A lot of squads afraid to just sort of stand still and let the round play out. They always feel like they have to be active in this one. Big nade damage once again. Speedy round from Heroic, just going straight in, not wasting any time. Risky Bob, first line of defense, and maybe the only one that they need. All the kills go in the way of NiGa. The round crumbling before our very eyes, and Heroic's tournament life has been deleted. 2-1, the 13-11 finish, and they are indeed knocked out of EPL here. That is heartbreaking. That is heartbreaking. The two maps that they lose are all the way down to the wire. One in overtime, one in the very final round of regulation.
Oh, it's heartbreak for Heroic. It really is. But what a showing by NiGa. You know, congratulations to them. That is not an easy team to break down, but also not an easy series to win either. Fatigue was obviously a factor that we spoke about. Overtime in this first map of Dust 2, and then you get destroyed on Mirage, and NiGa turn it round on a map in which they're 0 for 3 on until now, and make train work right at the end. And there was actually some really nice protocols from them. To be fair, you can tell they've obviously spent quite a decent amount of time working on that train and finding ideas. That first half in particular, super important. You know, we come back to one thing. First of all, this clutch was a big moment.
Yes.
Heroic, how we losing that one. But I think, you know, when we look at it, and something we touched on quite a lot on train, all 6 timeouts used in that first half. I think
Crazy.
Both sides would have loved the timeout in that second. Oh my God.
Yeah, getting in their own heads, you know, both of the teams, to be honest, and playing to the tune of the opposition, right? It's like one team using all 3. Okay, maybe fair enough in a sense. We had Heroic use 2 pretty quickly. They wanted to make sure they were absolutely sure about their position. But like both teams doing it is just sort of the chaos and the madness of the situation where they're at, you know, tournament life, all that sort of good stuff, you know?
Yeah.
It is a very, very strange phenomena where it's like, oh, they're calling timeouts, we have to call timeouts, right? Because surely we also have to make it look like that we're thinking hard about what to do or whatever, you know? So really, really strange to see that, but it obviously has an effect into that second half, like you say. I think that Heroic in particular, who are the ones that were sort of on the comeback train, you know, and wanting to figure themselves out, and then they'd lose a round, and it's like, right, when it was like 11-9, and then they bring it back, and they lose that 12, I think they needed a timeout there, because clearly they were not in a good space. They just rushed A to try and win out and get to overtime, and that's just not what you want to be calling, I don't think.
It's a bit of head loss, isn't it? And, you know, not that he's that much of a rookie in LNZ, but he's, you know, comparatively to some of the others, it is. And it feels like quite a rookie call in a way. And I got to give credit on the flip side to Leah. I think he actually kind of orchestrated a lot of these rounds really well for NiGa, gave them a lot of opportunities, gave them a lot of insights into what Heroic were trying to do. And having, you know, situations like that is super sick to see. So, you know, it's a big, big win for NiGa. A massive upset in the sense that Heroic were a side that were always expected to make it through stage 1, go stage 2, and start finding their form, right? But yeah, not to be. Going 1-3 this Pro League is not what we would have expected at all. And I mean, you know, maybe kind of showing some of the issues with Heroic, inconsistencies. They do pretty decent work online, but not always consistently great online. But then when we get to LAN, bit of the same. Some series are fantastic, other ones they go completely missing, and it's hard to really quantify where Heroic are. If you had to say, like, this is a side that should finish inside of the top whatever, it's actually a difficult argument to make, right? Because they're so hit and miss with what we see out for them. So wild series, all the same. And that's only our first series of the day as well. We've got 2 more to bring you. Myself and Scriv will be on the next one as well before the final game of the day. Darth Mike and Exner will be taking over for that one. But yeah, a lot of Counter-Strike, I think, which is sick. And of course, with us, we've got a lot of these Elim games, which is Heartbreak Hotel.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, definitely what we are about. I just want to like kind of revisit as well. You know, you talk about the Heroic where they end up falling and the fact that it's 1-3. They also, that one is a win against House Bets, you know, which no offense to the House Bets guys, but it's a pretty expectant victory. And then, you know, Saw 3D Max, you'd maybe expect them to take the Saw game for sure. So yeah, commiserations for Heroic. But we do have an interview from the other side of things where I'm sure there are many celebrations. We've been waiting a couple minutes to get you in here, Leah. And yeah, the mascot alongside as well. First of all, I'll keep it simple. You talked about Revenge Arc. You talked about these guys, you know, being a bit of your rivals. How do you feel to take down this Heroic team and, of course, that old Sangal core that caused you so many problems last year?
I don't know, I feel happy. That was a close game. That was a very interesting game. That was hard to win. maybe if you don't talk about some mistakes, it's gonna be airs more easily on Dust too. But we have what we have, and now we are winners. You know, there is only one place for Belarus player at the ESL Pro League, so it's me.
And I guess as well, you know, touching on that, you know, for Tanir, of course, a guy who's played with NiGa before. What was it like sort of facing off against him again in the server, but online at a top level tournament? A player who I think, you know, this year has been quite scary, right? He's been doing really well for Heroic. Was it, you know, a little bit of anxiousness because we know what level he can play at? Or was it, you know him, you know how to counter him, and it felt like you did counter him today?
I guess Anton Bruko, our coach, played more than me with him, and he knew what to do. But that was great feeling. There is no nervous because Andrei is my. He's good person. He is good player. I played maybe half year with him, and I know that it's gonna be interesting game. That's all.
So. Tell me what happened with these timeouts, to be honest, because we were talking about it quite a lot on Train. Both teams had used all 3 of their timeouts by like round 10. So what's happened there? You know, you guys getting caught up in the energy of it? Like, do you feel like you have to be countering their counters? Like, what happens in situations like that?
You know, Train this map when you. At this meta, a lot of players, a lot of teams taking more rounds for city side. And when we got 6 rounds for the start of the game, we knew that we have to take more and more because it's gonna be easy to play for city side. And when we lose some rounds and they have 1 or 2 guys alive, we understand that we need to bring the economy right now. We need to get some tactic and win this round right here and right now. So that's why we lost our tactical pauses first half, but it helps us to win it and end this half with 7-5 score.
Awesome. Well, last thing as well, what does it mean for you guys to stay alive here in Pro League, and what would it mean to be able to move on to stage 2, play against some of these teams that are waiting in the wings, you know, a lot of these top 10 teams that are waiting stage 2? What would it mean for you guys, you as players, but also NiGa as an organization, to be able to overcome the next win and make it to stage 2?
I don't know. It doesn't mean a lot because we are here to win, and we are ready to win step by step. And there is only one of more steps at this tournament. So, like I say yesterday, see you tomorrow.
Okay, awesome. Well, bro, thank you very much for joining us. It's been a pleasure to speak to you again, and congratulations on the win. Best of luck going forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, you love to see it. A sick win, right, I think is the big thing. Bit of revenge as well for a side who have been difficult for them to deal with. But like we mentioned, we've got plenty more Counter-Strike to be bringing you, but we're going to throw us on to a very quick break before we're underway with our second match of the day. Sit tight. We'll see you soon.
It's ESL Pro League, it's Pain, it's Snow. So you guys come into EPL very highly seeded by your peers and in terms of the overall, outlook of this tournament in stage 1. Not the start you guys were hoping for, though. Obviously, you knock over House Bets. They're basically the final seed anyways. Then we see some struggles. Not the Pain that we were expecting. M80 came in strong. really tight, close match, but I would argue FlyQuest was an upset. How have you guys been regrouping?
Yeah, they start not hard. They start if we are expecting, but I think the match from the yesterday we lost some advantage rounds if we are in advantage. So they discuss the match. So yeah, it was a hard match. The guys against us play really well. So yeah, we are a little bit sick today and yesterday. So we are, I don't know how to explain the right form, but we are getting well, you know.
Trying to get some rest.
Yeah, and that's it. So yeah.
And we haven't seen any poor performances from any of you guys, right? Like everything's been pretty on keel in terms of the performances, right? Like no one's really let the entire team down or anything like that. So you're just putting it down to a lack of rest and trying to make sure that you guys are healthy. Have you guys struggled with the travel yet? Because obviously we're now into a year where we're just going to see tournament.
Yeah. Be far from your home is hard. So you get sick sometimes, and it's difficult to get well very fast, to play the tournament very well. So it's hard sometimes, but it's the life, it's our profession. So yeah, it's okay.
And it's a profession you guys obviously love. Yeah. Now, your next game, Lin Vision, they've had a very similar path here at EPL to you guys. They played House Bets, easy 2-0. Then they run into very similar struggles. Now, they did play FlyQuest. They lost 2-0, but they also played Furia. And I was wondering, do you guys, obviously, there are connections between the Brazilian teams. Do you guys ever discuss games like that?
And to be honest, no, we don't discuss with the other teams, but we know they are a really good team, and we have our respect for them, and of course will be a good match. Sorry.
Good luck.
Thank you, bro.
Now, usually I like to come in with something maybe a little bit funny when we're entering in, but I'm going to be a bit serious here because Pain are the team that on this team-selected seeding that we're using for EPL this season, they had the biggest difference between their VRS and what the other teams thought of them, right? 3 placings difference if they had used VRS for the seeding. So the fact that they've gone 1 and 2 and that we're looking at Pain in an elimination game pretty early is very, very surprising. That was the narrative as well for Heroic, but I think this might be even more surprising to see Pain coming in. A lot of very, very favorable kind of players on this team as well, right? Many pundits like this team, so it is a huge surprise that we see them. And as kind of mentioned in the interview a little bit, there's not really too much out of the ordinary here. You just kind of go, yeah, I mean, what you expect and the players you expect to do well are doing well. So what's going wrong?
It's true. I mean, a loss to FlyQuest is definitely not what we expected for a side like Pain. That should be a matchup on paper that they take every day of the week, and this is a tournament for them that, I mean, I had them going flawless, 3-0 through the Swiss, making it look simple, but obviously it wasn't the case, right? I think you're spot on. The fact that we've got them in the 1 and 2 is absolutely wild. It was never what we expected for them. Let's run through the veto, though. We got Dust 2 to kickstart things, picked by Lin Vision. And Nuke up next by Pain. Pretty expected pick for both sides, in all fairness. And then the Decider. Another train, maybe? Potentially. It's still floated. Nah, Pain will get rid of it. Anubis will be at the Decider if required. So, Dust 2 Nuke and Anubis is what we get. I think, again, even despite the hiccups of Pain, I would still say they're coming towards this one as the favourites. But yeah, I don't think they've been playing as cutthroat as they usually are.
No, it's true. And then, you got to deal with Lin Vision, which are always a wacky team to play against. The Anubis feels sort of strange for me. I maybe would have risked it a bit more on Train, you know? This is a map that Pain have not got all that many reps on, and it's actually the highest rep map for Limvision. So that's always something that we look towards, is that, yeah, maybe the success is not quite there, but they're going to be comfortable on it. You're not going to have blindsided them. So veto-wise, Pain not really employing any psychological warfare or anything like that. But as you've said, as I think will be the general consensus coming into this, wherever you look, surely Pain have got to be the favourites. Surely too much to deal with, right, when you've got so many strong players on this team and such a great couple of years that they have been having, still not quite able to break through their ceiling. But when it comes to being a slightly lesser funded Brazilian team, it can be very, very good to stay at that sort of level. MIBR, the other team, of course, that follow them in that same vein. We're on to Dust 2. Absolutely no waiting around here for this one, Neo. Very, very quickly into things. It was a great series, don't get me wrong, but it's put us like an hour behind schedule, that previous game. So, yes, we are right into the action.
Starry. We'll start things off catching Bigazera. Limvision, what have you got for us? Pain are not an easy side to play against. Snow spots one, he gets out. We'll play up close to the Julie. He's got a smoke to work with 2. A lot of reliance given towards Snow here. Half armor, dualies, and a smoke. So they're banking on him to a lot of work towards his B site, and he's going to be called upon because they're splitting now. Call Me Sue probably going to be first contact. They're just going to spam the smoke. Poor Snow, nothing he could do there. Same can't be said for Davideus, though. Good for the first. He's dodging bullets, but it's not enough in the end for Zaka, as Amelia is here to hold 4 flanks. Will Kawes even clear this? He will, but not well enough. Amelia drops him. NQZ the last. He gets dinged, gets a kill of his own. A 1v2 brewing. But he's so low.
He might have faked them out a little. It looks like he's sort of saving. But he is actually going to rotate back around to go in for this. And... oh, no. He is saving. Sorry. He is actually saving. I thought he was thinking he was pulling off a great heist to creep through the tunnel and catch a player off. But no. So Limvision hit the ground running, of course. A lot of it predicated off the back of the initial entries, to be honest. What do we, like, is it just David now? It's just David, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. He's, you know, Davideus.
Is that what he wants
listed,
to be going by?
I'm not necessarily seen it anywhere, but it's like one of those things where, you know, according to HLTV, Device doesn't have a 1 in his name. I think it's maybe a similar kind of energy, but in this case, it's still Davideus on HLTV. So he's not necessarily updating the correct channels.
Okay, but put it this way: until he says it, I'm gonna keep calling him Davideus. How about that?
Yeah, it is also a little bit strange because if you just call him David, that feels like you're just calling him by his first name.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
or like
you're just a bit
someone
too
from England. Like that's like meeting a guy down the pub. You know what I mean? Not David.
Yeah.
Big Dave.
Big Dave is a classic for sure.
So,
I don't know that I know any guy called just David. Do you know what I mean? They're immediately Big Dave.
Yeah.
Even if they're not very big at all, you know.
Yeah, that's just how it is. Call Me Sue. Oh, damage dealt towards Snow. The nade could see him off. No, he just about tucks around enough. Down to 8. The force by for Limvision. We've got for Paymouse, we've got 3 scouts. So don't often see that. Mid to B smoke thrown. Amelia will go back up in towards short. And playing anti-flash up close. It's Westmelon in support, but if Amelia was to go down early here, there probably wouldn't be enough time for a quick trade. So left to his own devices quite a bit. Amelia deals a bit of damage, spots one. He's pretty nervy to fight against his pistol, but you should back yourself, and he will. Kawes gets caught, looks for a second. The smoke comes down. There's where the mid to B split can now start to brew once again. Snow, he's so low. No chance in hell, unfortunately, for him. That's B open. Just save the 3 scouts.
Good old Snow. Probably one of my favorite players to cast at the moment. I think he's just so adorable, you know.
Yeah.
And hearing and watching that interview, he's just a little cutie, isn't he? Really, it's kind of funny, I guess. It's more what you expect, like a young player to be like.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the, like Donk, for example, is just such an outlier of confidence. It's unreal.
Yeah, it's true. Well. Picasera with the scout, looking to try and keep hold of it. They want to keep hold of anything they can, to be honest. Then they have got that. 3 scouts in the right hands can actually be a little dangerous. There might be a world. I'm not going to completely discount it. But, Vision, good start for them. What you want to see. Out the gates, couple of rounds. Should probably be a third as well, being that it's a failed force bite. Not loads to be expected here, but like I said, you know, 3 scouts, a few body shots, and who knows, things are getting a little funky. There's also a scout on the other side for Zaka too. Mid-smoke will come through, nade over towards door, so softening them up, making them body shottable to the scout. It's all part of the plan here.
This is dangerous. I respect it, man. I respect the scout into the scout into the scout. It's a pretty funny setup, actually. And I think they will meet it. So this could get dangerous. Smoke, molly, flash comes in. Ooh, flash is not quite good enough. 1 scout tag. Another one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Just got to find the heads. There's a scout on the other side as well, so this is a scout showdown right now. Quick moves. David, clean headshot. Looking for another. Got to deal with the scout that's in the pit, though. He's giving the overwatch at the moment to the T side. They've lost another scout. It is just Davideus that remains here. Landing the shots eventually, but will be overwhelmed. Snow recovers, but cannot find the kills. I mean, to be fair to Linvision, they get through 3 scouts there, and 2 initial tags. I was like, uh-oh, this is over. This is going to be real dangerous.
Yeah, honestly, that felt very, very dicey. I've got to give credit to the recovery, in all fairness. Call me soon, Zaka out of the end there. Just a big sigh of relief. Like, my God, we only just got that over the line against 3 scouts and a couple of pistols. We're back into the buy. NQZ's got an AWP. Zaka still wielding the scout, because why not? And a quad AK buy around him. This is the first true test for Pain. They've been quite underwhelming this tournament. Linvision, who have a couple of tricks up their sleeve. Oh my God, like that! Like a contact play through the smoke. As big as Era gets caught, Starry will get dropped by the AWP, but that's now going to sow the seeds of doubt. Pain are going to be thinking, has anyone else taken mid-control?
Ooh, molly off the wall. Not going to deal with the goose position. Kawes flashes himself in, but he kind of knows he's on a pretty long timer for the assistants to come round. They'll deal with him 1-for-1, I think is decent enough. Bomb plant faked out, actually. So they're happy to take the fights on the Linvision side of things. Quick little boost up going to come in. Isolated fight and an isolated frag. Westmelon is faking. No commitment to the plant just yet, and that might come back to bite them. They are bailing, in fact. But then Westmelon's not fully committed. He's scared. He just doesn't want to plant the bomb. He's like, why have I got the bomb? Someone else should have been planting.
Yeah, what's going on here? Davideus is going to clear out close. Westmelon. 18 seconds, boys. Like, what is the plan here? Fighting, I think, is the plan. Davideus is last left, and it's seen off by Zaka. My God, that was an incredibly weird round. I mean, if they hadn't fought there at the end, Pain, they actually probably would have won it. That's how weird that was. But they thought they were rotating over towards B. Westmelon was holding for the flank, but with 18 seconds, my God, that was so rough to watch. I think Linvision get very lucky there, but it's a 4th found, but it was really scrappy. Thank God for Zaka, the scout and 5-7 combo. Big Zero trying to rally the troops a little bit. 4-0 down, first time out called.
Still super early as well, you know what I mean? You can feel the teams in the tension today, for sure. And it really is mounting up. We got a pretty good one from the mailbag. I reckon we can go into it. You probably know what I'm going to get at here. Someone asked, wait, hold on. Darkwark? Wait a minute. Darkwark Lights? Quark? Right. Is that how you spell quark? That might be how you spell quark. I don't know, mate. What is Darkwark? Darkwalk? Not sure. Anyway, that's a question for you. Get back to us on where the hell your name came from. But they have asked what the story is behind the caster duos teaming up. So
yeah, I reckon ours isn't actually, unfortunately.
It's pretty conventional, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I was working with another guy, and then we decided to stop working together. And I needed something to work with, and Scriv was sort of like a guy we'd actually never worked together, but you were the higher end commentators around who I liked, like listening to your cast. So I was like, I wouldn't mind working with him, and I kind of just messaged you, was like, hey,
yeah,
do you want to work together? I think you just stopped working with somebody as well at the same time. So
Alan probably.
Yeah, and
I think I'd been sort of solo-y, nomad-y type commentator for a good 6 months. So I wasn't in any kind of position of like, ooh, should I, shouldn't I? I was like, yeah, I absolutely need a duo, and why not? I'd heard your name around. I think what helped us quite a bit was that. Your family lives near me. So you were like, also, I'm in town or whatever. Like, we met up quite quickly, didn't we? Like after doing a few casts together. And that really helps. That really helps kind of establish the friendship and everything. And then it just makes the job a lot easier, I think. Yeah, when you can bounce off each other and you're just comfortable with the person. It's not necessarily like if you get on or not, because I think most of us in the scene do get on. It just allows us to be a bit more natural. You have a better read on like how to conversate with the person and stuff like that.
Yeah, I can't speak for like everyone. I can't speak for like every cast in this sense, but I would say at least for me, I've always done my best work with people that I actually would just hang out with. That I just like, being around. And I feel like even sometimes I've worked with people who are kind of good commentators, but I'm like just not like maybe like friends with like on a day-to-day basis or whatnot. And it is definitely like a little harder, I would say, maybe a bit. But that low buy round for Pain put to bed a 5-0 start for Envision. Dust 2 looking good so far. We sort of expected the Dust 2 pick to come through just because it's played so much by not only just Envision, but in sort of Asian Counter-Strike as a whole. They made it a bit of a home territory for them. And Envision so far looking so good. 5-0. We're back into the buy for Pain. If they let this one slip, though, that's Envision guaranteeing a tie game at the turn of the half and most likely moving on their way to getting a lead. And there might just be a complete no-look from Pain in Dust 2. And at this rate, that's kind of how it's feeling.
I just want to say, while there's maybe a small moment, some guy in the chat said, "Are we watching CS or Love Island?" It's like, sorry, mate. sorry for just having friends, mate. Being friends. Yeah. So
that's
sorry.
A self-report right there. Why Love Island?
Yeah, true. Gamers do not watch Love Island.
Unironically, I've actually never seen an episode of Love Island. And I'm sticking.
That's good. I've seen like 5, and I was like, why am I watching
what
this?
What am I doing with my life? Yeah.
Not on my own. I didn't watch it on my own, to be fair. It was like a uni mates thing, but I was like, even then, I'm good.
Oh, we gotta hit those, boy. We gotta hit those. That's a bad one to lose. I mean, thankfully, there is a kill dotted in there by Big Zero, but they've lost the sight. I mean, like, with the util that we've got to work with, it's sure Katowice is on this late play up in towards long, but How do we actually make this work? Oh, we don't, is what Amelia says. They know where the last is.
Yep, looking and feeling good here. Little awkward there. 3 firing into Katowice, and he somehow manages to get a kill and survive, but I don't think he's going to survive for much longer. Honestly, just calm down. Just relax. We are, again, on the edge of our seats in a lot of these moments, you know. Very, very, very nervy moves, but they win it out, and they continue this streak. Pain not looking good. Not looking good at all. I think the picks of this series are expected, for sure, but you'd expect Pain to have done something by now to get themselves in this game.
It's true. Okie dokie.
They are really not happy with us talking about being friends. This might be the last time. Next time we have to change the story. Like,
yeah,
I actually hated this guy, and I don't know why I'm here. You know,
it doesn't help though. Like, you know, it's not like we can talk about the game. Pain aren't giving us one right now.
It's true, guys. It is true. Yeah, it's not our fault. We're trying to fill the dead air with a bit of something, anything.
Yeah,
look at this guy. He's just jumping. You know,
do information play for NQZ. Yeah, but there is quite literally nothing on offer here. So it's a tough one. Limvision just look so solid. You got to give them credit. A couple of individuals really stepping up. Zaka in particular, 8-0 out the gate. Westmelon 9-2. Some of the vets of this side in a way, or of this scene in particular, doing great work. Starry hasn't been as lights out this tournament, or actually for a kind of a while now, as we know what he has been in the past, right? But it's just the fact that we know with Starry, there's always just that map somewhere, or that series somewhere, when he unlocks it, and he becomes a bit of a different beast. Molly down. Oh, Dink with the 5-7. Looking for the second. He'll get it. Davideus all getting traded out, but NQZ answers back. 5-7 to close range. Awkward to deal with as NQZ plays inside of the smoke. Is Zaka going to hold this? Oh my god, NQZ's still there. And Kormisu, due diligence to make sure that NQZ can't scale it on towards short. 2 versus, well, make that 1 versus 3. Spammed down by Zaka. His 9th kill with still 0 deaths. And Snowz 0-5. Expectations are minimal.
Snow having a rough go of it as well. It's not been the best of starts for this guy. Has yet to get on the board close to the old 07. That can be a bit scary, and hopefully it's not a double 07 for him. We don't really talk about that as much anymore because we don't really get to see assists as much.
Sure.
But all the same, no kills, nearly 8-9 rounds in is really not a good spot. If you no kills like 3 rounds in, it's like, okay, maybe fair enough. You've not had as much action. You've been getting banged out, but this deep, it ain't good.
It's not. It really isn't. This is not a good look. Limvision are just rolling through these rounds so comfortably right now. 7-0. There's just nothing. I mean, just looking at the end there, I mean, I think just as that bomb was going off, Snow is still on 0 damage. I don't know if he got any sort of a tag right as that bomb went off, but either way, 0 ADR. That is brutal. Yikes. Brutal to head into the 8th round of play. And, you know, just not what you want to see at all. A youngster who's been, you know, touted in quite a big way. Obviously, there's that sort of content piece by ESL for Pro League, talking about, you know, Fallen and Sponge and all the rest, and talking about his career and, you know, is how much of a prospect he can be. And I think he has been, you know, really solid since coming in towards this team. But unfortunately, this game, little on offer. He banks round. Big Azera up close. Oh, needs to kill. Amelia just trying to toy with him a little bit. He digs 2 players. That's brutal. But it's still Amelia who gets the opener.
You know, for the longest time, well, I say the longest time, for a little bit when we started doing like Asia ECL, I thought Amelia was a girl because someone in chat said that. And I was like, okay, maybe this guy's like knowledgeable. And it seemed to be just a thing because there was no picture for him for quite a while.
Yeah.
And obviously Amelia is like also a feminine name.
He also changed his name from another feminine name at one point. I can't remember what it was before.
I see. Okay.
It was another name, and Amelia was changed. I think it was actually probably about when we started working together. So it's at like 23.
Yeah.
Right. I think so. And he changed his name from something else to that. I'm pretty sure was someone was telling me the story behind it. Got the AWP out for Amelia with 3 points of HP. Starry on 12. 5 on 4, but with 2 players so low, if NQZ can get one of the healthy players in this initial engagement, there might be something brewing. They know they're coming towards A. Flash round. That flash is so good. It just fades a little bit, but a smoke, or molly down, may I say, and Starry holding for the flank here. This one might be done again. I don't know if there's anything really Pain could do. They might have to give it up and save and go back for it once more. Starry will hear these steps out towards Longda. He'll know there's 2 players here.
Something is off on this Pain team. They're very, very indecisive for sure. Starry confirms his frag. It's going to be dangerous to move into this site. They just can't quite get the space. 2-piece from short.
Oh!
Flying MP9 has found a couple here. Onto the USB. Starry is just letting this happen, really. Hanging out, ready for the bomb play if it ever comes in, but it never does. And it looks very good here. Lin Vision are just flying, and I don't know, Pain, they go for that. They do bring it close, but at one point it looked like they wanted to save more than anything. But 5v4, can we really save on those kinds of numbers? It's just a mess. It's just very much a mess, and 8 rounds in, you need to have that sorted by now.
The good news is that Snowz finally got a kill. And finally got some damage. We'll take that. Got 2 of them. So, there's the start. And now joins Bigazera and Katowice on 2 apiece. But it's still an 8-0 performance for Pain. And this Dust 2 is offering up so little. They cannot do a thing on this CT side right now. And it's actually a really tough watch. Pain, you know, we don't expect him to be down in the 1 and 2. Never mind being down 8-0 in the 1 and 2 matchup, no less.
They're ready for an A hit, and I think there is going to be some action in at A. Aforementioned Amelia getting close. Flash comes over. It's pretty good. Oh, it's crisp. That is crisp. So well done. Double entry. Got to be enough to net the round here, bro.
Oh, Westbellet sees of NQZ, and Snow will go down as well. Last man of Davideus. Deagle in hand. He's looking for the pop shot on towards Zaka. They know where he is. They're gonna hunt, and Kormisu wants the kill. Get it. 9-0. We were running behind schedule quite significantly after our first series, but this one feels like it might be catching it up quite quickly. This is ridiculously fast, as Lin Vision are already surely going to guarantee this map with what we've seen in this first half.
You ever been to South America? You ever been to Brazil?
No, it's actually the only place I've not been to. I would actually love to, though. I feel like Brazil would be such a cool place. I'm actually wearing a Brazil top right now.
Well,
and it's
not really helping.
It's got Christ the Redeemer on it. I want to see Christ the Redeemer.
Ah, of course.
I don't even know what this top is. It's some sort of Brazil football top, but it's pretty comfy and it looks pretty sick. But it's not helping. I thought it might bring a bit of luck, but maybe maybe it's like the definition.
Maybe take it off
the curse.
Yeah.
The cast the curse is loose here. You know what I mean? And me wearing this shirt is casting it. I don't, however, have like a Chinese football shirt that I can like flip it with.
No. Just, well, you know, you need to be impartial, mate. So I'm not accusing you of anything, but you know what the conspiracy theorists say.
That's true. I'm a paid like. Boy.
All right. Well, there you go.
I have actually
at least he's honest about it, folks.
I've loved Pain all the way back from when they won Challenger Melbourne. So
yeah, of course.
And I predicted them sort of slightly on a whim. I was like, a random prediction, I'll go with Pain. And since then, I've just loved Big Azera. I think he's my go. But needs something special to bring this one back into a competitive spot. NQZ going to find Westmoreland. That at least might give us something. Amelia has been so crisp, though. My God. Swinging through. Call Me Sue. Going to get both. Zaka going to get this bomb down as well, but he might try and deny it. Whoa. Big Azera on the flank. Call Me Sue's holding, and Call Me Sue is delivering. 3 kills in a round. And that is massive. Zaka's still yet to die.
My go. Get him protected, mate. Get him protected. Call Me Sue with a really nice round, of course. All aim kind of play to open things up, but a nice brain must have heard a footstep, must have a good idea, and was just waiting so patiently. Yeah, and they feel that one. They feel that one. They knew that was a bit close, and that was the opportunity for Pain to get on the board, potentially. And they deny it, so really, really solid stuff. Pain are just missing. They are invisible at the moment.
Wow, it is brutal. I love the celebrations, though, honestly. Super sick. Amelia's been crisp, but so is Zaka. 13-0 for Zaka, by the way. Oh, and Amelia, what is happening? Oh, Pain, everything they try, they are just getting owned right now. 10-0, looks like 11 is under lock and key. What has happened to Pain? Where are Pain? Somebody let them know that the map has started. The series has started. Their tournament life's on the line. And they are falling so flat when it matters most.
So we've got one in from Rightis. I hope I'm saying that right. Probably not, to be honest. But all the same, they ask what our thoughts are for Team of the Year. Ooh. It's a little early. It's a little early. So, you know, they do acknowledge that in the email. So that's kind of fair. But get a bit of a conversation going with everybody here, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I think.
Thoughts. Who's Team of the Year in your eyes as well?
Oh God, it's gonna be messy in the Twitch chat. You might have just started a war.
I think I know mine internally. I think. I'm going Vitality.
Okay.
I'm going Vitality. First of all, Mezzy,
yeah.
UK Go, my king. But also, I love the ROPS pickup. I think
it's so smart. One little change, you know.
Yeah,
things were maybe not great with Spinks, unfortunately, and he is just one of the few players out there that it's like if he's on the market, you have to get him.
Yeah,
like, do you know what I mean? You have to do everything in your power to get that guy. Yeah, I like that. I like the Vitality angle. I think Spirit is maybe where everyone's like head wants to go, just because they had a good finish to last year and look decent into this year. Na'Vi feels like they have the potential, but just not seen as much out from them recently, like the past 6 months or so. Yeah, I think Vitality is a really good shout.
I like Vitality. That for me is that's the team I've been leaning towards. I just want to see, you know, them find their form and Mezzy win trophies. Do it for the UK. Yeah. We need it. My God. 11-0, final round of the half. NQZ always wanted to play up close here, and Molotov in response. That, of course, will be heard. He's in the flames as he's flashed, and he will get out. A lot of damage dealt. And they're taking a lot of early short control. They really want this cat control, and so far, so good. Amelia has been so damn crisp. He just sort of back everything that he does, honestly. It's been going so well. It seems like on entries in particular, it's where he does his best work.
Zaka yet to die. Can we keep it that way? Some guy in the chat said 11 is all they get. That is some pretty hard cope.
Can you imagine?
We'll
that would be one of the best comebacks of all time.
Yeah.
Double smoke out.
I don't know that we'll get that.
No. Big Azera, they don't realize he's right there. He's right there. Big Azera, why did he swing?
Oh, he has.
Oh my God.
Okay, I was going to say, if he does not get that kill, I would have lost my mind. honestly. Zaka still alive. Big frag. Oh, tough one to beat here. Can Zaka do it? Can Zaka? Well, he's going to have to do it all. 1 versus 3.
No way.
Oh, goodness. Ooh, it could be on. It could be on. He gets the bomb down. He's looking for some peaks. He's looking for some fights. He's feeling pretty good, and I think that's completely and utterly fair enough. Information gained. Oh, he knows where they both are. He saw that flash come in. Don't overstep. Just play the 2v1 nice and patiently. There's not a lot of time. The fear of God, the fear of Zaka is in them, and he misses the shot. Down he'll go. Pain get on the board in the very final round of the first half.
That's tough because not only does he end the half not flawless, but same for Lim Vision. That could have been, you know, like a 17-0 scoreline for him individually and a 12-0 in terms of the half. So it's ruined flawless, but they finally get one. Is that the start of the comeback? We're going to have to wait and see. Pain offered up not a lot at all in that first half. And when you run through some of these highlights, you can just see how dominant it felt from Lim Vision. Everything was slotting itself into place and doing it so comfortably too. Pain looked all over the shop, struggling to get your individuals, like your biggest errors, your Snowz online, and it was too little too late. Even your Katowice too, it has to be mentioned. It's an insane task up ahead of them. Is it possible? Yes. Is it probable? No, if we're being completely honest. We'll have to wait and see. We're going to throw it onto a little break. We'll see you after the half.
Some guy in chat said 11 is all they get. So far, he is correct. We're going to see if Pain can roll things back here or not. They win that very final round. Is it a consolation? Is it? It's nice, he says. I suppose it is. Keeping spirits high as best they possibly can, despite the scoreline here. But yeah, it's not impossible to get a few more, but the game itself surely not going to happen. Just waiting on Nuke if you are a Pain fan at the end of the day.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just feels like too tall an order. Flashbang over to force Starry off the angle, and a second one again will keep giving them a bit of control. This is good work. They're trying to scale here, but they flash themselves. Oh, Starry gets 2. We are so back, Limvision. We're so back.
We love Starry. He's a young gun we've had our eyes on for quite some time. Maybe this prodigy, you know, that was going to help the Chinese scene break out. He's not quite lived up to that, but it's a nice pistol round from him and helps to net it for sure. 12-1. We've just come back from break. We might be going to another one pretty soon.
I think you are right. Oh, man. It's just not been the game that Pain would have wanted. Looking like one of my MM pugs, unfortunately, just all over the shop. Comms look so clotted, may I say, for this Pain side. They're just so shaky and nervy in some of their fights. MP9 up close. That's an unfortunate way for Katowice to fall, and Davideus will also get caught too. They want to fight here. I don't blame them. Nade banked round. They take this door's control, and we're down to 3 for Pain to stay alive in this map. It's unlikely. That goes without saying, and Starry's making sure of that.
Oh, NQZ on the drive-by, but I think that's going to be maybe all she wrote. Okay, yeah, he does get taken down. Some nice shots from him in the end, but it doesn't really matter all that much. 13-1. Dust 2 is all about Limvision. They've played an absolute stormer. Pain not in the map at all, not awake, not quite sure what's going on. I mean, look, it comes through as a map that is not ideal for them, but we expected way more than that. They've played it quite a bit recently, actually, and, you know, it just is wild to see them going down in such a manner. That being said, next map coming up, if they can just keep their minds in that, it'll be a different story, but yeah, I don't know what to make of it. Limvision just tearing them a new one.
Yeah, they are. Everybody had moments in that one too as well. I think a lot of credit has to be given to Zaka. I think in particular, he was just so good. I mean, he just died, right? So what can you do when you cannot kill this guy? And he kept stepping up, but I also got to give so much credit on that T side to Amelia. The amount of space that he was creating, and he was so relentlessly aggressive. So fun to watch. This is a Limvision side who, when they get going, really enjoyable to see, and that was a prime example of what they can bring to the table. You know, we can see just on the screen there, a rank 11 to rank 74. It should have always just been one-way traffic, and Limvision showing that they can punch up and play with some of the best. And sure, this tournament so far hasn't been the best from Pain. They've been actually very underwhelming, and that map actually sort of encapsulates the whole feeling around Pain right now. But brutal to see, man. I mean, credit where it's due, though. Limvision, absolutely fantastic. They did not put a foot wrong.
Yeah, big style. I think they will be really, really satisfied with that being their opener. I don't know if we take it back far enough. I feel like Nuke was a map that Limvision were okay on maybe a couple years ago now, so that might be a bit of cope in there, but we'll see what happens here. It's just obviously got to be a very different Pain team. Those kinds of games that are that one-sided, it's hard to take anything away from them, because it's like, okay, did they get to a point a few rounds in where they're just like, listen, man, this is just not happening, you know, this map, it's not feeling good, we don't know what to do against these guys, let's just
check
what we can. But you get ready for the next map and get ready for your home turf. Or was there a lot of effort being put in there and they're just getting flattened, which is potentially not good, because Limvision might have their number today. We really do not know what to make of it until we get onto that second map.
Yeah, absolutely, right. I will say, slight cope with the Nuke thing. It's not been recently for Limvision, but it's also a really good map for Pain. I think Biggest Area does call on this one really well. So my expectation is this is still going 3, but the only difference is when you lose a map 13-1 and you don't really look awake or checked in the server, it changes things, right? That's where you can maybe say, okay, even though Limvision haven't been great on this map, Maybe there might be something. We're going to have to find out, though. We're going to throw this one to a much longer break than it felt like we saw of Pain in Dust 2, that is for sure. But we'll be back in about 10 minutes or so before we get live in towards Nuke. See you soon.
As he turns it, Ice headshot.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice, from the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch ESL Pro League while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
First time hearing or seeing Snow was probably 2 to 3 years ago. I saw some tweets come out of his gameplay and how young this kid was and the type of organizations that he was getting signed to. And to see young prospects, people who are growing up with the game and flourishing at such a young age, I think it was an interesting storyline. So I actually started following him on Twitter a couple years ago, and now he's playing for Pain.
When it comes to the way he likes to express himself during games and how he likes to shout out and things like that, he probably was dreaming of playing those kind of games. You know, he was playing at his home on his own computer, having to develop himself as a player every day. I think it's completely normal for him to behave like that, because he must keep the fun as long as he can.
Eu sei que o pessoal compara eu com o Donk gritando, mas eu não dou trash talk, eu só apenas grito pra hypar meus companheiros, pra se a gente tiver uma situação difícil no jogo, se a gente ganha um round, eu vou lá e boto meus companheiros pra cima. E eu também me sinto muito melhor gritando, sinto que eu jogo melhor gritando, e é isso.
It's an expression of yourself and you want to be having fun. And if that's how he's having fun, if that's how I'm pumping himself up, pumping his teammates up, why not? I think it's great to get loud. I think it's awesome to be in their face. And if you're going to unravel some softies out there, whether it's players on the other side or people on the forums at home, make more noise.
I would say from my experience that it's actually beneficial to him to be playing with Brazilians. I think there's a cultural difference, both in the way people play Counter-Strike and also in the way they behave outside the server. Maybe if he goes international too fast, I don't know exactly how it would be, because I have been playing for international teams already. I have seen some other players and there is a big cultural impact that happens, the difference, there's some clashes. So for him to develop himself as a player and have some good leadership with him, I know he's playing with Big Zero, he has been developing a lot of talents before, so he's doing super well with him. So I think he's in good hands, and I think having someone like Big Zero to help him shape his first years of Counter-Strike is going to help him a lot.
Eu cresci assistindo no cenário brasileiro o Coldzera, eu gostava muito dos highlights dele, dos momentos de clutch, ele jogava muito bem. E no cenário internacional, eu sempre gostei de assistir o Donk, porque eu acho a movimentação dele muito boa e a mira dele é muito, muito boa. E sempre aprendo muitas coisas assistindo a tela dele.
If I had to compare Snowz to someone from the past, it's very difficult because many years ago we would probably remember of some younger players that started doing super well, and I think on my mind I remember FNX, for example. FNX, since he was 15, 16, he was already playing the best teams in Brazil. He won his first title international wise in 2006, but you know, if Pain is able to win like a Rio, for example, like that, he's not too far away from FNX. He might not be on the FNX level yet, but who knows, so maybe he can even surpass him.
Eu gostaria de jogar, se fosse para escolher um jogador para jogar no mesmo time, seria o Monese, porque ele é bem jovem, com certeza ia aprender bastante coisas com ele, e ele é muito bom, assim, de skill, e seria ele.
I think with the modern day Counter-Strike players, for them just playing online CS, you know, late into their quote unquote online careers, that's not great. The adjustment to LAN is important, so the fact that he's been able to play LANs from such a young age, I think gives him a bit of an advantage over some of these other guys.
He's playing some roles that are very difficult to play on Pain, and at first when I saw that they put him on those roles, I was kind of interested to see how he would do it. Like he's playing B on Dust 2, for example. There's a lot of sites where you have to hold on, a lot of times you have to decide things for yourself. So it's very cool to see him developing those things, and I think I can't really say which role is going to be best for him. I think it's the ones that he likes the most, and probably the ones that the team needs from him the most. And as a young guy, I know that he's probably very willing to learn a lot of new things and be the best player he can be for the team.
Quando eu vim aqui e tava apenas torcendo, tudo que eu tô vivendo agora era apenas um sonho. E agora eu tô vivendo o que eu sempre sonhei, com meus companheiros de time, sempre, todos os dias, realizando mais um sonho. E agora o maior sonho é ir pra arena e jogar em frente à torcida.
Do they have a weird boost going on currently? Yes, all of my stuff. Oh my god.
This is. Hey bro, wanna buy some skins, man? Wanna buy some skins?
Прыгай! Он убежал на браке!
Alexa Bear. Donk.
Astralis! 2 stand-in players keep their legendary status.
I am the one who opts.
I know. That's the fucking problem.
Can you sing Master Mongol?
Well, yes.
How can I fucking let 70-year-old kid fucking raise that trophy? You listen to me, boys?
Settle down. We've got a great show for you all here today.
It's gonna take a single good burst.
And he doesn't play video games all night because he gives me a lot of attention and we love each other a lot.
Every day, I bust my ass to put food on the table. I put electricity in this here machine.
Little bitches.
And ever. And ever. And ever.
Precedented, eclipsing all who came before him. He needs to get out of the bomb threat. He needs to get out right now. Finish him. Navi wins. Fatality.
Another is getting it taken down for the box. What is that from JDM?
Good luck, and we'll see you on the other side.
What?
Well, we are still looking for Pain. Not sure where they've gotten to, whether they've turned up to play for this game, but hopefully someone's found them. Hopefully someone has found them in the break there, of course. I do jest, but they really did not turn up at all. There's just no way of beating around the bush, mate. They just were not in that game. Only one round picked up, which is basically a 13-0 if you think about it. It's not quite the same, but it's basically a 13-0.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, only getting one round, it was just so rough to see. And it really feels like they've kind of mentally boomed a little bit. And the hope is that they can come in towards Nuke and, you know, steady the ship a little bit and say, all right, this is our map pick. It's not a great map over towards Limvision. They've looked really bad on it for kind of a while now as well. And this is a good chance for us to be able to come in and show our dominance on a map in which is a massive punish pick. But because they're so checked out, because they feel all over the place, I don't know, man. I really feel like Limvision actually genuinely have a good chance at 2-0 here. They have a good chance at just capitalizing upon the tilt and the worry over towards this Pain side. You know, you can see, like you see here, getting fired up a little bit. He's trying to say to the guys, right, we've got to get into this. It's now or never. And this is about survival in this tournament. They're a side who are expected to waltz through to stage 2.
Yeah, to be fair, and again, as I sort of mentioned at the top of the series, and may well become the conversation around this team and the way that this tournament is structured in the selective seeding system that we're using, they were 3 spots above where the VRS would put them. They were the biggest team that had the biggest disparity, I guess, is the term that I'm looking for, right? And also,
highest rated too.
Yeah, it goes from a position of being kind of the top of the rest, still in a qualification position, by the way, to being one of the best, you know? So it really is wild to see. They are subverting expectations in the worst possible way, but still time to redeem themselves. It starts here on Nuke.
Now or never. Can we make this start for us on Nuke, on the T side? Let's take a look and see Starry. I spotted them crossing once the support. Westmoreland's dropping down from heaven, but they will get down towards B. Amelia is here playing backside. Amelia's had a great couple of moments, and it's Zaka again starting strong as he finished in towards Dust 2.
An interesting smoke. Trying to go for the bomb plant, really. But then they call off of it. Snow gonna get caught, but doesn't go down. Starry will be a bit disappointed himself. He couldn't convert that one. Call me Sue on the Julies. Oh, no. Caught tunnel visioning in. It seems to have worked out a bit here for Pain to rotate back up top. They're dedicated to the bomb plant. Westmoreland cannot get any more heads, but maybe has set up enough chaos here. It's all going to be on Snow, the young gun. There's a hold on to the bomb coming in. Starry is just full sticking. He does get off eventually, but at the very least, the threat of it calls Snow to action. And they will take it. Limvision in with the pistol. Pain cannot catch a break.
Yeah, very sort of scrappy mid-round, but bomb going down is a nice thing for Pain, but not winning the round will continue to hurt the vibes and the feelings within the camp.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they just need a run of rounds. They just need a couple, 2 or 3 in quick succession to be like, okay, we can actually control things a bit here. But I don't know, man. Limvision just aren't missing. They're not falling flat. Amelia hits a nice shot. They try and go out towards B, catching them on the smoke. Only really Westmoreland with that labor tapper. He's running low on ammo, so he's preserving the shots. That's something Limvision feel good. We're not full buying off the back of that bomb plant, though. It's just a hero AK for Snow. A lot of heavy lifting got to be done by the youngster here. Because around him, only one upgraded pistol.
Yeah, it's a weird kind of buy here to just try and get something flowing and going. But it is somewhat dangerous. We got a question in. What would be your favorite pro gamer tag? If we're still calling them gamer tags. Pro name.
That's my favorite.
Yeah, your favorite one. It's hard, isn't it? Because we've got so many in the brain box. Like, yeah. I don't often think about what my favorite is, but I could give you, 10 different names that I think are kind of cool or whatever. Call Me Sue goes pretty hard. I think I'm in
that is
for
actually a pretty good one.
Slightly ironic name where it's like you've made it pro with the goofiest name in existence. So I quite like Call Me Sue for that.
The one that always kind of springs to my mind immediately is Rip Pablo Escobar. That one always made me laugh quite a lot.
That is just so ridiculous. Like,
yeah,
you know, what are you, like 11 years old, 12 years old when you're like, yeah, I got to make my name for life kind of thing. It is a bit of a long-term commitment.
I thought Call Me Sue could deny the bomb there. He can't. Catch another one dropping down. Story. Wait, hang on. 1v1 here. Bomb is planted. Katowice is a known quantity. Playing around the side. Story just needs to head ahead, and he can't. Oh, Pain. We've won on a hero AK, no less. Wow, that's a big one to win, and Snow getting loud. That's what we've missed.
Indeed, something to give them a bit of energy moving forwards is always good. But honestly, looking very, very good. Not necessarily complete copy, but a very, very similar approach that round as they had in the pistol. So they maybe felt good about their pistol strat, just didn't quite dedicate to it, you know what I mean? We saw like a bit of the bomb pulling away and some panicked mid-rounding for sure, so they just kind of go and keep their heads cool, and you see what happens. Now just have to hold off against the Lin Vision response.
For Lin Vision, 1 MP9, double deagle, double 5.7. It should be a pretty simple one for Pain to get. If they can start this T side rocking and rolling a little bit, we might be able to give them just a bit of a run in. But it's tough, right? I think at the same time, yes, this might be the first we can see of Pain getting back-to-back rounds. When the guns come back out, Lin Vision have been so good on the guns for the most part, bar that round just there, that the belief is that they can do it again once their money gets settled. Only issue is that because this is a force, they've got to hit shots, and that's a nice hit. Oh, Amelie, yeah. That is a lovely hit. NQZ, knees are quaking, but he swings and finds. Amelia shut down at 2.
Yeah, they found another in here as well. So 3 versus 3, it's back to Starry's close to 1. It's Zaka down below on the 57. Just biding his time. The window is already broken. They are watching for it. And eventually he will fall. So for just a moment they had us going. Unfortunately, the rest of the team cannot act up and help out. Snow is just running away from the fight. Always annoying to deal with. Call Me Sue's position, very well known here. Eats the entirety of that nade. A little bit more of that one, but it's the bullet in the cranium that'll do it. And there you are. Pain, see it off.
And yeah, Snow getting fired up again as well, right? If we can get the youngster really going, it's a good indicator. I mean, these are some pretty insane shots from Amelia. We're shut down at just 2. Snow does quite well. And the youngster, when he starts to feel his game getting going, that's where Pain starts to probably believe a little bit as well. He's quite a good indicator of the vibe in the team. If he's loud, the team are doing well. If he's quiet, not so much. And we saw he was very quiet in Dust 2. Being that previous round of the Force, this one is just an eco. What can you do? Not a lot to expect out of this one. So Pain, finally, some success. You know, finally we can see her and say there's at least, you know, something for this Pain side. At least they haven't just been completely mowed over in this series.
It is true. It is true. I mean, there's still, again, a bit more work to be done before they're fully convincing us of the bounce back. But it does feel like the energy is back to them. Big tilt vibes. How do we feel about the Big Uzera view model? He gets a lot of hate. And
yeah, I understand it, right, in terms of having been able to see both corners, right? I think the one thing that I actually asked a couple of people I know who are pretty good players, and the one thing they said, and it's actually similar with some of them who are, use right hand, and then when they swap to left hand and whatever, is that they say apparently with this view model they find it really difficult to control spray, like weirdly, as much as it's still the same spray pattern.
Yeah,
it's like their
I can
brain,
see that.
you know what I mean? Like, can't figure out. This eco round's getting more kills than I thought it would, by the way. Story's got another. This eco round's getting more kills than I thought it would.
Oh,
I'm going to be planted. Oh, damage being dealt. Bomb goes down. 1v2, the split up as well. NQZ could get caught. They breaking open. Amelia fighting. They want to try and get the AK out. Oh, Amelia. What a shot. Pain have just been full ecoed. They have just been full ecoed.
I was going to say, my guy Amelia moving forward. Starry can't really help him through the smoke, like... That was a dangerous move, but he gets the kill, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, goodness me, Pain. Right back down to square one, You're like, yeah, here we go, getting some rounds. Energy's up, nice! And then you lose to pistols, and it's like, right, whatever, who cares? It's over. So you got to really, really be able to stomach that one.
It's a great celebration. Something tells me he might have been taking the mick a little bit. But
a little bit.
On the other side, yeah. That's funny. That is very funny. And a crazy round to win. Oh, Pain. Just when you start to believe, it's the hope that kills you a little bit. Just when you start to believe. But, Amelia can take the mick because he has been fantastic. I highlighted him at the end of map number 1. He's 8-2 right now as well. So, pop off, King. Zaka obviously had a fantastic first half, was 15-1. Obviously not flawless so far here, but can still hit some shots. He does miss that one, surprisingly, though.
Katowice making a fair bit of noise in towards hell. They're a bit on him. They are a bit on him, but I don't know, man. It's looking pretty scary from here on in. Just contacting round. Pain do not want to get egg all over their face again.
Yeah.
Hoping to just forget about that previous round. First catch. Call Me Sue gives it up, and they've lost another player, in fact. So it's a 5v3 on this contact. Call Me Sue, it's a nice idea, but it's already being watched. I think NQZ was kind of setting up more for like a ramp push or a lobby push, not necessarily the single door guy, but all the same, it works.
It happens. And well, this one, it would just be saving for Zaka and Westmoreland. I'd say they should be okay, but there is a play for a hunt, and they now know where both of them are, too. So they might actually start to get a little active. Zaka is being chased here by Kawes. I guess Barrel might have been betraying him on the AWP. Tough one to fight for Westmoreland. He'll hear steps. He will hit the shot, too. He hears them from behind. Painter trying to hunt. Zach will go down to the bomb. Westmoreland can maybe take the AWP, but he will. You take that. You take that. You made it kind of expensive on the other side. You keep the AWP in play. It's a silver lining to itself. But Pain respond right back. And this is more of the game that we were expecting. Back and forth. An actual fight here happening on Nuke.
Yes, it is good to see. It is good to see that we've got a little bit of competition. And you do have to say as well, Limvision can't really get these gun rounds working, to be honest with you. So yeah, I think the instant timeout that comes in, despite the fact that it's 3-2 and you feel like, oh, Limvision are kind of winning some rounds and keeping in the conversation, they're not really doing it with the guns, not really coming close with the guns either. So yeah, something's got to change in their camp.
It's true. Timeout taken as well. And for now, at a 3-2 scoreline, Limvision come back in with a buy around that saved AWP. Of course, by requiring 2 MP9s. But on a map like Nuke, I actually feel like they can get a lot of decent leverage. Top-up plays or slightly awkward positions like that. Oh, Zaka gets close there as well. Nice idea with the smoke nade combo.
Amelia creeping. There is a boost up. They're more preoccupied with, yeah, getting over the top. He's working around the smokes here. Could be deadly. Lost his teammate. Needs both. And 2 quick headshots will get it done. Just have to play this next exchange well. Or indeed, as I think we would be a fan of, not giving an exchange at all. He moves away and just going to take that advantage.
Yeah, I like this call. Immediately, though, we're looking for an en route back in for Pain. They've got, oh, I'm going to say maybe the drop on a Heaven player. Oh, no, now spotted out. Where do we actually go from here? Maybe they're still just trying to hold down towards lockers. They know there's somebody lurking towards our side, and I like this angle. If Davideus now then tries to cross in towards main, or if they try to cross towards secret, could be okay, but he's smoked out, so that will deny. Now know they're going down towards secret. They've got to go B here. Look at the time. 15 seconds. They've got to hit this.
Yeah, not a lot of time left at all. No mistakes. Plant has to be clean. Thankfully, there's no one really around. Westmelon's trying to distract, but he's not going to get them off it. Call Me Sue and Amelia coming round and finding the main site players. It's all going to be on to Katowice here to clutch things up. Spots, shoulder. That's a bit of a mare. Bit of a mare. They tapped onto the bomb as well, I think, which made him a bit nervous to get it done. Trade is instantaneous. Round won by Linvision.
Yeah, I mean, again, they just left it so late there as well. It felt like their chances were slim before the bomb even goes down. But in that post plant, they actually probably could have denied it if Linvision really wanted to play aggressive. Doesn't matter in the end, though. Fantastic work. Making those double MP9 around that saved orb work really, really effectively. A bomb plant is still good for Pain. That's going to help them a lot on the T side. But it won't help them really in towards this round. It looks like Hero, AK Kawers, maybe not get a pistol or two to come through. Yeah, so we'll see a deagle for Davideus. And that's really about it. 3-all. Good chance for Linvision to get a fourth, but they did struggle against a Hero AK once before.
Yeah, they did indeed. They did indeed. Flashbacks, one would imagine. Boost up coming in. It's found them a great deal of success the last time they went for this. So we'll see if they hit that same kind of vibe. Okay. I got a... Wait a minute. Westmelons shut me down before I even get the mailbag out, unfortunately. So we'll have to hold it. We'll have to hold it and see how this one hands out. Starry with a keen find. Snow on the double spray down.
No way.
Brings it into the 1 versus 1. Just needs to head and he's going to get it so clean. Oh, he's off his feet, man. He's off his feet and rightfully so.
Oh my. Snow again. Last time it was him with the Hero AK brought into the round. This time it's not him who brings it, but him who uses it. And my God, does he use it well. The double, the second one towards Amelia is massive. Yeah. Talk your talk, young king. You deserve it. That's a big 1v3 to win. It's a gut punch to Linvision, but that is a beautiful one for Pain. And Snow individually obviously had a really bad map number 1. That's got to really feel nice.
Okay, so we can bring it back. It's a bit of a vibe switch up, but got a question here from Emma. If you could transform into any animal you wanted, what animal would that be?
Any animal I wanted, what animal would that be? Ooh. Do you know what? I reckon like a koala. I reckon they just kind of like chill out a little bit. Nice warm weather. I was thinking panda at first, but like it obviously gets kind of cold there sometimes. And Then again, they also do live a pretty chill life too. I was thinking koalas is always warm. Oh, actually, no, I know what I'd be. Never mind, I got it. I'd be a quokka.
A what?
Do you know what a quokka is?
Explain it to me.
So it's Quoka. I don't know if it's 2 Ks, but basically it's like this little how do you even say it? Like it's like I think it's a relative of kangaroos, but they're tiny. They're like less than knee height.
Oh, okay. I have literally no idea what this is then.
They have no natural predators, so there's like they're only in one certain place, like one island.
Right. Okay.
Is it New Zealand or something like that? But I'm pretty sure, like, yeah, they're no natural predators. So if you go to wherever the quokkas are, they'll just like come up to you and like, you know, say hello, hug you, the whole 9 yards. But I reckon they live a pretty chill life. You got no predators. You just vibe around. You and the boys just kind of like, you know, chilling. Good weather too. It's a good life. Nothing to be scared of. Great weather. And also they're like mad cute. So quokka, I reckon that's my one.
No worries at all. I'd probably have to go for something a bit wacky, like a fish. Just because, or like a...
Someone said the smiley little hamster thing. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, fair. But I think I'm going like shark. Not necessarily a great white or whatever, because, you know, it's probably a lot of work being a great white shark, to be fair. Yeah, I think just like something in the water would be a very different experience, you know what I mean? From like if I was like, oh, koalas, like I still got like the same kind of vibe going on where you walk around, climb up trees. I can still do that, but I can't really swim at super high speeds and stay underwater like all the time. I think it'd be kind of an interesting experience, you know?
I've got to say, if you think about it, right, if you really like deep it, from like primary school until now, the aura of hammerhead sharks has really gone downhill.
Do you know, it's fair, mate.
I'm kind of spitting here though, aren't I, right? I feel like in primary school,
this is true.
Hammerheads were like the thing, right? And now, when was the last time you heard about a hammerhead? You know what I mean? Like,
I know, yeah. No one seems to be bothered all that much.
I think a drop off big time.
They kind of like really overdid it. We had a lot of shark related like media, you know, Finding Nemo, Sharknado, all this kind of stuff. I think they're tired of the sharks, man. They are tired of the sharks.
Wait, there's something brewing in this round, though. We're now back into a 2 versus 3 in favor of Pain, but lurking here, Zach. Oh, it's unfortunate. It was a coin flip of what side of the smoke do I go out? And unfortunately picked the wrong one. Call me Sue, couldn't transfer. It's Pain who hit the 6th. That's big. That's really big indeed. A guaranteed on the T side, bare minimum a tied game. I normally say you get 5, I'm pretty happy. They've got 1 further, so that is actually pretty sick.
Yeah, looking good, and certainly more in control of this game is the key thing. Last game, they just did not have any kind of presence at all. I don't think they knew what was going on, where they were, what day it was. Lin Vision, unfortunately, are getting a bit of a taste of that. As we talk about 3 rounds, cool, it's not super far behind, but their rifle play has not been fantastic. Only the 1 gun round picked up here, which is somewhat of a worry. As you say, 6 already on that T side. It's going to be 7 as well. So, must be over.
Yeah, it's true. Someone in the chat said, growing up is just people stop asking you what your favorite dinosaur is. Also true. That is very true.
Yeah, damn. That is true and real. I wouldn't even be able to answer that anymore, you know what I mean? Beyond some basic shit like T-Rex.
Or Stegosaurus.
Yeah, come on now, everybody's got that, you know. Back in the day, I'd be on the Diplodon or whatever, you know.
Yeah, is that Bronchosaurus or something like that? Like really tall one that eats leaves? Something along those lines.
With the big long neck, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, dinosaurs lost a lot of rep as well.
This is also like...
Yeah, that happens when you're dead, though. That will happen over time.
Well, it will happen, yeah. I just feel like this is the first time I've maybe thought about dinosaurs in a long time.
Like a solid 15 years or something.
Yeah. You know? That is the real sort of question of, like, where you're at. Do you think more about the Roman Empire or dinosaurs? You know, are you still a child at heart, or have you moved on to the more adult fixations, like historical civilizations, you know what I mean? It almost feels like, because I don't see them very much, are dinosaurs even like real Do you know? Like, obviously they were, but who cares? I don't. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Brachiosaurus. That's the one. Pterodactyls. Another good shout actually here.
Yeah.
Chat's coming up with some bangers here. Hererosaurus. Yeah. Velociraptor. That's a classic one. Do you know? I haven't actually seen. What was the movie with the dinosaurs? The famous one.
Jurassic Park?
That's the one, yeah. I haven't seen that.
He doesn't even know the name of it, guys. Jesus. I mean, I've only seen like the first one because that's kind of the only one that's good. I think Jurassic Park 2 is okay, and then everything since then's just slop.
Yeah.
Absolute slop maxing.
Okay.
And money maxing as well.
Yeah,
all right.
That makes sense. We're back into the buy, though.
Real Counter-Strike.
No ramp control this time is an interesting choice. They're playing down, Starry down towards site, just very early. No contact, and then an AWP at range in towards Hell. Starry really going to be tested here. They might just go pure contact, and it was... Yeah, he's completely caught off guard by that. It's actually a really nice play by Payne, I got to say. They've made that one stick quite well with just a little bit of an unorthodox move. Contact B, and it helps having no ramp control, and they just utilize that in front of them. Spam for the bomb plant, they can't deny. There's a world you might even just save here.
Yeah. Got to try and go for it in the next round. They've been on this vicious rotation of buy eco, no real attempts, no real, oh man, way into the game so far. Snow's going to get the better of Westmelon. Hell of a performance he's having, by the way. That is a pretty good case to be made, by the way, when you're this young player and you have an off map, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Does it define your series? Is that the way that it keeps going? And he's obviously stepped away, and you can only really have a conversation with yourself. You might have like a mentor within the team or whatever, but they're not always going to be there. They're not always going to be able to proffer good advice. So he's done very, very well to just completely ignore that first and bounce back.
Yeah, no, you're spot on. He's done very, very well at just being able to overcome that sort of adversity of what was a really bad map. He was individually seriously struggling too. And look at Payne right now. We sort of felt like this one might have 3 maps in it, but not as dominant as both the maps have been. Your 13-1 Limvision map number 1, and then you're barely coming alive in towards map number 2. Final round of the half. Payne are up to 8. And that in itself is already probably good enough. He breaks it open though, so Zaka will use that very well to his advantage. Kormisu, the fluster there. He plays on the angle, he's got the support of Westmelon, but Kormisu can't lay down both. Zaka's there to trade. And a 1v2 for Davide as new boy on the block for this side. Got to prove his worth, and he can't. Pinned down by the AWP of Zaka. 8-4. It's not impossible, but it's going to require something quite special from Limvision here.
Yeah, the peekaboo moment goes pretty hard to give them a chance into that round. Really solid from Limvision. It's just, as you say, is it going to be enough? Can they continue it? And also begs the question a little bit, where was that for the rest of the half? I suppose it's a faster, looser sort of round that Payne play, and that is always going to be the bread and butter of Limvision. But all the same, they didn't really give us too much to be impressed with. Even the 4 rounds leaves a lot to be desired. This is a big old clutch from Snow that we're witnessing here, of course, once again. That maybe started to define things. They really lost their way after that. But Payne are back. We've got that at the very least. It's just a question of whether it continues. Map 3 on the horizon. We'll see after the break.
Alrighty, welcome back in 8-4. Amelia having a bit of fun there. Of course, Snow is getting pretty loud, but deservedly so. It's Pain in the lead, and it's Linvision who need to prove to us a little bit more. This nuke has not looked uber clean so far, but it's not impossible. 8-4 is an incredibly recoverable score. All we need here for Linvision, you get the pistol, and that kickstarts everything. You get a bomb plant as well, you get money buying towards the next. A pistol in the first gun round, and we could be talking about a tied game. As simple as that, but it's not always the easiest thing to do. Davideus starts well. Zach on the drive-by will respond.
Oh, Snow up top has somehow managed to avoid the flames and also play around this smoke. Keeps it going. 2 remain, and he is taking them all down with him. Runs out of ammunition, but he does enough to make it happen. Big pistol, big round from Snow, and Pain looking at that third map.
Yeah, absolutely. Feels like that decider is going to be required here. So does so well, just lurking on the edge of that smoke. And they just don't clear it properly. And he gets down, gets another, and supports on towards Big Azera. Yeah. Getting fired up as well, the youngster. Continuing to do so. And I like it. I respect it. When you're having rounds like that, you deserve to sort of be electric and continue having these vibes. I mean, he's 16-5. He deserves it. Kid is doing super well. Katowice, silent but deadly in his own regard. 15-8.
Yeah, which is good to see, because I think they were 2 of our quieter members on that first map, right? They've really done well to try and put the team in the backpack. We might fall asleep in this round, to be honest.
Potentially, yeah.
That's how it goes, man. Oh, nearly caught enough to fall down. The nade does it, though.
Slow play outside. Come on, boys. Let's get it going. There we go. Into the MP9. Davideus. Cash in the back pocket. Kill bonus for the MP9. You love to see it. Simple, easy, flawless round for Pain. Double digits. And look where they're at. Yeah, they're loving life. Honestly, this is all looking forward to that third map now. And deservedly so. And it does become quite an interesting point talking about that third map, because if Linvision remain quiet, who knows?
It's feeling pretty likely. Even the 4 rounds have not really done anything for me, to be honest with you. So we'll find out. Maybe things turn around, guns in hand, to make the difference. Trying to stop the cross. NQZ, I don't like this angle. It's never very nice. However, combined with a teammate, can make a difference. 2 for 2. Moving down with the bomb, though, pretty alone. Westmelon's just got to maybe relax, but head on a swivel, running on a treadmill, takes down an important frag. Snow trades one back. There's kills all over the place right now.
It is. Amelia and Westmelon moving their way down. MP9 and Katowice up close as the 2 players who've been lights out so far, who look to close this. And Amelia got to try and trade. MP9 gets a thing to it all onto Snow. Door opened. He's creeping round. Bomb tapped but not committed. Snow hits the shot. And Snow wins the round again for Pain. He continues to be an unstoppable force, the youngster. And a brutal one to once again let slip like that. Linvision, it felt like they had a decent idea as they were scaling down towards B, and it all falls flat. 11-4, 2 more rounds required, and Linvision, no bomb plant's gonna hurt.
Yeah, looking a lot better here, of course. Got the timeout coming in. Bit of pointing here. Gum getting involved. It's a cool name, Gum. We were talking about names earlier. I like that one. It's pretty good. Gum. Rolls nice and easy, you know?
Yeah, it does. Big timeout here to be taken. 11-4. It already honestly feels way too late. I don't know if this one's got anything in it to get back in towards this game. Well, Envision, it feels so unlikely. We're going for a half buy here. So they are actually playing for the overtime. Let's see if anything behind it. Not a good start. Call me Sue. Down he goes. Same said for Starry and Zaka. All getting caught. And Westman will follow suit 6 feet under. Last round of Amelia. This round was quick. Can't complain about that at all. So sees it off. Beautiful for the 12th.
Yeah, looking all but over here. Of course, a taste of their own medicine. Again, it's not quite on the levels of almost being embarrassing, but it's pretty close. 13-4 on the cards here is just not good. Just not good at all. So, one last chance. Maybe 8 last chances, though. We'll see. They can give themselves something to work with. We've got the Anubis up next, which did feel like somewhat of a risky pick, just because Pain have a lack of experience on it and Linvision have got quite a lot. But if we can get this version of Pain, then certainly there will be a game to be had on map 3. Katowice toasted by the break in the smoke. It's a keen find from Linvision to kick things off.
Jumping down. Snow down here to meet them. Waiting though. Smoke on towards radio. So Snow's got a decent idea. There won't be a gap there for him to work with. Starry Westman. Hang on a moment. All right. Bomb goes down. I'm just going to save. So Linvision actually do make that work. I really thought there'd be a bit more of a fight there, but Snow couldn't do a lot when he was smoked out. He wanted to try and fight through it. And you kind of see the Pain, when they'd lost that ramp control and B control, they sort of already were retracting away and saying, let's just save and go again in towards the next. I think it's a smart call in the sense that for NQZ in particular, they can't afford an AWP, so let's not give them any, chance of having this. And yeah, they just wanted nothing to do with it. So it's a very simple round. In the way it sort of fell into place. 3 isolated fight. Snow trying to sneak through that smoke, but not to be. 12-5, but still an incredibly long road to recovery, may I say.
Yeah, of course. It's a bit of something, but you can see no real cause for celebration. Just hanging out. Got a few more rounds to grind. Again, it's these types of moments where I'm like, what would you be talking about? What would you be saying right now? Do you just try and ignore the scoreline? And
yeah, just one round at a time. It's like the only way to go about it.
Even until you get to 9 or 10, you don't want to start being like, nah, getting really, really into it. I think you just have to roll through the rounds, see how it goes, play the calls, and hope for the best.
Katowice sitting up close. It's double stack here. Starry waiting towards outside 2. Linvision is setting up for what feels like a B split. Double outside presence. 3 over towards ramp. It's just they've got to get past this ramp control first and foremost. If that falls flat, so does the whole round, and so does this map. Not a good start.
Nice find. NQZ holding solidly. He's got a teammate here as well. So this looks pretty damn good. Yeah, not expecting the teammate. Trade will be there. Oh, one of the nades of all time. But NQZ at least has fallen back and retained the man advantage.
Oh, shot from Starry. Fair play. NQZ. All up close. He is dancing between the angles. I like this reposition. I think he realizes that his previous angle was so exposed, but then he gets mollied out, but he still hits the shot. Balls the Julies out, can't deliver. 2 versus 2 here. Davideus and Snow still left alive, and Davideus on a quick flank move here. And he will get a kill on towards Zaka. So it's all down to Starry. Had a bad map, the youngster. 6 and 13. And it should be done here. Snow. Will he clear stairs? Yes, he will. And he'll hit the shot. He'll nail it. 13 to 5. What a response from Pain. You lose the opening map 13 to 1, and you make the second look so damn easy. Beautiful stuff, honestly. And it really paints a vastly different picture, doesn't it, Scriv, heading in towards that map number 3?
Yeah, I mean, both teams looking shaky in this tournament, shaky in this series. It kind of feeds into the narrative that they have coming into this game anyway. I think you put it quite nicely after the first one that it encapsulates how things have been going. This now encapsulates it for LinVision. Inconsistency, the name of the game, and it is all onto this third map, Anubis. I mean, what do we get there? What do we get there? Really don't know what to say. It could be another LinVision one-sided affair, but then Pain have just put on a clinic, and, you know, some of the names that we questioned from Dust 2 managed to bounce back. So clearly there is some mental fortitude to this team, but Anubis is going to be another different story, and LinVision can very easily do the same.
Yeah, exactly that. LinVision have definitely tricks up their sleeve, right? But I do feel like they've given a real lifeline over towards Pain now and given them an opportunity to get back in towards this series. Of course, this is for elimination. Just to remind all those watching at home, loser of this now, best of one will be joining Heroic, for example, who went home a little earlier at the hands of NiGa. Same thing could be happening here, just the question of who is the one going home from Pain and LinVision, both of which have got long flights from Sweden. That's the simple way of putting it. But it's a really interesting third map, actually, with kind of what we expect to come through. I mean, maybe if you just lean in favor of the series itself, you would say, okay, well, Pain are firing all the cylinders now. They're awake. They're on paper the favorite side, so maybe we should be favorites. But then you got to look at it in terms of statistics, right? And you got to say, Pain, they've played this map twice in the entirety of the last 3 months, whereas LinVision have played it 11 times. And within those 2 times the Pain have played it, both of which have been at this tournament, they've lost both 13-7 to M80 and 13-5 to FlyQuest. That's not great maps.
Yeah, I think they're obviously trying to work on the map pool a little bit, but doing it live and direct at the tournament is always going to be hard. You know, you do have to start somewhere with it if you want to be bringing Anubis in, I suppose. And it is, as we've mentioned quite a lot, a map that so many teams play, and potentially you have to be comfortable on it in order to get anywhere and break through that ceiling that we've been expecting of Pain for the past 6 to 12 months for sure. But look, we got that third map coming up. Enough talk about Anubis. We have to take a break before we get there. Stick with us. We'll see you soon.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate. Nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys!
All right, for now, we're going to send it away.
Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
One more kill might be the top end available for him. It's going to be a very convincing, methodical pistol there from 3D Max. Okay, Chad, you were right.
It begins on round number 1. I wasn't fluffing the viewers. I wasn't here to just pretend. It's going to be serious business all day through.
Switch chat. Anyone speaks French? I want some translations, please. Let us know what he's saying. I want the context. I want to know how much shit he is indeed talking.
Yes, we will appreciate your live translation. It's about, what, 45
Well, these people are obviously on the payroll, you know, our live translators. We've got them on the books. And Henry, you're the uninitiated, but if you do see Bobby, that's Bobby to you.
Bobby?
You give Alex the giggle.
No, don't call him Bobby.
Bobby just got the opening.
No, Bobby did get well. Well, you see, you've just populated me now.
Oh, that grenade, it hurts. Sin fighting for his life. He goes down. It's a 5-7, a swisher. It ain't looking too good, boys. He goes down. Bobby stepping up. And this force spy is falling flat, I'm afraid. 4-on-2. Lake, you got to be the MVP here, my friend. There it is. That's not too bad. Can he get one more? Apparently not. We just got 4 on Wreck, and he's getting spammed through the smoke. Down to 20 points of health. Round over. Nice try, but that's going to be full eco coming up next.
Translations come through, Henry G. Live reports are saying we are going to you.
Oh, dear.
We are going to you.
Yeah, all right.
Which I suppose is happening right now. A 2-0 start. Your force by falls flat, so it's not the worst case scenario. Would have been losing the round after you said that. So everything's fine. Do you know what's not fine?
What's that?
I haven't glorped all day.
We've been waiting to glorp.
I've been holding off, but now I must. It's time to glorp.
So does glorp not work with, like...
Well, we don't have the... I could install the plugins.
I haven't.
That's okay.
Do you want to see it?
This is there.
That's glorp, yeah.
So why is he not coming up with
this is like a sticker, I think, type thing. And these are the emoticons.
Okay, I see.
So is it better TV? Maybe Phil, our producer, would know. Phil, do you know much about the Twitch emotes? You could let us know in our ear, I suppose.
BTTV.
Could be that one. There's lots of the TVs. They've got lots of the websites.
Yeah, I guess you have to be really extra cool to equip that.
We might be able to work it.
Equip that like it's an item.
Well,
yeah.
It is a bit of a buff. It's a Twitch chat buff.
It's a buff. It is, certainly. I'd like to be able to understand the glorp and the Aya.
Can you glorp on Face It Watch, you reckon?
I don't know. Ooh. No, that would be very important to know, actually. Very quick double doors Molotov, and Gravity's just going to drop down and run in with the Mag 10. Love that for him. Don't so much love it for Wreck and his 5-7. At least he's got a friend, a little compatriot hanging out with him. But it does seem like an almost certain third round conversion.
There's Bobby again.
Bobby onto Lake. And clean double from Bobby.
Bobby's having Alex, there's going to be a lot of Bobby if he keeps this up. Bobby's 7-0 right now.
God's sake.
No.
Bobby's 7-0.
Seriously?
Right. Seriously, no.
No. Kelly Band? Seriously?
No. That's still one of my favorite clips of all time.
Well,
something about it.
Let's
really
just say some
me.
Counter-Strike players were better actors than others. That's all.
I just want to let everybody know, I have been emptying the mailbag because my inbox was quite full and I do have emails that I need to get to in there. So
eventually.
I've been emptying, at the end of every day, I've been emptying the mailbag.
Okay, what? So we don't get like residual left?
No, so if you want to return to any mailbag emails that we got, we can't. But if you want to send in new mailbag questions, that's eplmailbag@efg.gg.
Well, I quite like this. I'm sitting at a standing desk and I kind of feel like I'm like a toddler at the dinner table. This is perfect. I can get the angle on.
Bobby.
Fully immersed.
Do you know what a Bobby Dazzler is, Henry?
I have no idea. What's a Bobby Dazzler?
We didn't. We
use it. We use it in the UK as well.
I've never heard of it.
I'm going to Google it.
Right, Bobby Dazzler. He is. It's like if you've got a new coat on. In the
so you like a bit of a show off, maybe?
A bit of a Bobby Dazzler, have we?
Personal thing considered remarkable or excellent. That's why we call him Bobby. Oh, push.
Yep, love that.
Here we go, M80. We need to see some form here. Slacks with the AWP. A bit of aggression from Mr. Swisher. Pushing out a B main and Lake. He's down the canals.
This is a little ambitious from Lake. It could very well pay off.
A huge gap, though.
Timing. Gravity, however, applying pressure. Perfect flash of exercise. Wreck needs help. He's managed to get 2 before he's brought down by Bobby. 8-0 as it currently stands. Dazzling so far. Bomb will be planted, retake on. I do see the kit on
smoke. Volley on Bobby.
So much util.
Is he going to smoke Cam?
Don't love the smoke, Chad. I actually hate the smoke in a way.
A little bit limp.
You can even boost behind it.
Oh, dear.
Yep. They have fumbled that smoke so bad, but they get away with it. Excellent shooting with the Galil. Swisher now, not really much he can do. They know he's there. He has no util himself. And here comes another smoke, but down he goes. What a recovery. M80 look destined to win that one, but we go 4-0.
Glorp should have saved the AWP.
Oh, Glorp indeed. Too late to Glorp now.
Don't even know what that means.
I just like putting it into like random sentence.
Oh man, it's glorping time.
Yeah, it's definitely
glorping time is good. That works.
Are you?
Sorry, I'm not saying
what capacity does that work better than what I'm doing?
I think it's like morphin time.
Yes, exactly.
Morphin. It works.
Yeah.
Anything in the mailbag, Henry? Anything new?
Oh, there's a question.
Here we go.
What is your favorite soup, Casters?
I like a tomato soup.
Minestrone, I think, for me.
Yeah, I'll take a chicken then.
Chicken out of can.
Yeah. Chicken soup. Love a bit of chicken.
Yeah, I
Any
guess
noodles
that's
in
it.
there?
Yeah, good question. No problem.
Thanks, Thomas.
Anything like that's fine.
There we go.
Sponge. Sing Davideus to the tune of Rock Me Amadeus by legendary musician Falco.
I don't know that song.
We've done that before. That's the song we keep singing.
Davideus.
Hey, I spoke to him.
Davideus.
He doesn't speak any English.
Okay.
I tried to speak to him, and I said, Davideus, so you have Davideus on your back. Yeah, that's your name in game, yes? And he said, yes. So he wants to be Davideus, I guess.
You just can't work out why the scoreboard says David.
It freaks me out, man. Why is he called David?
But you got to take that out with Michał Slavinsky.
Who do I talk to?
Yeah, Michał Slavinsky on
Mr. Slavinsky.
He's in the building.
Wait, isn't that the company that does the diamonds? Slavinsky Diamonds.
Oh,
I've never heard of Slavinsky.
Slavinsky, like the ones that aren't real.
Oh, no.
Schwarzkopf.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think they may be a brand of jeweler.
Slavinsky jewels. Bobby is going to be pushing up middle.
He hasn't died yet, Bobby.
No, but Bobby's
got a
dead
feeling
now.
about this.
Here we go.
Bobby! He's killing it right now.
Look at him, 9-0, Henry.
Yep, he is on fire. As just poor old Swisher remains, not for long. There's Mac up. Oh, nice shot. Okay, there was a chance for a double kill. Wouldn't have done much for him, but favorite sandwich, guys.
We're just going through all the food.
We've done favorite sandwich already.
Yeah. To glorp or not to glorp? That is the question.
That is the question these days. I like that, Alex. Thank you.
I think we just keep doing more of them. We're just going to we'll find more ways to utilize it. There is, wow, look at the zoom. Okay, replay op flexing. Very cool.
I've got a request for Freya to do a cast at some point.
Oh, okay. She's in the building.
Half a map.
Half a map to be specific.
It's specifically half a map.
We have a fourth headset.
To cast half a map.
We do have a fourth headset. Maybe we get Freya Spears on the microphone. We'll see what we can do.
For half a map.
For half a map, specifically.
So this is a good time for a tactical timeout because you're yet to win a round, and it's M80, and it's your map choice, and this is a 2-1 game that could be locking you in for stage 2 to join the big boys like your Navis, your Vitalities, your Spirits.
I'm telling you now, I think Gravity's in their head. They can't stop thinking about him. They can't stop thinking about him. He's been saying, oh, we're going to F you, and now they're getting F'd. And so
they follow through.
Yeah, there's follow through there at least.
And that's all you can ask for in life, really.
Little bit of follow.
You say you're going to do something, do it.
Do it.
It's not a good feeling when you're a map pick. You're yet to post around, but they are, as we always say, the CT side, which is difficult as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
Well, as far as I
think that's fair. Yeah. This is the most T-sided map in the map pool.
It is.
Yeah, especially when Bobby's in the server.
Okay, the good damage at the start. Exercise. He's had his feathers ruffled.
Alex is trying the thing, Henry. You know, like if you're getting bullied, you try and embrace it, and then that way it doesn't happen. So now he's embracing Bobby.
I've seen a few people go with that tactic. It doesn't.
It worked for me in the past. Okay? You can call me the FP. Slack's getting out of there.
Right then, Rek. We need to see something massive here, and Slacks is at the back. Bobby's too powerful. Bulldozering through the A bomb site as we now have a 4 versus 2. It's going to be Swisher and Sin. Nothing to do but save. And it goes 6-0. This one is not
Bloody hell. Bobby's glopping all over him.
He's 12-0.
He's absolutely destroyed them.
Never bobbied like this before, have you?
My God.
No one ever has. This is uncharted territory. Mac up.
Oh, this is cyber glorping right now.
1 Bobby, 2 Bobby, 3 Bobby more.
Yeah, and Sin no more. Just the one dude holding on to his M4.
You got max loss bonus if you're looking for a positive.
Okay. Oh,
I suppose.
Nice.
If Sin saves, there's a buy.
Yeah,
well, not like
just be another
not a very good one, but it'll be MB9s and 5.7s.
Boys, I got a face it story from last night.
Oh, I heard about this. Let us know what happened.
So, getting the boys back together, you know. Yeah. Justin, Kevin Savage, maybe you've heard of him.
Yes.
Okay.
AZR as a ward.
Okay, it was a full stack.
Yaman.
Oh, a real full stack. Who was the 5th? There's like a Hugo or
honestly,
a Rush?
No. It was only with Kudos 4, and then we got queued with a Mongolian guy who plays for Eruption. So he's on 120 ping.
Oh, from Mongolia.
Bobby!
Oh, it's actually a full Bobby package.
Oh, all right. Well, there's another Bobby.
Yeah. Keep going, Chad. That one.
Third and final map for one of these teams here now. It is once again all to play for. Coming into Anubis, Pain, all in Vision will be sent home. And I think that, again, we've got another name here, Pain. People expected them to do well. A lot of the teams expected them to do very well, in fact. So the fact that they are under threat and being taken all the way down to the wire is another surprise for us here on the B stream.
Yeah, none of us expected this, right? I think this is kind of this Pain side should have gone, 3-0, 3-1 at a worst case scenario, and then they would have been sort of as expected, right? But the fact that they're in the 1 and 2, the elimination on the line, it was definitely not what we were thinking. But LinVision, on the flip side, there wasn't huge expectations for LinVision as a whole. We knew they were, solid and they, had some ideas, but with a very strong caliber of teams here, I didn't expect really a lot from them, and the fact that we are getting them pushing Pain the distance to 13-1 in that Dust 2, things like that, it's pretty sick to see, right? They're being able to scalp at least maps off some decent sides, and that in itself is impressive, right? And now it's about, can they make it a series? Can they eliminate a side of Pain's caliber, number 11th ranked in the world and number 2 ranked in this stage by the teams themselves?
Yes, it is going to be a difficult run once again. We really don't know what to expect out of this third map. The ball in Pain's court, I suppose, but they really looked awful on map 1, to be perfectly honest. And I suppose we can say that now that they've managed to get a map at least, right? They have redeemed themselves. They would be the first to admit that first map was completely out of character and really just not good enough. But now we move into this third one, and yeah, I'm very, very curious to see what sort of version of the teams we get. We've had a great bounce back from Pain. Can LinVision do the same? It is hard to say, but Anubis, it's apparently a weird feeling map for a lot of players. We'll see if that becomes the case for these guys. Big news while we were in the... Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, God. Tell us your big...
Okay. Guardian retired. Guardian announced his retirement during the break. That's pretty big, I'd say.
By the GOAT. But it was, he's been in and out of retirement about 7 times, bless him. He just picked up the AWP on BC game when he felt like it. He retired, went to coaching, then came back, and then was like, actually, no, I'm actually a better AWPer. I'm back again.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Towards the side here, Starry's got a bomb plant. He just tucked his head, but they're not holding for him. So Bigoteer has managed to get out only briefly, though. And a 1 versus 3 for Katowice now. He had an electric map number 2. What has he got in the locker? It's him looking to try and isolate fighting. They're not giving him anything. He knows Zach is in towards Dark. That's for sure. It's about anybody else. And Call Me Sue holding from May. Great round for LinVision. They needed that start. And Amelia's pointing at something. A little bit of a chuckle as well. Waiting to see if Pain are going to get loud. But good round to be taken for LinVision. Great start to their T side. That's what you want to see. Now, the only fact that I was going to bring up, right, was... So when you look across the ratings of all the teams, obviously, for those who don't know, the teams rated themselves in terms of how the ranking was and how the seeding was done heading in towards this tournament, rather than it just being off VRS or Valve rank or whatever, right, as it's been done in the past. Super interesting format, really cool. I'm a fan of it. It provides some good storylines, and it provides actually quite an interesting one here. Most teams put Pain either second, the majority put them second, or in third place. Basically, for the majority of them, they're the top 3, but primarily they're in second.
Yeah.
LinVision, however, put them in 6th. Put them below Game Legion, below 3
Wait a minute.
Below Furia, below Heroic, who were already out. So maybe LinVision were onto something, as obviously Pain are in the 1 and 2. On the flip side, Pain put LinVision in 10th. Below M80 Saw, MIBR, FlyQuest, Heroic, Furia, Game Legion, 3D Max, and Eternal Fire. But then above, your likes of your Tylus, your NRGs, your Namigas, etc. So, yeah, LinVision did not rate Pain as highly as everybody else did, which I think is actually quite interesting. Because I'm just running through now, if there's any other outliers. Housepett's put Pain 5th is like the next I can see, but basically everybody else, everybody else had them top 3. So that is quite interesting. And I would agree. I would have thought they were at least top 3. It's sort of between them, Eternal Fire, and 3D Max. Apart from LinVision, who were like, nah, I don't rate them.
Yeah, kind of curious, isn't it? And I suppose they're having it blow back in their face slightly.
But then they did 13-1, so like, you know.
Yeah, well, this is true.
You go off map 1, you're like, damn, like, was 6th too high? And then now,
yeah,
like, yeah, no, maybe this is correct.
Hey, I mean, 6th would be the spot for like inconsistency and, you know, maybe looking good but not quite convincing.
For sure.
And we could get that poorer version once again. Big rifle round incoming. Pain have started off pretty flat here after their performance on the previous. So, yeah, we're going to have to see if they can find something. I like the aggression. I like the flash. Unfortunately, nothing comes of it, but it is good to see Pain immediately going in for a proactive move.
Katowice up close. I think he just wanted at least a pixel, but enough for him to know to get out. And NQZ swings off contact. That's well played. Westmoreland falls, a nice opener. Starry trying to reclaim a bit of control in towards mid. He's scared of a doors player, which I think is a smart way to approach this. And they will trade smokes. Davide is going to play out in front of this. And while we were in that break just then, Machine was talking about how he went and had a chat with Davideus. Chat's a loose term because he doesn't speak English, but he asked him, is it Davideus or David? And he said, no, it's Davideus. So he didn't know why it was David on the HUD either, but it is Davideus apparently.
Okay. Maybe for space, you can kind of see. Yeah. I'll hold the point actually. Amelia's frying them. Oh, nice pick from David. He's clapped immediately, though. Keeping the advantage. I think they're probably going to save here, so I'll go. You can see, like, Call Me Sue's name kind of bleeding into his head.
Yeah.
Westmelon's a little bit close as well. So maybe Davideus.
A little bit too long.
It's a bit longer. He's also, did he have, like... No, he doesn't have dollar signs in there, I don't think. It's like a capital S. I don't know. I feel like it's got to be a decision that the player makes, though. Like, you don't just want to change his name up without his permission, I suppose.
Actually, just looking at it, though, like, Davideus isn't longer than Call Me Sue.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah,
who knows? Who knows? We will get to the bottom of this. We will. But it's a 3-0 start for Linvision. A double save for NQC and Katowice. That's all they can do. And I'm happy. Amelia there. I mean, Amelia's actually been superb this series. Just continues to be so difficult to deal with. Unbelievably crisp, right? And again, you just see it right there. And Starry's trade was not bad at all. But Amelia on this T side in particular, such a joy to watch. Creates so much space, so valuable towards Linvision. Without him, honestly, they genuinely feel like they don't get anywhere on these T sides. He's so damn sick to watch. Starry, right around the corner, spraying and praying, just in case anybody was home. They've actually been given mid control for free, and that will happen when there is a low buyout for Pain. 2 saved guns, and well, one of them's already dead.
Saka with another find. Linvision have started off very well here. Looking much more effective, to say the least. NQZ creeping in, trying to be the hero with this last remaining saved gun. I mean, could be in the right place. It's all about the right time, I suppose. They're taking a very safe route, though, via the carpets. He gets caught sleeping by Starry. And this is what we were talking about, Neo. These players look pretty comfortable here, don't they? Lots and lots of reps for Linvision on this map, and it is paying off.
Yeah, exactly. They just play it so much. And we did question, when we came down to that Vita, why not take a risk elsewhere, right? The Anubis feels like it is a big risk, and they played it twice, and both times in a real lackluster way. Amelia, again, just talking about this guy's entry pathing. Oh my god. Yeah, Amelia. Get loud, King. Sick, dude. I mean, honestly, if you want to learn a bit of entry pathing and sort of how to move around a map on a T side, I would actually watch some of the way Amelia plays. Super fun. Obviously, you've got to have the aim to go with it, right? Which is easier said than done, but the way in which he clears angles, so effective. I know what that means.
Oh, yeah?
Pretty sure.
I'm assuming it's not very nice.
think I might be getting mixed up with another one. I got taught a bunch when I was out in China in December, and I got taught a bunch of them, but they all kind of blend into one. But I think it means F your mum, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. Or it's either that or it's shut the fuck up. It's one of the two. I'm pretty sure.
Fair enough. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily personal, but we all have those things that we shout out.
I remember I got taught a bunch, and I got taught a bunch of them. They all blend in, and but they're all, I think, equally as effective, like you said. You know what I mean? They all, I feel like it's all about the vibes, right? I think, if it is telling them to shut up a little bit, I kind of respect it, because obviously Pain are an incredibly loud side. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And especially individuals like Snow, and when they're not loud, it's deafeningly quiet in a way. Katowice on the clip. We'll catch West Melon. Oh my god, this round's falling apart for the Envision. Very, very quickly, in fact. It's all down to one man. Call me Sue. Can't do anything. Wow, flawless by Pain. Only 3 points of damage dealt. That was quick. What a response.
That was pretty quick, and it is good to see it comes at a good time, just as things are starting to get worrisome. So I think that is fair enough. A decent look for Pain. Just a question of whether they can keep it going. Not sure if we've had anything else in from the mailbag quite yet, but EPL mailbag at efg.gg. I have to close my eyes so I can see it in my mind's eye and not get it wrong.
Yeah.
So terrified of getting things backwards, and then some guy's going to be just emailing the wrong email. They're in the wrong site right now. Big Uzera. Oh my goodness. Not letting up at all on this defense. Slim Vision have tried to pick up the pace and just test the water with a faster round. The water's pretty damn hot and they cannot get in.
Zaka. All that's left. And all as he's lurking around the map trying to find a gap. And he actually will get a gap if he goes A here. He could get this bomb down. Not that I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference to this round. But it will be something. All right, yeah. They've stacked over towards B, so he does get A for free. Bomb should go down momentarily. We've got 40 seconds just to clear a couple of the angles just in case. He doesn't realize yet, but he is fully safe to plant. Actually, the longer he takes, the more Pain will be enticed to go check.
We'll see. We'll see. This is certainly the formula for a clutch, isn't it? Yeah, it's the formula, though. They're a bit split. This is the moment. If he can get both of these. Ooh. Ooh, he gets out of there. It's a bit of hot movement. Taking another. Spots them both out, so he's got the information in here. Trying to pick up the advanced position. That's surely got to be it, though. The missed shot costs him. He was close. It's a valiant effort for sure, but he can't convert it.
If he had, honestly, like a Tech 9 there or something, that could have been sick. Could have been. But not to be. That was so close, though. Not a bad effort at all. Got to give him props for that one. A bit of an interesting decision as a whole to leave the site completely open. I wonder where that call actually comes from. Obviously, from Big Azera, but I wonder why in that sense. What was sort of the reasoning behind it? But, timeout going to be called by Vision. And Gum gets on the mic.
Big Gum.
Yeah. Honestly, I understand why they call this timeout at this point, though, because you've got enough money to be able to buy in here, but it's a question of A, do we actually do this, right? Do we force buy in? Somebody's got to take a hit somewhere, or do we go for a little bit of a lesser investment, play for the full buy in towards next round, have the AWP back in play, and Hero Rifle, and that's what they're going to do. Hero AK-4 Starry, few upgraded pistols behind it, and Amelia has got a MAC-10, which I think makes sense for Amelia. Entry fragging on these T sides, flying into these fights. MAC-10 feels like the right thing for it.
Yeah, we can certainly get behind it. It's once again looking set to be a B hit. Utility over the top. Snow ready with the Molotov. Big Uzera and NQZ in good spots here to deny the entries in, but Call Me Sue catches 2. Zaka will take Tavideus, and the pistols have maybe overwhelmed successfully. Didn't work with the rifles, but it works better here, and that has got to be an Asian Counter-Strike classic, that it's like, right, the rifle round didn't work, but we're going to do the same thing again. On the half-buy, why not? And it absolutely dominates.
Yeah, exactly. Just a quick, lightning-fast round. They fly into the fights. They back themselves. There's nothing like an Asian... Yeah, exactly. Nice indeed. Nothing like an Asian Counter-Strike force buy. Genuinely so sick to watch. It's... Linvision still proving their level and still proving that they've got good ideas and good protocols, and Pain still struggling. Tech Paul's now going to come through. A bit of time for a brief moment of conversation, but not so much tactically. It looks like there's an issue over towards Big Azera. Envision that is a huge round to take, though, genuinely. That might change the landscape of this first half in every way.
Do you think we need, like, a letterboxed for CS games? Like, that's maybe something that they could add to HLTV.
Like
people
rate
could...
rate out of 10 or something like that. Like exactly. Have on the page, because like at the end of a game you can also like vote for the MVP. I sometimes do on some of the games that we're casting. I just like, why not? I'm already looking at the stats. You could do like a 0 to 10 and be like, this many people have rated this out of 10.
Yeah,
and
that could be quite good actually.
Yeah, you get like some phase matches as well, which are going to be. A lot of them are 10s.
Yeah, of course.
They always seem to just love. Yeah. Amelia gets caught U-turn hand. I like that move by Katowice. Nobody holding for Amelia. So he just gets deleted on a timing play. It's a ballsy move by Katowice, but it really works well. Now, very quickly in a 5v3.
It's also very risky from Linvision, right? To just leave him isolated. Westmelon, crack angle. Davideus up close on the MP9. Gun lets him down, and we're quickly back to an even round. So that is unlucko. Plan coming in, and maybe the instant save here from Pain, or are they just regrouping? It looks more like a regroup.
I don't know if you want to give this a go. I'm you got no money left over. 3 versus 3, but you're retaking with an AWP as well. 1 kit on Snow. That smoke has faded. Call Me Sue. How good are you feeling here? He's got to nail this first. He doesn't. But a double stack in this position. They might overlook this. Molly down. Westmelon gets out in front. Oh, Bob close. Tap on towards the bomb. They might just take this as well. Oh, hang on a second. They've got to try and get him off the bomb. They won't be able to do so. Jumping down in the flame star. He can't deny. What a retake by Pain. Late round, they just dive in.
That is rough. The bomb was planted pretty nicely for those players, unless you get mollied off and can't do anything about it. That's really, really rough for them. It is just this Molotov. Very well spaced, very well timed. They obviously got the information in that there was someone on the bomb. But there's nothing they could really do about it. Another tech pause here, unfortunately.
This time it seems like it's not Big Azera again. So it might be something on the other side.
Yeah, not sure. Big Azera asked for some water, I think.
Oh, all right. Nice. It was thirsty.
During the timeout. I don't know that that's the technical timeout reason.
Yeah.
But why not take a moment? And hey, staying hydrated, it is important. It is very much important.
It is. Back into the buy both ways. MP9 and a FAMAS have to come through. 2 of those MP9s, and they're going to go aggro. Nice shot from Zaka. And same to be said for Amelia. Oh, Davideus and Katowice go searching for answers, and at this time it is not to be. We have pushed out of B. Oh, Call Me Sue nails Snow. What a shot. This is some crisp work from Linvision in this one.
Yeah, both teams kind of proving that they are capable of those nasty shots. But Linvision just holding the slim advantage. I think it does go with the territory, the T-sidedness of the map. We should have kept track. I don't know if any of the guys, when we were asking what would you remove for cash, I don't know if either of these teams had people that said Anubis. I feel like in my mind, I think Snow might have been one that said Anubis should get removed.
Yeah.
It's a lot of hate, mate. It's a lot of hate on Anubis. I've been enjoying watching it recently, I can't lie.
I actually like it at the pro level. I don't even mind playing it either. I think it's one of the better maps to play. It doesn't feel boring in terms of sometimes I can coast a little bit on like a Dust 2 or an Inferno or whatever, and it's just like, just run through the motions. But Anubis, I feel like I can do a few sort of set strats, which I enjoy doing. Like I always like diving in towards water. Bit of mid control is pretty fun at times on T side. If I'm playing CT, I like pushing out of A main. The small things. I think for me, I just like things that are, a little bit new, right? Anubis still feels new in my mind, comparatively, even though it's not really.
Oh, yeah.
Envision.
Absolutely.
Let's see off the... I wouldn't say full spec, it was more like full buy, but it was just that they didn't manage to bring full gun to the table, and it was so easily shut down. Livision looked so crisp. Call me soon, that round in particular. Really hit a nice couple of shots. That one pushing out of B main was not easy, and one right at the end there as well. Low buy for Pain, so Livision should guarantee the lead. Getting 7 rounds on T-side of Anubis. I mean, it's a T-sided map. That is the main thing, but it's still a very good first half.
Yes, very much so, sir. Kind of a wacky round here, as they are just ecoing things out. Not really much going down. Not really much going down, bro. This is
gamble stack.
Gonna cook with a few more ideas.
Bombs in that direction, so it does worry me a little bit, but I feel like they're retracting away. If Emilia's not going there, that generally means the team's not going there.
Aha. You have figured it out.
Yeah.
Although that being said, he's at the back of the pack at the moment, so...
True. But they kind of just go where he goes. He is their, main guy in the entry in the pack, right? So if he's going somewhere, that's normally where they're finishing. And, of course, in this time, it's the case again. Westman gets the bomb down. It's a gamble stack, and it's called a gamble for a reason, and this one does not pay off. Unlike house bets this time, where it's, house doesn't always win, so I guess it kind of is like house bets in a way.
Sure. But then they are set up to mostly win on the old house bet side.
For this level of a buy, I actually prefer seeing gamble stacks like this than seeing,
regular.
Just like a regular normal strat. You're obviously just going to lose in terms of firepower. So I much prefer when they do something gimmicky. I think the only difference is sometimes it's you gamble stack aside. I actually like when they try, and this is something that I've seen Anders bring up quite a few times, is buy just one flash and just pop yourself in somewhere. Get information that the team are there, throw the flash and just try and fight, get a couple of kills, right? It's $200. It's money that you're going to forget about very, very quickly, but it could net a couple of kills, a picked up rifle, something of the sort, right? 7-3 though. And first time out for Pain here.
Yeah, we'll see. A big round on the horizon. Pain, as you say, first time out. A little more conservative with a small C on these timeouts for sure. So, we saw some crazy timeout rolls in the previous series. These guys are much more about instincts, much more about trusting those initial calls. So it's always a conversation, and maybe, again, if we get a chance to pick some brains, we could ask. But are there coaches, tactical masterminds? Are they more man management, keeping the emotions in check? It does feel like there's a little bit less tactical chat coming in from their coaches.
Komisu, sending up for Util. Double smoke's being thrown, one by Zaka as well. Penultimate round of this half. And we're reinvestment back in for Pain. If this one slips, Envision really have the potential of a 9-3. 7-5 would feel okay for Pain. It's workable, but you go 9-3 down, I don't know. They've had some bad maps on on Anubis so far in Pro League. 2 big losses, 13-7, 13-5. And they were hoping this one would be different.
Nades over the top. Still no quick movement just yet from Linvision, looking for another B-burst kind of round. Snow will find his, but Big Uzera gets taken down. Rotations are here quite quick. Snow is demoted onto the USP, but it's Davideus that's holding the line. Bomb plant. Yes. Maybe. Yes. Okay, gonna plant. It's kind of open. It's pretty dangerous. I don't know if it's the best move. NQZ as well, following in the footsteps of Starry here. Not going to be expected. Spots out the final player. It's a 1v3 for the young gun. That smoke's going down momentarily. Coming in from all different angles. He has to win a fight early and he knows it, but it's not going to happen. So number 4 for Pain is their bare minimum achieved.
Yeah, at the very least, that keeps things feeling a little bit more afloat and competent going forward. If you can get a 5th here, it's not a bad half. It's a very work one. Even 4 rounds is still in that position of being kind of potential. But I think for Linvision, they felt very flat there. You could see they were just a little bit all over the place. Didn't really exactly know where to look, where to go. We're pretty stoic over towards Linvision, chilling out. They still, of course, guaranteed that lead. It'll be their second time out. Doesn't seem actually like a lot of talking going on here. Tiny bit by the man in the middle, but, you know, your IG are going to relay over a few things, but Gum happy to just sit on the wayside and let things pan out as they go.
Yeah, he's chilling. He's believing in the system pretty solidly, which is cool.
Be interesting to know as well if he's more of like a, you know, some coaches are like either there for vibes or also like there as kind of like pseudo analysts in ways, and they help prep for games. Maybe that might be like part of like what Gun brings. He's been around for so long, right? He's also just like such an experienced head.
Yeah, I would imagine it is something though, like in the Asian scene, not as many people and players want to move into the coaching role, so you're kind of waiting for that, right? Then you also have like how many dedicated coaches are there, so it's a bit tough to know like what his role is, and also if there are people that he could have learned from or could lean on in terms of how do I improve my coaching. A lot of it is like figuring it out on the fly. I know that's something that FlyQuest have. When we spoke to, I want to say it was like last Pro League, Dexter might have been one of the challengers, and, you know, he was kind of saying, like, I'm having to teach Cast how to coach almost because he just doesn't quite have as much knowledge of the role itself. He knows CS, he knows what makes a good team, but the actual role itself is hard to define.
Big Zero close. Good work by Big Uzera to get one. Zaka also delivering 2, so they're shutting it down quickly. They're trying to get out, and they will. Here's one. Davide is still lurking back. Psyched that he can't hit the shot. Westmelon might have given them a chance, and he just avoids the AWP. He knows Westmelon's crossed. Flash and a nade is all they've got to work with here. Starry creeping his way forward. Katowice is tucked up close. He's got to cross, get this bomb down. And Starry dies for the cause it. Tap, not a commit. Katowice moves forward. Westmelon, yeah, he'll die from the side. So a 7-5 in the end. It's actually not a bad recovery from Pain, and a very workable position they've put themselves in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they'll be happy with a bit of a turnaround there. We wanted a close final map, of course, and that is exactly what we're getting. The stakes going to start to mount up as the second half gets going. Linvision, again, it's a story for them of decent enough starts, but maybe dropping off towards the end. They really could have taken this to be a one-sided affair with that 4-0 start, 5-0 on the cards. A few really wacky rounds, an unfortunate clutch. You see this one, right? Should have been theirs, but couldn't convert it. The Molotov gets in the way. Either way, I think a fun half and a good half of Counter-Strike. And we'll see who's going to survive. Time going to tell. We'll catch you after the break. Hope you enjoyed those bangers. We are back in for the second half here. This is the final half of Counter-Strike ESL Pro League Season 21 for one of these teams. A big knockout game. You can see the energy is high once again. I think we've had maybe a few rounds of shouts and whatnot from these sides, but it's been very, very one-sided on map 1 and map 2. But now we get into Anubis. It's pretty close. It's pretty close indeed. So this pistol carries all the weight in the world. Julie's ready and raring to go. It's a bouncy little move to try and distract away. Little do they know, there's 3 on the other side. So very ready for your dark hit. Not a single kill coming round. Big Uzera breaks that, but only by 1. It's not enough. And Linvision extend their lead.
Wow, I mean, that is crazy. A very quick one as Linvision just want to fight up close. I can't even respect as well when Starry peeks out in towards water. He spots a few, and rather than falling away, he actually comes to come and join him, saying, let's play together, let's play this as a pack. If they want to fight together, so can we. And you can tell by the celebration how much that means to Linvision. Lead extended to 3, should be made 4 as well. My, oh my, what a spot that they are in. Oh, Pain, your time in Pro League is dwindling here. Linvision not far away, only 5 rounds of staying alive and pulling off probably one of the biggest upsets of this tournament thus far.
Looking pretty likely, ain't it? Pain gonna give them this round. They drop back. I always like these rounds where teams like, you know, eco, but also play really far back, and it's like, bro, can we just send it, you know? Can we just fly in there and get this over and done with?
Yeah, but this is, I think for me, well, at least for Pain, this feels like a existence timeout, like a tac pause about actually calling the tac pause, even though they've got some left over, but I feel like it's probably just big as Zera saying, like, this is what we need to do into our next round. You know, now or never, use as much pause as we can type thing. Round ends up being shut down pretty simply. But I actually wouldn't even mind a normal tac pause, in all fairness as well. True. Just, you know, you've got a couple to burn. I'm pretty sure they've got 2 left, Pain. Use them. Not got a lot of time left in this match, in this tournament at this rate as well. Get Rix on the mic. Give him a chance to sort of relay his idea. But it's 9 to 5.
Big all round here, double digits on the cards for Linvision. But battling for survival is Pain. An anti-flash move from NQZ. Ooh, just a dry walkout from Westmelon is indeed very, very cheeky. He will be rightfully punished. I don't think he should ever get away with that.
I'm trying to do just something a little unorthodox on the bonus bite. Triple MP9 and 1 FAMAS. This should be an easy round for Pain to find, but MP9s can still be difficult to deal with. Because everyone's mid-control here. At least that's the way he's setting up, and he does have a bit of support, one of which being the bomb too. Now that worries me a lot. It's a triple fight. They might go. NQZ gets the first, or if they had just played patient, Linvision, I generally think they probably could have caught them overextended. But unfortunately, they peak a little early, and that'll be costly. Starry will get one, but he sticks around too long. I don't like that peak from Zachary. I don't actually really understand why Linvision are fighting there. MP9s, wait for them to come to you. They haven't even swung towards doors. You want to be playing around the doors. Close range angles, up in their face, being able to spray down a few, but fighting at range down mid of MP9s, like, what are you actually legitimately expecting there?
Yeah, a strange look throughout that round. I think a lot of questionable decisions for sure. Too much forcing the issue, and yeah, I don't.
If you had rifles,
really
fair enough.
Yeah, but just like the whole energy of it, right? The whole like walking out through A main, over swinging from the 1 FAMAS kind of thing. After you've found the kill, maybe just drop back. Yeah, it's a messy one, and it's going to give Pain a pretty good chance to close the gap.
All right. 3 rounds is that gap, but with no money to work with for Linvision, you'd expect it to be down to 2. Amelia's up close. You don't need to peek it. You are being held for. Of course, doesn't know that, but should expect it. But a real tentative start here by Pain. They're not taking any chances. Zaka playing anti. The nade, a little bit of damage. Molly might force an engagement here, but they will smoke it out. And Zaka was tempted to play out in front, but opts against.
Oh. Oh. Amelia not burning. Hidden away. Might get a kill come his way. Oh, that's some lovely coordination, actually. Nets a frag. The other player that they spotted is low. Bomb will be planted is sort of the difficult thing to figure out here. So they're pretty heavily on the hunt for Snow. I think it becomes a saving mission if they find this kill, which they will. Are they going to go? There's maybe just about enough time if you go all guns blazing. Call Me Sue's dead on the flank, so it's all about the A main players. Huge nade.
Just save the A.
They're like, actually, no. Okay. That's fine. You have this round. That's fine. Don't worry.
I can understand Amelia sticking around here just in case anybody exits out, but it won't be the case. Pain can find themselves up to a 7th. Will Amelia survive? Yeah, nice. Got far enough away. 2-round game, though. There's still plenty of time for Pain to recover in this one. Far from over. And we have had some serious series today. We've had, you know, throughout the start of our Pro League journey here on the Beach Stream, we've had quite a lot of, you know, quick games, not huge storylines behind them, pretty one-sided affairs. Both of our series today have had the back and forth. We've had the overtimes, we've had the full distance. Obviously, I mean, I guess our maps in particular in the second series were quite one-sided, but the fact that they trade maps in that way has given us something to work with heading in this third. Envision come back into the buy. You got a double AK, double M4, and an AWP.
You got a favorite Guardian moment to reminisce about?
I remember there was a really decent one on Overpass.
Yes, that's what's in, I think, like around the pillar.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's in my head as well, to be fair.
Classic one. I mean, he is one of the more legendary, one of the most legendary AWPers that have ever sort of touched the game. So, you know, credit to him. Great career. Great opener as well by Big Zahara. We'll take that all day. We're spelling smoke in hand. He's going to bank it off to lock down main. Bit of a tag onto him as well. Katowice just trying to be a bit of a nuisance. This does feel like they're setting up for a B hit. There's 2 players here, and a third is trying to set up to come and support. Molly comes down. That'll slow them down at least a little bit. This nade, though, this nade could do a lot. Bye-bye, Big Zahara. Somersaults forward. Starry still backside. He said, however, for Amelia. Oh, Amelia gets 3. No way. What a round. What a time for Amelia to step up. That is nuts. I keep singing this guy's praises, and he keeps stepping up. That is huge for Amelia. That felt like that was Pain getting back in towards this game, and he's extended that lead further.
Yeah, that is crazy. I mean, honestly felt so damn good initially, and then it slipped, but massive find from Amelia to just keep them at arm's length, right? Really important round to be taking in the grand scheme. Linvision start to knock on that door. Flash is good. Call Me Sue, it's only 1. Maybe wanted a bit more out from that, but what else are you going to do with the MP9?
Amelia's been celebrating so much that the, I don't know, like wind filter, you know, the little sponge on his mic has come off.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's quite funny.
In the previous cam, so... But what a round for him. Another great map, 14 and 8. Pain call for a pause. And Big Zahara calling from the grave in this one. I don't even know where they want to go here. They have no information about main on either A or B. And sure, we have a bit of mid control, but you still got to try and go somewhere from there. I don't know where they actually would decide to split. It feels like A would be the best call, but we'll see. That's where Amelia is. So you got to test him.
Indeed. The boss man. Oh, he's so close. He's so close, despite being so blind. Working their way into the A bomb site here. Zaka lands the shot, but doesn't quite net the frag. Big Starry on the flank, barreling on in. Will lose his head. Looked like he'd kind of already done that, the way that he was moving in so quick and so carefree. Westmelon creeps forwards here. Good timing for the first. It's definitely not in the bag for Payne. Molotov confirms there's no one in that location. So where the hell are we looking? Got to be a guy in A main. We've secured that, but where is this last guy? He will reveal himself. Davideus. Westmelon takes him out. There's not a lot of time left. Tap onto the bomb. He's got hardly any ammo. It needs to be a quick heady. Snow, I think, has seen the corner of him and knows he's not on the bomb. No need to rush it. No need to panic. And Payne take 8.
Yeah, really, really well played. Oh, Snow, I think you're right. I think he just spots a pixel, and it's enough. It's enough to make it work, but he continues to be so on edge in a way, right? I mean, Amelia could have very easily have got a second there with him being blind. I just feel that choice to leave Amelia alone, it's a bold one. And I think Starry as well, flying in towards main. Was that necessary? Probably not. Should have waited. And look at the buy. We've now got 4 Lin Vision. Double Deagle, FAMAS, MP9, and an AWP out for Zaka. And it's a full investment. You lose this round, and this game's going to be tied up.
Zaka on the advanced position. The flash is good. I mean, yeah, he's just caught out in the open. The headshots are massive from Payne. You called it. You certainly called it. If they let this one slip, then it will become even. It will become a much, much scarier game. I thought when they hit 10 that Lin Vision had potentially done enough. Not quite, but you start that convo. And maybe not. Maybe not. They're letting Payne back in.
Yeah, it's a bold call. I can understand it to a degree, but I wanted to keep the pressure on Payne. But it's just given a chance, and that's the thing that you really hate to see. One will go down, and you're saving an MP9 and a double deagle. Not exactly, amazing in this spot. Maybe you might be able to get an upgrade somewhere. We unfortunately can't recover the drop weapons. That's the only really awkward thing, especially that AWP. So you're hoping to try and find a rifle somewhere around, but even that, again, it's got a big ask in itself.
Trying to survive here as they're looking for a gun to come their way, really, and make the next round a bit more palatable. Davideus. Oh, it's actually a team kill, but, he pretty much sets up the 2-piece. Call me Sue on the save, maybe. Kawes, no gun out, but it doesn't matter. He's got enough HP to find the kill in the end. Nobody survives.
Okay. It's a good hunt at the end. That's a good round. A really good round for Payne to be taking. He needed that as well, and it gives them a chance in this one. I don't know if Komisu needed to be swinging right at the end there, but I think he might have been died. Might have been dead, either way.
We got the old pistol stack out once again. Trying to make something of it. And I think no one's coming. I think all 5 of Payne are going A. And there's nobody there. So, once again, stacking a bomb site doesn't work.
Yeah, it happens. You hate to see it. May as well go fight, though. Why not? Why not? See if you can get yourself any sort of a gun at the end there. That'll be better than nothing, but Xera's calmness, you got the right idea. Oh, does get dinged. Does lose out in a raw pistol fight, but NQZ actually tagged him through. Westman in there. Yeah, nice work. You're just trying to make it a little expensive in any way if you are Linvision. You got nothing to lose.
Yeah, a little bit slow here, of course, to close things out. Kormitsu gonna take Davideus. Oh, and another. Get that AK out of there. There you go. One tap potential moving forward. So we'll take that. We'll be happy with that.
We got a gun. We'll take a gun every day of the week. Better than nothing. An AK scooped up. This is it, right? We are going down to the wire in this matchup, and it's been a sick game. No two ways about it. These two sides do feel quite inseparable in where we're at, but it's Pain who've been taking a bulk of the most recent momentum. We come back in towards that full buy. No warp in play for Zaka to wield, and that's of course in this series where he's done, you know, the bulk of his best work. He's been a little quiet so far in this map. They need him to step up. Especially now, in fact, because they're going in this direction.
Oh, Amelia, stand strong. It's clean. They're moving in for a bit more. The whole back and forth here, it's a really, really keen area to keep control of, and they will be forced back, but they found that first kill with it.
Big question is overtime brewing in this one, because this back and forth, who knows? Maybe something like a back to what we've seen in towards our previous series. We had an overtime there. We also had the 13-11, the full distance. This one could be more of the same. Our first two maps, very one-sided. 13-1, 13-5. And we kind of got the indicator within the first 5 or so rounds of where it was going to go. It was pretty easy to predict. This one, honestly, for me right now, feels impossible. 25 seconds, though. We have got to go. The bomb. Zaka, he's going to be caught in the side here. He just completely tunnel visioned in towards camera. So they lose control. And Zaka's left alone again towards A. This is something that has happened before. First time was Amelia. This time it's Zaka. No A presence bar to support that one-man anchoring it. And it looks like they're just going to call to a save.
Yeah, a few too many risks. A few too many confusing moments in terms of where they're putting the resources, and it has cost them potentially massively as well, by the way. Like, they obviously have the save and whatnot, but you need the rounds at this point in the game. That is absolutely for damn sure, and Pain are the ones on the run back, finding a lot more success on their T side here.
I just don't get that call again from Linvision. You're starting the rounds with a double stack on towards A, and you get inside of the 25 seconds, you see no presence towards mid, no presence towards B, and you pull a player off the site. I don't understand where that comes from, right? It leaves Zaka so exposed there. Letting out his frustrations a little bit, but I think understandably so. I think the call to save was the right one because they were just completely locked out by utility. And I got to give credit as well on the flip side to Big Xera. I think he does quite well there. Calls that pause, re-aggresses back towards A, and I think does a really solid job in doing so. But yeah, I definitely have to question Linvision there. What was the idea? Why are we dragging player away and leaving Zaka alone holding two different angles? And not only leaving Zaka alone, but you know, he's left alone, and then you have no mid presence either. So he's holding camera, heaven, and main all at the same time. It's obviously never going to work out. It's just a bad setup, unfortunately.
Sure.
Linvision, and it cost them a lot. 11-10, 2 rounds away now, Pain.
Some panicked calls, some panicked ideas, I think, just because of how close it is and how high the stakes are at the moment. So where do we go from here? Nade peek with the flash as well. It's a lovely little idea. Davideus will go down. So there you go. That's the timeout coming into fruition.
That's a nice little opener. Davide's big kill to find early. He's not been lights out so far. Actually, when you look at it, interestingly enough, no one really has, bar NQZ, on Pain, but they're still in the lead. If you looked at the scoreboard, 14, 13, 13, 17 over towards Amelia, you're thinking, surely Linvision are winning and pretty handedly, but it's not been the case. Somehow Pain are ahead. They've got 2 players on single digits, and Davides and Big Azera who are only just outside of that. Sometimes how the cookie crumbles. Zaka. Oh, hits the shot. A flick and a fade away. Big Azera going to get clipped. Same can't be said for NQZ. Tried to do the same thing himself. Westmoreland nearly gets caught in transition. The molly transfer is decent. We've got space now, but a 2 versus 3 ensues.
Plan coming in. Komisu thinking about cancelling it, and well, maybe should have thought against that. Snow was watching. The AWP comes in. Oh, Linvision, it's slipping away before their very eyes. Amelia gets a bit of luck on his side to try and clutch up the 1 versus 2. Oh, the free fire is ridiculous. Oh, okay. He was thinking about some BM. He was thinking about a little bit of BM shooting away, but I mean, rightfully so. What a find.
Amelia is my goat. This guy is so crisp. So crisp. That is an insane shot to hit. I cannot believe it. And he has saved Linvision in this game, genuinely. What he has done just there, this second shot. Oh my God, I have to watch it again. Bye-bye, NQZ.
Against an AWP as well, it's just...
Oh, having a player like that on your side must be so, so good. You know, if you're anyone in terms of, you know, like Gom or Westmelon, even, you know, Starry, who's definitely going to help us out in some regards. Zaka, these experienced heads. Having a player like Amelia who's just that crisp. Oh, my God. Just an insane shot. I might give them a chance. Look at this. It's on the verge of being considered a swing round. Money is not great. Primarily over towards Linvision. It's not fantastic towards Pain either. If Pain don't get a bomb plant down and they lose all 5, this could be very dicey. They do get a bomb down, but they still lose the round. There might still be a chance. Starry gonna get both. Okay, hello. Linvision are alive and kicking Pain, or feeling said Pain right now in a 5 versus 3.
The timeout has paid dividends. They have turned things around. Incredible. It's such a weight on their shoulders. So much work to get this ship back on course, but it's working. Starry, the bullets unfortunately ducked under. He's done his job for the round. Takes 2, grabs some info. Just need the rest of the team to pick up where he left off. NQZ drops. It's just 2 for Pain now.
Starry is down, but his job is done, most definitely. Westmoreland just trying to stay alive. Swing on the flames. He can't actually get any damage there. Might still be something. Oh, Katowice catches Komisu. 2 versus 2. No way is this one slipping like this. Open a retake is never what you want to see. So, Amelia, we call upon you again, my king. Oh! Katowice! What are we seeing? It's Zaka to do it all. And he might actually just save the AWP. How have Pain turned this round around?
For goodness sake, it's getting out of hand, guys. Holy hell. You can definitely feel like when the game becomes important, though, the level of the Counter-Strike, it doesn't necessarily go up, but it just gets more intense and a few more risks being taken.
Yeah.
Ah, Linvision, and Starry has to watch that from the sidelines, you know what I mean? He finds that 2-piece so quick. Ridiculousness. Absolute ridiculousness.
I cannot believe how it started and they got away with that Pain. Oh my God, Katowice. Katowice has been quiet this series. Bar the previous map, the first map was pretty bad from him. And, you know, he's had moments in towards Anubis, but my God, seriously, that shot is just, it's something else. It really is. Those couple of shots that he hit, only on like 12 kills or so. But it might have just been enough. All it takes is one round to pop off. And, well, that might be it there. 12-11. And look at what we're getting investment-wise coming through for Linvision. MP9 to support an M4 and an AWP. And if they're to fall flat here, that would be brutal.
All right. This is where the irons are forged. We'll see who comes away with the prize. And it's not even, you know, much of one. It is just survival. It is just you go again tomorrow, sir. Zaka trying to find the first. No peek in. Oh. Steal a bit of an idea there. The break on the smoke and the quick flash, but it doesn't quite work in the same way.
It's been a great map so far, though. Super fun to watch. Both of these sides really dipping quite deep in towards the strats. Are we still going to get flashed out of doors? No one up close. This is classic Pain. They like to get a bit of control, then call a freeze. Pause it up and wait to see what's happening. Linvision are just begging for an overtime, and Starry might be able to do exactly that. Molly down as he finds the first. Great work from him, and a smoke behind it. He wants that AK. Or does he? Oh, no. He doesn't actually opt to pick up the AK. He opts to just stick around behind the smoke. It's risky. Any spam, and he could be in trouble. Oh, my God. Westmelon gets it. Nice. Gets in, gets out.
It's a little messy. Snow eats the nade. Where is this going? Oh, the Molotov as well. Up. Spotted an elbow. Quick charge in is unsuccessful. Snow goes down. Big Uzera will trade out. But yes, the shoulders are out with only 10 seconds that remain. It's all going to be NQZ to stop it going to the overtime. And surely it will. Amelia trades out from miles away, by the way.
Yeah.
With that MP9. But it works. It works. 12-12 and more Counter-Strike required.
Oh, sick. What a game. What a game we are getting here. I cannot believe it. This is super fun to watch. 12 all. We need more rounds to decide who is taking this one. Linvision survive. And with overtime required, it's cinema here on the B stream. We've got an absolute banger of a game. Hope everybody at home is enjoying it, because I most certainly am.
Cinema guy out in full force.
Yeah, exactly.
Give it like another 2 or 3 years. No one will know that guy's actual name. Zaka with a banger. Great way to kick things off here in the OT.
Yeah, with Davideus taking a bit of early damage here as well. It's actually a pretty solid spot that the Linvision are in. Opening kill, not a huge amount of damage dealt towards them, but biggest error. Yeah, it's in the backlines. Call me Sue. I'm not surprised. Get completely caught off guard. He was calling that like, how has he even got here? Zaka, don't peek. Don't peek.
They've been doing well on the discipline, but it is something that I think when Asian Counter-Strike goes back to its roots, they can forget sometimes that the overpeak, the repeak is a dangerous game.
Do not peek. Just slow it down. Big Azera gonna find Westmelon. Amelia hits his shot, but so does NQZ. We're scaling now in towards the A site. Smoke and a flash combo. He's a second. What? Oh! And NQZ jumps into the loving embrace of Zaka. He can't hit the second shot, and he's hit with an aid. 2 versus 2. Bomb gonna go down. Katowice trying to play around this, and he will get the first. It's all down to Starry. Hits his shot. Can't get the second. Davideus closes it. Took damage to start off the round, and he closes it in that quick 1v1.
Big round to be taking. It continues out here. It continues out. I mean, Pain also finding their resurgence. Both teams deserved of the spot at the moment. This map proving that, right? We've had some very, very big rounds coming out from everybody. I would just like to note and say, I see that, you know, as I call him Cinema Guy, I know it's Martin Scorsese. I'm probably one of the few casters who's seen, like, Mean Streets, you know what I mean? I don't know that many guys are going all the way back into the Scorsese cinematography, but, yeah. Filmography, that's what I was looking for, actually. Cinematography, different thing. Just got to defend myself a little bit. They're calling us uncultured in the chat, bro, which is like, come on.
I'll happily say I'm uncultured. I did forget his name.
Fair enough. It's also like, Martin Scorsese is right at the very bottom of cinema culture, you know? If you've seen a Scorsese movie, good for you. So is everybody else in the world. Right, Counter-Strike, get my little vent out of the way.
Had to get that out of the way.
Yeah, of course.
I love films, guys. Leave me alone. Katowice and Zach are going to open things up. Nice trade from Westmelon. And a 1 versus 3 for Cowards. This one going to get no leverage behind it. 50 seconds bomb on his back. He can actually just walk towards B here.
Yeah, could get a little bit of something going. Bomb plant's not really all that valuable, though. The conversation does shift. It's more about getting the round. Oh, tiny little step. I don't think it was heard, so he's lucky in that sense. They seem pretty sold on A. So he could go open with the plant. He's checking all the angles, as you would. Not loads of time, my brother. This is a big one, taking this swing. Oh, he spots the player. Not going to take the fight. Opts to go safe. He fakes. Are you serious? He gets the kill. Are you serious again? He's going to get the plant in here. It's pretty well played from Cowards so far. A lot of opportunities given, and he's taken them by the chin. Oh, he's moving in, looking for the fight. Can't quite land it. He's so close. I love the idea, but he can't pull it off.
Oh, honestly, I was about to say, just as that first peek comes through, tap on towards the bomb, just let him plant. Who cares if that bomb goes down? You know he has played to get a buy time for the rotations. That's what we should be doing there. So that was a risk I didn't love. That's when we talk about discipline a little bit. I didn't enjoy that first fight and setting up in the 1v2 for Starry. He could have just waited his time, but I think Gomisu's a little fortunate that Cowards' crosshair was just ever so slightly off. I mean, he was just a little bit over to the right-hand side of his head. 13 all. My, oh my, this game just continues to deliver here on the B Street. We've had 2 incredible series, both of them super fun to watch. With elimination on the line, backs up against the wall, these sides have provided their best work. But still, only one can move forward to the 2-2, and the other we have to send home. It's as simple as that.
Early nade gives Davideus a little bit of a fright. A slow split move here from Pain. I am kind of a fan. Completely leaving mid unguarded Arlin Vision. They were banking more on an A play. It's not going to be the case. If they rotate around, if they feel like they have a read, maybe the B bomb site becomes a bit more bolstered. Call Me Sue taking the long way round, but he is going to be here in good time to stop this hit.
Yeah, I'd love that Westmelon smoke to come down as soon as. That'd be great. Just my own mental a little bit. Might throw it down. Molotov going to bank off as well. Starry can stay alive here. Second molly that comes through. He has to reposition. Spam is pretty close. That's a chunky grenade. Oh my god, it's a bloodbath here, but no kills until Snow and Starry step up. Cowards will trade. And Call Me Sue still lurking here as well. He could spam with the AK if he wants to, but they planted. Backside safe. Davideus on the cross with a big shot, and it's all down to Amelia. He's had some nice moments, but this one should be impossible.
This is the Pain that's being placed higher up in the seeding, man. They have been missing for the vast majority of the series, but they have appeared right when it matters, showing that they have that 6th gear. Amelia, no real fights coming his way, and I think it's good because no way. Oh,
I don't believe it.
Oh man. Oh my god. You got a guy in the smoke. got two guys spamming. Oh my days. I mean, you can just see it though. Like when the knife guy's missing, and I'm like, not many of those bullets are hitting. Like in my mind, I'm like, he's actually gonna do it. That's just insane. How has he gotten away with that, bro?
He just doesn't lose. Yeah,
they're all like Lamau.
Talk your talk, Kings. Oh my God, I cannot believe it. How have they got away with that? Amelia is continued to be my GOAT.
This is cinema, bro. They do not write games like this, mate. They do not write games like this.
If you're sitting at home now and you're like, yeah, CS is scripted, it's the games like this that prove it.
Yeah, that it isn't scripted, mate.
Oh my God, carnage. This is easily one of the best games we've had at Pro League so far. This is such a banger. I feel sorry for those who are missing this one live and watching. Who was it? It's M80, right? Isn't it right? M80 versus 3D Max on the A stream. That's actually not a bad game, to be fair. But this one has just been.
This one is delivering. This gets a 5-star on my HLTV letterbox. Yeah, of course. And a heart, which is always important. It's like the movie might not be good, but I still liked it. And I think that's kind of what we're getting here is a messy game, but it's still a lot of fun. Big Uzera. Perfect timing. What are you doing, man? Unbelievable. Oh my God, they're all just dying, mate. They're all just dying. Crazy clutch. Pain come back with a vengeance. I think this is, Counter-Strike 2, the movie for sure.
My God.
Ninja defused my bomb site, and I have come back to claim my vengeance.
Starry, what can you do? Probably nothing. It's a flawless round for Pain to level it. Snow gonna make a bit of noise himself. Good. Keep the vibes up, Pain. Don't get dejected. Don't get tilted. Big Az's had a great round, though, honestly. That third, just insult to injury. One of the beautiful things, though, about overtime is you get another attack pause to work with. And well, Invision are going to use theirs. I respect this. And they pull out the strats sheet immediately. And I think this is a good call, right? Understand what is going on with Pain. What do they like to do in their default? What is a standard round looking like for them? What are their entry protocols? And let's see if we can go back to what was working really well for Invision. Very good in opening duels. That's been something that they've been utilizing a hell of a lot as well. And something which has been really making life a little easier for themselves. Find an opening kill, fall away, or at least a preferential trade. We'll see. Timeout included, and Pain, of course, will use it themselves. Magic number we're looking for is 16. If they get around a piece, though, double overtime required here.
Yeah, it's getting a little close, man. I usually go to the pub quiz at 7:30 on a Tuesday, and we're getting a little bit close. But I'm certainly here for it. Certainly here for the Counter-Strike. It's been a long day. This is what happens, you know what I mean? Like, when we're on that slightly later shift, we get the longest games known to man. Every other day, we've been finishing in like 4 hours for our particular shift. But yeah, this one is delivering. I don't know.
In a game. This has been a game.
It kind of has double OT written all over it, to be honest.
Let's get all the OTs. We got Mike and Dolph, Mike and Exner coming up next, right? And they have the record of Ryan saying still.
That's true.
Let's break it. Let's break it.
I wanted it, mate. I did want it ahead of this tournament.
Let's break it.
Because everyone's all like, it's
and then
actually.
They have to cast after us as well, so they have to be like, "Oh, well done, boys. You've got the." Like,
I'm pretty sure it's like held still technically by that one ESL Prem game from like 2014.
Oh, there's Zenex versus.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I can't remember what it was now. Zenex versus something. But they're the longest CS2 one, is that right?
Yeah, for sure. For sure, yeah. CS2. But also people just kind of don't count that one ESL Prem get because it's ESL Prem and they're like...
It's ESL Prem, yeah. What is UK Counter-Strike?
It only really counts when it's a big game.
Yeah.
So, we'll see. This classes as a big game. Pain just absolutely writing them off there. We are, again, back and forth here. Double OT on the cards. Whoa. Getting a little excitable. He thought about it. He was definitely like, should I, shouldn't I?
Yeah. And stand up and let him know.
The intrusive thoughts got in his head. Goodness me. Goodness.
Oh, all right. All right. Oh, this goes double OT, man. I know Linvision are going to love it. They're going to get loud, but Zaka going to eat a big nade early. Down to bang on 50. But yeah, you can sort of tell. Good opener, though. Davideus gets caught in this opening duel. He's had a tough game, Davideus. Really, really been struggling. He's now 3-8 in opening duels so far in this game. And Zaka continues to have his moments. It's not as lights out as map number 1, but my oh my.
Where are we going? Minute left on the clock. They've got this mid control. They're taking it slow, but we got an A push coming in. Could be everything. Amelia's lining up with the flash. Oh, check it. Check the angle, bro. Thank goodness he threw the flash, because it's like now they know what's going on and they know that he's there. NQZ has spotted them all out. He's looking to stay alive. A fluffed couple of nades here. They've got the A main control and he knows that. So really weird game state at the moment. There's plenty of utility to keep them back and let the bomb go down, but very, very strange. They're corralled into the site with a lack of information. Amelia, they should know that he's lurking around somewhere, but he's still managed to get the drop on Katowice. We're maybe on Call Me Sue. Big fight for him, and he will win it. It's all on Big Uzera.
Let's go.
3 more to get through. More Counter-Strike on the horizon, unless...
Let's go.
Can't even get the words out, and we are indeed back for the double OT.
That's what we want to see. That is what we want to see. Linvision survived the scare, but don't over-celebrate too much. Don't give it back to Pain just yet. They still know there is a job to be done here. I love that lurk by Amelia, though. I mean, he honestly never should have got away with it, but what a game. All right, a little bit given over. And our quote of the day for this series of Absolute Cinema still remains intact. Double OT required. And what a game we are getting. Of course, now it's double OT. You stay on the sides you were on. So Zaka trying to open up on this T-side. Good shot for him. Big Azera clipped early.
Zaka looking to just be an absolute beast in this one. He's a bit more confident. It's one of the flashes of all time. You know, bank it off the wall. It's got to work, right? But not always the case. And yeah, NQZ's like, all right, what is he doing?
Oh, no.
And to be fair, I'm asking that question quite a lot at the moment. This round feels very strange indeed from the Linvision guys. Charging in, taking some wild fights. They'll get the space on B, get the bomb plant. But, like, what the hell is going on? Oh.
What? That's going to hurt. Down goes Amelia. And Call Me Soon a 1v2 now. 23 points of HP. In the post one, which is good, but they've got to expect this spot. So, full HP, 2 kits, full belt to util as well over towards Pain. They should be unlosable, but they are biding their sweet, sweet time. Call Me Sue, moving around. It's planted for him. Call Me Sue. Spots one off the bomb. Oh, he can't get him off. Body blocked there. Oh, it's a sigh of relief as Katowice gets the kill. That was a little close. That was a little close.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, not quite on the level of Amelia. We might see the smoke break here that really confused me. It's a bit funnier from the other perspective. Amelia got, like, naded in the smoke, obviously, and then just sort of stood there, like, didn't know where he was or what day it was. And just an easy
shell-shocked.
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe slowed down by the nade, to be fair to him, but still, it looked pretty funny. That was a wild sort of round. That is a 3-map series, you know, double overtime, fatigue setting in type situation. I do believe they should have a timeout, right? Reset
yeah, they get a
each overtime.
One,
yeah, so maybe need a little bit of that, because it looks like Linvision have the famous head loss, whereas Pain, not so much. Much more locked in at the moment.
Good shot. Good shot indeed. Zaka holding Snow, looking to get aggro here. Oh, good shot from NQZ. He's bailed out his youngster. And the number's taken back by Pain. Amelia can't capitalize on main control as his mollied and smoked under a minute. And the bomb is coming back over towards the A site. There's 2 players there to meet them in this fight. Oh, and a leg shot as well by NQZ. He is so unfortunate.
That would have locked it in. That would have secured things.
Yeah.
As it stands, they still have a bit of a chance for me. Don't really know where they're going. Big Uzera playing with fire as he tries to move into a different location. I wouldn't necessarily say a better one. Davideus out in the open, gets 2. So they make it work. I mean, just the low HP players is the difference there for sure. They were definitely completely confused as to where they were coming.
Yeah. Well played. Just the early fights. I mean, that one actually from AQZ onto Zaka is so important. His crosses just ever so slightly looking towards that upper angle. Yeah, fired up. Rightfully so, you're 2 rounds ahead. 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away. Well, this magic number 19 is where we are heading. Unless, of course, we get another overtime, that is. Early nade on towards Amelia. Oh, and a second behind it as well. That's so unfortunate. At least they should understand there's 2 here, but at the same time, it could have been thrown by 1. But Amelia, who's been so important to the entry pathing and just the general T-side starts. And then, just like that, it's down to 30. Nice shot. NQZ finds the first. Amelia can't trade either. Brilliant.
Yeah, that's the perfect start. Looking for this clean 3-0, and I think they might just get it. Limvision are running out of gas, brother. They are getting picked apart in this second bout of overtime, and that's really all I've got to say.
Yeah, it is a match that feels like it's at this tail end being decided in a way by fatigue, as Limvision starting to make some sloppy mistakes and falling a little flat when it matters most. Starry and Westmoreland both down 40 seconds as they want to hit towards this B side. Snow tucked in towards Dark. Kormisu want to try and hit something. Oh, it's a tag as well. And that makes matters all the more worse. Molly should see off 1, and it will. 1 versus 3, though. Surely no chance in hell for Kormisu. And a flawless one. Flawless one. Biggest error was taking headphones off. I think he thought the game was done. Still got 1 more round to get, though.
Yeah, you do though, don't you? I think you just go into this like trance state of playing CS, and then when the game stops, it's like, oh, it must be over. But no, you're round on round, and overtime is a wacky beast. The game goes out the window sometimes. There's a lot of energy there, bro. Really, really good stuff from Pain to keep it up. You know, for me, it's like when you get into the overtimes, playing like Face It, Premier, whatever. You only play the one in Prem, I guess, but like, I'm always a little bit like, just get me out, mate. Just get me out. I don't care anymore, you know? Like, I need to stand up. I need to just get out of the game. It's so much work. So credit to these guys.
No.
Ships in the night kind of move. Snow will spot. Zaka will trade, however. So it's not the end of the world. Could have been a lot worse.
Kormisu gonna tuck himself back. It's Starry he's done great work from this angle, especially even in the previous overtime. He was going lights out. They don't bank round. So Davide is gonna a real chunk there, down to 50. That might help, as I mean, he is alone in this endeavor. He is the only one towards B. And as the smoke comes down, Starry, he's probably beckoning over support, saying, please, I need somebody to come and help me here. They are starting to move in towards the site. Zaka will rotate over to hold, but he gets spammed down by Big Azera. So Starry's still left alone, but the flank is good, and West Valley gets both. Uh-oh. Trouble in paradise for Pain, as it feels like it might still have legs behind this. A Melon from the west getting 3, but it's 1 versus 2, and Kormisu trying to find NQZ in this lurk. He will. We're not done just yet, mate.
When you put it like that, he does have quite the goofy name, but a big play from Westmelon. And then backed up by Kormisu. Yeah, that's Slim Vision for you. And once in a while, it comes together quite nicely. All the same, Pain still have that threat. Linvision, it's maybe a lucky moment, I have to be honest. So they're going to need to turn that into some pretty clean Counter-Strike for the next couple.
Oh, well. 2 more in a row needed. That's a great flash, but Komisu doesn't peek off the back of it. I think it actually goes a little early there, in fact. Komisu will drop a smoke. He needs to be careful. There's a move happening here, and somehow, with the support of Zaka, Komisu gets out of there alive.
It's going a little crazy. Maybe, just maybe, Linvision giving us a bit more of a game to work with here. Slow roll from Pain as they look to recover things, but not dedicating, not giving the game away just yet. They will reaggress back into middle, so a choice to be made. Komisu finds the kill, Snow caught off. A lot of a sleep at the wheel type business here from Pain. The fatigue now getting to them, maybe.
Bit of a move, though. The 2 remaining alive to try and claim some B control, but honestly, this should be a pretty simple 17th. Emilia's on this big flank. His timing is just a few seconds off. I felt, though, he'll catch up in a moment. And as long as Starry can just keep them at bay, Emilia should be the difference maker. Oh, that's the util spotted. Oh, God, that's all good to watch, though. Thankfully, there's 10 seconds left, so it won't make a difference. They can't get in and get this round 1. There's just no way. Down they go to the hands of Zaka and Starry combined. Triple overtime, question mark. It's brewing. 1 round the difference, and we get another timeout. And I'll say it. I've said it once before, Scriv, and I'll say it once again. Absolute cinema.
Yes. You paid for the whole seat, you only needed the edge, baby. We are absolutely in for some big CS here. This is good stuff. This is really good stuff, and definitely what we sign on for. Timeout taken. 18-17. I think potentially one of the worst scorelines to lose at is 19-17. I'm not going to lie. Because, you know, you've obviously given it a really good shot. You've kept alive in the OT, so your Counter-Strike is consistent for 30-plus rounds. 19-17, though, it's like, damn, we were so close to that third overtime, weren't we? We were so close to that reset. Big smoke. Big smoke out of the spawn. What are they going to do with that?
Gizzy trying to play around. Smoke of his own. Starry again up close. He's been doing God's work for me, Box. I'm going to give him all the credit. Continues to step up in that one position. He's not been incredible in terms of running away with the numbers as he has done in the past. 22 and 22. Nice even roll. Same for Westmelon. Still Amelia who leads the charge for Linvision. On the flip side, it is a bit of the NQZ show with moments of cowards here and there. I think NQZ has been actually incredible. Especially in that AWP v AWP battle. He's managed to make Zaka feel very, very uncomfortable, which actually the series has been quite the task.
So, Pain, what have they got cooking? They've been winding this clock down. 40 seconds remain. Plenty of utility to go here. Quick flash. The counter util is pretty solid. Almost a fluff from Biguzera, but he will get it. Amelia looking to hold them back with 30 seconds remaining. Not quite going to happen. Call me. Sue is close to 2, but denied in the end. Zaka and Starry left to hold the line, left to recover the bomb site at the end of the day. NQZ in the wildest angle going. It's all down to Zaka. He eats the nades, and it is over. Pain will take it. You see what it means. Such an intense game. So hard to guess throughout, man. Like, first map, where the hell were they? Second map, much, much better. And the third map is just so close, so crazy, so wild. Amelia with that insane ninja defuse. And now sent home head in hands. And I mean, yeah, it's tough. It is very, very tough indeed.
Absolute heartbreak. You can just see some really forlorn faces. It's a tilting one to let slip like that. And I think it's one of those series which both sides, I think, are going to be relieved it's over, regardless of whether it's a win or a loss. But if you'll envision, you're looking back at it and saying, if I just did one thing different, or somewhere here and there we could have had something, or started as well. What felt like yesterday at this point, that series was so long, but it felt, you know, when we looked towards Dust to a 13-1 to start off there, and we were thinking, great, this is the Linvision story, an 11-1 first half for them, but then you went in towards Nuke and it fell a little flat there as well, and they were able to get back into it, and it's ultimately a reverse sweep despite requiring double OT in towards Anubis and an insane game of Counter-Strike. One of the best we've had a Pro League so far, and I'm so glad we got to be a part of it, but I got a feel for Linvision. It's heartbreaking for them.
Nearly knocking the cameras over and everything, man. But yeah, I think I totally agree. They will be very, very disappointed. I think certainly it's a young team, right? Kormisu has just got in, and Starry's only just been added back. So, you know, there's obviously a lot of work still to do as a squad, but they know they should have had this one. They could have had this one, and they are the worst games to be on the end of, really. Just couldn't quite keep it up into the overtime. It definitely felt like their energy filtered out a little bit, and Pain were able to keep it together really, really well.
It's difficult, and you could just see the emotions back and forth. That was from 1v4, and I mean, again, you look at how Linvision had bits of leads and let them slip, and these tough rounds that they were losing when it mattered most. It is a really, really horrible situation for them, but I think, you know, they can walk away taking a bit of credit from that series. They've taken actually a really solid side, the arguably like number 2 seeded team by the rest of the teams overall. The distance, right? It was a sick game, but all that they're really going to look at is we've lost that in double overtime, and we've now been eliminated from stage 1 of Pro League, and that for them is really what hurts most. But I think, honestly, for a Linvision side who have gone through a couple of changes, you know, Starry coming back in towards the lineup, and, you know, they're trying to rekindle their form and find where their level's at, especially domestically too. This is a good tournament to learn from, right? They played against some decent teams, picked up some awkward losses here and there, but I think they can be at times relatively happy. We have an interview as well to bring you. We're going to be joined by none other than young Snow himself, off the back of an insane game and a wild one. Snow, thank you very much for joining us. Dude, that was incredible. I don't know how tired are you feeling after that one? You started off losing 13-1, map number 1, and you've reverse sweeped all the way to win it in double overtime. How are you feeling?
We are feeling pretty good. It was a hard match against the Linvision. They are a really good team, and I think in the entire BO3 we are very resilient, you know. We are we was very good in the match, and we have a lot of good rounds, and was so good, was so hard, bro.
Hey man, we love to hear it. I want to ask a little bit about like where you're at, where you feel your game is individually at the moment, because I think, you know, very, very young player yourself. There's a lot of people talking about you and where you're at in the Brazilian scene. We're still kind of looking for, you know, the breakout team or the breakout player to get Brazil back to the top where it was a few years ago. So how do you handle all that conversation, and then how does it sort of translate onto staying present on the server?
I think I love this. I don't know how to say this comparison to. I will do Brazil in the top again. So I really love that, and it's my dream to do Brazil top 1 again. So Yeah, it's my dream. It's very hard to speak English in this time because I'm very...
Sure.
Emotions everywhere.
Emotions, bro.
Talk to me about the emotions a little bit. You know, yourselves on Pain and Limvision, you were going kind of back and forth with each other. A lot of shouting, a lot of standing up, especially as we got in towards overtime. How important is it for yourself? You know, you like to do a lot of shouting. You've done it for a while now as well. But for Pain as a whole, how important is it for you guys to use that as, your emotions, getting them out there to keep you guys in the game, keep you fired up, keep you kind of hitting on all cylinders? You do it quite a lot. How important is it for you?
For me, it's very, very important because this hype the team and hype myself, and is a way to be more relaxed for me. And yeah, sure. I think it's good. Everyone in the team, of course, is hyped. So yeah, is that.
That's awesome, bro. Well, thank you very much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you on. Congratulations on the win, and hopefully we get to speak to you again soon. But go and celebrate, my friend. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. We loved it. What a lovely guy to speak to as well. Great win, and honestly had some great moments, especially considering, right, when we look back towards Dust 2, bit of a struggle, right? Could not get in towards that game for a while, but he picked up his form massively. Super, super important. And, well, in the end, picking up a win in one of the craziest fashions for Pain. But I know it feels like we've been here for years at this point on the B stream, but we are not done with the Counter-Strike. Myself and Scriv are done, though. We're going to go take a much-deserved rest after multiple overtimes, 2 best-of-3s, and a long old day. We're going to leave you in the very, very capable hands of Darth Mike and Exner. Thank you for joining us. We will be back on the B stream, of course, kickstarting every day, but we're going to take our break now. We'll see you soon.
As he turns it,
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch ESL Pro League while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate. Nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys!
For now, we're going to send it away.
Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Are you tired of overpriced, underwhelming, un-American produce? Why shop abroad for household items when at NRG, we've got them right here at home? You can buy our secondhand washing machine or this discounted Prime NAF fly. No Grand Slam price tag on this one, and your grandma, she won't even notice the difference. Who needs liquid nitro when we've got this freshly washed alternative for a fraction of the price?
And Mrs. Smoke.
Take control of your organization. Purchase our budget twist and win a chance at courtside tickets for you and 2 of your friends. How about this multi-purpose JKS? Buy one and get a free glazing appliance.
Oh, Chelsea!
For no extra cost. Why invest in another op prodigy when we've got Kusta at home? Dude, really? Kusta?
Oh, Kusta mentioned 2025. That's my boy.
So, come on down to NRG. We're Team Liquid, but for your home. Buy any 4 items, we'll give you a free copy of Counter-Strike at home. Offer available for unlimited time only. Fees, title, and application processing fee not included. If choking is experienced, please consult your nearest esports agent. NRG is not affiliated with Team Liquid and/or its subsidiaries and vice versa. The likeness in this advertisement are portrayed by paid actors. Taxes and applicable North American baggage fees are the responsibility of the purchaser.
Welcome back to the ESL Pro League B stream, where they've kept us waiting a little bit. Made us sit there and watch as Scriv and Neo tried to break our record. But that's not going to happen. Not here, not now. You ain't getting even close to 71 rounds, are they, Cole?
They got a little confused there. It was Anubis. They got a couple of overtimes there, but they ain't got nothing on us, that's for sure. Not even close.
Not even close. Speaking of things that might be close, though, we've got a pretty exciting matchup for you now. NRG taking on Furia. And that's the road to survive here in the first stage of ESL Pro League. What a matchup now ahead of them. NRG have had, I think, probably the toughest run in terms of opponents of any team here, but that's just the brutal reality of being ranked in the second half of the teams. Furia, meanwhile, been disappointing, not been having the results they're looking for. A team that's really been struggling since the beginning of the year, I'd say, Cole.
Yeah, and this is a really important matchup here. They've been losing to a couple of these, America's teams already in this event here, and that's a huge detail. Look at the changes right now rolling out here for the VRS in terms of this matchup win versus loss. This is a lot on the line here. Very important for Furia.
Most important for NRG. This isn't likely to knock Furia out of the running for, I think they're number 3 in NA right now. So I don't think it's going to be devastation for Furia, but if they lose, that loses the opportunity to gain future points. And if NRG survives, first off, they're deflating a rival in the Americas rankings. They're propelling themselves up. They might actually be in contention for those 5 spots that put you directly through into the major. You don't have to deal with the MRQs. You don't have to deal with any of that business. And if NRG could avoid that, that would be a massive lift for this organization.
I mean, I keep on talking here about what the direction is for NRG this year, and from the roster changes that they made last year at the end, and then starting off this year with Bro, bringing him into the roster, getting George as well. It just feels like they have been consistently gunning for, this event in particular here, their opportunity that they had when they qualified last season of ECL to now take that and make things work. I want to talk about this veto here real quick, though, because it is very interesting. You do get your ban coming through from NRG. They've been working on their map pool quite a bit, and then obviously Ancient comes through as the ban for Furia. This means that they're going to be having to test themselves here on Train. Furia, what do you make of that? I mean, this is going to be their opening showcase of what Furia can bring on Train.
We watched one from NRG against NiGa on Train, and we really liked what we saw out from the squad. So I don't know that I have a whole great impression of Furia's train right now. I
haven't played it yet.
Obvious. Well, that'll hurt you. That'll hurt you. I mean, there's going to be some legacy there from Fallen, some all-time moments, but it's a different beast now. If they don't have the reps, we know NRG have a lot of ideas, have really good concepts about how they want to manipulate map control. We saw it really make life difficult for some of their opponents, so this is an interesting way to start. It feels like two teams on very different trajectories, right? If you had said in January, at the beginning of January, that this matchup was happening, you'd think, oh, Furia's going to get a beatdown. But Furia have been on the downtrend. They've been slowing down. They've been dropping to opponents they should have no business losing to. And meanwhile, NRG continue to tick up and up and up. Even in the losses that they've had, I mean, that close game against Gamer Legion, you do feel like there's a strong case here that NRG are going to take this one.
Especially on this map to open things up, but as you said, there's some history here for both these IGLs on this map, and now Nitro trying to pop off some shots, but it's the double dualies here that got them trapped between a rock and a hard place, and they step up in a big way. Cello trying to fire out of this position, though, and they're going to reroute here in towards the A side, it seems, but there's already some pretty quick rotations coming through from the defense and a smoke that blocks them out of pop.
That shuts them down. They don't want to go out, but it does mean that they're likely going to be forced back in towards B. And now it's going to be about Bro. Finding his positioning, finding his angle. If they go up top, it's going to be a tricky defend for Bro. And actually, as Hex taking space in towards T-Con, he's not going to be able to link up with his teammate quickly, but he's going to stay alive. Does have a kit as well, and actually, Bro comes back to support him. Neither player has armor.
I mean, they're very patient about this, though, here on the side of Fury as well. So there's a small window of opportunity for them to just ease in towards this B bomb site, but we'll see if that window remains open with Bro repositioning.
The idea here is Hex was nervous about the delayed pop play. But with that not coming through, and now Bro slinking in by the ladder, if he can collect one and stay alive, oh, and there they drop down. There they drop down. Bro gets the opportunity. He's got the information. He's going to get the spot. And the shot! What was that? Cello thought he tucked. But anything but leap back the other way. Now it's this engagement for all the marbles. Hex again without that armor. Body shots will be deadly from the dualies. Needs the head. Needs to connect. Hex hunting for it, searching for it. Has a flashbang maybe, but loath to put that gun away, put that crosshair down. Gets a reload off as well. So fresh magazine in, but buying so much time. Yuri dancing. Needs new 30 bullets. He's gone through all of them. And they're running out of clock. They're running out of time. And it's running out of chances for Hex.
A big start right there for Furia. Despite the double dually setup, despite the early opening picks, it's Cello that fights his way out of this tough spot initially, and then an important clutch there. So much sharp shooting coming through from Yuri in that 1v2. Offering up a little extra assist, and same from Bro, but all going to be nullified with the dual Berettas picked up into Yuri's hands, used effectively. And there you have a great start here. Furia choosing to start on the T side here as well. They give their site selection rather, and they choose the T side to start off this. Looking for maybe a easier second half, and a win on the pistol going to certainly ease them into that department. Skull's a little bit overwhelmed here though. Going to get some assistance.
OC peeling one away early. Now you've got a player pointing in the corner. Skulls has just been checked. Didn't even realize he was that exposed. Just spammed through the fence. Didn't know you could get that, to be honest. Might be the first time I've watched that particular engagement. Guns are going to be picked up. OC's got a rifle now. Nitro gone as they try and close this gap, and the pressure relief is massive, but that's the bomb. That's the bomb. Oh, you'd love anything other than a Mackie here. George knows he has to go looking. This has already been so much more expensive than it should be, considering the investment. That patience from Queserado. He drops down just at the wrong moment. George is going to be so much further forward than he expects, but Queserado's going the long way around. Always aware. Queserado keeps that one from getting out of hand, but my goodness. Coming in with little to nothing. NRG make that testy.
Yeah, they make him work for that close right there. Queserado just finding a good timing, but look at the duels that they're winning with USPs. OC besting Cello there. Managed to really put the punishment with the pistols. Dropping the bomb on a couple different occasions. A real scare for Furia, but they get past it nonetheless. And a nice sigh of relief right there in their camp as they bring in the close. Get the buy up here out of the gates though. We'll see what sort of tempo they've got here. It's been so far a lot of aggression since the pistol round to follow up. And once again, aggression towards Pop here. 4 players with a heavy target in towards the inner side of things, but it's off spawn here. Furia very quick on the execution. They're already into the site with no resistance to really meet.
Hex is going to be a problem. He's mollied out. He's mollied out. They're prepared. Oh, there was a risk there to the bomb. But Queserado's good for it. Slim window of opportunity. And yeah, now full site control. Furia almost didn't believe their luck with how much space they got on this. Fallen Diligent. Expecting the second as well, but he can't win the fight. Now, this one remains in the realm of possibility. He's so much better now. Skulls and Queserado both painted into the heaven corner. They're stuck. And as soon as this is realized, there's a molly available. Not deployed correctly, though. That could have ended it. OC just picked one up. Oh, this could actually end this round. Molly into this spot. He's throwing it, but it's a little too late. One's already slipped away. Gotta make it very risky indeed. Queserado taken down. OC finds both.
You don't have a kit.
No kit. Oh. No kit.
He's ticking in the molly. I don't know if it would have really mattered any.
No kit.
But no kit. That's going to do him in right there. Nice close from Furia. And that just feels like this is one of the big advantages to now. Obviously, we've seen that NRG have been willing to pick into this map quite a bit here. And when they do so, they're winning it. But you pick it up against Furia, you don't know what they have in store here. Meanwhile, Furia have all of those prime examples of what you like to do on this map ready to go. In that round right there, it looks like they know NRG's tendencies here to get a little bit aggressive. It's such a decisive execute on towards that A side, and they completely catch NRG stacked up towards B.
Now they're throwing the util for an out to take, but they're moving the players inner right off the rip. Nitro is going to be tested. You've seen them now. Molotov goes down. So that'll stall it out, but he needs teammates to come in and support him because their players getting out upper. And if Fallen finds his kill, no, he won't. Nitro reroutes back to Thomas, survives. Oh, for a moment. Would have liked him to stay up. But they're wary. They're wary of a potential lurk. And look at this. The reroute fully from NRG. Going to approach it primarily from CT.
A lot of resistance here to meet, though, here. And still, it's very passive on the setup from Fury. They're not aggressing in this post-plant situation. So time just continues to tick again. And that could be a problem once more for NRG.
Queserado's the insurance policy. He's very far away, but he doesn't have a Molotov for the post. So he's going to have to do it with the guns if they even get to that point. That's a big if. And right now, NRG are looking like they're locked out. That kill might finish it. OC could trade, but look at the health. Oh, Hex, though. Once again, getting very tentative on the timing. Yuri burning. Knows he has to stick in. Knows he has to stand in the pocket. And he will do exactly that. No round win here for NRG. Again, they're keeping these so very close, but Furia are stalling them just enough.
Yeah, so cautious in the post plant right there, not overextending, just holding off these different angles. Everyone seems like they got their bases covered, and this is a well-coordinated Furia that definitely like to see here when Train gets picked into them. That has been costing them quite a bit here, that slip up yesterday versus MIBR. I mean, we know those changes have looked good, but that's a matchup that you would love to close out on, especially with all of the changes and uncertainty with MIBR at the moment. We know the implications of this matchup as well, and the VRS quite important for NRG to try and rise to the occasion. Did Furia, did Fallen have this in his pocket all the time, the whole time here, just ready to pull it out when someone picked it up against them? Is that what they were waiting for?
You got to imagine. It feels like Fallen's the kind of guy who he finds out Train's coming back in the pool, and he's pulling up 1.6 demo. He's pulling up ideas from the days of yore. That's just a nice find. Smoke spam coming through. Gonna need a lot here from NRG. 1 for 1. I don't think it's enough. Cello did his work. The T-Con control's nice. Gives you a little bit of space to work with, and they do want to pinch A based on the positioning of this bomb, based on the control in towards pop. So this is where things could get antsy, right? Because OC wants to be in the right place at the right time, so he's trying to move towards B, and that is the wrong pick.
Thinking that that pop smoke right there is going to provide him a lot of assistance and putting a lot of weight on the shoulders of George.
Here comes the exec. They're throwing it, but they've thrown this as a fake before, so the conditioning means that you're not uber confident. Now OC's thinking about coming back, but he's still wary.
There's not a lot of time left. 15 seconds. They got to get a move on here quickly.
This could be bad. George just has to drop the planter. George just has to drop the planter. He has to swing for it. No, can't quite find it. One more bullet. A more confident first swing, but it's not to be, and now NRG just have to back away. Furia are playing these margins so very close. If Fallen goes down, I think that's the round. But 19 health will be the difference between them and an end to this early streak.
Oh, it would have been a scramble, that's for sure, man. Furia bringing that one down to the wire, but still having that coverage, still the presence of mind to ensure that that bomb plant goes down. Good awareness from Furia. This is a 5-0 start on a T side they selected. They could have had the defense. They could have done it the easy way to start things off, but no, they're fully prepared here. The one thing I want to see is OC still with this AWP. You know, he likes to get aggressive. You can see it in all these rotations that he likes to do. It's been a big part of the puzzle here so far for NRG and their success on this map in particular. And
yeah, we've seen some very nice layered setups where they keep a player close with OC. OC's that distraction point, and then the rifler can strike. Early days. But you do need to start to see NRG put their foot down. Can't get swept off, especially with how close some of these rounds are coming. Nice T-Con utility. Nobody here to be compromised, but at least for the moment, NRG know it's not coming their way.
Skulls is doing this route again. You can see this layering of smokes to try and get into the back lines of this defense, and Yuri in the meantime takes down the front line. Yuri spamming through the smoke for another. Hex has fallen, and Skulls is already in position to close this round out. It is a complete non-starter. NRG left dazed and confused. And OC left once again to save, man. What a round.
That's a brilliant bit of reading from Furia, right? Knowing that based on the utility that's coming in towards T-Con, two players are likely close at hand and that you want to go for the punish. You don't want to let them slip away. Hex trying to get back through the smoke to help his teammate just leaves himself totally exposed. And I mean, full credits to Yuri. It does take some pretty neat mechanics to pay it off, but he is Yuri. We know he can do that. And indeed he does.
He's been stepping up to the plate in a big way as well, so I mean, this event has been good for him. And continuing that forward into this map as well. No, OC kind of spotted in danger. See if he gets his cross in the location. No, Skulls to capitalize and finish. Full house between that duo. I mean, while you have Yuri distracting there, you have this really interesting wall of smokes here. Not only do you have like a little lurk up smoke coming through, I believe thrown in from Skulls in the back of Ivy, but also one that can kind of scale through camera as well. And look at the position that Skulls is in. You would never anticipate that, but it just feels like Furia know exactly what NRG are doing in just about every round and being able to capitalize accordingly.
It does feel a little bit like NRG might have stepped on a rake with this veto.
Yeah.
Furia were just waiting for somebody to pick.
Which, I mean, obviously you get NRG. I feel like this was definitely the pick that they were going to go for, right? They've been picking it every chance they really could get if it's not banned first, so you knew this was coming. So they get exactly what they were looking for, and now every round just feels like they are reading in so effectively on what the defense is. We're still seeing some decent creativity in terms of the setup, but it had to be now that they really pulled this out, right? I mean, if it didn't get picked into you, you could have just missed this whole event there without being able to show anything for it. This is an elimination matchup, so just some really good game planning, understanding the stakes here, I'd imagine, for Furia.
This is reminding me a little bit of a game from way back in the day. A Furia game, perhaps. One I think OC was on the other side of as well. Get to it in a moment. This push could be huge. George tagged up. They know Cello's low, but he's got support as well. Do they expect a second player here? Well, they found the damage, and Cello cannot continue to face. So, decent early result here for NRG, but now look at the response from Furia. They know there's got to be heavy resources devoted, so they're trying to take space in towards B. Not overzealous on it, though. It's pulled the rotation. And actually, if they realize how far off it's pulled that rotation, maybe they slip back to pop.
That's what they're doing right now, bro. Left with the, again, just all by himself at the moment here with multiple different directions heading in. Could be a bit of a problem. Fortunately for him, he does have the one rifle, and Hex has just deleted Yuri. That's going to provide some assistance here, and another kill from OC coming through. The Deagles are dealing damage. Bro still with a big advantage here in towards T-Con. And Caserado just left wondering what happened. How quickly the round spirals out of control. NRG looking to bounce back here on the board. And
That's only
Molly
one
should
way.
seal it. Ooh.
There's no time. There's no time. Surely he does have the bomb. 14 seconds, and NRG are loath to give him a peak 10 seconds. No. No clock. Not going to go for it. Going to back away. Caserado going to play the margins, going to play the percentages. That is one hell of a way to get on the board.
It's a nice introduction. Looking for him after time, or maybe a gun as well. It would be what OC would prefer, I'd imagine. Nice AK pickup for him. But what's this game you were reminded of? I'm interested. I'm at the edge of my seat.
I'm forgetting which Global Challenge this was exactly. But this was the, at the time, MDL promotion game into Pro League. What we used to do is we used to play out the online version of what is now the ESL Challenger League. And then for the final match, the match that would directly promote you to ESL Pro League, back when it was split between regions, that would be played on LAN at the ESEA Global Challenge.
Like a kind of a show match kind of deal?
No. Well, kind of. Before the Global Challenge itself started.
Okay.
It was the most important match of the weekend for most of the teams attending. So this was Singularity against Furia. And Furia didn't have their full complement of 5 players because, as I recall, Abel J had a visa issue. So at the time, this would have been Caserado, Yuri, Vinny, and Art. And Abel J unable to attend. So Gary, their coach at the time, still with the organization in a more senior role, had to step in as a fill. And so Singularity were coming into this saying, this is our chance to make the Pro League. This is our best chance. They've got a fill. We can bully them. And they came in, and the first game of the series was on train. And this little guy you might have heard of named Vinny stood on top of those train cars with a Krieg and dropped 40. And they went to nuke. And they tried to pressure Gary in the ramp room with a Mag 7 over and over and over again, and somehow he held up. And this round is holding up very nicely for Furia indeed, but it's not done yet. This kill, opens the doors. Opens the doors. Nitro saying, I'll do it myself. That bomb can't be denied. There's no one in the back lines to push them off of this. But a kill on the skulls would make life a whole lot easier. Smoke onto the ramp. Now they just have to worry about upper. Skulls' forward angle. Found one. Caserado's still alive. Skulls dancing, keeping Nitro locked into place. And an anticipatory rotate here from Caserado. They're just running out of time. Again, they've got to crunch these fights. Furia doing such a good job of holding them at bay. And now there's just no time. There's just no clock. OC, it's desperate, but he knows. He knows this one can't be done, even with the kit. The seconds are gone, and Caserado never gives him the chance.
Yeah, I got to give a lot of credit right there to what Skulls was able to do there. Distracting and continuously taking fights here towards Heaven and trying to catch Nitro in this position. I mean, he just keeps him occupied for so very long. Flash plays there from Caserado, threading in aggression in that post plant just enough to alleviate some of that Skull stress, and it's just a quick recovery from Furia. A hiccup up against the Deagles 1 round ago, but coming back so much stronger with the post plant positioning once again. Just disciplined.
I guess the moral of my story is you don't want to play Furia on train. That's what we're learning here. It's a reminder. We've forgotten the ancient texts.
That's on OC, man. You got to remind him. He was there.
I think he was there. I believe he was part of Singularity at the time.
But then again, OC's thinking, I got to get my revenge now from that moment.
This is the iteration with Vanity, Food, Hydrax at the time. Later Cam changed his name.
Yeah.
OC and... Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. Fallen has led his troops right into the back lines. NRG have just been outpositioned so consistently in a lot of these rounds.
It's pretty incredible here because, again, there's got to be some opportunities for Furia to pick into this map at some point here, and they haven't yet. And this is what we're getting out of them is just complete, they have all sides of the maps. So many different game plans here. They're going Ivy to B right now. Sometimes a bit of an underutilized part of the map here. We've seen some crazy executions, some good reads on NRG setup, and this could be something in their bag that they could have brought out earlier. They're finally doing it just at the most important crossroads here.
That's the best part about having an ace up your sleeve is you don't wait. You don't just break it out willy-nilly. You wait till someone else calls your bluff. And then boom, what's that? Pocket rockets?
Yeah.
Should have known. Should have known.
The thing is, you are, in a Swiss stage facing elimination in this matchup.
It's the right time.
You think so?
It's the right time.
With your back against the wall?
Back against the wall.
Okay.
You just left it through the vetoes. You were floating it before. Someone calls your bluff. Because again, it's even just beyond the implications of this one matchup in terms of Pro League. Beyond ESL Pro League, the implications for the VRS are massive, as we outlined in the pregame. This is a domestic matchup in terms of the Americas. The road to the major, you lose here, that vision could get a little cloudier for Furia. You could, if you had an NRG or an M80, go deep, or an MIBR, go deep. You could be at threat of getting pushed on down those rungs, and if you're Furia, there is no world where you want to bet your life on an online MRQ.
I mean, you got MIBR, Pain still fighting in these matchups as well, right? So there's a lot of different Americas teams that are rocking still in stage 1 at the moment. And some of those teams are going to make it into stage 2 as well, just by the
Feels
matchups.
inevitable.
Here's this lineup of Smokes again. Skulls is doing this once more. It's the same exact round we saw a while ago, where Skulls got that deep. Oh boy! This time Yuri shut down, but this is Skulls here running through the camera smoke, finding a couple of kills.
Bro has completely swapped places with them. They should know at some point that he's got to be here. But actually, Fallen walks back in. The awareness isn't there. Kisarado had an idea, but he didn't inform his IGL. Just kept that one to himself. Stayed mum about it. And now the positioning gets real weird. Kisarado's going to go around the world to link up to Skulls. I was going to say, I thought he was going to approach Ivy, but he actually just settles into the dumpster to see if there's someone else who will come hunting. There's a minute, so there's time to toy with. Train, if you're not familiar, is a patient man's map.
I mean, every second that ticks here is going to be more and more pressure for NRG to worry about what's behind them. The big goal here with the cutting of sound. And again, Skulls was so deep into the back lines there that that's going to apply even more pressure.
Okay, Serrano just coming back into this.
Yeah, you got to figure out a way to link up these two, though. That's the big question. And Nitro's kind of in between them in a sandwich, and that's going to help.
If Amali had gone into pop, this might have been undefendable from NRG, but now Skulls has to brave them. Has a flashbang to maybe set up this initial fight, but he's still wary about where OC could be coming from, and he's going to go for the straight duel. Looks for more, and OC clings to that round by his fingertips.
Still a smile on Nitro's face right there. A little bit of pressure relieved as OC lands the shot. Yeah, just a slight smile. This is the move from Skulls that I'm loving here. He gets this like walkthrough of Smokes, this lineup that completely blocks vision, and he's just constantly in the back of Train, on the back of bomb site, finding kills while they're rotating in, because why on earth would a player be there? How would you ever expect that? Capitalizing on the lack of Ivy presence. Still going to be confirmed here. OC trying to get aggressive. Doesn't quite connect. Did a fly through here from Fallen, but somehow still alive. It's a traffic jam going to finally be capitalized by George. And there's extra assistance of Bro behind him, keeping him safe and sound. So only a single casualty, but a ton of damage.
We had 3 individual fights. How is there only 1 player dead? This is crazy.
Oh, okay. I thought Skulls for a second was a CT there. No, he's just been lurking about there.
He has been. You can see the difference with Hex, right? He's got responsibility for trying to solve the Skulls problem. And it is a worrying sign for NRG. Hex has been a massive performer for them so far this tournament. Not having a great start here on Train. Has been stymied in this matchup, in this control of Ivy. And speaking of Ivy, they're coming back to it. It is OC on the line. Gives the op over to Nitro. Nitro op. Been a minute since we've seen that. But Bogdan's Law demands it, and George demands blood. Wets his whistle with the second kill of the round, and OC on the line now, deleted, maybe wishing he had that scope. But there's redundancy here. Hex still on the Train card. You didn't realize Bro caught slipping, but Hex can end this. Time is getting short again. It's all about the patience game. Oh! Fallen has none of it. No patience, no time, no opportunities given over.
I mean, is Nitro even going to turn the corner? I don't think so. Knocking around the bend. Fury just locked that one in. Fallen and Skulls ripped the round open from Ivy to get in that position that remains so vulnerable. It's understaffed here from NRG, and Fury know this just about every round. Identifying the opportunity to strike in that spot specifically, and especially in a 4v5 5 situation where there's so many low HP bars. And Fallen's the tip of the spear for that play. Even a 3v5 with that flash aggression.
It's against Skulls. Skulls just keep them from getting back out of that T-Con because it felt like they had the right ideas. It felt like they had the spacing. It felt like they had the initiative. You're in all that control, and then that pesky Skulls. Thorn in their side that they just cannot contend with. As soon as they allow him a little bit of space towards Ivy, they suffer.
It's that man.
He's also, I think, he would have. I'm trying to think if he's the only player on this team who might have no officials on train, but I believe he was competing the last time he was in the pool.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean,
certainly the youngest guy.
Good time here. He might be right. Trying to think of his previous teams before.
Played on a Luminosity roster once upon a time, I was reminded of.
Didn't know that.
Ran into good old AGM at Philadelphia this last weekend, and he reminded me of the time that they won a qualifier match against Luminosity, and then Luminosity got dropped. And Skulls was on that roster, it turned out. So that was a blast from the past. Taking a trip down memory lane here.
Surely he's got some officials underneath his belt because he looks experienced. Look at this wall ping attempt. Caserado trying anything to open things up, and I wouldn't be surprised if it worked at this point. To blow open that smoke. OC with no visual on the target.
This does feel desperate for NRG, right? Double digits. Something about the psychology of 10 versus 9. It's a dramatic gulf. This one already feels tough on train, but this is Furia's side choice, right? So if you're NRG, you're thinking if we can just scrape that third. If we could just scrape that third, we could see if they've actually got the defense set up.
Yeah, I mean, they picked into T-side for a reason, so... Oh, Skull's doing it again. Just ripping open Ivy once more, make it a double while he's at it. Taking heads, taking names. The aggression queued up here as well from Nitro, and he's just going to get ignored.
Okay, hold on. A little something. At least you killed Skulls. But that's it. That's it. That's a consolation. This positioning from OC could be weird. They're ready for it, but OC's a little quicker on the trigger. Goodbye, Caserado. Molotov to tick Cello. He has to brave it. Flashbang out. Know that Cello's there, but he finds safe haven tucked into the corner. No need to face now. It's Nitro who has to force the next move. They know. They're aware, and Cello goes back into the fight he prefers. 10 on the board. Furia come out screaming on train. diving into what could be a very shallow pool of the second half of Train. And if NRG aren't careful, they'll break their necks on this one because they have left themselves no margin for error. Still, if we're looking for a silver line, if we're trying to dive into these murky depths and find a glimmer, well, Furia wanted to play T, and that's about all I can say for them.
Yeah, that's a good point right there. Maybe a little bit harder to game plan for a mid-round decision on a T side as well, which, I mean, I give a lot of credit to Furia and what they just did, kind of pulling through the anti-strat in that first half, it felt like. A lot of great target acquisition. Speaking of which here, George doing just that towards the outer yard. Oh, a second. That's got to draw in some rotates. That's for sure. But they're still posted up on this B bomb site here with the dual Berettas, and they're even getting some rotates. George continuing to cut things off, but he might just be saying, come back to me.
Yeah, this is the rarest of things. This is what was supposed to be a fake that's turning into just I've got the site.
But they're here.
Now everyone's here. Still a 5-on-3. Time for the brawl. Bit of utility as well. But NRG, they need to find the heads, and they will do exactly that. Couple back to the smoke. At least the one. Ksorado painted into a corner. This just has to buy time. If they can get this bomb plant up, life could get good, and actually they slip away towards B. So, all right, close the gate behind you. George is coming looking, and George will be the backstop here. 3 kills already found. Fallen trying to run him down to deny the 4th, but it won't to be out of bullets. The knife not enough. George triumphant over the body of Fallen.
That's got to be a good feeling right there for George, shutting that one down. Denying the knife here, but not only that, just drawing in so much impact here on his solo mission that he ends up winning the round here for NRG.
That never feels good when you know you're low on the magazine. You're like, oh, please, please.
I need this last one.
Knifed.
Yeah.
Just don't let me get knifed.
See, George, what he had to do right there is whip out his knife, and then there was going to be a standoff.
An honorable tool.
Yeah.
Not to be.
Shame.
Hold on, George. Compromise here, potentially. Transfers, anticipates, but that flash blinded him so very much. Queen's going to be on, but this is getting very messy indeed. Good damage done off these USPs, but there's a limit. There's an end. Can that AK be retrieved?
Yeah. Nice. Oh, Galil.
Couple guns up. Oh, good.
Take that one. Quick and easy right there on the eco. Back out to the strat book right there.
Who hit the claps? It's got to be Hex, right? Hex or Bro?
Yep, one of those two. Fairly certain. Well handled. Oh, going for a little triple save, kind of a half buy action here with the 5 MP9 buys, so that they can get ops, maybe even 2 of them in the next round for their CT.
Smells like the one. The only one with the money spare, unless get a couple kills off those MP9s. Could be done.
Do you like this with the lead that they're currently working with? It's a good way to just kind of nurse your lead into a victory.
You know, once upon a time, this used to be one of the only maps of the pool where you would see the auto make an appearance. Specifically for the spam into the brown halls. Some teams like to deploy that auto for the timing on the fast pop dog ladder rush.
Yeah. The double boost drops that they used to have towards pop.
I don't think I've seen that in this current iteration of Train. But I'd like to. Maybe that's the next wrinkle to be deployed.
I've been spammed by cheaters with autos on this map.
That's different. Problem is, I don't think a lot of pros are keeping the auto in their equip.
No.
We've limited the equips, and so we've basically neutralized the auto from pro play. And that's just rude to everyone named Auto out there. Everyone is here for Furia. This is the trap, and all right, NRG going to be comfortable stepping right into it.
It's a good look here. This is exactly what they need here. It's Dabs, I think that's
It's Dabs clapping!
The Dabs clap.
Hype man Dabs. You know it's dire for NRG when Dabs is like, all right, I gotta hype.
They
Not in his nature.
They definitely don't look too nervous here. You got to take a piece by piece, but we do get this AWP out. This is exactly what Furia were kind of gunning for as they go for the full eco round 2 and then the MP9 buys round 3.
Falling on Train, man. All bell. Little vintage time. Okay, that's not so vintage, but quite modern. Flying out the T-Con. Ksorado killing everybody.
Oh.
Skull's down, though, in response. Kind of caught by the spray that was trying to find Ksorado. Just a little bit of misfortune on that. Oh, the unscope. Can't be doing that. That's definitely more modern Fallen. In that engagement. Yuri, though. Oh boy, Yuri's gone the long way around. If they try and bail out towards B, he's gonna punish. Bro here, but does he check?
He's gotta be dead.
Is he clear?
No way.
No way indeed. All right, so now they know B is closed for business. The pressure relief valve, although if they can slip into CT, knowing that Yuri's that far posted up, this could get interesting. Fallen misses his second opportunity here, and now he's having to dive. But if they anticipate his rotation, no, they won't. So they will give him a third opportunity, and finally, Fallen will strike 2. No one gets past Fallen's op 3 times in a row. Cello on the E-box. Oh, boy, that's a big whiff. Opens the doors on this bomb plant now. No one can deny it. You're a little wary of the pop or T-con play. Not super sure of where Yuri's come from, but they'll work on the buddy system. They'll do it up. And in the meantime, look at how far out OC has slipped. He's into hell. Not giving the fights.
They're so slow on this.
Not giving the peeks. They'll wait for the palm tap. There's one. Has to be checked. No one's on it just yet. And Yuri will win that engagement, so now OC knows he has to get active. Fallen looking for it, though. Deleted. And OC on the rifle. Not missing a beat.
Oh, that's just incredibly quick right there from OC. Lining up those headshots, sealing the deal, providing coverage on that bomb. Despite all of this aggression coming through from Furia, NRG are able to find a way back. OC providing that with 3 kills in the 2v3, managing to lock it in despite some good positioning from Furia. And now it's a timeout here. Furia left a bit confused here as to what they do in that second half.
During the half, I did actually track down that game.
Yeah?
I tracked down that game. Season 31 of ESEA Premier. Tracked that right down.
What's the teams looking like here? Singularity.
It's exactly what I thought it was. I think
remember the teams.
Oh no, you're right. I didn't actually. I thought it was the Vanity Food one. It was not the Vanity Food. It was Shake Zula Floppy.
Okay.
With OC, Hydrex, Ryan, Shake Zula, and Floppy, and Mac in the coaching role. So I did not give them their due. This was post Vanity Food move over towards E United. Shoutouts to Shake Zula, now head coach of FlyQuest Red. And aspiring lawyer. Nice kills coming through. A TK actually involved in that as well, as Nitro will be happy for the assist. Thank you, Cello. Thank you very much indeed. And now the bodies, they are hitting the floor.
Just madness here up against the MP9. So many flashes as well popping out. And taking care of these MP9s there. You don't get the extra 600 for a team kill as well, which is quite rough. Unfortunately, I found that out many times.
Do they subtract 600 from you?
I think it's just 300, right?
Hey, buddy.
I don't think you should be punished any more for team killing with an MP9 as you should with any other gun.
I think you should be punished. You specifically for team killing. Everyone else can get a pass.
Yeah. Sometimes you're just so low, I got to.
How about a cheeky TK?
Only when we're winning.
Well, that's not true. If only it were. If only it were. All right, this gap is shrinking. This gap is vaporizing. Just as everyone said, you know, classic train memories. You thinking attack-sided. Constantly attack-sided. That's what everyone remembers train for.
The massive T-sided halves. Most T-sided map in the pool.
That's why we had to take it out. That's why we had to take it out.
Anubis is in there, and they said, wait, we're going to even one up it.
Hold on.
Yeah, if you get 2 rounds on the CT side of the train, you're doing A-okay.
That's the way I remember it. My memory is like a steel trap.
Broken. We were on the subject of team killing. You know, Melba went viral with the all 5 people leaving the server, despite not having enough time for a defuse and a clutch.
It's a certified mobile classic right there.
Everyone left in one of their games that they were playing, and it went big on Instagram. It showed up on my my Instagram like reels.
You got the reels.
Yeah.
You got targeted. I knew one day Brian would be famous. Didn't know it would be. Actually, I did know. It would be. All right, they've deleted 2 players out of T-Con. Space wiped away. Nitro, a quick duel with Fallen. Fallen, patient on it, will eventually collect on his old rival. When this vision clears. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. All right, Caserado thought he was going to be caught there, but now, hold on, this is falling apart. Living up to his name. They've had to slow down, anticipating the potential of the pop wrap. It looks so good again for NRG, but this time they find a backstop. Caserado here in the nick of time. Fallen heating up. Crispy on this rifle, snappy on the shots.
And they vanish.
They're out. They're gone. They're rerouting totally. They'll give him the chance to bomb, but in doing so, they'll keep him so very confused.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be so much that OC has to clear, and everywhere he turns, he's just going to be fighting ghosts at this point. Picking up that bomb and planting would be his biggest asset, but so would holding on to this AWP. You're going to be giving him a bit of a peek-see. That's a route closed out.
Kills matter. Even if you can't win this round, kills matter a whole lot. Caserado bringing him to the fight. Tickling him. Toying with him. Again, speaking of old rivals, these guys have been playing against each other for a better part of a decade, and it's not done yet. One more kill peeled away, but Fallen will silence it. 4 kills for the Professor, and class is in session.
Yeah, he put a little bit of heavy priority on getting those ops out, but when Fallen has a rifle, just finds 4 kills, it feels like everything's in reverse here on Train. Right now, Fallen fighting with his back against the wall there behind in hell and manages to make the best of it. And now he picks up an op as his reward. NRG can't afford any more errors, otherwise it's going to be Furia at least securing themselves. Some OT action from that point.
That's a cheeky HE George through. Through the little gap.
Yeah, that's a tough one though.
Yeah, very specific for the E-box push, presumably. Punitive.
Yeah. I mean, most of all, I think almost better than the fact that it does a nice healthy bit of damage. It slows them down a little bit. Can have some impact here. Speaking of impact, OC. Passive line here. Skulls just catches a little visual and backs up his aggression there. Holds down the line in a very passive approach.
They can wrap through the spawn side on him. Now he's aware. 2 angles to cover off. That's going to make life a lot more difficult. But Hex, boy, looking the wrong way. And the off angle catches, so well done from Skulls. This has been the head-to-head that's maybe most gone Furia's way this map. Whoa. Hex has had some trouble with it, but as Cello tries to get out of his forward position, he is punished. Now Skulls is finding his hands a little bit more full.
Skulls is unrelenting on this aggression here. Just keeps on fighting. That flashman going to help him. Now there's an op posted up instead of just Skulls.
They flash him in again. Fallen's got it on the peak. Skulls close. OC's been waiting here so long, and that patience finally does pay off. His teammate's getting out T-Con, but Caserado's still stuck here at Hell. Spotted, tagged. Frag not coming just yet, but they'll paint him into a corner and eventually paint him to his death. Fallen, though, can hold OC. That bomb is in a precarious spot. Now it's all just on to Bro. He's not got any time. 12 seconds. Unrecoverable here past the op, but he needs to stick this, and Yuri is trusting that fact.
Gives him a huge double swing right there to cap it off. And again, as you said, it's that Ivy control right there that you gotta keep a close eye on. This time Skulls coming through, but it's not just Skulls here. A little extra assistance from the Fallen rotate. And it sets him up nicely to close. If you're gonna know what's been used against NRG throughout that first half, it's all been through Ivy for some of those T-side rounds. Skulls has been such a beast in that position and continues to hold the line once again. Fallen helping out with these last couple of rounds in the closing department, and this is kind of nightmare scenario here for a T side.
Decidedly nightmare scenario. It's time to burn those timeouts because there ain't any more time after this. It's do or die here. So whatever your master plan is, time to rock out the sure thing round. City's been bringing the hype. It's always that interesting thing being, you know, a young coach when you've got a player like Fallen on your team. City's a guy who's got a lot of ideas, a lot of creativity. They've praised him a lot in the time that he's been head coach of this team. But at some point, when that weight of authority comes up, if Fallen's got an idea, you're not telling him no.
Yeah, that would be tough authority to question right there. Gotta have that trust. That always creates maybe some good combos right there between the IGL and coach.
Sure. When the professor speaks, though, you shut up and listen. Get out your books.
I'm talking.
Do some studying.
Here's the big challenge here. Decent bit of utility still remaining for NRG, but they didn't quite grasp the first phase of this map control, especially towards T-Con and towards Pop. All of these question marks here for...
What was Bro spamming there?
CT said. I think he was breaking glass to throw some utility, but...
He has none.
He has none. Maybe threaten utility
Make
long term.
About it. That's an unfortunate timing on that smoke. You're going to have to go through it. You really don't have a second option here. Nade Pop, not as devastating as it could have been, but not great. George dies to his own Molotov. Thrown to clear at the close angle. And actually, they have been allowed a fair chunk of space to plant this bomb. Molotov forces them back into Pop, allows OC to get an upgrade here. That bomb now ticking away. This is a little more precarious. Yuri, though, he can open this up. He still controls the backlines. Oh, his teammates are rerouting.
All running into Z right now. That's going to take so much time, though.
It is, and it's given up. Bro's going to hit these shots. They're actually routing back towards CT, so Bro's hearing this, and now he's trying to creep forward for some information. That actually costs him the bait on that rotate, but you're right, the clock is the issue. Falling down. How many kits are available? Plenty. Tags. Nitro knows he just has to buy precious seconds, but he's done it. He's done it. That's the round. Nitro's won it for them. Nitro keeps them fighting, and he keeps on fragging. NRG aren't done yet.
Oh, what a lifeline right there from Nitro, man. That clock just can't be beaten right there. Gets to rub it in towards the tail end, and NRG stay afloat despite what looked to be a disastrous situation in a 5v3. You still get the post plant.
It was the only play. It was the only play.
He just ignores everything. He's so low on health as well. 10 HP when he finds those 2 kills. His back is turned. He risked it all for all the reward.
Unbelievable. But now the money's broken. There's that op that was saved through, but it's onto the Deagles, and the possibility still exists. But first they have to get past the Deags. They have to get past that op. And we know what kind of damage they can do with these. Fallen. Oh, misses. Misses at a critical juncture, and now he's only going to be able to get the one. Quesarado still available. The Fang is sharp, but that Fang's been wrenched right out of their jaw. Now as the bomb gets planted, that next Fang approaches. They've got 2 of them for a reason. Yuri on the Deagle could still be a problem. Skulls advancing from T-Con with the numbers punched in. Our retake looking increasingly unlikely here. Skulls reveals himself. And OC should be the insurance policy to make sure that he can't actually get out into the fray. It's exactly what he does. So all on Yuri. And Yuri dealt with 3 rounds. The gap is closing. NRG, we thought they'd let it slip, but Cole, they've still got a handle on this map.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like that guardian angel of Nitro's clutch coming through there could provide enough momentum to push NRG over the line. 3 T-sided rounds. They've already done a lot of heavy lifting in this half. Now there's no room for error. And timeouts for Furia to recognize the situation that they're in. Without question.
Soliciting some ideas there, perhaps. Doling out some wisdom. Breaking into the book. Rolling back in that mental Rolodex to some of those 1.6 games. Thinking, how did I solve these problems before? How do we get this over the line? No op. But as we've seen already in this map, Fallen can certainly do it on the rifle. His best round yet. Came from the barrel of this gun. Nice deep nade.
It's great damage right there onto George early, but he likes to get aggressive. A little bit of flash action, but it's not catching Quesarado. He's still nice and with vision.
We haven't seen many of these just straightforward interplays from NRG. They seem to be setting up for one now. There's been a lot of focus on A. Timely Molotov. Wary of the potential of the Pop Dog wrap.
Setting up for an execute here. We've seen NRG be able to throw some great utility for these B-side executes that have got them a lot of access here. This is one of their bigger strengths as a team on this map. Will it be enough to get past this 4v5?
No counter nades. No counter nades in position. There's 1 nade on Yuri, I believe, on this site, so it's all going to need to rotate in. Fallen is so blind. If they go around the corner, he's a dead man, and indeed he is. at least get some damage back. It was a hopeless situation. Hex is down to 1, but he'll set up the trade for his teammate. Beautiful use of the low HP player, and now the bomb can be planted. No one quick into that flank, but on the front row, toppled. And so it falls to Nitro and OC to pull back another disadvantage round. With that bomb ticking away, that might be the biggest ally. The question is, when does Katowice activate? He's patient on this. He's creeping forward, and his teammates, they need to move. They know the time is the issue here, and what a shot over. Cello can't wait. Can't wait for Katowice to get involved. Katowice has the kit. If he goes down, it's over, and now he's the only one. Has to cross. Dancing around Thomas. Katowice wary. Not willing to give this up, and OC will have heard him. He's on the stick. He's on the stick. Here comes the check, and OC! A sure pair of hands, unflinching.
Just not going to fall short in that clutch. Once again, stepping up to the plate in a big way. Sealing it in here for NRG in those intense moments. And here's a big question for Furia. Again, you get dealt this great execute, but you still have this man advantage to operate on in the 3v2 retake. And that lack of experience, that lack of reps in officials, I think is going to cost him a lot in these late post-plant situations. It's going to matter.
You still have to eke out one of these next two. Bit more investment than perhaps we'd normally see, but that loss bonus is mounting here for Furia. So they're going to try and get something done with these MP9s. The utility's gone already. There are no more nades. And so they're going for an aggressive pop dog play. They're hoping to get the crunch on another one of those inner hits. That's not to happen. Instead, Cello is being ticked down bit by bit here. And now the gates of A are swinging open. If NRG just walked through, they don't trust it, though. They don't trust it. They don't believe what they've found. And now with 2 players rotating back in from Pop, the space has been occupied.
Still in coverage, but... Oh, that's a big shot. Skull's providing some more assistance on this A side. They're going to continue to reaggress, but George holding the line effectively. It's the MP9s that run them over. And Hex and OC in a rush to try and recover this round. And they're going to have to do so. It's OC with a couple of kills to seal it in again. 14 health left in those MP9s around the corner. But OC a sure pair of hands once more.
Katowice and Yuri in a 2-on-2. You've seen that one before. I know that script. And it doesn't usually end with OC left standing. But somehow the flick, the transfer, he's an hopper. But he's deadly with anything in his hands. One round to keep this in regulation. Furia, we thought this was just the trap that NRG had set their foot into. But whatever they had to do, they gnawed off that leg to keep carrying forward towards that finish line. And now, like a wounded animal, they're perhaps at their most dangerous. If Furia let this get to OT, if they let this slip, momentum becomes an avalanche. Damage in the last run means there are limitations here for NRG. Nitro had some spare cash. Probably could have gotten... Well, whatever. We're not going to worry about the finances. It's all going to be about the fight. It's all going to be about the head here. And with that MAC-10, Perot wants to get a little bit more aggressive. He wants to take the space in towards Pop early. This is looking like a fast outer play, and there's 4 players here ready to receive them. This is going to be a brawl for everything. Flashbang's too late. The timing's not good, and they are shut down out of T-Con. It's OC once again, but this time it should be impossible. 5 targets, and he won't get the first. Furia, they wait. They procrastinate right up until the last round, but trade is still theirs. It's the hope that kills you, NRG.
It's the final round right there where they're so successful all the way through. They come up with so many good ideas how to punish that outer yard that executes in towards that B side. But they run it in one more time, and that's where Furia hold the line, just when it matters most.
What a ballsy way to call it the faster play. And you have to wonder, if Furia hadn't gotten so much damage in round 23 with the pistols and the MP9s, if they hadn't pushed NRG so far that there were limitations, that there was that MAC-10, that there were Galils, would NRG have attempted that faster play? Would we have had a very different final round? Tough to answer that, but Furia have done it. By hook or by crook, 13-11 is the same as the 13-2.
Absolutely. You get the job done no matter what the case is here. You're going to be, surprised with the fact that that CT side looked as close as can be there with the comeback effort from NRG. So many successful T-side rounds, but it all comes down to the 24th right there. And Furia, what they do best, I think, is when the pressure's on, you've got this experience to lean on. You've got someone who's just not going to panic, who's been there before so many times. and they're able to close it out when it matters most.
And on the Furia side, some of the concerning things that have happened to them recently, you know, you have Fallen initially having some struggles with it. AWP playing himself into it with a rifle, playing himself into form, into confidence, and then we're seeing him crispy from then on out. Yuri is looking damn good. Queserado is Queserado, and Skulls in those back lines. That Ivy wrap again and again and again in the first half was the just Achilles heel for NRG.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It was consistently in that. That's how they built up their lead right there. It's multiple different ideas here. Again, sometimes I think Ivy's just still a little bit underutilized in terms of where teams like to hit from there. There's a lot of attention towards T-Con and things of that nature there, towards Pop as well. So being able to consistently succeed with the way that they were scaling Skulls up, I mean, obviously, that I think that's a trick play that you can kind of only get away with once. And when you see those smokes, now you're going to react to what Skulls is doing. But, you know, that is, again, the ace up their sleeves that they had afforded to them.
Yeah, certainly was. Now, we might need to see a little bit more from this this middle meatball we've got going on in the background. Because it was a slow start. It was a slow start. In particular, tasked with trying to shut down Skulls. That was definitely a challenge for Young Hex. We're going to be headed to Dust 2. How are you feeling about this one, Cole?
I mean, again, I think that what NRG bring to the table here on Dust 2 is still very valuable. They've been able to domestically work incredibly well. My only concern is this team doesn't oftentimes pick Dust 2 a lot. Like they will occasionally, but they don't pick into this map a lot here. They win it a lot, but they don't pick it. And so, you know, does that have anything to do with the way that this roster is comfortable here? Those are the only question marks I still have for NRG. But again, they win this map a lot.
They are giving a little bit of gift if you're NRG in this veto, in that there are 3 maps that should theoretically be comfortable for you, but man, that first half from Furia is still playing in my mind. They looked sharp, they looked in command, and they looked like they had a lot of ideas for what they wanted to do to counter out NRG's setups.
Yeah, I mean, they're reading so effectively in what NRG are doing throughout that whole first half. So if you're talking about what NRG like to do here on Dust 2, I feel like a lot of that is through the catwalk and on both sides of the half there. If it's OC on the defense, a lot of boosting being done right there for him to get the op rolling. So for me, it does feel like Furia are going to be aware of that once again.
Well, we head to Dust 2, and NRG are on the brink of elimination, and while they've had a whole lot of close games and moral victories don't count for Diddly Squad on the VRS. We'll be right back after this.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate. Nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! Hey! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
It's NRG, it's OC. Now, this NRG lineup, there's some history here. We've got, of course, yourself and Liquid, Nitro, Daps when you actually joined Liquid back in the day. Let's run it back to your relationship with Daps. How is that, and how has that helped in terms of forming this NRG lineup?
Yeah, I'd say we've known each other for over, I think, about 3 years now. So yeah, I know him pretty well at this point. I think he helped me a lot with on Liquid. Obviously, there was a lot of pressure when I joined that team, and when he stepped in, I think he helped a lot with not only the tactical side, but also the mental side of, you know, being a new, kind of a new upcoming player into the Tier 1 scene. So yeah, he's been helping me out a lot, and then on this team as well, he's been a huge help just for us to be on the same page, and he helps a lot with prep and how our game should be structured. So yeah, he's been great to work with so far.
And of course, Daps himself, an experienced player, and you went through the rigmarole of trying to be a young player and then trying to remain competitive and all the pressure that comes with kind of that Tier 2 into Tier 1 CS. When it comes to young players, you guys have George, for example. What kind of advice are you giving to players like that?
I think with players like that, obviously they have their own style of how they want to play, and you don't want to completely change how they play. Obviously you can give pointers, but you also want to give them some freedom because obviously they have figured out a way to perform well for themselves and with the team that they're playing with, so you don't want to change them too much, but obviously you can still lead them a little bit. But yeah, George has been great for the team so far. He's very vocal and he brings up a lot of ideas that he wants to do, and he's kind of like the second voice on the team. So yeah, it's we don't want to change him too much, but he's been great so far. Yeah.
And of course, I was speaking about Damps and history. Another player from Liquid that you're very familiar with is Nitro. Now, you and Nitro have known each other for a very long time, and from my understanding, when he was off in the world of Valorant, he was trying to get you involved in that. Is that true?
No, there was actually some miscommunication there. There was a period where I was considering it because the game was very new and I actually was having a bit of fun with it. But no, it wasn't really like that close to it happening. It was just like an idea that got brought up. But no, it was pretty far-fetched, I would say.
But the idea was there, and eventually, you get signed to Liquid, and eventually he makes his return from VCT back into Counter-Strike, and then you guys were together. What was that like when you guys were first on Liquid, and then how has that progressed to now?
I think, we had a lot of ups and downs on Liquid. We had some good moments, but also some rough moments, and I think sharing those experiences, we learned a lot together. So coming into this team, I think we have a good idea of how we want to run the team, what positive and negatives we can take from Liquid and implement into this team. So, yeah, we are pretty much on the same page with that, in agreement with how we want to run it.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Are you tired of overpriced, underwhelming, un-American produce? Why shop abroad for household items when at NRG, we've got them right here at home? You can buy our secondhand washing machine or this discounted prime NAF. No Grand Slam price tag on this one, and your grandma, she won't even notice the difference. Who needs liquid nitro when we've got this freshly washed alternative for a fraction of the price?
I miss the smoke.
Take control of your organization. Purchase our budget twist and win a chance at courtside tickets for you and 2 of your friends. How about this multi-purpose JKS? Buy one and get a free glazing appliance.
Oh, Chelsea!
For no extra cost. Why invest in another op prodigy when we've got Kusta at home? Dude, really? Kusta?
Oh, Kusta mentioned 2025. That's my boy.
So, come on down to NRG. We're Team Liquid, but for your home. Buy any 4 items, we'll give you a free copy of Counter-Strike at home. Offer available for unlimited time only. Fees, title, and application processing fee not included. If choking is experienced, please consult your nearest esports agent. NRG is not affiliated with Team Liquid and or its subsidiaries and vice versa. The likeness in this advertisement are portrayed by paid actors. Taxes and applicable North American baggage fees are the responsibility of the purchaser.
We got Cello here, packing up all the gear. You're set up, you're ready to go. Is there any team here in particular? We got some new faces. Anyone you're excited to play against?
Yeah, of course. Maybe Spirit, I think. Yeah.
Spirit?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to take a Donk again.
Okay, we're gonna go with Donk. Okay. Well, you got some. Yeah. Well, they are definitely true.
Hard to believe. It's hard to believe.
No, it's not hard to believe. It's not hard to believe at all. Do you want to have revenge for any particular game?
No. The last time we win against him, so I want a win again. Yeah.
You want to collect all the all these MVPs and everything. Screw this guy. That's gonna be us.
Yeah.
Is this the year Furia is gonna take off?
I hope so. Yeah, I hope so.
Is there anything you guys are working on behind the scenes that are going to help you kind of like push yourselves to that next step?
Sorry?
Anything you guys are working on behind the scenes? Like, do you guys have like performance coaches or anything like that that's going to help you get to that next step?
Yeah, we got a HEPA for our team, analytics team. So yeah, we work a lot.
Ooh, how's it going, my friend?
Hey.
How's it going?
I'm good. What about you?
I'm
fine.
I'm great. Do you have any tips for people that are getting into the scene? They want to be a coach. They want to work with pro teams. What is the #1 thing they could do?
I think you need to be able to put out your content in some way or another. I mean, you also need to study a lot, but also making people see what you think about the game and I mean, just putting it out there so maybe someone can see your content and relate to you and maybe invite you to join their team or something like that. Yeah.
Is that basically what happened with you as well? And now you're like reaping the rewards from it?
Yeah, that's how it went for me. Basically, I did some videos on YouTube, and one team found me, and they thought I had a great mind for the game, and they invited me to join them, and that's how my career started. Yeah.
There was something recently in a different game, Valorant, where there was some guy trying to be a coach, and you made these like 100-page PDF documents about other teams. Do you think that might be a little bit overkill?
That might be too much for someone to see, you know. Maybe some short videos or some short clips might be more helpful if you're thinking that way. But yeah, depends on what teams are looking for. If they are looking for someone who can build those documents, that can be helpful. But normally, just showing people that you understand some things about the game, and I mean, short clips should be enough for that. But yeah, and some YouTube videos as well.
And this is all you. This is no like ChatGPT making the strats and everything.
Yeah, you need to make sure you're the one doing those. Yeah.
The time on the bomb.
Down to the last couple of seconds. Oh no!
Every internet cafe had the same 2 posters on the windows. One for Counter-Strike and one for StarCraft.
He's pushing short, then he just what?
Down we go! It's 30 rounds!
Где был? Это очень смешно, я не могу, блядь. Там просто человек бегает, это так смешно.
Retake B. Get back in kitchen.
Guys,
let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay.
Let's go, Nico! Nice, Nico! Let's go!
Fuck.
I love this guy.
We're diving back in. We're diving back in, and we're diving into Dust 2. Talk about classic maps. We got Train, now we got Dust 2. What game is it? I don't even know anymore.
CSGO, maybe?
We'll go. 1.6. We can bring it back. We can roll back the years. We are going to be diving into 2 for the time being. Furia, NRG. Man, that got so close. I wanted OT. I think we were robbed, Cole.
I do too, man. It was a big base change, and you know, whenever I see an IGL go for the gut punch in the 24th round, and it doesn't work, I can't really fault them, right? You want to keep the aggression up, but sometimes it just doesn't work. Sometimes you get punched back, and it hurts a whole lot more when you fight all the way to that point. But yeah, I mean, if it went the other way, we would have been saying, what a great call from Nitro. So it is going to be Dust 2. It's going to be recoverable for NRG. They're happy on this territory. Like we said, this is a great veto heading into this one. Didn't know that Furia were going to bring that strength out on Train. That's an exciting look for this team. But obviously, Dust 2, if we see more of that preparation in this veto, I think they're going to be A-okay to keep fighting through this Swiss stage here.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be the case. I think NRG have their work cut out for them. But as we've said before, there is a decent enough track record on NRG that we should get a game here. We're not expecting this one to be a rollover. It's not a situation where, oh, you lost your map pick, it's disaster on. And I think certainly there's going to be disappointment at the NRG camp, having not been able to take that over the line. But having gotten to that precipice, it's not like you came out with a stinker.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at the end of the day here, if you're NRG, have to be able to come into this CT side of Dust 2 and say, okay, we really have to, get creative and start adjusting what our tendencies are, because Furia are doing such a good job of punishing that. So, trying to go through and come up with different ideas, start to, differentiate the setups that you have here. It's going to be very important.
I will tell you, I know Jason's still holding out hope, but I don't think Kusta ever pulled off as many clutches as those he just did on that last map. Legend Kusta, my ass.
It's the real deal. Yeah.
Jinx.
The full package.
What's that about his package?
He's full of it.
Hold on. We'll see who's full of packages after this one, as they are mailing this straight towards the long fight. Gonna be Nitro who has to receive it. He says, no, that's not. We tried the tunnels control. Not working out. Nitro delorded. It was actually the same play we saw them run against him, or against, hold on, brain fart.
It might be RVP?
Saul.
Yep, that's right.
No, that was...
No, you're right. It was yeah, Saul. Sajat Saul. 37 kills.
Was that M80, though? We've watched a lot of Counter-Strike over the last couple of days.
It was M80, yes. You're
Yeah,
right.
different team. Had to think about that. A lot of Counter-Strike's been watched, a lot of CS. But here in the pit, there's a lot of Quesorado.
Oh.
And he's just coiling like a snake, ready to strike, and that's exactly what he'll do. Pinch between a rock and a Quesorado place. You're done for.
We got both teams wrong right there initially. But at least we both remember the same strat.
Yeah. It's fine.
I was right there. I was ready to jump on that train.
I appreciate the yes and from you. I appreciate the support. That's what you need in a duo.
We could have got away with it too, I bet. No one would have ever fact checked.
No one would have fact checked us. Some guy in Twitch chat's just like, hang on.
That never happened.
Hang on a minute.
But you know what? 2's greater than 1.
I hear that's factual. They haven't actually played the D2 at EPL yet, so it was 100% M80 running that pistol strat. You know, Americans, basically interchangeable.
All the same, they're
all
using the same strats, pulling from the same playbook.
Yuri, they're circling Yuri. He's got a little bit of support, but peeking in, getting a little greedy for these Eeks. We saw these USPs get a little deadly before. Skulls, yes, you got 35 bullets, but eventually you will run out.
Just keep tapping away. OC's pretty good on these USP full ecos, man. It's always good for something.
Did that Galil have aura?
Yes.
Look like 40 bullets.
Yeah, tapping away right there. Tap Galil. Look at that.
Sounded like he was trying to set a beat at some point.
That's what you got to do right there when you're tapping.
Who needs a
Some of
metronome?
the best players are musicians as well.
By Galil. Is that true?
No.
I think that's a thing that you made up. I'm trying to think of one example, to be honest.
No, they spend too much time playing video games.
Yeah, who has time to master anything else? Although it would make sense, you know, you got you're working on your finger dexterity. Maybe that translates to a different kind of.
They did block this smoke though for OC. That was the game plan right now. Oh, and it's beautiful. That works out wonderful for OC. Shout out to the setup there from Bro. Takes a little bit of damage blocking that smoke, but that's quite the trade-off.
That's worth the one.
Yeah, you'll take that. It's a good deal.
Very good deal. 1 HP for a Quesorado. I mean, I would expect Stunner to hawk that to me on an infomercial at that kind of buy rate.
That's too good of a deal for an infomercial.
Call now. And if you call before this commercial ends, we won't even get a trade kill.
We got to do it in parentheses, though. You know, there's got to be this quick guy at the end that says...
trade kill may still come through.
There you go. Perfect. We'll see if that trade kill ever does come through. It's a lot of damage on the cello as well. That's the deal they're working with.
They got full vision. That smoke didn't do anything for you. Things back through the doors. Look at this damage eventually. Sustained spray does cost them. OC. Hold on. The setup was looking good for NRG. Now it's anything but. Health's getting low. 20 seconds. They do actually need to get to a bomb at some point.
It's got to be Hex buying time. He's got no help here. Support system is completely cut off.
He drops the bomb. Oh, can't do so. 10 seconds. Time enough. Time enough. That one got so very risky. Actually, the double setup on the door, if they just tucked, I don't think Furia had really left themselves enough clock for this one, but fortunately for them, the peak did come through. Maybe NRG with a little bit of lack of situational awareness there. And now Nitro's just trying to secure the save, which it's a question of if Cello will let him out of here.
Oh my god, he slides right underneath him, man. A little duck and cover. OC's glass cannon. Now going to be tested. Can Cello duck underneath it? He gets the crouch immediately and blasts OC. That's an op dropped. Picked up, recovered. Man advantage as well. The little setup that they do here for the 4v5. Sending Bro in forward. And you know what? I think that disclaimer had to be the trade deal might not come through with the round win.
Not ideal there. NRG had so much control, had so much positional awareness, so much information. I felt like Furia were kind of setting themselves up for disaster, and then just peaks come through. George doesn't have a gun.
I've done that before.
Committing to the way of the knife.
Sometimes I'm like a little confused about what pistol I want to upgrade into, so I'm just selling and rebuying.
You can't sell the default gun though, I think.
But sometimes when you sell your upgraded pistol, your USP flies so far ahead that you don't naturally pick it up.
You can pick them up from the menu now. You might know. There's tech for that.
The thing is, when you full force buy and then you sell everything with there's like a delete key. You can just click that thing and it sells your whole kit that you force bought into.
Okay.
You know, it
get distracted.
Yeah.
No harm, no foul just yet. George did eventually find that 5-7. So 3 5-7s. It's the 15-21. Oh, make that the 10-14.
You're just saying numbers?
Saying numbers right now.
I don't know.
Multiples of 5 and 7.
Okay. I see.
You didn't really
3 5-7s. Okay, I see.
There's a reason he's a caster, folks. Not an accountant. Do not let Cole McHenry do your taxes.
I gotta do my own taxes. It's already too much.
That time is coming up.
Yeah.
Looking like this one should be pretty darn clean for Furia. There's armor on Bro. That's worth having. Is there anything in mid that's actually worth retrieving? Unclear.
Don't think so.
They don't either.
Yeah.
Time to play for exits.
It's another hot start for Furia's T side. Maybe a little less anti-stratty and a little bit more hitting shots right now coming through on Dust 2.
Yeah, I feel like Dust 2 is not really a map where you see a whole lot of anti.
Yeah.
So much is dictated by spawns and start of rounds.
But hey, whatever you get it done.
More of an uncle map.
An unk map?
Unk map. Definitely an unk map. Uh-oh. Speaking of unks, the ultimate CS unk right here.
He still got it.
He still got it. Certainly showed that on train. Don't peek into it. All right, they'll let him have the vest. Cold consolation here for NRG. As you're absolutely right, they are once again battling against a hot start from Furia.
You know what I'm seeing more and more in the South American scene right now as well? And this could just extend the longevity of Fallen's career.
Okay.
Eventually, some of these IGLs that just really don't have the massive fragging power are then giving up the op pretty frequently and just letting a younger, flashier opper step in. And think about that. Think about Rifle Fallen in the future.
Well, the thing about Fallen, right, is that he is that rarest of things. The player who can op at a world-class level and call it a world-class level, right? There's a reason why everybody in Brazil tried to do that.
So many op IGLs, yeah.
And it's this guy. He is the archetype that everyone else wants to be.
But I'm just saying, 10 years when you see his game drop off a tad.
Another 10 years. Dang! He's making it another decade. This guy's been playing CS since you were in diapers.
Yeah. Definitely the case. But I'm just saying, you can switch to the rifle.
Yeah.
At some point. And then, another 10 years of Fallen.
50-year-old Fallen just spanking kids on land.
We don't know if that's not possible. Cello,
He did get opt.
Yes, he got leg
and
there.
He cratered.
That's a lot of damage to your legs.
That is bad for the ankles. Very bad for the ankles. There's 3 players here in defense. Okay, Bro flies forward, gets the info. And once again, time is an issue. 30 seconds. They have to commit to this. The Tunnels player is down and out. George is still tucked. They don't know about George. Oh, they do not know about George at all. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Jump scare. Oh. Bomb out in the corner.
I was wondering where you were, George.
Playing 5 Nights at George's.
Playing right underneath the window. Peekaboo. Fallen gets spotted. And that's a well-staffed B-bomb site right there. A whole lot of numbers for NRG in the B site proper. I like how they send a duel out aggressively towards middle as well. And as soon as you think you're safe, George is still on the scene. Ready to fire up here. Head-to-head action here between OC and Fallen in a battle of patience. Fallen finally going to fall off the line here. He waits for that utility to be tossed in here. before OC actually turns around the bend. This time, no Bro to block the mid smoke as well. Just gonna have to HE that one. But a nice HE on a Cello. It's a little bit of early damage here, but not gonna deter him from continuing to be aggressive. Gonna take that space. Gotta be careful when you're jumping off the cat though, this time around.
Ouch!
Man.
Gotta be careful when you're sliding into Fallen's crosshair. Go! Middle wide open now. I say that. Not actually. Bro has come to address it. Catwalk's going to be a problem. The hop up. Awkward. George didn't realize there's a player past his Molotov, and now the A side is lost. Question becomes, do you want to try and retake this? And the answer is no. Nacho's still out here towards long, but his teammates are not coming to help him out. We are done. An immediate answer here from Furia keeps it rolling their way.
These T-sides just looking so powerful. Fallen with the op as well, able to open it up. And OC was really trying to work some angles here and towards middle. Trying his best to find an opening. Looking to take challenges. He wants to meet Fallen where he starts these rounds. And just Fallen winning out in these head-to-heads is such a good sign for Furia to keep this T-side rolling. Not only has he come through with that playbook looking as good as could be, but he's starting to fire up here on Dust too as well. And one less gun to hold on to right there towards the tail end. Gotta keep the AWP here and Hex on the FAMAS. But it's business as usual for these T-sides right now from Furia.
Man indeed. Man alive.
Man of war.
Man of war. Those hurt.
What are those? I've heard of them. Is it jellyfish?
Yeah, they're like a
They come in
gnarly
like waves.
jellyfish. The big box, the man of war. They have super long tentacles that do some really gnarly stinging. And the big risk with them is their tentacles are so long that if they wrap around you while you're out in the waves and you get some sort of anaphylactic response, you could sort of lock up and then drown. Not good. Don't recommend them. Would avoid 0 out of 10.
Yeah, you want to avoid those. I have had a jellyfish wrap up on my leg one time, but it was not a man of war, so
Big Yoshi?
I'm still staying healthy. I don't
pee on it?
No.
Someone else pee on it?
No. Did not let that happen.
Pee on someone else? Asking all the permutations here. Well, Furia are going to be looking to keep this shower of gold continuing. The rounds just keep falling their way. They're just spraying all over NRG.
They got some good accuracy.
They do.
No splashback. Nothing but crisp, clean targeting.
Steady stream of rounds. OC could be the point man here if they go for this catwalk control. George set up for it as well. It's a decent setup. Molotov to rumble him. But deeper on the angle. Flashbang to set up George, but a flashbang came back his way in the first, so we're not going to be able to see what's going on here. And Cello, eventually, is going to find the delete shot. OC back around the corner. It's been a nice map for Cello so far.
Ooh, like this aggression from Hex here. Could capitalize. Fallen with knife out in hand is going to get blasted here. And Hex spots the bomb, drops a smoke. Is going to concede that bomb, but keeps the positioning.
Time's becoming a problem again. 30 seconds. The B is kind of closed. They can't get any of that control in towards tunnels. They're going to throw a little bit of a fake, but you'd imagine Bro's going to realize this pretty quickly. Nitro's getting active out long, but this could be too late. Oh, it depends on how much OC gets stalled. It all comes down to OC here. To get any of his teammates involved, he has to hold on to these angles with the op. But it's only 15 seconds. They triple swing, and K-Serato's just so quick with it. Nitro a little bit too late into this one, and now they have to save again. NRG, they are just seconds, inches away from shutting down some of these rounds, but it was the same thing we had on Train as well. Furia are content to play the margins.
They're content to play the clock so effectively right there. And I'll talk about the opening setup for them. George double flash in towards Cap, but also eating flashes from this T side. And that sort of setup right there has to feel like, again, Furia are identifying these opening moves that you love to do and then throwing countermeasures right at them so that you just can't get this aggressive duel rolling. Here for George right now, who's 1 in 6, struggling to lift off on this catwalk positioning, even with an Opera behind him. Just forced to flee with his back turn, and from that point forward, sure, Hex makes a great aggressive move, but snappy decision making right there. The mid to B fake in a 4v4 with 30 seconds left, then into the cat execution. But whenever you get a round set up like that, whenever you catch George fleeing the scene, it's going to be a really difficult round to win right there.
A little frustration, a little deflation coming through. As OC knows, he was the one piece there that could have potentially shut that down. If he finds that first kill, maybe that buys enough time for Nitro to get in and activate. Maybe that is the difference maker. Certainly would have made life a lot easier. As it is now, long control has been conceded. And a Molotov on for Nitro.
There's got to be some sort of move here from the CT side.
Oh, on the fade. Everyone's here. Everyone's brawling. They take down Fallen in the pit. This is going to be the fight for the round. Everything. The flashbang's perfect with the player tuck dumpster. Anti-flash there. Yuri cleans it up. Keeps his teammates fighting. Keeps their hearts pumping. Now they've got the choice. They want to back up or they want to go forward. A slip back out the doors, and the position that's been held onto by Skulls will allow them to do so. For the moment, they'll be content to sit here on towards long. They know they've got the numbers. They know they forced another move out from NRG, and NRG go looking in towards middle.
Skulls is still in suicide right now, still waiting for this reaction, waiting for his teammates to scale up long. And you would think this is a chance here for an opening duel of some sort, back in return, this map control being taken, but it's going to queue up some aggression here from Nitro to contain the top of middle. This timing might be threaded quite nicely here from Nitro. He's a little late for the opportunity on that flank just one round ago, but might be here with plenty of time to disrupt this aggression now from Furia.
With Skulls being there so late, there's no way they're going to expect a timing on this flank. And again, the clock is so low. If Nitro can disrupt, there's that pit player gone. Now they know they have to back turn. If Nitro just stays alive, can't do that. But he has bought precious seconds off this clock. Bomb plan has to come through. Is there anything to disrupt? There is indeed. There's Hexed. Quesarado has to stick. No option for it and pulled off. That is finally a second round for NRG.
That's just enough disruption right there offered up for Nitro on this flank this time around. Able to change the tides in his favor. OC staying alive. Able to close things out. It's still scary though, man. The fact that Furia fight through that situation there, their long range aggression after losing Fallen as they get him inside the pit. Scary spot to find yourself in, but all the NRG need is...
You're in your what?
What?
He's in your what? Huh? Hexed? All right, we're getting sensual out here.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Oh boy. Well, I hope he's using proper lubrication.
Yeah, the common phrasing there in your head. But this one, whole different story.
Don't know if Furia are going to be so rattled by that just yet. Might need to stack a couple more rounds for it. OC taking this deeper line, pushed off by the Molotov, and Cello once again best George on that fight, on that phase. This time OC sticking around. Doesn't want to give up the ground, and as they slip away, oh, inches, pixels away from death there at the hands of OC's AWP. But as they fight in, Quesarado now gets another. That's traded at least, but the numbers are not looking so good for NRG. And Hexed, oh, what was that face? Almost catches Fallen slipping. But now there's no one in defensive B. It's Nitro with desperation here. And Furia left standing when all is said and done. You might be in him, in his butt, but he's clenching.
He's clenching. He's clenching onto that lead there, keeping it nice and healthy. That's for sure. And that's got a sting for Hex. He gets blasted by the very Fallen. Light taps. Nothing too heavy there on the slam.
Can't risk the hands.
No.
Oh, you can risk your head though. You gotta lose it. If you're facing Yuri, took the op for that timing.
More frustration has to be fielded right now. Zosi getting leveled out once more here, this time to a different player on the other end of the scope. Just don't take anything for these opening duels that they're able to succeed on.
Now this is where we see Furia pump the brakes. Just take this into cruise control. We got what we wanted. We did damage on the Bro. We get the kill onto OC. Work that catwalk control that's been so consistently good for them. Cello has been loving this fight. And once again, he's going to find actually nobody home this time. So no fight for you, Cello.
He would love to take another fight here, too.
It's pretty much been good for one.
Yeah. It's been a really tough battle in this position in particular. And Cello has been the lead cause of those problems for NRG. And you know what? He doesn't even give them kills back. The one time he went down in that position, he died to gravity, so...
I mean, even that last round, he brings Queserado into play with him, or Queserado swaps spots with it. Either way, it continues to be painful for NRG. Can't keep the middle of the map closed. Well, life is going to be difficult indeed. And totally out of position, totally without the means to get back into one of these. They're going to try and hunt up some guns on the periphery. To not so much success.
There you go. A little something, something. Right there, Bo. Falling around the corner. Gonna make sure to fire away, bro. Gonna give him a test. Will. Wide swing there to get past the crosshair. Oh, playing a little game.
Little flirtation.
Get this last kill. Hunt him down.
Jumping?
Bro with nothing to lose.
I respect the hustle.
That was his application for phase clan right there. But he didn't do the 360, so.
Looking a little NQCS. Be it as Zeus.
Well, that been good. No. Fury was too quick.
Not quite Zeus range.
See what's next at bat here. Fury have just been so disciplined in the way that they open up these rounds. Looks like a late long take. With some of the setup that they got going on here. Good HEs behind the Molotov, but there's that smoke going in, and there's the pop coming through from Furia. This time, though, George able to hold the line. Incredibly effective. A multi-kill for him. And coming out the other end, positive on the trades, and then Hex queuing up some re-aggression as well, keeping this B-side in control. Now, again, disciplined here has been the case for Furia. They're going to run it back, and Hex is going to be caught wide open. Now he's overexposed, and he's going to get run down. There's no way to fight your way out of this situation. Absolutely not. And there's an avenue back into this B-side. Bomb dropped, but Fallen moving in. He caught a visual on the Bro.
Is
it op-scoped?
Oh, boy. That's a clothesline. That's a shot. The second as well. Brilliant here from Bro. Could have been abject disaster. Instead, now it's Queserado. Let's put this one back together, and it is Queserado, so... Well, he won't get a chance to even fire. Bro. Locking down B, as his name would imply. Heck, got a little overeager with some of that space taken, shall we say.
I mean, that's one of those angles that you'll take in DM right there that you just know you're instantly dead, but he found himself in the match in that position. That's like where you get spawn camped from in deathmatch.
We've all been there.
Yeah. That Hex knew as soon as he saw he was caught red-handed, it was over.
But hey, so you just gotta lean back on.
Oh man, dangerous game here from Hex on this B side.
He's alive, isn't he?
He's alive.
For now.
There might be a little bit of relief knowing that that op was over there, and that it's not towards middle for now.
Where did we have OC posted? He's up on this catwalk play again. This time George not alongside him. OC has not had a fun start to this game. Getting battered on these plays, on this face. Feels like a rinse repeat.
Yeah, I mean, it's utility like that that's a big part of that reason he's been having a tough time.
Does that smoke leave a gap? Or can get some vision.
Not a lot of it, though.
No, not really. Not really at all. And they've actually pulled fully off of B, trying to figure out what the heck's going on over here.
More great utility to empty up that B bomb site, keep attention tucked in towards middle. Seen a lot of lurking from Cello off the back of that as well. They're going to retake mid control right now with the duo. Okay, Serrato not interested in taking the fight head on.
They just don't have any info, and time is starting to become an issue here. It's going to have to be the B hit. That lurk smoke's thrown, but there's two players in towards the site, and George still here in control of mid, and he's got it. He's got it locked down. So now there's not that second element. It's all just about the B take. And they're going relatively dry. Hex gets the first, trying to survive, but reveals himself, and the drop-down skulls will be collected. George, you would like a little something more. There's only 12 seconds, though, through the door. Can they drop this bomb? It has to cross. It has to cross. This is a jump on, and that might just be the round. It is indeed no time for K Serrato, and an op bullet finds his dome. Furia running a rough shot over this defense like their name Marshawn Lynch. But Energy will be looking for a few Skittles to get the energy back up in this second half. Gonna be rocking on in towards a fast B play. Spawns are there for it. And let's see if Skulls is ready.
Got a tough job ahead.
Never mind.
Nope.
Not B. Actually, probably would have been a good hit, to be honest. Why you overcomplicate? Sometimes it's dust too, man. Sometimes you just gotta hit a B rush.
You just gotta rush B and you gotta not stop.
Don't stop.
But we'll see. I mean, maybe this catwalk target could be something to lean on as well. There's a lot of emphasis towards long. Not for long, though. They quickly roll it back in towards a more heavy sight setup. There's the execution, though, and they're kind of tossing utility to each other.
I like this anticipatory smoke. Quesarado did get dinked up. That nade's kind of nice. But now Bro is coming in for the executions. Nicely done. Drops on down. And this round's over. Cello and Skulls will talk. Skulls doesn't even have anything to save. So he's going to go on an adventure, perhaps. Or just try and bodyguard this flash that Cello has. Either way.
What a nice guy.
It's done. He just doesn't want Cello to get lonely on the save.
Yeah.
You know?
I'll be here with you, no matter what.
I'll be there for you.
That was beautiful. Have you taken singing lessons?
Just the letters of Furia pop up on the screen. Fallen's tickling Quesarado in a fountain somewhere.
That'd be a good team for it right there. Fallen and Skulls together as well.
Well, that was the only thing actually worth saving, and now Skulls, in fact, does go as well. OC gets those kills. That'll be nice towards getting maybe Big Green up early.
Yeah, it's good to see right there. I mean, this is how they clawed it back there. Their CT sides have been the bigger concern here for Furia today, which is kind of surprising in a certain sense with how effective these riflers are, but, you know...
You'd hope that NRG don't claw it back in exactly the same fashion as they did on Train.
Right.
Although I guess with an 8-4 instead of a 10-2, you know, actually that would be, they win.
Yeah, exactly.
So maybe they will do it in exactly the same fashion if you're NRG.
Dust to its T side. I mean, this is a map that you can definitely get more activated on your T side as well. That Train comeback seemed very difficult. They made it look possible. But this time, you know, there's not as much wiggle room. Will they do that same kind of purchasing that they did on Train, where they went with the 5 MP9s on round 3 as well? They got the full USPs on this one. Look at this setup.
The firing squad.
One back double molly that's nearly guaranteed to come through, and they're gonna have to scramble.
Unless it doesn't. Unless it doesn't. Hold on, here's the swing. Everybody's here. Time to brawl. USPs making this a little frisky, and they're all setting up the flank as well. If they can survive, Cello's coming through. No one's watching. No one's watching for Cello. No one's watching, but he just has a USP. But a USP can be a mighty thing in the right set of hands. It's Bro to save their bacon with 4 big frags. It never should have gotten that close, but it does. So Energy is going to be exhaling a little bit.
Yeah, that's a nice relief right there that you have Bro able to lock down those kills eventually, and a great game plan from Furia with those USPs. Not the most powerful P shooters, but they hurt a whole lot more when they're a bunch of them.
You know what happens if you get a whole lot of Ps together?
Yeah.
Make pea soup.
It's like if you train up a bunch of them in Plants vs. Zombies.
Okay.
You'll kill the zombies a lot quicker.
Okay, good to know. Been a minute since I played that game.
They have the triple P shooter as well. You know, if you stack up a couple of those, even quicker.
Okay.
3 at a time. 5 at a time.
These are the key things we need to know on this Counter-Strike broadcast. How are you going to get those P shooters out?
I hope there's someone playing on the side while they're watching this broadcast.
He's talking to me!
It's like, oh, I should have known that. He just has 1 row of P shooters going at the zombies, losing every round.
I mean, look, stick to your guns.
Well, this time it's not so much P shooters. They got the very quick P shooter. I guess rapid fire now with the MP9s.
Presumably I feel like that's probably a thing, right? A rapid fire P shooter?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, there's 3-round burst.
Okay.
Something like that.
The FAMAS of the P shooter world.
Yeah, and then the sniper falling. Got a little pack of a punch there. I can't believe Yuri able to at least land a headshot at that range.
Oh boy. Don't give him too many sustained fights on the scout. Eventually they're going to have to scale up. They've once again fully committed towards long. This time they're a little wary of that flank. Reminder what Cello did to them in the pistol. Eventually you do have to actually get your move on. 30 seconds.
Flashbang here as well could really disrupt them. Cats offered up a little bit of security. 20 seconds now. They got to get going.
2 smokes thrown for it. There's going to be that flash. Not so effective, but Skulls certainly is. 3 on 3 now. Skulls low. Still player up Gandalf. Quesarado's going to be that insurance policy. They don't know about him. they don't know about him, if they forget, if they neglect, Fallen just trying to serve as a bit of a distraction. Planted the bomb, but it's safe. It's safe for this position, and George is aware. Attempted denial out from Fallen, and now the only one, but he collects on the first, and George will not let that one slip away. Oh, okay, George. Okay. Hold on. You're going to have some interesting DMs after that one.
Let him know.
Maybe lock down those for a little while.
Keep those ones nice and sealed off. That was a scary situation. Once again for NRG, man. It's a lot of that clock taking off.
Woo! Okay. Okay, George. Throw it out there. Talk that smack. Ooh. X not smacking so effectively. They tried to go for that fast control, and Caserado said, enough of this shenanigans. How did he not take a bullet of damage?
Those flashes were pretty good. Some nice poppers.
Still looked in the right place, right? Even just from random chance?
Yeah, you'd think so.
That's crazy.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, but sometimes you don't hit any either.
Sometimes you miss all the ones you do.
Last-ditch effort here. Maybe a little bit of desperation attempt, but it does feel like they're a little lackadaisical on this B hold. Oh, that's a good spin right there. Cello wakes up, sharpens his aim, but he is bested by Bro. Access here, granted here. Now Skulls on the back of the site, feeling a little bit overwhelmed with multiple mollies heading his direction, and there is the couple of kills they needed to provide a little bit of relief here.
Door popper, but they're already past the angle. And actually, as you face back in now, hold on. It's a 2-on-2. This was 5 alive. What has happened, Furia? Fumbling the rock right at the goal line of this round. Maybe they should have passed it overall. After all. Overall? I don't know what they're wearing.
Underalls.
Underalls. Well, under the walls rests OC, tucked right up under that window. And time is becoming an issue here as you get on Fallen. Eyes on if that drops in. They don't want it. They don't want it. They're not even attempting to retake. They got nervous. They psyched themselves out. They never got the fight they were looking for. And so NRG in a disastrous situation. This looked like it was done. Settled business. They rally to the cause. They rally to the fight. And now we are all tied up on Dust 2.
Yeah, that's brutal right there. That's a 5v3 right there where Caserado doesn't take a point of damage on a very hefty, long attack. And it is so comfortably recovered from the trio of Bro, OC, and George. Take it back into their advantage. I mean, these couple like entries on in, capitalizing on really just 2 B players in a very similar position. I think Hex was asking the same question you were. How did I not hit him?
Not a bullet?
Oh,
that's
what?
that's that moment where you're like, he's low, he's got to be low, and then you get to the end of the round. Oh, my bad, guys. Didn't hit him once.
Yeah, but you guys got him.
No bullets.
You guys did the trick.
I don't know, bro. I swear.
It was for your confidence.
This game is so bad. Hit Reg on land.
You had a Galil, maybe that extra 5 bullets could have done the trick.
Maybe the aura gets him there?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think if you miss 30, you're going to miss 35.
Yeah, fair enough. The gravitational pull not going to take into effect. Let's go again, though. Let's see a shot at redemption here for the long attack.
No way he does it twice. Well, he won't face this time. There's a smoke. Oh, my goodness. Still almost takes the one, but George bests him. And now look at this. Bro is a little further on the angle than perhaps you would expect, and there's no one up top to defend. So around this corner, Yuri sharp on it. If a smoke goes up here, they're still in disaster stations. There's no one cat.
There's a bit of a long flank, and smoking, spamming through the smoke is going to do the trick.
You just kill them all. That's pretty helpful.
Late boost as well. More damage ticked off. They're still covering this flank with OC in charge. Cello not looking to give him anything, but there's a big pickup. OC providing relief in the backside.
They got hexed out of there, I guess.
No pain in the ass.
OC back on the angle now. Closer than perhaps they would expect. They'd expect him to be the final element, not the next approach. And, oh, well, you boosted up that. One, then the other, and Skulls is out of here. Nope. No, thank you. Actually, I will not attempt this retake. Thank you, kind sirs. A lead. We haven't had a lead in a long time for NRG. Have we had a lead today for NRG?
I'm trying to think. Definitely not on a train, right?
Nope. This is the first lead. The first lead of this series for the boys in orange. But don't you call them Dutch.
Or I meant Mirage, not those two. Alright, we got long spawns again. Let's fucking take it.
Say it's Mirage, not Dust 2?
I don't know.
It's Dust 2, guys.
I think maybe he said we're not on Mirage, it's Dust 2?
That would make a whole lot more sense.
Because Mirage is up next. Maybe he's trying to make sure that we're not jumping the gun here. We're not done with the comeback just because we got the comeback.
Someone's calling a Mirage strat. He's like, no, bro, there's more rounds.
He's like, so what we're going to do on the pistol of the next map is... Not there yet.
Dap's standing up, though. Good sign. Getting their ears. Staring down one man and talking to bro.
It's because he peeked early before the smokes, but I like that peek. He had a timing. In that case, he really did have a timing.
Okay, it smiles, so he hasn't been bopped on the nose with the newspaper too hard.
He had a timing.
Had a timing.
I like the decision, bro. You got to back yourself sometimes.
Did get the info, too.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, no one's up top.
Got the info on the fact that Yuri was going to spam through the smoke.
That he did not know. Yuri's having another great map. Been very sharp today. That nade? Well, okay, could have been worse.
Just keep taking this long control. We've got over the missing blind shots here, and we're starting to connect on those blind shots. It's feeling really like that old school Dust 2 look. Got a good long spawn, take it with about 50 flashes.
3 players are here for the defensive A, though, and look at the 2 players getting active through mid doors. The thing about NRG that's been different is they really haven't left these lurkers in towards mid. So Furia have had a lot of real estate, but they're still clearing tunnels, just to be diligent, just to be sure. And that does mean that this impressive A stack is kind of dismantled.
Yeah, well, that's another smoke here that's going to give them another 20 seconds or so to clear out tunnels and then walk it back with the A stack that they're going to soon have.
What's bro lining up back here? This is the mid door smoke.
Looks like it.
So maybe putting the doubt in their mind that they might be clearing back into this? No, he's just holding for the lurk. Thinking they might have pushed through. Now a mid-door smoke gets thrown. But no one's really around to look at it. And as Cello comes up tunnels, he's going to say, no one rotate. Don't worry about it. I got your cat.
Still just giving this site up for free. And the silent crawl through right now coming through from NRG is going to help them avoid a lot of this utility. Boost up is a little delayed, but they still do some damage. Getting pressured off, and they're hitting the shots to back it up right now. Hex continuing to fire up. And the second half, Fallen is going to slide through that smoke. Does he have anything? From Scouts. Oh, nice, the bomb.
That just delays. Cello's going to save this AK.
Yeah.
It's nice, though. It looks cool.
Pretty cool trick shot.
Can't quite hit the Kukli on it, though. Round not one.
He just missed the landing, is all. He got the shot in the air, but he couldn't plant his feet. It's tough to land when you do have AK shooting at you, though.
Yeah, I would say that's the hardest part of
the gymnastics routine he was going for.
Yeah, is landing it.
Yeah. Otherwise, he would have got a 10.
Instead, NRG do. They got the bodies in the right places, Furia, right? They know what's happening. They have all the information. They have all the ideas. They just can't stop it.
Yeah, the thing is with NRG here is if you allow them to, get into comfortable positions with utility still left, it's going to be very difficult to fight up against their executes. And that's what they can really bring to the table. Right now, you saw it in some of those rounds on Train when they were struggling to win. It was great utility tossed in, great flashes to back them up. So that's going to be the biggest point here for Furia probably is, if you can stack your players in the right location, you almost have to move them into a fight earlier than NRG would anticipate so that you can deny them taking fights on their own terms.
Here's the change-up. We really haven't seen this early beat pressure. Tons of utility dump from Skulls here just to keep them at bay. Nothing revealed on the smoke pop just yet, but he'll know there's presence here. No vision on Catwalk. No real information for Furia to work with. You put the doubt in their mind off that early Taunt's presence. And with no one out long as well, this is a very big tempo changer from NRG.
Yeah, I wanted to set OC up for an opening duel there in some form. Doesn't really get any chances to pop a shot off. This time with long control here, Furia going to feel a whole lot better. NRG going to have to work other parts of the map here now.
Yeah, they're devoting a lot of utility to making sure that there's no one pushed up. Which, good awareness. They still have the weight of the advantage. Talk about the economy, talk about the what's available on their belts. And up catwalk, they go. OC well familiar with that fight. Lost it a lot in the first half. But Cello's not here this time.
I just kept catching flashbangs exactly like Fallen in that last round here. But now very pacey mid to B coming through.
Is there a nade for this? There's not. Caserado has it. There is actually a nade popper. Okay. Timing on this is going to be huge.
In 4 finally does strike. Meanwhile, there's a triple aggression out of tons ready to go. Already tossing in the utility. Oh, there's the B side. Completely leveled. It's over. George and Hex blasted.
Oh, no.
That'll do.
We're watching the mid fight, and then B's just gone. Erased. And at this point, there's so much money on this NRG side that you'd imagine they'd like to hunt. It's not infinite yet. Find Caserado. Is there a flashbang to get into this? There is indeed. Oh, if someone else was closer. Caserado ate that. Hook, line, and sinker. But Yuri comes in to keep his comrades safe, and with that, they should be allowed to save these guns.
You lost a couple trying to hunt him down, and I wouldn't really want to take a duel up against the combo of Caserado and Yuri. When you're running into the crosshair, bro, interested in trying to threaten an angle, and he will win it. So 1 extra gun taken out, but that looks just to be an incredibly easy round for NRG.
That was bro. Yeah.
Back was turned. Let's find out whose back was turned. Oh my goodness. They just HE the smoke like that and get both kills?
You can do that? Cello, what the fuck are you doing?
Cello.
Bro's talking about himself. I am so smart. He's in it. He's happy. Thriving. Deserves it after this map he's having.
Yeah. He is so smart here. If he's at all influencing some of these calls.
I gotta say, it is really nice to just see Bro all smiles while they play.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about a vibe change.
Yeah, sometimes you find the team and it's a perfect fit, and the team finds you, and it's just such relief. Bro's a player that, I mean, I feel like it was surprising to see him rock up in a Danish court because he's been international for such a long time before that.
Yeah, playing with Monty. A team that, again, sometimes they had their stress moments, but they had a lot of fun as well. Meaning finding the joy for it back. Advantage for Furia. That'll bring some of the joy back. They've got the double op out as well. Cello with that secondary here on towards B, and they're threatening him. Oh, that was the trap. That was the bait. Oh, you think we don't throw the high smoke? You think we don't know?
Oh, we missed it. Ooh, here's your chance.
A gap.
Cello's still rocking a op here on the B side, trying to deny the mid to B smoke. Yuri gonna look to support his teammate. They are quickly moving this rotate. With 20 seconds left, it has to head into this crosshair.
Getting these two players over is huge. It's massive now. Nitro gonna try and hold them. They're trying to get him cat. I mean, do they have the time for this? Do they have the seconds on the clock?
They don't have time for the resistance that Caserado provides.
Caserado, instant delete. They've got it. They've got in 8 seconds. Is there? Can't.
Open? No way.
No. Nope. Need an extra half a second there. Still, they're going to make it damn expensive. They're going to make it damn expensive for Furia. Only one survivor, but a round nonetheless. If they made that bailout call half a second sooner, that would have been bang on for NRG.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little bit of extra resistance there from Caserado, even though he loses the fight. A couple extra seconds drawn out, and if you lose a round right there for NRG...
Can we watch the full replay of Hex rotating into that? Because if he missed 1 second... I guess he didn't get the insta-delete on the shot Caserado, but you can't blame him there. Did he flip anything? Did he fumble the movement? Do we need to send him to a KZ server?
I think his movement was clean there.
It looked pretty good to me.
Just not enough.
Needed to hit a B-hop.
If you lose the 1 round, right? If you lose a single round and it comes at a cost of 4 plays and you survive with 3, what's the big problem? You just go back to winning ways in the next, and then you're looking to shut things down. The important factor, though, is for Furia, that can't be the catalyst for them to get the ball moving. They can't keep finding those opening duels like they did in the last. Still looked a little dicey, even though they found it, but you have been so effective at finding opening picks on this T side for NRG. That's something you want to lean back on here. Speaking of which, OC Peeking his head around the corner.
You know, Heck's big problem was in the last. He didn't play the Foon music. Should have whistled it to himself.
That music I feel like is pretty hard to reenact.
Yeah.
Every time I do it, it's just wrong.
I know we've got a pro whistler in JNZ. JNZ, can you whistle the Foon music? It's playing in my head right now. Yes? All right.
Ooh.
Get us a recording of that. Let's play that. Let's play that. Let's see what can be done.
This would be legendary. Kind of shut down on their catwalk play, though, at the moment.
For the moment. Chilling.
To wait behind the smoke here. That's going to allow Fallen to maybe get a bit aggressive and turn the corner into tons. Figure out what's in store.
It's Bro coming back to look for him. Little wide on it. Bro sees them. Bro's not dead just yet, and that'll push them back in. So they got a good idea that it's not a quick B play that's coming through, but not a lot of knowledge beyond that. Now the take is coming in towards A. There's no Molotov to shut this down, so it's spam that they'll attempt. Utility over. Molotov in towards Goose. Skulls somehow not burning. And now he connects on the first, but no more. Out towards long. Yuri stays strong. And now with a rifle upgrade, he can come in to support Quesarado. They're closing the gap. Can be planted safe for Catwalk, but still continuing to battle forward here is Bro, risking the wrath of Quesarado. And once this smoke fades, they're going to be in trouble. So an adjustment to safer ground. And clock ticking away. Quesarado, what do you got for us? Man known for a bit of magic here. Looking to find another spell to cast over us. But they've withdrawn into safer ground. Heck sticking around in the fight. Quesarado revealed. And Bro on this op. Not the gun you typically associate, and he'll miss his first shot. The second as well. It has to be hexed. He's taking them away, but the op proves too much. NRG are unable to find this map point, unable to seal the deal, to close the door on Furia. They've jammed their foot in, and the Brazilians are keeping the possibility of the 2-0 alive.
Still kicking up dust at the moment. Skulls able to offer up some initial coverage. Holding onto that long lurk is also valuable. And denying that clutch opportunity with Fallen and a quick shot onto Hex as he tried to go all in. Post plant goes a bit awry there, but most of all, it's back to some very disciplined play here from Furia that got them to this point, in which they were looking healthy on dust too. Waiting to join up on that retake as a unit. Cello on a secondary, misses out in the mid-peak. And they're going to be very quick on the draw right now towards middle. Flashes out, CT smokes in. We'll see if this is prepared for by Furia.
Oh boy, oh boy. Once again, the B defense just wilts, but this time the bomb's dropped in the doors. Still with the smoke up. They should be able to hold on, but Quesarado knows this is his one opportunity, and so he is battling. Dropped on down. Yuri, you can't risk this. You can't risk this. It's too critical a juncture. So retrieving the op with that bomb ticking away, he has to hold back and flee. Quesarado was willing them back into that round, a round they should have been locked out of. But now, by taking that risk, he may have spelled disaster for the team. They are broke. This op save through is going to be precious. Every piece of utility that Yuri has on his belt is going to be prized. Because NRG have found 12, and though Furia have brought it close, they now need to pray for overtime.
You can definitely see the comfort ear of NRG rocking with a 8-4 half as opposed to... It was Cello in middle. Don't worry about that. He had an op. Don't worry about it. As you said there, it's wheeling back into it for Quesarado. Shut down, though, quickly by NRG. But yeah, they just have a little bit of extra reserve. They miss out on a couple chances, but now it's just that sweet spot to find yourself in. MP9's in the mix for Furia. No mistakes here for this side, and OC knocks down Fallen first. This time he has the op, and this time he's level.
Quick with it. Feeling for that third. Feeling for a Mirage. Fiending for it. Taking a little bit of cat control. That's not contested from Furia just yet. smoke up. Will be the bulk of their presence on this one.
HE is the resistance right now. Well placed. That's a chunky HE.
Meaty.
He's going to go and grab some more utility, I believe, as well, and toss it up towards Catwalk. So keeping them at bay for now. Still a lot of difficulty here in defending this Catwalk position, though. Especially with long vulnerable. This is a big gamble from Furia when they have to make a risk. They're starting to look in towards middle, though.
Jersey going to be in this lurk smoke. It's shallow. They're aware that someone could be right on this corner, but the shots are whizzing right past him. And Pro is familiar with that maneuver. Still, though, the cavalry comes through. No one is watching back towards Xbox. Now it's a problem. Smoked across. They know there's no one to defend, and that shot goes wide. Capping the smoke, but Cello didn't realize in time. Bomb will be committed, and with this position from OC, a retake's going to be a nightmare. They don't have any smokes to cover it off. They don't have any smokes to cover it off. You'd love for that Molly to be a little further forward, but at the end of the day, OC should still be able to lock this down. It's going to take some desperation out. If they kill this player on the cross, it could be all over. And the chase on in. Now it's just the two up high you got to worry with. Just the one. Quesarado has to do it all himself. And he's got no positioning. He's got no chance. He's got the kit, so he'll play with every second available to him. But this shot has to be insta. And as soon as the tap comes through, the Molotov on. An air burst, but just a warning shot. It's too late. The round is over. The game is over. The map is done. NRG are taking us the distance.
Oh, they want 3. They want a bad right there. What a comeback effort once again on this T side. Having to do it the hard way here on Dust 2 and managing to pull it back off the back of the pistol, scaling these rounds slowly but surely, maybe falling flat in a couple in a row that could have been the ticket back for Furia. But having the decisive moves here from Nitro, finally a gut punch call that comes through quickly to get them back into the swing of things, and NRG just don't look back from that point.
No, they do not. No, they do not. So much more confident from Fair here as well. I mean, even that frustration early on, it was another hot start for Furia, and we saw those moments creeping in. We saw the cams from OC. It's not super dramatic, shall we say, but there was frustration visible. There was angst.
I've seen some death slamming a lot harder from some NA teams, so that one pretty mild there from OC.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
But hey, you know, Hex shouted that he was in their ass, and from then on, it seemed like the vibes were just there for NRG.
It really threw Furia for a whirl. What does that mean? What is that it talk that you're going for right there? And yeah, it got in Fallen's head there. I mean, maybe that's exactly what he was gunning for. But a great turn of events there from NRG and the rest of the squad as the CT sides have continued to be a trial right now for Furia up against NRG.
Sometimes you just need that vibe guy. Sometimes you just need that tempo change, that mood fixer. And it's all good. We're going to Mirage. Mirage. This is a map both these teams like. I like the Lotto. I think this is a great territory to end this. This is going to be fireworks. I'm expecting a banger. I'm expecting a heater here for the final one. And one of these teams, only one of them can survive today. The other goes down. They're out. They might be plummeting in the VRS. It might be chaos, pandemonium. So, who's it going to be? That's a big question for me, Cole. How are you feeling about it?
I mean, I'm really looking forward to it. As you said, this is two very comfortable teams, two teams that can really show their strength on Mirage. I think you're still going to see a lot of T-side success from both these rosters as well. With the way that Furia have been closing out these rounds, I'm very surprised to see so much CT side struggle for them.
Yeah.
That's, I feel like, a huge asset of their game is these defenses today versus NRG. It's just not necessarily coming through into fruition, and Mirage probably going to just keep things up. Nitro's mid-round calling on this map has elevated NRG really well in North America, trying to test that now up against South American competition. Going to be interesting, but I think they're going to be in a good position here after the T-side success that we've seen all the way through.
Battle of old rivals, and it all comes down to Mirage. Only one of these teams can fight on till tomorrow. Who's it going to be? We'll find out after this.
For me personally, on CT side, I love how the B site is. Like, it's kind of simple, but you also need to be a weasel and work and like stay alive when you can, and also like just being a weasel around the like each pillar and all the angles. I think it just suits me the best.
I mean, I played like every position throughout my whole career, and I think A is just a really tough spot to play because you can play in different positions, but they all like mean something different for your teammates for mid, like in terms of like supporting each other. And I think it's good to have a vocal person that can communicate to the mid players like what he wants from them and also what they want from the A player. So I think it's just like overall a pretty good spot for someone who's vocal, and I try to be as vocal as possible, obviously.
I don't know, people don't like it. I don't know why though. Like, it's just you jump spot for 45 seconds and then your teammates are dead in A, and then it's like you're saving anyways. But yeah, not us though. But I don't know, I just kind of just love the site off rip, I guess. I just kind of just stayed there and just jump spotted for a minute around. Yeah, it's my nest.
I think B is more like individual. Like, you need to be ready for the hit at any point in the round if you have no information. Well, I mean, usually towards the A part of the map you have 3 players, and then towards the B you have 2 usually on a standard round. So you play more individually on the B bomb side, I would say, and try to like be kind of like you said, like a weasel, and try to get as many as you can. And if you can get like 2 or 3, you pretty much win the round. So I think that's like the biggest difference. You play around your smokes more in CS2 especially because you can't do one-ways anymore in CS2.
I mean, I'm not really communicating to the A-bomb site. It's more so for the A-bomb site to be, if they push Palace or push ramp or something and they just see nothing, then it's more so going to be most likely obviously a B-bomb site hit. So then that's on him to communicate that to me, and then for me to be ready for whatever.
I think the biggest thing is just not being able to one-way. In CSGO, I would just always jump spot ticket, and then once they come out, you just one-way and like either survive or just go for like, ratty kills over the smoke, jumping on top ticket. Like, try to get one, survive, or just try to delay as long as possible for the rotations to come in. So it's just different in that sense compared to the old CSGO. Even though it's the same map, you have to approach the game differently.
The hardest thing is definitely like when I'm by myself. Because if I mistime my smoke or I'm not like mentally prepared for the exec, I feel like it makes it hard for me. Because like my goal is to really just get like 1 to 2 and try to survive as long as possible again for the rotates. But sometimes if I can't do that, it feels very bad because like that's like my only job. They come B like once a game, and I'm just like I'm jump spotting for a minute and a half. Like I have to get by. I would say definitely pay attention to what's going on at mid and what your team is doing at mid, and then that could give you like a timer of like when to use your smoke and when not to.
So it's all about just like rotating your smokes, and if you want to keep your smoke, then you need to like tell your mid guys like smoke calls for me or smoke ramp for me, and like you can save your smoke for whatever you want after, and like maybe like play in front of the smoke. So if they want to come through it, then you're there to kill them, for example, like on the split. And if you have no nades, then good luck.
I mean, to win Grand Slam on the clone stage, I think we're the only team to do that.
You look lonely. I can fix that.
2 more, boys! 2 more!
Cologne 2014, the first ever major in Cologne.
We got a speeder. He's way over the limit. This dude is spinning.
Calm down, little man. We got bigger fish to fry.
Wegshot.
I told you everything.
Maybe an open timing on the drop down, but a collateral for Zao!
Magic's popped off. I must be dreaming. This I gotta take a little adjusting to.
Look at the time! Look at the budget! 7 seconds to the bomb! Let's try to do a pyramid, but it's no more!
Who is it you're talking to right now? Who is it you think you see?
It's been a man on the street episode that I won't be forgetting anytime soon. That much I can assure you.
If he's not in the cracks, where could he be?
Emotional damage!
What?
A weird ride, and now it's going to end on cash.
Let's fucking go. Mr. Spaghetti Arm is not fucking getting this trophy. I don't give a shit, boys.
No guy you've ever dated was like, nah, I need to go play FIFA, babe. Like,
yes, I did.
2, 1. one. GG!
And we are live heading into Mirage. Dust 2. A little bit more of a heater there for NRG. Finding the juice. Finding action. Finding the noise. And this late day of ESL Pro League drives a little bit later as Furia unable to hold up on the defense once again.
Yeah, I mean, a huge surprise there for this this team today is struggling on the CT side. Can't quite figure out the defensive measures there for both sides, really, who have such incredible riflers. You know, great op presence there as well for both these squads. And talking about CT sides that can't come together on Train especially, and Dust 2 maybe a little bit more forgivable, but now Mirage to head into to close things out. And again, you know, these are two teams that are looking to keep up the pace here. You know, if you're Furia and you've come through with what I would say is just great game plans here, a good T-side playbook that continues to work well up against what NRG and their setups look like, you know, what are these teams going to be gunning for this decider when it comes down to the knife round?
You know, the thing is, though, when you look at the weight of these two maps now, if you're a Furia fan, you've got to be really concerned. Because reminder, on Train, a lot of those early rounds, say the first 6 or 7 rounds of that first half, they were massively in favor of Furia, but a lot of them came down right to the wire. They were not comfortable. They were clutches. They were little margins coming through, and you got to be playing that in your head. If one of those goes the other way, I mean, this could have been a 2-0 back the other direction. These second halves are disastrous for Furia, and you just can't keep allowing these comebacks. So something's got to change. Something's got to change. Mirage, one of these maps where we should be looking at the defense as a bastion of strength. Has to be the case for Furia. They're going to start attacking, though, once again. So I guess let's see. We won't find out till we swap sides once more.
We're going to do it 3 times in a row right now. T-side starts for Furia. Unrelenting in the first half control that they were able to take so far. Can they get off to another hot start? 3 times in a row. That's what they're looking for. Heck's going to give them some control on this pistol. And the quick rotates 4 heading in the direction of CT right now. And this one's a classic smoke kit for Bro. Gonna try and toss that one on the bomb while the T's take jungle control.
There's a player in ladder, so they know about the jungle control now. It's just OC. Well, that does still make it a pretty tough position to dig out. You would like to find Katowice early here. Skulls to battle with him. Smoke onto that bomb early. They need these kills. Katowice dancing. Skulls doing exactly the same. And well, okay, everyone's gone. Good hold.
Yeah, I like the way that they actually do stick a couple players still on the site proper, right? I mean, that also helps out when there's 3 players rolling through, 4 players rolling through CT spawn. Having someone there on the site to help out with that play that's oftentimes late in Palace as well. It's nice extra assistance, and they just connect so quickly on those shots.
Now, the flip side of the coin of what we were talking about a second ago of you got to be concerned about these second halves from Furia is you would like to see a little bit of a cleaner start for NRG. You don't always have to be coming from behind. You know what's better than a comeback is not needing one in the first place, NRG.
Even though Hex is in their ass.
In their ass. You got to be very concerned if you're an NRG fan by the fact that they do not seem to get their gumption going until 6 rounds are on the board.
It's a wild trend right now.
Cheeky boost up. Full stack on B. Bomb's heading this way. Plenty of chance for the bailout. But no information yet, nothing revealed yet.
I feel like this is one of those rounds you would love to have like a Mac 10 or 2 to just walk into a bomb site and see if things are clear. But they don't quite have that Mac 10. They're instead just going to wisely route away from this B site into a very open, free and clear A side. So now these Galils and AKs that they put into are going to really set themselves up nicely for the first gun round. So that's always nice.
That is nice. That helps.
As long as they don't lose too many bodies here. Let's try and get through that murder hole one at a time. Oh my god. Katowice questioning where the defense is. Finds out the answer.
It's effective scouting. Putting your face on the line. Yuri fallen on said line. How do you face this? Ooh, jump spot, swing, and farm. Not much, but it's honest work for Fallen. 4 kills to the captain, as is his right.
So Eeks.
Eeks.
They're a magnet. You got to funnel to the IGL right there. Fallen just tapping away with that
That's
Galil.
even bigger as the off IGL. He has 2 points of claim to those free eats. You got to funnel all the money
Good
towards
point. That's even more important.
Gobbling them up. No kit. Good to keep an eye on that. Opting for the utility and the weaponry.
Not a lot of head armor as well up against these Galils.
On the OC, yeah.
Something to note.
Headshots. Galils might as well be AKs. Keep an eye on that.
NRG setting their full focus on starting the CT side off early. That's the goal. A lot of utility, a lot of smokes still left for the CT side, but that's about it. Other than that, not too much to deter and hold up against this mid setup. It's got to be aim looking sharp for NRG as the crawl through coming through from Furia soon.
Well, there's the check. George deleted. But he's got the information, and, well, a minute. There's still plenty of time, but we have seen Furia at times run these clocks real low. Where either second player could be stacked up with him, preemptive nadage. They've got this ground. Now, where do you go with it?
Well, you know someone's here. It's about flushing him out of position right now. Yuri tossing in that utility, but...
Everyone from NRG is here for this brawl. Yuri is eventually down, but now it should be the acceleration from Furia. They know that means that nobody should be on B. Flashbang to keep these catwalk players inactive, at least for the moment. But the angles are open, and Bro collects. That could be the bomb. The bomb's stuck in apps. The bomb has to get out. And it does, and it does. Still numbers advantage into this retake. This could have been so very bad for Furia. They get a little bit of a second chance at this. Closing the gap from Catwalk. Nitro will activate here in a market eventually, but he's hoping Quesarado will look the other way first. Fallen tagged up. A dance with Fallen and Skulls. Quesarado not necessarily able to help them instantly. Big kill. Traded. Looking for the second. Skulls still here by the van, but now it all falls to Quesarado. And is there time enough for this defuse? Just barely. That lack of a kit nearly got him.
Absolutely. It was almost a big problem right there, but they keep their composure and scale up on that retake just in time. Very late activation as well coming through there from Nitro inside of the market, but manages to thread some impact on the van player of all pieces. Long-range duels. Closing it out. That's a 4v5 recovery, and again, they didn't have a lot of utility. They didn't have the best tools to hold up against that, but Bro and Yuri aggression towards middle, getting them back into this round.
Oh. Absolute.
Is that what he was going for?
I think it's got to be. No smiles, though. Maybe...
I think that was just a stretch, right?
Was it a stretch?
I think it was
he
a
saying,
stretch.
Hey, not me.
My bad. I don't know if he did anything wrong in that last round or anything like that, but...
Oh, boy. Oh, that's not so good.
Bit of a wrong turn here for NRG in this one. Back to the mid-control battle and losing out a couple of names early.
Nice flashbangs out from Fallen. A double mid setup was dismantled. Scouting blows through the edge of that smoke, trying to just get a little bit of information. A wee smidgeon. But they're rerouting the bomb back towards the ramp. There's still 2 players in the apartments. There's options available. And meanwhile, NRG have gone for the gamble. They have to. It's a 3-on-5, so they'll risk it. Everybody on this side of the map, but that means no one's going to be close enough to hear Quesarado's fake.
Might be a fake here. If he jumps out and spots it out, it's a little too easy to cross into this site. Might call that bomb back over. That's what it's looking like. Jello going to face some resistance, start to spot out some players. Say, this is not the ideal position to aggress into. And a nice little bit of late discipline, this time with a lot more time on the clock to make the World Tour. I feel like there was someone on Catwalk that jump from Fallen might have been punished, but...
I guess there was a possibility, right? Based on Quesarado's routing, that had been overlooked.
He jumped pretty wide right there, but he was a little cautious. He at least showed that he was cautious. All good, though. Furia, comfortable third right there off the back of the mid-openings and the late-round decision-making.
Feels like a bit of a rinse repeat of the start of the last 2 maps, doesn't it? Familiar territory for both these teams. Unable to get the early momentum here on the NRG side.
Perfect popper there from Fallen.
It's pretty dang nice.
You love to see that.
It is so nice to shoot people who can't see you.
Yes, makes your life a lot easier.
Love that as a Counter-Strike player. Okay, okay, they go for the eek. Well, I mean, there's 3 guns. It's eek-esque, I guess. That nade's kind of nice. Pops the smoke. Well, it's better if you can shoot the guy afterwards. Nice idea, though. Very nice idea, but once again, Cello has won out this mid-engagement. These are the kind of fights he thrives in.
Looking great so far with the aggressive positioning here of his rifle, shutting down some of the mid plays rolling out. Still got this boost coming through, though, that could be interesting.
I feel like we just have to do some really weird calculus on this map based on the way these second halves have gone for Furia. We're like, okay, normally
even half.
Yeah, I think they need 8.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say 8 in this first half for this not to be overtime threatened. Well, that's not great. That's really not great. Very lackadaisical spacing on those fights.
Nope.
That smoke's not where it's supposed to go. What is happening on these brawls now? Everybody has just gotten a little screwy with how they want to take these fights. But the brawl is here. It's 40 seconds, and they're backing away. And that will allow Bro a chance to get an upgrade, perhaps. The routing and underpass. Oh. They're going back up.
Yeah.
It was a ruse. But Bro's wise to it because Hext got a tip-off that he was expecting the underpass play, and it didn't come through. So now he comes back to help out his teammate. Bro hasn't been able to get his hands on a gun.
But he's got a teammate now.
He does indeed. He has a Hext. There's only 13 seconds. If they drop this bomb, it could just be over. And that's the bomb. It's over. Cello doesn't know about the close player. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Oh, just needs to get the elimination. No time on. Hex dodging him and finding him after time as well. No money for you, Cello. Insult to injury.
I just saw Hex get very, very loud right there.
Can we get a replay of that?
After that clutch.
Are we allowed to replay that? Was that acceptable for broadcast?
Let's wait and find out. There he is with the pop-off.
Let's go. Let's fucking go, baby.
I mean, that's boring. Come on.
Simple.
Come on.
I did like I'm in your ass a lot more.
I'm in your ass was good. Welcome to the dystopian future. That's a classic Hex line. You can't be missing shots like that at your age. Fallen. The thing that's beautiful about Hex as a shit talker is that there's creativity to it.
Yeah. I like
sometimes
that as well.
You just gotta let the vibes hit. Kisrado's getting a lot of space here out towards the firebox. Much more passive setup from NRG as, again, they've been favoring these mid-fights. And once these mid-smokes clear, they'll realize there's no one here. It's a full retake strat. Reminiscent of the pistol. Bomb planted wide once again. And if it's going to be really reminiscent of the pistol, Furia are going to be some very happy campers. They have no more util, though.
Hex pretty quick on this flank, but again, planted for jungle, and they're taking jungle control back. George just eats damage, and Fallen will chase down the kill that he starts.
Let's smoke to actually give Hex a little bit of a window to get back into this, to maybe confuse them about his presence. Now he comes out and activates. Not necessarily needed, though. The Palace player dropped, but it comes down to the 1v2. He's just got a stick, and the spray is too good.
No call and response just yet from Fury. It's strictly business right now. They lock in this T side.
They don't really got a lot of shouters. I think City actually gets loudest for them. Sometimes Cello. Sometimes Cello. But they're not big chirpers.
Little something.
Oh, a little bit of chirping. Hold on. Now, concerning sign for NRG. George has had a very quiet start.
Yeah, it's been a credit to this mid-defaulting here that Fury have been able to do, consistently shutting him down. This is a map that I think he's really elevated NRG on. It's already good for them, but then you get George, play about and connector, and it's like it just gets better. Gets better for them, but...
Interpal's here. Doubles Quesarado. Bro gone. if they scale up in towards B, well, there's not gonna be anyone. That is the way to go.
B is the way. But A is for the Eeks.
Don't die to the Eeks. Good damage. George on the chase.
Gotta be a little late on that one. Missed his pounce.
This just feels like a series of blue balling of a round. Every time we get an engagement, you get everybody low, and no one does. No one dies. Yeah, there we go. We finally got a headshot. I don't even care who it's from at this point. Just give me something. This round is not going to be won by NRG. And nice prudence here from Fallen to make sure it's not going to be easy for them to get their hands on a gun. That's all they really want is exits and guns. Wait, I headshot him. Where'd his gun go? They stole it from me.
Well, that's not very nice.
Vex could get one more. Hop around to the van player. No.
It's his toes tapped.
Fallen's low. OC is one bullet. Better be a heck of a USP shot. Yeah, not going to happen. So it will be fine for Furia. There's nothing to save. Whatever Nitro does to the bomb.
Furia just keep on bringing through the T side. I'm making too many mistakes up against the pistols here. Limiting the casualties, keeping guns out of their hands. Been highlighting it here today quite a bit, but it feels like a very disciplined Furia that's stepping up into the server right now.
I kind of want to try the Quesarado desk angle, where you just drop your chair way down, your desk way up, so that instead of playing like with your arms down, your arms are basically at a 90-degree angle to your body.
Maybe.
Is that peak performance?
I mean, he's pretty good, so...
He's pretty good.
It's not a bad move to try and model off.
I haven't seen that spread too much.
I'm just trying to think. Might be good for your shoulders. I don't know.
Might be. I mean, if you're spending the time in the gym to do those...
The little shoulder lifts.
The raises, the lifts.
Something of that nature.
Rest the whole arm on the table. What you don't know is actually he doesn't have a chair. He's suspending himself by his elbows off of the desk. No part of him is touching the floor. He's just that strong.
Standing desk gamer.
And still that precise of aim. It's a technique that he developed to completely mitigate different desk heights and different playing environments. He just levitates.
Just transcends.
Yuri might be transcending this con smoke. Okay, but it is going to be Bro who strikes first. That's a nice one. Would have been pressure towards both sides. Instead, Yuri is the danger man. Gotta be wary of him. Still one in Palace, but that smoke will be timely. Falling on the edge of this, and Skull's finding a little bit of pressure relief. Bro has no idea he's right here. Uh-oh. He's picked back up his own FAMAS, trying to get an upgrade. Oh, boy. And Fallen, patient for it, eventually does strike. Player out towards Tetris. Nitro can't get away. So a save it is. And a 6-2 it is for Furia.
Just taking full control as they have been on this T side. Get up connector, get some duels rolling, and find the setup a little bit off guard. OC getting caught with his back turned and Fallen hiding in that smoke right there, right on the edge, making sure that Bro, who was the only one able to find a kill for this CT side, has no escape route. He's getting completely cut off. Never a chance to make any moves here for NRG. Trying to maybe adjust the setups to a little bit more passive of the mid holds, and instead they just get pressed forward. Furia take that space all the quicker, meeting no resistance. For a team that's usually a little bit slow here today, who's been playing the clock to every last second, they've been good at it. They just completely upped the tempo.
This is the one that feels like it does them in. Fallen with a cheeky edge of the smoke.
Hex and George now. They got the little rifle combo. That's about all that you can really lean on. Trying to once again maybe get a little bit aggressive towards the A side. This is another off spawn call from Furia. You're going to speed it up, keep the tempo high.
If this is just a straightforward A to hit, you're just hoping that George at the very least can crack this goose egg, can start to get some juices flowing. It's going to be a key piece for NRG going forward. They need it, and they know it. 2 players stacked up at the same spot. Flashbang for the check out.
They got this deep positioning right now. Hex is pushed all the way through apartments, so there's no secret about where the location is at the moment.
If you're going to come back, this could get real weird. He's chilling on the couches.
We'll see how comfy that is. I mean, it does seem like Furia are aware of their vulnerabilities at the moment, but that is a lot to clear right there and Fallen with this side turn.
Oh boy. That's the bomb. So that's a good info spot. And Hex avoids dying. Doesn't overextend. Now the hit's coming back towards A. They've disassembled a little bit of this stack, but Furia still need to kind of rally, figure out what they're actually doing here. Time's going to become an issue again, Cole.
Yeah, that it is. And it looked like an off-spawn call was out for Furia. Instead, they're going to delay, and have to enter in much late into this bomb site.
Everybody's here. Bro strikes for the first, looking for more. Sets up George for the trade. This is a disaster. You can't get out of the choke points, and all that glorious utility is starting to whittle on by. Yes, you might be able to deal with George. Up the ladder he goes, but he's got teammates.
Ooh.
Iserado, though, making a nuisance of himself, and suddenly all these advantages have slipped on the buy. Still need to plant that bomb. Still need to plant that bomb. Can't do anything of the sort. Out of time, out of chances. Quesarado, he's deathmatching here. He's trying to go for the eliminations, but he cannot win this round.
NiGa just going to tuck and cover, find himself safe and sound.
You gotta be aware of that.
And NRG survive the scare there.
Well, that experience.
Eddie, where's the bullet? I heard all that experience. What was the first part of that?
I don't know what he said at the first part.
I need a Hex translator here.
You gotta be aware of that.
I'd imagine it had something to do.
Well, that experience.
Oh, aware
Fallen.
of that. Fallen. You gotta be aware of that.
It kind of came out like Fullen. All that experience. He's specifically only shit-talking Fallen. I think he did. I think he may have hit Cello once or twice.
Cello. Well, I think Fallen caught a stray from Cello's missed shot one time.
Yeah. There's a lot of Fallen targeting here.
Well, I mean, the one biggest target you want to test mentally is Fallen.
That'll help.
Unfortunately, it's going to be a tough task here with Fallen and all that experience he possesses. George under pressure, multiple different directions, and Skulls chases him down.
When in doubt, they accelerate. Still even Stevens. Bomb dropped as well. Is less than ideal. So Nitro's kill there gets them a huge amount of time to breathe. And if Hex gets vision on this con player, this could be the kill that decides things. It's not going to go around the corner just yet. Bomb's open to that con player. There it is. Damage onto Skulls. He's being peppered down. They knew exactly where he planted. No, that's the line that Furia likes for these posts. And now Skulls going to be able to slip away. Set up a crossfire with Quesarado. They have to deal with this Palace player. No one's looking for him, but he doesn't find the kill. They know about Skulls instead. Have to deal with Quesarado. He manages to slip away in these post positions. Now it's just got to be the stick, but he pulls off. Comes down to the one. Nitro's not got the kit. Skulls overcommitting it. There's time enough. He's on it. Nitro has done it. Captain America throws his mighty shield. And NRG find 4. No! No, they don't! No, they don't! I lied! A fiction! That lack of a kit cost. I thought he was on in time, Cole. Oh no, a second to spare. That's brutal.
It's all just a fairy tale here, something that cost Furia. And that last map, these last second motions in on the retake and getting him off the bomb at just the right time for Skulls.
I thought he had it. I thought he had it. All right, there's the chirping.
Ammo.
A little more straightforward. Be loud, save ammo.
Yeah.
That works.
Direct. Effective. Just scream at your opposition.
If he was getting creative, unfortunately, neither of us speak Portuguese, so we would not be able to do justice.
True.
So, for our sake, actually, helpful that he's being a little more straightforward about that. Oh man, that's such a backbreaker for NRG. That's such a tough one.
Got full eco. Gonna have to lean in on Another one of these light buy rounds that were able to get past at one point, but this time it's even less tools at your disposal. And they're going for a really tough time ahead of them. Did you take Palace control just at the right time? There's a whole lot of resistance here. Starting to do some damage.
Good dinks. Oh, a whole lot of dinks. Now they need to finish some of these kills. And they're not going to do that.
A couple P250s could have gone a long way right there for that setup.
Good round for the DAR. Not so good for the round score. But it does set up the Nitro all body shots Deagle Ace. Never seen a Deagle Ace like this. First one.
Here's one.
Took 3 bullets. Might need fewer bullets on that. But it's only going to be the one.
Yep, that energy here. They know these T sides have just been so good for them. That's a trend that remains true here in our decider.
We already had 1-8-4. We cannot get the 10-2. Well, we could get the full spread. We could get the 2-3-4 between the 3 maps.
You know, I think if we get a 9-3, that's already overtime.
That's pretty good.
Over it.
You think so? All right.
Just going off of, recent trends here.
You're anticipating a 3rd stinker CT side.
Yes.
All right.
At that point, it's got to be mental here. But a fast pace here. They're trying to end things early, and it's a full sprint towards the B side. Great flashes as well. Bro can't see a thing, but still enough time to gain vision here.
Ambitious from Jello. Ambitious. Skull's now dancing around the pillar, and Bro just giving him the slip. Jumping through! Batman! Oh, they really want to end it in this one. And now there's a player coming up underpass. George, no one's watching for him. No one's watching for him. Uh-oh. Yuri in trouble. He gives up the angle. It might have even just had that kill on Yuri. But as it is, he's going to close the gap. And does Yuri turn?
Safe for now.
Tapped on the blue chair. Comes off of it at the worst time. That bomb's still not planted. Fallen nervous. Doesn't feel confident with the problem of this flank. And now George can just wait for the tap, wait for the tick. There's no reason to move ahead of it. They are stuck. And Skulls is going to try and come in towards that fight. Fallen gone just onto Skulls. It's been a great first half for him, but it will be no more. 8-4, a repeat of the dust to start. Or will it be the same at the end? And we got to be aware of this second half of play because we are rocketing back in here, and it's all to play for here on Mirage. A lead once again for Furia, but as we've seen in the last two maps, these can fast slip away. It's been the same storyline through all three of this series, and now this second half of Mirage is all that stands between one of these teams and elimination.
Big question here is, can that trend stay true here for NRG trying to fight back into Mirage?
They got the right read on this pistol, I'll tell you that much.
And every time that they've been up against these pistols here, in the second half, they've won them for the comeback to start things off. To give them that great boost of finances, to build the confidence on this T side, to get the shots rolling. They do it again while Fallen's taken down here in CT and chasing Yuri off of this position in jungle. It's a good start.
Nice gains the space, locks them out. You gotta ride through CT now. You don't have that control. They also don't know about Nitro. So Nitro's holding them off in mid. That's keeping Quesarado paranoid.
I think there's a kit and a spawn there and a smoke picked up by Cello.
That is very nice. That makes this a lot easier for this setup. Cello is going to get forward, so he's going to get that smoke down early. Ooh. Quesarado playing this slow. Trying to find the kill. Cello finds the frags. George knifing. Oh, and eventually he will be found, and that should be it. That should be it on the timer. Eliminations won't matter. This one is done. Skulls gonna pad the stats a little bit, but he cannot pad the scoreboard.
There it goes again here. These second half pistol rounds starting things off for NRG.
I think we got a little something brewing here between Cello and Hext. Oh boy.
Well, I was just like, thank goodness you're taking him off my target now.
I guess, yes. Cello, yell at him more. Nice, boys. Oh, he stood up and looked at him. Oh, targeted.
Oh, this is a force play. This is a big difference, though. They're going all in on the investment. MP9's in the mix for round 2. And now Furia trying to punch back quickly. Cello just does that, and Quesarado follows suit. A 3v5 to start things off, and they're going to run into Yuri.
They have a molly for this? They have a molly for this? They have an 8 stack, but no one's actually watching it. Oh, there's going to be the check. He still gets a kill. This is very awkward. Back towards fire. Yuri has done so much damage and stalled out so much of the clock from this spot. They're going to be able to cross away. Should be able to plant this thing. So that money at least confirmed, but Bro and OC have their work cut out for them. That headshot's nice. Makes life a little easier, but it has to come down to Bro. The Danish import's got it all to do. Bombs planted for him. He's found tags onto 2 players already, so they are softened up. But the high-low peak proves to be too much. Furia answer. Say, sit back down, Hext. There's a lot more Counter-Strike to play.
Yeah, that's a great move to call out right there from Furia after 2 maps in a row of full ecos into the MP9 buys on the 3rd round. When they have these big leads, they go for a big investment, changing the pace on NRG just when you think you can kind of get a little comfortable, relax. You're going up against pistols once more. No, that's when they bring out the force buy here in the 3rd map. You give a little change up pitch.
They're still getting loud.
No need to target one individual right there. They sit Hex back down with the result in the server.
And the guns do the talking. Hex is top of the boards right now for NRG, but after that first half scoreline, it's good. Might need a little bit more in the output department. Smoke's coming in for the bomb. This is a more interesting wall thrown, a shallow one, to get across to a plant spot, and they aren't going to be able to do so. This is serious obfuscation, but no, denied. Eventually, Quesarado with the last possible second finds that angle, and now they got to plant a little safer. Still, this is really nice for a post. There's no one towards Ticket, which is the worst sightline for you to have with these Tech 9s. So if George can find this space, nearly gets the kill, gets the damage at the very least. He can't find the frag, but that'll stall them out a little bit. They know they have to contend, and it's flashbangs going both ways, and that has bought so much extra clock.
Got to get rolling on this flank. Skullside's got to get a move on.
The drop on down. There's the first. OC tight to the ankle. And the Tech 9 at this range is lethal. Might as well be an AK. But you can't deal with that ramp player at all. Falls to Nitro, who's found the flank on the flank. And now he might just find the diffuser. He's done so. There's no time. There's no time. This one's gone. This one's gone. This is a round for NRG. Goodbye, Skulls. No survivors.
Oh, and what a strat to pull out right there from NRG, man. That's just so sick. The shallow wall of smokes right there. A little bit of creativity in this T side coming through from Nitro, from the brain trust of Daps. And they are allowed to get access into this site. And of all people here, you got to imagine.
How do you fucking lose that?
Let's go. I love that he's waiting, hence, to see the round result.
Well, you got to make sure you close it out. They can't be you right there. The defuse coming through late. And then the bomb goes off.
Just trying to generate the energy for this team to propel them forward. And the force by wars are going to continue. Furia are going to go right back into it, bet everything that they have on this one. The problem with these is the CT side is if you get sucked into them, you don't want to be the team left holding the bag, holding the bill.
Yeah, I mean, they already threw out their big surprise punch with the round 2 force buy, right? You know force buy war is going to keep up after already being back and forth here. So NRG going to now, I think, be much more keen to anticipate the investment here. Still packs a punch, though, with the A4 on Skulls. MP9's behind it.
Well, this time to shift up the stack. They're getting very active in towards the apartments, and that's the way that they come. Bro on the other side. Well, that's been revealed. He's ahead of the Molotov, though. The double swing. Oh, my goodness. The kills are lethal here. A rally back. They need to save that bomb at the very least. They need to back the heck out of here, but they don't want to back out. They want to fight forward, and the double sprayed out from OC. Recovery on. Advantage restored here for NRG. Furia threw one hell of a punch, but the counter came right back at their jaw. I think it got so many teeth.
Just 2 left there. They're 2 front teeth.
Oh, those are the most important ones, I hear.
Yeah.
Big bucktooth smile. Nothing else in your mouth.
We'll see if they can still show those pearly whites. They've got at least fallen in the right position here. He's only got an MP9. You'd imagine it's very easy to trade out in this sort of position.
Still in the van. It can catch you unawares.
Is OC going to toss in these flashes? No, he's just going to take the contact approach.
They have no idea where these remaining players are. George, though, ready for it, and that should be that. Yuri massively out of position. The question becomes, does he want to attempt, and if so, how? Bomb will be planted. There is a rifle down somewhere.
Should be probably in apartments with all those X's.
That was an M4 purchase, I believe, in the hands of Schools to start them out.
Yeah, that's kind of being covered, though. That could be a bit of an issue. Got to play more of a contained game, more of a long con.
The long con. Exits are useful, but not super valuable at this particular juncture. Because I can't imagine there's a world where the CTs go back into the Force by Wars. And actually, that A4 has been retrieved as well, so best prize now is a Galil. And NRG are going to path away from him.
There it is.
He wants it.
The prize.
Give me that rifle. Ball might just deliver it to him.
Do all the hard work for him.
Right to his feet. Talk about convenience.
How do you lose
I have
that?
to move the muscle. We're doing Wally.
Go 3-2-8. Remember that?
Well, you see, Hext, is you shot them more than they shot you. That's how they lost that.
That will help.
This was a really nice first punch, though. That sprayed out from OC. So tenuous here in this final round, in this last round, previous round. One of those words makes sense here.
One of those rounds.
I just have to worry about Yuri, primarily. And on this side of the map, it is just Queserado slipping his way onto the balcony. Fallen to help. 2 USPs to defend the A site. If this hit comes through, there should not be much they can do.
Let's keep things nice, slow, and steady here. But the early posturing from the T side is heading in, seems to be the right direction. Could face a little bit of resistance in Yuri with this given position, but he's still yet to make noise. Doesn't want to give up the ladder room here. Oh,
okay, there it is. Found a gap, found an angle in that smoke. Elevated, and just a little bit of a peer on through. Uh-oh, gotta be looking the right way. This is getting a little testy now. There was that one set of armor that's gone, but Skulls has now gained himself a gun, and they don't know about Queserado. They are watching for it, though. drop from Hext. Now this is feeling a whole lot less nervy. Look at the flank. Look at Bro coming through. Here's those footsteps. Lines him up and knocks him down.
Well handled right there. NRG shut things down. That's great awareness. The CT side even throws a smoke into Palace to give him the idea that there's no one in that position, but it doesn't really change the vision from NRG or Hext covering his teammate. And the only chance really for that round to go too far awry, I think, is Caserado finding that impact and being able to deny a bomb.
Zeus?
Like that.
Who bought a Zeus, and why are they leaving it in spawn?
I think it was probably bought last round.
That makes a lot more sense, yeah, of the USPs.
Yeah.
We didn't really see who tried to deploy that, actually. So focused in on the hero rifle, saved through from the last.
There's no chance for him to turn into an ace. And no NQZ, most importantly.
No NQZ. Not quite Zeused.
Bang. Didn't know that's what NQC stood for. We do have NRG, though. Are they ready to take the reins here in this one once again? T-side, back into the action.
The problem with this recovery from the Force by Wars, right, is even in this gun round, even in this purchase, you don't have an op.
Yeah.
You don't have a lot of util. At least you got a couple kits. But if this one comes into a retake, you might see a save rather quickly. They're focused in on this con play. It's going to be a relatively straightforward A creep. But they're getting a lot of room before they actually take the contact. And Fallen right now is not peeking. So his teammates out towards stairs. Oh, yep, there's the surprise. Skulls walks right into a crosshair. He had no idea it was posted his direction. And then the follow-up as well. If they deal with Fallen, this one's over. The Molotov might persuade him to just go ahead for the save.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to call this one a day. Molly's going to force him out of position. Can't deny a bomb plant, anything of that nature. NRG going to continue to count things up. Oh, Fallen.
Uh-oh.
Looking to hang in there.
Whoa.
A little bit worrisome. He gets out around the corner.
Speaking of a little bit worrisome, it's got to be very worrying if you're rooting for Furia, because this is following the exact trend of the last two maps, where Furia have very good starts. Massive success on the attack, and then just cannot hold on to a bomb site to save their lives.
Yeah, I mean, this one I feel like is a whole lot more reasonable for a CT side struggle in terms of the economy game. Like, this gun round just has so little to it.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's a perfect flash.
Oh my.
You see a thing?
Knife out on that chase.
He's going to say something about that one.
He's fearless.
What did he say? He's got something to say.
What did he say?
After tossing that flash right on the dome with Fallen. He's got a message.
Look away from the flashes!
That's just good advice. He's just being helpful right now.
Why is he giving the enemy team tips?
Just doing a little coaching in his spare time, you know? Set up for that next career. Oh, peek in for Caserado, but the trade is instant. And you're not going to love that exchange rate if you're Furia. Especially because that was the one rifle available to you in this one. They're continuing to risk just a little bit more skin in a lot of these rounds than you necessarily expect, right?
Look at Bro. That's pretty comfortable. Nice damage from Fallen, but he's playing very passive in control of the entirety of this A side of the map. No one on the flank here, and that flank's going to start to come through. The issue is for the CT side is that so are the Ts, and they're prepared for this idea.
I got a hunch. That hunch, though, not going to pay off. Goodbye, Hex.
The hunch becomes a huncher.
Do you think he spends the rest of this half just ready to chirp, just thinking through what he's going to say?
Yes.
He's brainstorming right now. This is when the brainstorm starts. Cello up on the balk. Sitting on the bench. This could be a problem. Cello. They're out the window. And cleared. Okay, never mind. Not a problem. Problem solved. Well done, Nitro. That's what IGLs do. They provide solutions. That bomb taking away with the deep market control. Yuri's at risk. Yuri forced back. Skulls might just be trying to play for the exit gun. Yeah, they're giving this one up. There's guns to retrieve elsewhere. Upgrades available. Furia will play the long game. But it's a long game that sees them now giving up the lead here, Cole.
Yeah, this is incredible from NRG. They do it again on the T side. They're a comeback team, it seems like. They just have to start things off with a bit of struggle and then dig themselves out of those holes. And it's mission accomplished once again for NRG. They have a lead here on Mirage. And they do it in such a difficult fashion. I got to give a lot of credit to Nitro right now in the game plan here. This T-side calling obviously has been good, but the big turning point, you know, after you win the pistol and then you get ecoed finally by Furia, you think that's okay. That's what Furia need to get back into it. They came up with a crazy good strat. Something that you just don't see that often there. The shallow smokes into the A side with the Tech 9s. And Nitro has been a key piece of these comebacks here. It has to be him calling these shots, but it's always been available. And Dap's doing the old playbook coverage right there.
Can't let him know. Fallen's trying to read his lips. Yeah, I'll take a large soda and a double burger, and keep throwing some of those fries.
Fries are not free on the side? You telling me?
That's on the wrong channel.
You can skip out on the fries. Right now, NRG bagging things up quite nicely.
Put the Furia in the bag, sir.
Gotta wait until the second half to do so.
Apparently, yeah. I mean, they make you wait for it, but that just builds the appetite. Builds the anticipation here. Fallen has a gun. That gun has a scope on it. Haven't gotten a lot of those. It's nice to see.
Yeah, big utility cache right now. The HE's tossed in towards underpass. There's number 2.
Ouch.
Oh, and 2 perfect
Bye-bye.
targeted strikes on a Nitro. That's a great way to open up a round. Don't give Nitro a chance to shoot. And I just got a call from the sideline here, but this is the Fallen scope that you mentioned. And there's a Hex on the other end of that, potentially ready to activate. Flash to force him off there. Hex won't give him a chance to shoot just yet.
You know, I gotta say, Guardian announced his retirement. I think his second retirement. Today.
2.
Very disappointed they didn't title it. Oh, Guardian, bye-bye.
That would have been good.
Fallen's going to be pressured on this AWP. Misses his first opportunity. Will land the second, but no more. That's not what you'd hope out of the AW. And Katowice traded here means that a chance for this bomb to go down. No, it's on Catwalk. The bomb's stuck. The bomb's stuck. They got to get that. They don't have the util for this. They're going to have to brave Skulls, and then they're going to have to go back. Oh, that's the problem. Skulls turns the corner just in the nick of time. Now the loss of that bomb is catastrophic. Maybe you could battle forward, Hex. That's exactly what he's going to try and do. Knows he has Skulls painted into a corner, but Skulls will be good for it. This young man is having one hell of a game.
One hell of a series as well. He's just been able to impact this series so much, especially on Train where he started it all off there. There's Ivy positioning, now carrying it forward to the decider when it matters most. Tied up 10-10. Furia desperately needed those rounds, and that is really, I would say, the first full, pack-a-punch gun round that we really got out of them as well. They've been limited with MP9s. FAMAS is in the mix, lesser utility. Once you get the scope out for Fallen, things of that nature there, it looks a lot better for Furia. NRG looking to limit that success. Oh. It's a nice HE right there. Bro caught it.
These HEs have been good. Reminder, Nitro taken out of that last round by 1. But they got pressure on towards the site players. Katowice down. Skulls trades out, at least well worth his life. But now it's messy in con. Nades flying. Nitro finding somehow they're alive. And George gonna make them regret letting him slip past. Now they know where the last is. They got the bomb planted. And you can't really back out. So you might as well fight forward. Flashbang to harass to Harry. It's a crossfire he'll have to peek into, but players are low. George the only one approaching healthy. But that flashbang, yeah, it's lethal. Shots to the back. Can even afford to whiff a few.
I know you see it!
NRG make sure Fury ain't getting that lead back.
They will not give up on that one. That's a huge pace change right there, even despite the great HEs, despite the good utility in this crazy sequence from Skulls.
I really need to just remind myself to shut up as soon as the round ends so we can hear what Hex is going to say.
You're looking at the flash! You see it! I know you see it!
They didn't take his advice, apparently.
You gotta turn away from them, folks. It's the Hexed school of Counter-Strike. Play like Hexed. Look away from the flash. It's actually just that is lesson 1.
Up your sensitivity.
Up the sense.
You can't look away from those flashes quick enough if your sense isn't high.
Hard to play with high sense when you're an old man. It's just flicking all over the place. It's just crazy.
You know what's harder?
What?
Playing without being able to see.
Got a point there. I see you've been subscribing to the Play Like Hex school.
Platinum member. Got the double op here. This is a bit of a classic for Furia and their defense on Mirage. Cello Rock in the secondary. Makes it a little easier to hold on to the B site. You have to put a little less resources in that department, but it's not going to head into his bomb site because the smoke's already out. They're running it down, and Snowz once again, rather Yuri, in his position to hold off and sandwich.
Big fill-in that sandwich. Call him baloney. He gets 2. Oh, he's a whole double helping. And actually, Fallen still out here. Can't get it done with the USP, Fallen. Oh, you better hope NRG don't close, because Hex is going to have some choice words for you on that one. They've actually slipped away. George hears this scoping above him.
Yeah, you would assume so.
How do you work with it, though?
No scope is on Catwalk right now. We don't know where Snowz is exactly, so they're going to remain very cautious.
George is holding on to this space. They've got 40 seconds. They can fully reroute if they want to.
Oh my god, the timing.
Ships in the night. Snowz thinks he's cleared this out.
Heading in towards middle. Snowz's back could be turned potentially, but he's still in motion.
Can't give him the audio cue, and I think he's tucked into the corner right now. Yeah, he's safe from this first peek.
Boosting towards window?
If they just walk all the way up.
Oh, there's the utility.
Utility's going to prompt him to turn around. They can't get the trades, and Snowz finds all 3. 30th kill stacked up. If that was even a 1-for-1, there's no way. But he makes it happen. And City, the cheerleader, propelling them forward as this one is going the distance one way or another. We are getting all 24.
Yeah, dropping this 3K right here on the heads of NRG. Absolutely blasting them. I think there's a whole lot of relief in Fallen right there. As you said, Hex would have been chirping up a storm, and it would have been such a back-breaking moment. But instead, Furia fight on.
Skull standing on his head, or a skull, perhaps, to deliver them round after round, and now they accelerate the pace. A nade popper onto that smoke, but now they come through. Attempts on the tag. Good damage done, but no kills just yet. That nade chase is strong. George, so low, but they're trying to keep up this grueling pace. They know they have Snowz painted into a corner, and they want to bring the kills, but Hex, once again, cannot deliver it. The smoke's providing a crease to live in, and now Snowz wants to bring the fight to them. Oh, boy. He's continuing to just punish round after round after round. A difference maker here. Propelling Furia forward, dragging his teammates towards this finish. Snowz is not ready to go home. Snowz is not ready to be out of the ESL Pro League. He doesn't care what you throw his way.
That's what's looming right now. 32 kills for Snowz here. Now shut down. Time ticking against NRG with every second that passes. It's Furia that are gaining information. And they are confident in the setup that they have held together right now. Duo here with the op scope and the close range punch of Cello. It has to be towards this B-side finish. No secret about it. Now they know.
Nick is chiming out. Do they expect the second player is the problem? Fallen on the angle. They absolutely do not. That's the bomb now dropped in apartments. They won't even have time to retrieve it. It hasn't fallen down, so this round is already lost. They just don't know it yet, and now they certainly do. No time, no clock. They'll do OC the mercy of finishing him off before that timer, but now NRG, the bank has run out at the critical moment. That 3K from Snowz in the last is the turning point of this map, and now Furia can just bring it home.
Yeah, what a back-breaking moment here in this round as well. So much damage done. The utility remains so strong here for Furia. And finally, a CT side Or they're looking like they can close.
Good timeout from Furia, making sure they've got exactly what they want to do in this round. Don't want anything catching you by surprise.
Big moment here right now for NRG as well is this fact that they just don't have a lot to bring to the table here. 250 for Nitro, buying up a little extra utility into the mix. This is what they have to live on. Here's 3 Galils, a Tech 9, and a P250. A couple of smokes and flashbangs. I mean, they've made it work once in the half. But twice? Second time?
It's gotta be. We saw in a similar situation on Train, they hit the fast play. Seems like this one's going to be much the same. Straightforward hit. 3 players are prepped for it on Furia. They've got a read on what they want to do. They've got a very good idea. Flashbangs are here, but Bro continues on the pathing. Can't quite delete the player under belt. The trade's not there. Quesarado stands strong. The utility's not here for it, and they are falling apart. Again, the faster play leads to faster deaths. OC dancing around the boxes, but reinforcements have to be coming quickly. And Quesarado eventually will fall, but there's still one back in towards CT. OC needs this, and Fallen will not gift it. That's the bomb now dropped further forward. It falls to Nitro. One man couldn't quite bring through the clutch in the first. Now in this second half, it's all on his shoulders, and as they creep back into the angle, one shot from this op will finish it. And it will be delivered from the old foe of Fallen. 13-11. Every one of these maps goes the distance. Retakes, comebacks required. Chirping, noise, shouting, brawling. But the Panthers of Furia, they find their footing. They grip on in, and Snowz propels them to the win.
They got that endurance right there. It is the young gun there of Snowz that gets the distance going right there. That's an incredible map there, especially when you look at what he was able to do later down the line here for NRG. Obviously such a difficult defeat. They come so close in multiple maps at the comeback effort. And at the finish line here for both Mirage and Train just falls short.
All smiles from the men in the end. That's a tough one. You can see it on OC's face. That's a gutting one. Just a few big moments. This is the kind of series where you're replaying those moments in your head because Train and Mirage were both within your grasp, right? Based on what we've seen, these came right down to the wire. Some hero plays from both sides for sure. And right now, tonight, Furia got to be buying Snowz dinner. That 3K, I mean, it was done otherwise. It was done. They were out.
Yeah, that's just a 1-for-1 trade right there. You got to think of what could have been for NRG. Snowz just rips that dream away from him. And instead, Furia coming out on top. And again, you know, crucially, we know the implications of this matchup here. So, you know, not only is it kind of a disappointing elimination here from EPL, but it's your chance of carrying forward, gaining those VRS long term here, moving on in that department here, especially taking a big scalp down like Furia, eliminating them from that competition, from the chance to rise to the occasion, which would have been a big scalp to take here, and they were so close to it.
I think if you're NRG, you're of two minds on this. This is a really gutting loss, both because, frankly, in so many of your games here at the ESL Pro League, you feel like you should have had the W. You played really good teams close, right? You've had one of the most moral losses of this event. You've now had multiple series where you really should have been able to close, and for a team that hasn't had a ton of time together, that hasn't had this international experience as a unit, it's a very good first foray into an international LAN. The problem is, this is the modern era of Counter-Strike, where the VRS system is brutal and unforgiving, and you've missed your opportunity to stack onto those VRS points ahead of the majors. So going out here in ESL Pro League, this is going to be really tough for that team. This is going to be really tough for NRG, at least for this cycle. They still do have a spot in IEM Dallas coming up. That's already been earned, but that'll be too late to contribute them forward to the majors. So they'll likely have an attempt at the MRQs. That's going to be a bit of a bloodbath. But for NRG, it might be about building for the future. It might be about building into next season. And I do think that for a first European tour, for a first boot camp as a squad, this team has shown a lot of promise.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, right? And I think if you talk about what this team could do in the future here, there's still plenty of opportunities. This is a team that has come together with Bro now making recent roster changes. And last year just missed out on so many of those like international qualifiers. They were never able to make it through. They weren't sometimes even close to that department. So it's good to see that not only are they taking these opportunities in stride here, but then doing damage when they get there. Now, I think there's still more progression to do for this roster, but I mean, obviously, they've shown what they could do here at Pro League. A solid result, I think, surpassing expectations from a lot of teams that have ranked them rather lowly. But the issue as well is, like you said, not only VRS, but the expectations for NRG, I imagine, are pretty high. And missing out on those is going to be a little bit of a disappointment.
It certainly is. I think on the other side of things, for Furia, this is a win that you love to have. Still some signs of concern. Let's hear how they're feeling in their camp. We've got someone joining us for an interview. Who we got? Who's here?
Me.
Oh, we got Queserato. How you doing, man?
Hi.
Congrats on that dub. Little tense on Mirage there. How are you feeling about it?
It's always tough, bro. We lost some rounds that we got lucky, and they play really well as well. But yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to jump into that there and just talk about some of those tough rounds there. I mean, we saw today kind of a surprising fashion. We saw a whole lot of T-side success from you all, which is great, right? But those CT sides, a little bit strugglesome. I mean, is there any kind of reads into why those CT sides were not thriving?
Yeah, I think the CT side right now is pretty tough because there's a Tech 9s, so there's a lot of threats that can counter what we're playing. So it's kind of hard. I think everyone and every team is feeling this. It's pretty hard as CT side because there's a lot of gimmicks that the T can do and trick you. So I think that's tough for us and it has tough for everybody.
Now, we'll let you go pretty quick here because obviously it's late. Today has run pretty late. But I do have to ask you, did it feel a little nostalgic to you, playing OC on Train? I seem to remember a very good map of Train for you guys way back in the day to actually make it to your first ESL Pro League.
Actually, I always think about it when I play like against White Card because there's Sonic there. So with OC, I feel the same. Like we fight each other in the NA, in the Pro Leagues, etc. And it was tough, and it's good to have a nostalgic map back, like Train. Falling loves Train, and Brazil loves Train.
You do indeed. Well, you'll certainly be loving it today since it did come through with the dub. Thank you for joining us, man, and get some much-deserved rest.
Thank you so much. It's almost midnight, so let's go.
He's out. He's out. Well-deserved on that rest. Yeah, late games, brawling games, some fun history. That nostalgia, just, Sonic as well. These guys that he's been brawling against for the better part of a decade. 6-7 years at this point, I think. They've been competing. Kind of wild against each other. That's some history coming in. It's not just Fallen who's got history in this game, He might have a couple more decades on the rest of them, but it's not just Fallen.
20 more years as well.
20 more years from Fallen. 30 more years even. Let's just keep adding on to it. Keep it going here. Let's take an update on what we've got going on in terms of the bracket because we have wrapped up the results today. This is a late night. Thank you for joining us all the way through.
Let's find
out. We're coming to the end. We're coming to the end. We've got our last matches. Furia, M80, Pain, NiGa, FlyQuest, Tai Lu. Goodbye, NRG. Goodbye, Linvision. Goodbye, Heroic. What a surprise, the Heroic loss.
Yeah, I think everyone kind of shocked by that here. Heroic obviously off to a bit of an electric start, but there's still some question marks around, some of the setups and situations in that roster. So maybe that playing into it a little bit, but definitely not expecting them to go out this early. For tomorrow, though, there's a battle between, again, Furia and another NA team here. Can they keep on breaking hearts?
Furia have only played America's teams in these elimination matchups. It was MIBR, NRG, and M80.
Who'd they play first, though? They played another team.
MIBR. For elimination matches. Before that, it was European.
I see.
And I think they started against Linvision, then played NiGa. Yep. But since they've been facing elimination, it has been All Americas, which is just a classic. We go to Europe and we play All Americas teams. That's a classic right there. The question is going to be, can they survive one more, right? An M80 team that's looked good at times. It's had a little bit of these waivers today, certainly. Been a little all over the place. Started strong. Would like to finish strong here at the ESL Pro League. That one to me is going to be my one to watch tomorrow. All these games are going to deliver. We won't be here because there's only 3 games. They don't need us. They don't need us. We're getting a day off. But we'll see you next week for more ESL Pro League action. Good night, everybody. From the B stream to your hearts. Adios. Thanks for joining us. Get some sleep.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch ESL Pro League while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate. Nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! Hey!
All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
ESL presents the ESL Pro League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, EHL, Kadia, 1xBet,
that is abhorrent!
Nor.
Come play with us.
Monacy wants to win right here, right now. He's crazy.
am the one they call for fire. All of you other fakes, you are liars. I am the one that causes the riots. Got me feeling right, feeling high. I'm the winning type. Haters in the air, I don't mind. They can take a bite. It's good for the soul. Bring you down to earth a bit. Spin until you fall. Guess I've got you feeling sick.
Oh, how sweet is time for allowing you and I to exist in the same lifetime. Warm and divine, spark in our eyes, we're flying high. I'm feeling alive, I just wanna might be my sign. Oh, how sweet is time, time. Oh, how sweet is time. Oh, no, for allowing you and I to exist in the same lifetime. Stars have a light, watching you shine. Oh, how sweet is time. So sweet, for allowing you and I. Oh, how sweet is time, being with you, for allowing you and I to exist in the same